Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the British GT Esports Championship. We've done the Americas, we've done the Asia region, and we've done the World Championships. And now it is time for the British GT Championship. My name is Paul Jeffrey, and I am delighted to be joined in the virtual commentary box today by the voice of GT racing himself, Mr. David Addison. Hello, sir.
Paul, everybody, good evening. Welcome to something new for British GT, our first esports championship with a mega entry, not only of real-world drivers in GT3, but the sim racing stars as well that have qualified through the hot laps in GT4. First time, Paul, we've talked about an SRO esports championship like this with two separate classes, not just real and sim drivers, but GT3 cars and GT4. And we start, as we would have done, COVID-19 not accepted, in the real world at Alton Park, which is always a circuit that delivers bags of action. Traffic around here, I think, is going to be the real story of the night.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, David, to see GT4 and GT3 combined, as you say, for the very first time, which is another new aspect that our drivers are going to have to find their way through to the best effect. And what really interests me, I think, David, is to see how these GT3 cars, powered, as you say, by real-world drivers, get on against their arguably more experienced and virtual world counterparts in the GT4s. At Alton Park, where passing is a premium, this is going to be very interesting.
There aren't many championships either that can boast the quality of driver that we have within GT4, in other words, the Hot Laps SimStar qualifiers. Plus, we've got British GT4 champions, we've got British GT3 champions, and we've got a Formula One world champion on the grid, because Jenson Button is sixth on the grid going into this first race. So it's a stellar entry at a circuit that always delivers drama for GT cars. Alton Park is not the widest of circuits, and over the years GT cars have got wider, haven't we all? But Alton Park is a place where you've got to be brave, you've got to be bold, and it is a pretty unforgiving circuit. So those that come out on top tonight in both classes will have really earned their rewards, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I cannot wait to see how it goes on. It's great that the SRO Esports Series has expanded into the Intelligent Money British GT Championship as well. Obviously, this is a championship that you know a great deal about from the real world, David, from your exploits behind the microphone. Is there any drivers from the real world that you're particularly looking forward to see how they get on in a virtual space?
Pretty much everybody, actually. I mean, the obvious one, and I'm not being flippant when I say that, but the obvious one really is for this evening, James Baldwin. You know, he did real world racing, ran out of money, went sim racing, became world's fastest gamer, then came back into real world racing. And last year, when he made his British GT debut at Alton Park, by dint of being the world's fastest gamer, winning his seat within the Team Rocket RJN McLaren, he won the race with Michael O'Brien, who lines up behind him on the grid. So you've got to say that James Baldwin, in theory, ought to be the shoe-in here, but he's been out-qualified. Now, Angus Fender is somebody that was very impressive in qualifying, at least, in some of our SRO Esports European events, the European Championship that we had last year. And he has qualified on pole position, so he is definitely a man to watch. But this is the GT3 entry. You've got Tom Canning, who was the GT4 champion in 2019. Ben Green, very, very talented young driver. Andrew Howard, double GT3 champion. Sam Neary, another young gun. Angus Fender, we've touched on. Jenson Button, no introduction needed. Hasn't raced at Alton Park for 20 years or so, but he's sixth on the grid. James Baldwin, world's fastest gamer. Adam Morgan, very, very rapid touring car racer, of course. Sicily Motorsport will run a GT4 program, and Adam is making his eSports GT3 debut. Jamie Stanley missing, sadly, but Gus Burton, very impressive in Ginetta racing over the last couple of seasons. So that's a snapshot of the GT3 entry, and that's quality in itself. Then you've got Andrew Watson, who has done great things both in Ginetta racing in the UK and across the world for Garage 59. Matt Cowley, sadly not with us. But he's another driver that's proved himself in GT cars and single-seaters. Jack Lemmer, whose father, Mark, very successful racer himself, has operated Barwell Motorsport for decades to many a title. Jack's one to watch. Ron Ratcliffe, GT4 champion. Bobby Trundley representing Team Brit. Sandy Mitchell, the reigning British GT champion. Jody Fannin, another very, very rapid and very experienced driver. You don't rule out Jody, who is the 2012 GT4 champion. Morgan Short, racer, comes from a good pedigree. His father, Martin, mainstay of British GT through the early 2000s. Michael O'Brien, race winner in GT4, in GT3 and in historics. And Johnny Adam, 16 race wins, and 4 times a British GT champion. Now, that's an entry list and a half, I reckon. And these, Paul, are the hot laps qualifiers in the GT4 cars.
Yep, so another great entry list from our sim racing stars. As you can see on the list, these drivers have taken hot lap qualification for this opening round, so they've earned their place on the grid, representing each manufacturer in the GT4 class. Chris Hocker in the Audi R8 LMS GT4, big name from the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione. Andrea Copaccia in the Yashe Aston Martin, again another driver very much at the forefront of many esport activations. Maxime Batifulier in the Ginetta G55, a car that I'm fascinated to see how the Ginetta gets on here at Oulton Park. Charlie Crossland, another driver that we've seen at the forefront of many of these GT, normally in GT3 specification, debuting in the Aston Martin this weekend. Manuel Rodriguez for Team Redline in the KTM. Mortis Lorna, who's a Formula 1 Esport Williams driver in the McLaren 570S GT4. Arthur Camara for BMW, Jack McIntyre for Zansho Rocket Sim Sport in the Porsche, Igor Orognikov for Lada Sport Rosneft in the KTM, and Alexandra Hebrigno in the Mercedes AMG. All very, very talented names. Samir Abrame, that was a front runner in the SRO Esport Championship last season. So again, a name that we have seen at the forefront of various championships. William Tregurtha, another rocket driver, this time in the beautiful, big and bold Chevrolet, a fabulous addition to the GT4 grid. Michael Kondaxioglu for Sidemax Motorworks in the Alpine A10. Nils Naujoks, a mainstay of sim racing esport drivers, very much one of the biggest names in virtual motorsport. Florian Hasser, another driver many will recognise from his exploits in the Audi R8 in the GT World Series. Ivan Shermatinsky as well for Jean Alesi Esports Academy. Jean Alesi, big name in the world of Formula 1. Luca Burke racing in the Porsche 718 Cayman. Chris McDade for Chevrolet. Eamon Murthy in the Ginetta, and Maciej Malinowski for the Hunkfot Racing Alpine A110. That, Mr. David Addison, is a whole bunch of very talented virtual racers.
This is going to be good, isn't it? Can't wait. And it is the first of 5 races within the championship, because after Oulton Park there will be Snetterton. We also have races at Silverstone and Brands Hatch, and we finish at Donington, as we would and frequently do. We do this year as well within the Real World Championship. Quick word about how this is all going to work. It's a 60-minute race. Qualifying is done, as you've gathered. So qualifying is done, then the drivers will have some time for a quick glug of water and rejoin the server. So we have a 60-minute race. GT3 drivers, the real world drivers, can enter as normal. GT4, you have to qualify each time through the hot laps. The fastest 2 qualifiers of each brand are accepted. The top 10 GT4 drivers go through into the next race. The other 10 positions in the entry for round 2 will have to be fought out by hot laps. 15 minutes for qualifying. We've done that. The race has a mandatory pit stop where you have to add a minimum of 1 litre of fuel, and you can change tyres if you so desire. So we'll try and keep an eye to who is doing what in that respect. And that pit window, just like the Intelligent Money British GT Championship, the Real World Series, is between 25 and 35 minutes. Points are awarded to the top 10 in each class. Ballast you will carry, not here, obviously, but for the subsequent races, it goes to the top 3 from the previous round. It's not cumulative, but 30, 15 and 10 kilos will be lugged around by the GT3 and GT4 top 3 for the next round of the championship. It's about as realistic as it can be, I tell you. And we're starting at Oulton Park, which is a mega circuit. The British GT Championship that was created by the British Racing Drivers Club owes its roots to what was the National Sports GT Challenge initially, that dates back to 1993. It began at Donington Park. It was an all Porsche affair. SRO took it over for 2004 onwards, and boy, how it has moved on. We've had some amazing racing, and I don't think anybody would have predicted, even a few years ago, that here we would be with a fully blown SRO Blessed Esports Championship, and with the entry that we have got. Asking you, Paul, to pick a winner in either class, I suspect, is rather unfair, but you've got to say, in both GT3 and GT4, it is no exaggeration to say it's wide open, is it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were speaking off air, David, before we came onto the broadcast about how we're intrigued to see For the GT3 side of things, how much practice and time and energy the drivers have put in and how close that field is going to be. The GT4s, the real sim racing esport pros, you'd expect them to be separated by nigh on nothing between them, which they are after quali. But what's impressed me is the times of the GT3 drivers. I honestly think, based on qualification at least, anybody in the top 15 has got a very reasonable opportunity to cross that finish line first. So for me, the next 60 minutes and the strategic element also of making a mandatory pit stop is going to be fascinating to see who manages that one, who keeps the car on track, and critically, who manages traffic as well, because I don't think I'm being unfair saying this, David, but I think towards the bottom of the GT3 drivers, they will not be a million miles in front of the top of the GT4, so there's not that much of a differential between the two classes in terms of ultimate speed and pace.
I think you're absolutely right, and that is part of this factor of the traffic, isn't it? And the same is true of pit stops. Do you pit early to get out of traffic, the risk being that when you rejoin, you're in different traffic. And the point again around here at Alton Park, it ain't that wide. It's not like Silverstone, where there's a huge amount of width of the road to get through traffic. You might very well get yourself stuck. So that is going to be all part and parcel of it. And I also fear that you might get the odd incident, just as we have in the real world, because of the narrowness of the circuit. It's all going to get a bit congested, and that's going to have to pan out as well. We also understand that the front engine cars are expected to have a slight advantage as we have a look down on the grid. Angus Fender starting on pole position, James Baldwin alongside him. There you've got the green Mercedes of Sam Neary and Michael O'Brien's McLaren lining up alongside. Ben Green's BMW on the third row, Jenson Button in the Sky-backed McLaren from Team Rocket RJN, sixth on the grid. Seventh is Sandy Mitchell, reigning champion, with Rob Collard and Gus Burton. He's lining up alongside him there further back on the grid. JD Fannin on the next row. You've got Bobby Trundley as well as the grid starts to build. There is Gus Burton. There is Bobby Trundley. So the order has shuffled slightly from what we were anticipating after the hot laps. There is Tom Canning, and alongside him should be Andrew Watson. Yes, it is. Then you've got Adam Morgan in the Mercedes, and Morgan Short in that retro Roll Centre livery next on the grid. There is Johnny Adam, Jack Lemmer for company, and it is Ryan Ratcliffe that rounds out the GT3 element of the grid. And then we have a scroll through GT4. Luca Burke, Paul, having headed the times.
Yep, fabulous job from Luca Burke. Great to see him actually returning to form a little bit this season with the Porsche. Number 87 on pole position. In second place, McIntyre in the 37. So it's a Porsche front row with a McLaren second row of the grid. So Porsche and McLaren both looking very, very fast at this stage. Malinowski in the Alpine. Number 92 that you see on the left of your screen is alongside Samir Ibrahimi for Audi. So Samir Ibrahimi a little bit further down the running order than I think maybe he would have anticipated at this stage in the grid. And all of these cars, all of these drivers, of course, just to remind everybody at home, have set their time through a hot lap qualification competition. So they're well versed with the car that they're driving and the circuit on which they're driving on. They only had 15 minutes in qualification, but David, I'm sure you'll agree with me, is the same in real and virtual space. Qualification's important, of course it is. Having a good track position is always beneficial to your race opportunities. But in a 1 hour race such as this, where traffic is going to be coming into play for the GT3s navigating through the GT4s, and for the GT4s giving space to their faster counterparts, qualifying's only one half of the story, and actually you've still got a very good opportunity to score very big points indeed if you keep out of trouble.
Keep out of trouble and you will do very, very well. We have seen over the previous esports championships that you don't have to win every race to win a championship. You have to bank, and of course trying to avoid scoring ballast and therefore compromising your pace into the next round of the championship could also be key to all of this. There then is Angus Fender on pole position. And as we get set then, with just over a minute and a half to our first round of the British GT Esports Championship. Great to have you on board watching all of this. There's a lot of interest, a lot of attention for this opening round at Alton Park. Motorsport News putting up a trophy for the GT3 champion, giving the pros something extra to aim for. And the Alton Park full international circuit. There it is, looking down. You see the lake. You can see the road swoops around up towards the banked right of Shell Oil's corner. And then the little chicane, which used to be Fulstons, now Britons, over Hilltop, down towards Hislops into the old Knickerbrook corner, and then the climb up Clay Hill. After that, you've got the water tower, the double apex right of Druids, through the trees, under the vehicle bridge, down towards Lodge Corner, turn in, the road drops away, climb out of Dearly, over the timing line, and then, of course, you go into Old Hall Corner, which is turn 1, and that is the part of the circuit to which they will accelerate very shortly indeed. So we are less than a minute away from getting this opening race underway. And this, as we keep saying, is going to be absolutely fascinating to see who is going to come out on top. Everybody now joining the server. And so I think we should be just about good to go. The order slightly distorted from what we had in the qualifying times, the way they've lined up. That might well be able to be affected before we do go racing, as the cars now drop down onto the track itself, and the countdown continues, ready for the first of 5 rounds of the 2021 British GT Esports Championship. There is also a €2,000 Fanatec prize bundle for the GT4 champion as well. So there's lots to shoot for in this, Paul, as we get set to go racing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic championship. It's great to see British GT added to the ever-expanding SRO eSport roster of series around the world. And it's great to see a shop window for these real-world GT3 drivers, and also, once again, for the sim racing qualified stars. These are not people, remember, for the sim racing drivers, these are not people that are signed up to teams. These are not, for the most part at least, professional paid drivers in the virtual world. Anybody can qualify for this championship. If you're fast enough, you get yourself a place on the grid. So it's a great shot window, a very high level, to be sharing a track with the likes of Jenson Button, with the likes of real world multiple British GT champions. It's a phenomenal experience. So it is very much just like the ethos of the whole SRO eSport Championship. It's for the community, it's for the players, for the gamers, for the spectators, and that usually makes for fascinating racing.
It does indeed. Now, is this going to be a BMW or McLaren race, or is it going to be Mercedes? Because you've got Sam Neary, who came from Britcar into GT racing, lining up third on the grid there. 22 is Jenson Button then for the Team Rocket RJN squad. He is going to line up behind one of his teammates, Michael O'Brien, who in turn is behind the other of the Rocket RJN McLaren's, that of James Baldwin, who, as I keep saying, you would anticipate to be the favourite for all of this, given his sim racing background. He represented Great Britain within the FIA Motorsport Games in the Digital Cup, going back to its first running in 2019. So as the cars now turn their way in GT3 out of Britain's in GT4, making their way into the chicane. There you've got the Team Parker Racing GT3 Porsche of Ryan Ratcliffe just ahead of the GT4 pole position car. Luca Burke, Florian Hasse, then the two that line up at the front in the Porsche 718 Caymans, the Cayman GT4s. Great looking car, that. And the Zancho Rocket SimSport squad locking out the qualifying 15-minute period for GT4. It's so busy. Long line of cars then pouring down towards Hislops. Drivers, even in a virtual world, trying to get warmth into the tyres as the cars make the climb now up towards Druids, through that double apex right, and then we will get set to go racing. If you're new to GT racing, it's worth making the point that it's a rolling start. In other words, the cars don't stop on the grid again. If the race director is happy that everybody is in that correct Noah's Ark 2x2 formation, then the signal will be given to get the race underway. So the cars will line up now, side by side, slow the pace, and when the lights change, then we can go racing. But they don't stop on the grid, of course. Angus Fender then on that pole position, with James Baldwin lined up alongside him. Look what a crowded house it is. You see the back of the grid pouring down towards Lodge Corner as the cars then come up towards Dearly. The opening round of the British GT Esports Championship then about to get underway. Out of Dearly they come then. The lights in a moment will change to get the race underway. The run down towards Old Hall Corner beckons. Who is going to make the best start then as we go racing now? It is James Baldwin that floors the throttle from the outside of the front row. Can he go right round the outside of Angus Fender as they dive into Old Hall? The answer is yes, he can. There's drama behind as either O'Brien or Butler's got all crossed up, and off goes one of the McLarens. But as they plunge downhill for the first time, mayhem coming out of Old Hall Corner, and there, look, through on the inside goes O'Brien. It was Jenson Button, I think, that was in strife, but Baldwin really brave. Did it work for him? Yes, it did. James Baldwin leads, Paul, from the outside of row one.
Fabulous start in GT3 for James Baldwin. Exactly what he needed to achieve, David. Get that early start, get the clean air in front of him and try and use his natural pace to push ahead of the rest of the field. But Baldwin was only second on the grid in qualification, so there's still a very good chance that he might start dropping back into the clutches of the chasing pack. But very clean up front and a little bit of contact further down in GT4.
Yes, there was, and there's more drama almost brewing up in GT3 as there's a rub and James Baldwin goes off the road and back on again, but he's all compromised. So now Angus Fender comes up to have a go on the outside. Can't do it there, going into Knickerbrook. Michael O'Brien runs third as now Fender with that grunt and go. BMW gets up alongside. Past the water tower they go and Fender retakes the lead. That was brave stuff going up towards Druids. And what triggered all of that was that slight moment going too late on the brakes into Hislop. So Baldwin, having battled his way to the front, has got to do it all over again.
Superb stuff at the front of the field, absolutely superb. A little bit aggressive from Angus Fender, but this is Alton Park. You need to get your elbows out if you want to make a position up on the circuit, and Baldwin does lose position now, so drops into second place. And actually O'Brien in the system McLaren looking interested in the back of James Baldwin at the moment. So intense stuff, just as we predicted at the start of the broadcast, David. Fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
And Jack McIntyre, up from the third GT4 row, has got himself into the lead of the GT4 class. So very, very good start by Jack McIntyre, who's a very busy sim racer. He was doing the VRRC Touring Car Esports Series yesterday, for example. He's been racing in the VRRC's Mini Championship as well. So McIntyre is ahead of Burke and Haase in GT4 right now as the leading, what have we got, 4, 5 in a line pretty much. They're all bunching up coming towards Hislops. So that's Fender, Baldwin, O'Brien, Neary and then Ben Green going after them over the brow. Now this in 7th place is Bobby Trundley, the autistic driver who represents Team Brit, and he is right on the tail of Sandy Mitchell, the reigning British GT champion. Look at this.
Fantastic. And Trundley driving the Aston Martin, which is in Assetto Corsa Competizione and GT3 in general a little bit of more of a stable car than the Lamborghini he's chasing down. At Alton Park, you need to use the curbs to get a good lap time. The car is very much on its tippy toes, so Trundley maybe in a more compliant car in the opening laps of the race, and he's looking to take advantage of that one and close down the Lamborghini again. As Ben David, we're looking at the battle in GT4.
And how many's in this little battle pack? 7 all in a queue. Jody Fannin there battling with Tom Canning. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. Proper sports car brands both. On the back of the Porsche as well as they come out then. Ryan Ratcliffe is making good progress for Team Parker Racing in the Porsche there. And he's on the back of Johnny Adam. So it's Johnny Adam at the head of the queue. 4 times British champion. The most successful driver in the championship's history, but right now Johnny has got his mirrors absolutely full. Ryan Ratcliffe, then Jody Fannin, Tom Canning is next, and behind them is Jack Lemmer as they dive down through Cascades. Throw Adam Morgan into the melting pot as well in the Sicily Mercedes AMG. This is quite something. Trouble is, of course, with Johnny Adam having to go defensive and hold them all up like this, he is losing touch with the line of cars ahead of him. So Johnny Adam losing out. Adam Morgan in the gravel, so he's had a drama going into Charles Oil's corner, but Adam, by defending, he's compromising his pace, isn't he?
He is, and this is the danger on a circuit like Alton Park, the cork in the bottle effect, where the driver at the head of the queue just doesn't have the speed of the cars further back, and overtaking being so difficult in these cars on this circuit. Defending is only going to slow you down yet further. We'll see one of the Porsches missing the chicane entirely, going down the escape road. He'll return nice and safe. Be careful on track redrawing, which he does, and gets back in to the loop again. But these cars are going to start losing distance to cars ahead of them, and it's so frustrating as a driver. Do you take a risk? Do you push to find a way past? Because you can see the field moving further and further away in the cockpit.
Well, right now, Ryan Ratcliffe is getting pretty busy about all of this as the cars dive down towards Lodge. Ratcliffe having another go at Tom Canning, I should say, as they turn through, and Canning goes up on the inside, so that takes away 10th place. But Ryan Ratcliffe is on his toes as they come through over the timing line, and also having a go at all of this, Jack Lemmer then. So you've got Canning, Ratcliffe, Lemmer, 10th, 11th and 12th as the cars dive downhill once again. Now let's have a look at a replay of the start. This might piece together exactly what kicked off at the first corner, because there you've got a sideways Samir Ibrahimi with the Audi. Whoops, and he almost got collected by the Chevrolet there, but goes and headbutts the wall. and you had Jenson Button digging himself off the lawn and rejoining as well in the McLaren. So a pretty lively start, Paul, as we rather expected.
Indeed, and it's a real shame to see Samir Ibrahimi facing the wrong way so early in the race. A driver that we've seen in SRO eSport competition before, very much at the forefront of the field in GT3 spec cars. So I was fascinated to see how he'd fare in GT4 competition. So shame for Ibrahimi, and this is exactly the kind of thing that you've got to be careful. We spoke about at the top of the broadcast. Pace is one thing, racing at the front of the field's another, but staying out of trouble. This is a championship. There are points for each and every race. Score big, stay consistent, and that is what makes prizes at the end of the year. So big shame for Ibrahimi, but he's still got plenty of time ahead of him to try and close that gap and get into the top 10 point scoring positions in class.
Absolutely right. There is Moritz Lerner in 19th place, trying to keep Niels Naujoks at bay. Now here you've got two of the top sim racing drivers. Niels Naujoks, who looks after the G2 team. He also manages the Red Bull Esports team. He won the Esports Grand Final on the virtual Suzuka last year. So Niels Naujoks, massively experienced driver, isn't he, within sim racing? And they're getting a little bit carried away coming out of Druid, hooked a wheel onto the dirt.
Yep, Naujoks, fabulous name, fabulous driver, surprisingly low down the running order in 6th position, but here we go to a replay, David.
This is a replay for the start, so let's try and work out what happened to Jenson Button. So look to the right-hand side of the grid, he's on the 3rd row, he turns in, and Jenson gets tagged by Ben Green, and oh so nearly got harpooned by others, and look, one or two more go very, very wide in avoidance. That was another of the BMWs badly delayed there, look, rejoining. So it all kicked off at turn 1. They all survived it, but that shuffled the order. And of course, straight away, Paul, it puts GT3 cars behind GT4.
Yeah, but that's another element that can't be discounted. We spoke about the speed differential of GT3 and GT4. They are very much different classes. GT3 very much the top of those two classes. Sandy Mitchell now under a little bit of pressure from the Aston behind. But it is difficult to find your way through. And if you take 3, 4, 5 corners, even a lap to get past one of your lower class rivals, that is time that you're just giving away to the rest of the field. And David, with things so competitive in both GT3 and GT4, you cannot afford to leave that amount of lap time out on the circuit for any period of time. Otherwise, your entire day is going to be significantly compromised, isn't it?
Absolutely right. And right now, Johnny Adam is having to defend from Jody Fannin in the Ferrari. Jody, named after Jody Scheckter. He has South African parentage, or half the parents from South Africa, so it's a nod to Jody Scheckter, the 1979 Formula 1 world champion. And Jody, much underrated driver, right on the back of Johnny Adam. As you look back now from Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini, Bobby Trundley in the Aston doing a really good job of staying with him. Sandy Mitchell running in 6th place in the Barwell Lamborghini, single-seater convert turned GT racer. So it's been a lively start to the race. Baldwin fighting back at fender. Mitchell in the meantime is under attack. Starting to pair off a little bit, aren't they? Because you can see the gaps are opening up now as we get into the race.
Yeah, they are, as we're seeing. Very amusing to see Sandy Mitchell having his been flashed by Trundley behind. So the British GT real world champion, being flashed by Bobby Trundley in the Aston Martin behind, trying to put off Mitchell. But Mitchell's a wise campaigner. He's not going to be fazed by that one. And Johnny Adam now under significant pressure from Jody Fannin in the Ferrari. Adam on the inside, spots his braking zone nice and tight, and no way past for the Ferrari. And this is the thing, isn't it, David, on this track? Clearly, Fannin is the faster of the two drivers, but they just can't find the Ferrari space gap alongside that Aston Martin anywhere out on track.
And that's it, you position the car absolutely right, and you've still got 50 minutes of the race to go, so a lot can yet pan out, so keep out of trouble for the moment. Johnny Adam knows how to win races, of course, as there Florian Hasse dances over the curb at Britain's. Now he's in 17th place overall. He's third in the GT4 competition right now, but he's also being given a tough time by Maciej Malinowski, because he too is closing up in the very pretty little Alpine next in the queue. So you're looking here at the 3rd and 4th battle within GT4, whereas up front it's Porsche's 1 and 2. Jack McIntyre ahead of Luca Burke. Lower down the order is the KTM there of Igor Ogorodnikov. Quick word about whom. He was the 3rd KTM qualifier, but Jesus Cecilia didn't get himself to the ping test on time, so he couldn't take part in the race. And if you like, as first reserve, Ogorodnikov got the nod to take part at Alton Park. 22nd overall he lies at the moment on the back of Chris Herker in the Audi.
Yeah, Igor Rognikov, very exciting driver. We've seen a lot of him in eSport competition for the SRO Championships in the past. Very much all arms and elbows, often getting the car into different positions than one would expect a downforce-driven GT4 car. And Igor Rognikov, great to see him out on circuit. And he seems to be standing up to the competition very well indeed. So Herka ahead, another really, really fast driver. And Rognikov still in the mix for good points today.
An incident on lap 1 involving Gus Burton and Tom Canning, a drive-through penalty for Tom Canning, number 1 Aston Martin. There's confirmation, so a drive-through penalty for car number 1, Tom Canning, who is currently 10th. You can see DT goes up on the timing tower to say he's got a drive-through penalty. He's got to serve it, so that is going to shuffle the order outside that top 10, as Florian Hassler is coming under renewed attack, isn't he, from Maciej Malinovski. The Huntford Racing Alpine right behind him. There is the number 2 Chris Herka Audi that's dropped a place or two over the early stages of the race, but Herka remains one to watch, as now you see the recovering GT3 cars having to get through the GT4 traffic. That is the delayed Gus Burton. That was the BMW we saw off the road at Old Hall on the first lap. And now look at this. He's got the quicker car. What he has to try to find, Paul, is the width of the road to squeeze past the traffic.
Yeah, that's incredibly tense times for both GT3 and GT4 drivers. It's so easy when you're in a battle such as these GT4 cars are. And a GT4 car, for those at home that maybe have not tried it in ACC, it's very much a momentum car. It's the kind of car that you need to keep the minimum speed up as high as you possibly can. When you're in the heart of a battle, you've got drivers in front, drivers behind. Often it's quite challenging to recognise a different class car is in the mix. You don't get blue flags, of course, because you're racing for track position. So very dangerous times for any GT3 trying to work their way through the field, as Malinovski riding on board through Cascades now. Beautiful shots on board the Alpine, I believe it is.
It is indeed. Yeah, and of course you have to sympathise a bit for the GT4 drivers if they've got the GT3 traffic getting past them, because they're in their own battle, they're in their own race. They don't want to have that compromised by getting out of the way for a GT3 car, because they could lose touch with the GT4 car they're fighting with, and it compromises their race. Now this is for 4th and 5th. Ben Green, there he is in the BMW, right on the back of Michael O'Brien, who didn't just shine in GT3 but also in historic racing at Goodwood at the Speed Weekend last year, and he is looking for a way to try to keep Ben Green at bay as they plunge downhill once again. Up front, Angus Fender is just stretching the lead gap slightly, 1.8 seconds now. Sam Neary there going through the shot. He runs 3rd in the Mercedes, and the gap is widening. He's dropping away slightly from the top 2, but it's game on for 4th. Michael O'Brien, 2nd generation racer. His dad, Mike O'Brien, single-seater racer, touring car racer. He's keeping Ben Green at bay. The top 6 still rounded out by Sandy Mitchell.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of field spread now, as you would expect from these GT3 drivers. All got very different experience and levels of practice and preparation for their virtual racing event that we're having today in the British GT Esports Championship. So a bit of field spread there, but somewhere with no field spread is GT4, as you would expect. All drivers very experienced in this sim, in this type of car, in this type of racing, and that battle continues on. But Ben Green very much looking like he's got the pace advantage over O'Brien in front of him, and we're getting closer, David. It's 46 minutes left on the clock. We're getting ever closer to that pit window, so Ben Green's got a bit of a conundrum ahead of him. Does he push and try and find a way past, or does he wait for strategy on pit window?
It is a good question, isn't it? I mean, right now you could argue that he's being delayed, so he needs to get out of that traffic. Danger is he then joins in the GT4 traffic, but in fairness, everybody has to take account of the traffic on their rejoin from the pit stop. So you might win, you might lose. It's all part of the gamble, all part of the strategy. As they're diving through the traffic is James Baldwin. Now the Lapri has started, so he's hustling on behind the race leader. The gap is up to 2.2 seconds, so Angus Fender looking really impressive right now, coping with the traffic very nicely. And look, James Baldwin being held up a little bit there. He's got to be bold, he's got to be brave around the outside at Island Bend, on the inside for Shell Oils. Through he goes, but all of that has cost him time. So Angus Fender, who came out of Ginetta Racing, GT5s and the Super Cup, that's Sam Neary in strife. Now he's got it wrong at Shell, and Sam Neary is going to lose a place or two. Yes, he has. He's going to drop back, isn't he, behind O'Brien and also Ben Green. So Sam Neary delayed in the GT4 traffic. That has compromised him, and he's gone now down to 5th place by my reckoning as the cars come over Hilltop. But that shows the perils of the traffic, doesn't it?
It does, exactly. It's such a difficult part. We see a little bit of contact between the GT3 and one of the GT4s. He's putting a lap on. That is O'Brien, I think it was, door to door. So, again, just shows you the field of view of the drivers in the cockpit is very, very restricted. It's very easy to lose positioning of where you are, unlike in the real world where you can quite literally turn your head and you can hear the spatial sound of cars around you. Much more difficult in a virtual space to know exactly at any one time where other cars are, and I think O'Brien can consider himself very lucky to have got away lightly from that bit of contact with a slower car.
He can, so we'll have another look at that. Let's just try and pinpoint what's been going on. This is Sam Neary, first of all, who tried to get up the inside of traffic and ended up cannoning off the Audi. Said that's why he was delayed. Slews across the road, and as he sorts himself out, loses 2 places then, and past him go both O'Brien and also then Ben Green. So that's how Sam Neary ended up in 5th place. This is his view as he tries to fight back down towards Isle of Bend, closing onto the GT4 traffic. Is he going to be able to find a way through here on the inside? The Camaro slides to one side, gets out of his way. Sam Neary takes track position, but he's lost quite a chunk of time, hasn't he, now, relative to Ben Green in the BMW, who, again, is absolutely stuck fast behind Michael O'Brien. He cannot get by.
Yeah, that fight between Green and O'Brien has turned out for the bottom step of the podium now. Now Neary's taking himself out of contention a little bit, and it seems like O'Brien is really the cork in the bottle at the moment. The BMW, chasing BMW, very much the faster of the 2 cars, and this is good news for Sam Neary. Although he's lost time in the incident, while those 2 continue to fight further afield, he can pull himself back into contention as Mortis Lorna now in 19th position in the GT4 McLaren, under significant pressure from Nils Naujok, still in the BMW behind. Naujok throws the car down the inside, not enough gap to get too wide, and this is incredible racing.
Naujok's all over him like a rash, isn't he, as they drop downhill, then heading in towards Cascades, but Moritz Lerner is just about fending him off, or is he? There's half a gap, but a BMW can be a wide old beast, and there wasn't quite room, even though I think Nils Naujok's probably breathed in there. He still couldn't squeeze up the inside, so you have the very rapid Lerner driver, in a sense, Moritz Lerner, keeping Nils Naujok's at bay. Chris Herker is catching up to them as well, so any moment Naujok's is going to have to go defensive, but he's on the attack here, coming out of Shell. How's the BMW got the grunt? Let's see. Paulie's got the inside. Is he going to get alongside him and make the move?
He's on the outside now for the chicane. Not quite enough room to run cars too wide through that corner. And Mortis Lerner, great driving to keep himself in the middle of the racetrack, not giving Naujok's enough room to make an overtake, but enough for fair racing. Chris Herker now trying to bag into this fire as well. So Naujok's has gone from the attacker to the defender in one fell swoop, which is exactly the kind of racing we expect in this GT4 classification. And Chris Herker in the Audi R8 LMS GT4 is the man on the move at the moment, but he's carrying with him a string of 3 other GT4 cars behind as a GT3 makes his way through. It's happening at all corners of this circuit, David.
And that's the race leader, is it not, trying to get through the traffic? That's Angus Fender, I think I'm right in saying it is. There is the recovering Sam Neary, then onto the back of Ben Green. So this is all quite interesting. So Ben Green losing touch now with Michael O'Brien, because he partly has lost time somewhere, but also he's losing more by going defensive against Neary. It is all happening right now around Alton Park as we get closer to the pit window. BMW versus Mercedes, drama at Old Hall, KTM off the road, and it's 41 that's in strife there. Igor Ogorodnikov then, the Lada Sport Rosneft car, gets collected, and there is mayhem coming out of Old Hall. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And Ogorodnikov eventually hits the button and heads for the pit lane, which at least clears the circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a sensible move from Ogorodnikov. It's a shame because he could have got back out on the track and still been in decent position, but he decides it's a bit of a danger sideways into T1, so escapes back to pit lane. Ogorodnikov will keep an eye on him. He may be able to return to the track after a short delay due to that return to pits, but very, very typical of Alton Park. We're riding now with Jack Lemmer in the Barwell Motorsports car, getting up close and personal with the traffic around.
So drama all the way, and we are 5 minutes or so off the pit window opening, as there is 67 then, Florian Hasse. Whoops, more drama, 2 cars off. One of them looks like Ryan Ratcliffe, so the Porsche is on the grass by the look of it, and Jack Lemmer is the other in the Lamborghini. Ooh, and he's about to get collected with that Tom Canning that arrived out of nowhere in the Aston Martin. So a rejoin. Yeah, that's going to get looked at, I would have thought. The incident itself and then the rejoin. So that's 3 more cars in strife heading up towards the right of Shell Oil's corner. That wasn't in the plot, was it? We weren't expecting that, Paul.
Everything's getting a bit happy hour now, isn't it? Everybody seems to be getting a little bit more ragged. The race started very sensible indeed, but as we're getting closer and closer to the pit window, people are starting to put things a bit further, closer to the edge of what is acceptable and not on track. And unfortunately, like I say, a bit of a dangerous rejoin there, collected the Aston Martin as well, which is entirely innocent in that manoeuvre. So a shame, but they will all live to fight another day, and there's still 39 minutes of racing left ahead of us, so plenty of time for things to filter out. And I'm just looking down the running order now, David, for Rognikov. He has indeed, I believe, returned to the circuit, but he is in position, well, he's still in pit lane, 31st at the moment. So whether we see a Rognikov again.
And there, Bobby Trundley has got himself involved with Sandy Mitchell and mayhem coming out of Old Hall. Trundley rejoins, and Michael O'Brien was involved in all of that, and he too is out of the race now. So there is Sandy Mitchell going off at Cascades. I fear he is not long for the race. You've got Ryan Ratcliffe in the pit lane, and all of these are with damage. These aren't routine stops. So 2 significant big incidents in quick succession. So that's hacked away at the order, and indeed the number of cars still running within GT3 as there. Ben Green has to go defensive to keep Sam Neary at bay, and also tries to get himself through the traffic. But we've lost Ratcliffe, we've lost O'Brien, and you see the importance of keeping out of trouble as there, a tap in the tail. Sam Neary says, come on, hurry up, I'm quicker than you, I was ahead earlier, get out of the way. Ben Green is not to be denied that 3rd place though, is he?
Yeah, very intense fighting at the front of the field, and this just goes to show Sam Neary we saw in difficulty a few laps ago, but he's got his head down, he's kept his car on the track, and the race is starting to come back to him as well. So this is a perfect example of just need to finish the race as neat as possible as a replay.
Right, let's try and piece together who did what to which and to whom here. I think this is the Ratcliffe-Lemmer incident, so have a look at the Porsche coming up now towards Island Bend. Ryan Ratcliffe delayed in traffic, and he goes to the outside, gets sideways, came across the road and collected Jack Lemmer. So Ryan Ratcliffe made a mistake. Jack Lemmer got involved in that. They cross over on the grass, try and rejoin, wait for the Aston Martin, boom. That was Tom Canning arriving. Jack Lemmer gets more damage, limps on. Canning gets out of the gravel, but that was 3 GT3 cars effectively eliminated in one fell swoop. Look at the traffic now, just ahead of Ben Green. He's got the GT3 recovering Porsche of Ryan Ratcliffe to get past. He's trying to keep a GT3 car at bay. This is all part and parcel of real world GT racing, isn't it? Managing the traffic and knowing who you're meant to be fighting against, Paul.
Yeah, that is often. It sounds simple in reality from us sat at home in the comfort of our desks looking on the monitor, but trying to know who you're fighting and where to push, where to be conservative, when you need to go for that gap and when you can afford to follow the car for the next couple of corners. That's an art form in itself, and this is an endurance race as such, but 60 minutes is not a long time in these cars. So again, you've got to take every opportunity as and when it comes through to you. You've seen an incident on lap 3 involving car 25 and 59, a drive-through penalty for car number 59, which is Andrew Watson in the Garage 59 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. So Watson drive-through penalty, not too big of a disadvantage at Alton Park. It is a fairly quick pit lane here at Alton, but still Watson disappointed, no doubt.
Yeah, the driver he was involved with was Adam Morgan, who is perhaps better known as a British Touring Car Championship race winner, but his team, the family team Sicily Motorsport, coming into GT4 of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship this season, and Adam keeping his hand in before he goes real world racing with exploits in sim racing. But it's a shame that he was delayed. I think we saw him in the gravel at Cascades quite early on in the race. However, in GT4, what is going on? Because Jack McIntyre remarkably still leads and he's up into 13th place overall. He's being a bit of a revelation here ahead of Luca Burke and then Florian Hauser next up within the GT4 fight. The pit window is about to open. Now this might explain why we lost Michael O'Brien. He got a tickle from behind, didn't he, by Ben Green, and around went the McLaren, and then bang, he harpoons, wow, Sandy Mitchell, who gets airborne, and Mitchell took Trundley with him, and Trundley gets hit by others, and that was quite some moment. That's reminiscent in some ways of the Hunter Abbott Ginetta accident at Alton Park many years ago without the flames, but that was a sizable one at that part of the circuit. So that explains why we lost quite a chunk of the GT3 contingent there, but those that are still racing have now just over 34 3/4 minutes to sort themselves out, and a lot can shake out of this race yet, Paul.
It can indeed, and the pit window is now open. So to clarify, for those of you at home, pit window is 10 minutes in length. It is open now. You can see at the top of your screen in the little white box with green on either side, that's the countdown for when the pit window closes. Every car must go down pit road during this period, must stop, must take on at a minimum 1 litre of fuel, and they can decide what they wish to do with tyres. Do they keep the boots on that they started the race, or do they want to change tyres at pit stop? They can also decide if they want to repair any damage as well. But of course, the more work you do on your car, the longer that you're stationary in pit lane as well. So a bit of a strategic decision from our drivers. And just while we're doing a little bit of clearing up, while we've got a moment's breathing space in this race, if you look to the left hand side of your screen at the timing stack, just to clarify for those of you at home that are maybe not too familiar, you can distinguish between GT3 and GT4 on the timing screen by the little purple tick in the corner of where the number is. So Jack McIntyre, 13th place, number 37, has the little purple marker on. That signifies GT4. So Jack McIntyre, the leader of our GT4 class. And then the little number in orange next to it says whether they've completed their mandatory pit stop or not. So a number 1 means it's still got 1 to go. The green means pit stops, all done and done. There's Neil Nalyuk's David looking all over the back of the McLaren ahead.
And he might be able to make a move here because the McLaren of Moritz Lerner gets a little bit crossed up. Yes, talking about those pit stops, Jody Fannin has just served his. Now, Andrew Watson has been credited with serving a pit stop, but I just wonder whether that was his drive-through. Might need to have another look at seeing whether he makes 2 stops over the course of the race, Andrew Watson. But Lerner versus Nalyuk, again, you get an impression here, Paul, don't you, of how difficult it can be to overtake around Alton Park. Nalyuk's top draw sim racer, but he cannot find a way past Lerner, and he's been trying so to do for many, many laps. Can he prise open the door at Lodge Corner? Again, no is the answer. Somehow that McLaren just fends off the BMW, and so now Nalyuk says, forget it, I'm going for the pit lane, get this mandatory stop out of the way, and around there goes a Ginetta, I fear.
Yep. Wise move by Nalyuk there. Get down pit lane, get out of the battle, stop losing time, get that stop served, and hope that you come out in a little bit of clean air on track, as we're seeing the Aston in the background dive down pit lane as well. And that's a good move from Nalyuk. He knows he's got the natural speed in the car. If he can be good on his outlap, then he'll be able to move. He'll be able to move up the field naturally. As I'm hearing in our ear now, David, that Watson has done his drive-through and his mandatory pit stop as well. So Watson out on circuit, 10th position at the moment, 3rd, 4th of those that have made a pit stop.
And Jody Fannin in the Ferrari is the leading pit stopper. Now, I noticed a moment ago that Sam Neary was being shown as having a drive-through next to his name. But there it is, confirmed. It's a drive-through penalty to car 8 because it was the incident that involved 49 Samir Abrahami on lap 10. So Sam Neary being given a drive-through for contact, so that's going to drop him out of contention as well. You see there going through Chris Hooker in the GT4 Audi in the sort of pseudo Gulf colours as he climbs the hill. There is Neary with that Damocletian drive-through still hanging over him. And 1 or 2 of the drivers that have now retired from the race in the chat talking about driving standards, which is perhaps not a surprise. It has been a somewhat, how can I put this, fractious opening to the race, but I'm sure that will be addressed ready for the second round of the British GT Esports Championship as we approach half distance. And increasingly now, the drivers have to factor in this pit stop, don't they?
They do indeed. We're seeing 1 or 2 drivers down pit road. We saw James Baldwin from 2nd position make an earlier stop than the race leader. So Baldwin will be looking again to try and find a little bit pace that he's been missing so far in that McLaren GT3. So he'll be hopeful of a bit of clear racetrack ahead of him. And naturally, with a pit window and different strategies, we'll get a little bit of field spread at this stage in the race. So there will be cars like Luca Burke that we're looking at in GT4, in the Porsche Cayman, that have got nobody in front or behind. These strategies will converge as we go down. But now we're seeing, I think there's a damaged McLaren. That's Florian Hasse racing through the field. So a few cars as well carrying damage. And David, this is the time of the stage in the race where as a driver, it's often a little bit confusing, isn't it, as to where exactly you're going to shake out in the overall scheme of things.
But this is, I just love long distance racing and pit stop races because there is so much to shake out of them. You've got Jody Fannin as an early pit stop, and now we've also had James Baldwin serve his stop. So he's dropped down from second place, but he's still ahead of Jody Fannin. So Baldwin is the leading pit stopper. Fannin, of course, now is being compromised. So he's stuck in the traffic. These two are having their own battle. It's Florian Hauser just ahead of Maxime Battifoulier, who finally allows the quicker Ferrari to go by. Now Florian Hauser will come under attack from the GT3 car, but they're having their own race, much as Jody Fannin is, and Jody dives for the inside at Druids. That was a good, clean pass, wasn't it? That's how it can be done.
Yeah, very decisive. That's the key, I think, isn't it? You see an opportunity, you show the car nice and early what you intend to do, and then you pull off the move without any kind of dramatics or sideways action. So great driving from Fannin and everybody else as well to give him the space he needs in order to do that one. And you mentioned that some of the drivers that have retired are complaining about driving standards. We have to remember, this is the first race of the season. Alton Park is a vitally difficult racetrack at the best of times, and we've got a bunch of drivers that are coming into this with perhaps less experience than is ideal in this kind of racing environment. So all things considered, I'm been quite impressed with what I've seen out on circuit so far.
Now, one driver that's not impressed is Egor Ogorodnikov. We saw the KTM off the road. He was given a helping hand into that by Arthur Camara, and Camara is being given a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. Ooh. So Arthur Camara, who was the winner, you might recall, of the Monza esports charity race, the very first SRO esports race at the back end of March last year, he's being given a 10-second stop-go penalty. So a big disappointment for Arthur Camara, another of the G2 team drivers, so he will tumble down the order accordingly. Pit window open for only another 3 minutes. Now you'll notice from the timing tower that Angus Fender has also stopped and he has retained his race lead. This is Jack McIntyre, who has lost his GT4 advantage now to Niels Naujoks, because Naujoks is ahead of him. So Jack Mack, who led the first stint, had a slower stop, and there the BMW, one car but one up the road, is the target. So suddenly the complexion in GT4 changes absolutely, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and he's firmly in the heart of traffic as well. So this is going to be critical times. The tyres are going to be cold. The brakes are going to be relatively cold compared to their ideal operating temperature out on circuit. So the car's probably at its most vulnerable it will be at any stage in the race, and trying to keep your head, trying to position yourself through the traffic, give enough space, because of course if you don't give space to the faster GT3s after so many corners, you're likely to attract a penalty from the stewards as well for not respecting blue flags. Very, very tense time for every driver on the circuit at the moment. And McIntyre, 18th position at this moment in time, but he needs to get a wiggle on if he wants to maintain his overall classification position.
Look at this traffic diving downhill. Replay here of contact. That was Florian Hauser getting involved with the BMW. Was that the Ben Green BMW? Couldn't see, I'm afraid, but both rejoined, albeit somewhat delayed. So, more contact as they rejoin. Crikey, I hope the race director wasn't expecting an early night after all of this. He's got a lot of things to keep looking at, I suspect. So the results, when we get to the end of the race, all will have to have that word provisional in front of them. Right, this is Naujoks, and he is now, in fact, second himself in GT4, because it is the Alpine, is it not now, of Maciej Malinowski that has got ahead. So Malinowski, then Naujoks, and then Jack McIntyre. That is the new top three, so a really different complexion.
Yes, all change in GT4 as we've seen a stop-go penalty applied to Lemmer now. So Jack Lemmer's got a stop-and-go penalty, 30 seconds, which is a significant time loss at any circuit at Alton Park as well. Such a short lap here at Alton Park in these cars. We're going 3 wide now, David. Whoa!
They just about got away with that. Yeah, Jack Lemmer and also Ryan Ratcliffe being given a 30-second stop-go penalty for the incident at Island Bend early on. You might recall that was the one that did for Tom Canning. So here they come down towards Lodge Corner. This is the GT4 lead you're looking at. So you've got the Alpine of Malinowski just ahead of the BMW of Naujoks, whereas Jack McIntyre, number 37 Porsche, is a bit stuck in traffic further back down the road, and he needs to get a wriggle on, because now there is another of the McLarens to worry about. In fact, he's fourth in the class, isn't he? Because Moritz Lerner has got ahead of him as well. So I'm intrigued to know what has happened to McIntyre, having done such a good job in the first stint. Was it a slow pit stop, or did he do something in terms of repairing anything. Well, he lost 2 seconds, we understand, in that pit stop, taking on more fuel, maybe, or something more sinister. Who knows? We'll find out post-race, I'm sure, but that 2 seconds has really done for Jack McIntyre, hasn't it?
It has indeed, and just going back for a moment to this fight between Nils Naujoks and Malinowski ahead of him, we suggested that Naujoks had the pace in the BMW, but he just needed to find a way to unlock it to clear the traffic ahead of him. And already we've seen Naujoks put in a few fast laps very quickly, attached himself to the rear of the Alpine ahead. So Luca Berg is our GT4 classification leader in the Porsche. Nils Naujoks, though, is the man on the move, David, and he's trying every trick in the book. I feel sorry for Naujoks. He spent the entirety of the first half of the race trying to find some space. It's Ben Green going slowly through T1, so Green must have had a bit of a pirouette through Old Hull Corner, and that's pretty... Oh, he's off again. This is difficult for Ben Green.
That's not a happy car, is it? He's had a couple of incidents, I think, so Ben Green has got a problem. That was Adam Morgan in the Sicily Merc getting up and past him, and Jody Fannin goes through. Now, Jody Fannin, look at this, quietly getting on with the job, keeping out of trouble. He's up into 3rd place. Now, granted, he's got quite a lot of real estate to make up before he can attack anybody else up the road, but Jody Fannin's doing a really impressive job out of all of this, as there, Mashish Malinowski comes over the line. Yes, apologies to Luca Berg. I'd rather ignore him. So the Porsche does lead GT4. So this is for second. Malinowski versus Naujoks, then Lerner, and then McIntyre. So sadly, the more we find in GT4, the worse it looks for Jack Mack, because there he is a long way down now.
He is indeed. And Luca Burt, there you see at the front of the shot, and the chasing second place fight behind. So still tight, still very, very tight on track for GT4s. We're looking at Rodriguez in the KTM now, trying to go round the outside of Will Tregurtha. No, it's not Tregurtha, it's Samir Ibrahimi in the Audi. Doesn't do it, runs out of road a little bit, and that opens the door for the bright yellow BMW as well. So these cars all as one at the opening portion of the lap. And very intense times, a GT3 car in the mix as well, so we have to get out of the way, does Rodriguez, to allow the GT3 pass. But this just goes to show, doesn't it, David, exactly how intense these drivers are fighting for every last position in their category. The fight for first is just as intense as the fight for 20th down the running order. It's just that we see more of them on camera at the front of the field, and a great display of talent, isn't it?
Absolutely right, and it's been an action-packed race as we rather expected. Now, this might explain why Ben Green was struggling, when he got it wrong at Old Hall. Does he hit anything, or does he get hit by anybody? Let's see. Gus Burton, his teammate, goes by. So he rejoins. That's why we saw the car slow coming towards us, but then he was off again at Cascades. Ben Green is still circulating. Now, so too, of course, is James Baldwin, who runs second. And there, look, the gap is coming down again against Angus Fender. So it is just over 1 second. And right now, you've got to say that Baldwin looks the quicker of the two. It was 1 second at the start of the lap, and it's half a second at the completion of the last timing point on the next lap. Here they come. Break the beam now over the timing line. It's down to 0.3 of a second. And Ben Green now gets a drive-through penalty. So if you manage to keep the clerk of the course sweet, the race director on side, you're going to be okay out of this. But right now then, you've got Fender versus Baldwin battling for the race lead, and if they hold themselves up, Jody Fannin might be able to get a bit closer, but he's a long way back. So drive-through penalty for Ben Green. The incident involved Michael O'Brien. We saw that coming out of Old Hall early on, remember. So here is the lead battle, BMW versus McLaren. It takes us back, Paul, to lap 1, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It's taken a while for James Baldwin to come alive in that McLaren, but alive he certainly is now, all over the back of the BMW. Traffic in the mix as well, and this is James Baldwin's moment. This is his time to use all his virtual racing experience. I'm sure he's set his car up as well to be stronger in the second half of the race, and this is going to be a fight to the death between Fender and Baldwin at the front of the field, I feel.
Well, they've got through the traffic, but you saw how that delayed James Baldwin for a moment as the cars now power up Clay Hill. 20 minutes to go, so we're just about to nudge into the last third of the race. And because Baldwin was delayed, so the BMW gets away. But we knew that traffic was going to be key to all of this, and there's more evidence of it right there. So Fender, Baldwin, and then Jody Fannin, who is over half a minute back. Remember, he was not really part of that leading group early on, but he's kept out of trouble. He's bought position. Johnny Adam will go fourth at the expense of Ben Green with his drive-through next time around, as the leaders will power their way past the pits. Moritz Lerner goes through and turns into Old Hall, keeping Jack McIntyre in the Porsche Cayman, the 718 iteration of the Cayman GT4 Club Sport, right there behind him. And through all the traffic is the recovering Jack Lemmer. So this is 4 position, and Lemmer goes through, does he? Yeah, gets himself ahead there. First of Naujoks, then of Malinowski. So the GT3 Lamborghini for Barwell Motorsport powers through.
And that opens up the door now for Nils Naujoks to have another little nibble at the back of that Alpine for the lead for second place, in GT4. Luca Burke just ahead of these fighting cars, trying to get as much space, as much free air as he possibly can between himself and the chasing pack. But Naujoks looks like a man who's very much on a mission. He just needs a few clean laps. No GT3s in the mix to really put the effort in against that second position car as we're riding. McIntyre now going slowly again, passed by a GT3.
Well, absolutely, and those are the leaders of GT3, and they are about to get up to Naujoks. So when you said he didn't have to worry about GT3 cars, you're absolutely right, but they're that quick, they're right with him now, and look at this for the race lead. Baldwin tries to get round the outside of Fender, 2 wheels on the lawn, he's going to do it, is he? He's got the inside for Druids, but he's done it, fantastic move. James Baldwin then goes through, grabs the race lead, and straight away he's got to defend from Angus Fender. He's got to attack to get past the GT4 traffic. He gets past Naujoks, he gets past Malinowski down towards Lodge Corner. Fender is right there with him. So James Baldwin is the race leader once more. And look at this, straight away he's got an advantage of about 2 lengths out of Deer Leap. That was great driving, wasn't it?
Absolutely sensational stuff. And Nils Naujoks now around the outside of the Alpine, not quite enough space, tries to do the cutback, doesn't have enough of a run in the BMW, but Nils Naujoks wanting to make a position change, coming down through the avenue into Denton's on the outside line. Be careful not to run the car off the racetrack at this point. Masinowski tries it himself. And yeah, David, this is why we love endurance racing. We love multi-class racing. Sensational driving for the race lead for James Baldwin.
And everybody's in a battle pretty much. Everywhere you look right now, there's something going on. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th within GT4. There is Moritz Lerner, who is trying to go back ahead of Nils Naujoks. So Naujoks was trying to attack the Alpine, remember, and he's about to lose out, is he? Moritz Lerner goes back ahead of him, and Naujoks gets all squirrely going into Britain's. That puts Jack McIntyre in a position where he can challenge coming over the brow of the hill. Chris Hooker is right there behind them as well. So epic racing this. Tom Canning's GT3 Aston, the purple car in the background, tries to wriggle its way through the mix. He gets past Hurker. McIntyre wasn't quite able to make a move against Naujoks, but Niels has spent the first stint looking for a way past Lerner. Finally, he did it on the pit stops, and one tiny error, and the McLaren's back ahead of him.
Incredible. It just goes to show exactly how close this field is, how fast these drivers are. They're all very much at the top of their game in these cars on this circuit. They'll have put thousands of laps worth, maybe thousands are dramatic, but certainly hundreds of laps worth of practice in to be ready for this event. And now York's gone from the attacker to now the defender, and he'll be beating his virtual steering wheel as we look at a replay, David.
A replay of Ryan Ratcliffe's Porsche to the inside, and does he run out of road there? Well, he gets a little bit of a help from Andrea Capoccia, and Capoccia in turn then gets the squeeze against, was that Gus Burton? So that all kicked off at Hislops, and it finished at Knickerbrook, the old Knickerbrook corner, and it was Capoccia, who was a race winner in the SRO GT Esports Championship last year, who came off worse, and he rejoins. Right. We've still got 16 minutes to go, so anything can yet happen. And now Yock's here under attack from the Porsche. That's the car in the hands of Jack McIntyre, the Zancho Rocket SimSport entry that led GT4 early on. The class now being led by his teammate, Luca Burke. They do share drives in certain sim races, but here they've got a car each. And Jack McIntyre, having dominated the first part of the race, now finds himself having to do the hard yards and get back ahead if he can, but it's not looking easy for him. And right now, Naujoks is keeping him at bay.
He is indeed, but Naujoks looks like he's struggling a little bit compared to the speed that we saw in that black BMW earlier on. So whether he's carrying a little bit of damage, whether he's hurt his tyres in the last few laps, in the hard fights and the challenges that Nils Naujoks seems to be permanently involved in this race, I'm not quite sure, but the upshot is Nils Naujoks 16th overall, 1, 2, 3, 4th in class, seems to be under a little bit of pressure from McIntyre, which gives a bit of breathing space to the cars ahead of them to try and sort themselves out as we flash back to Angus Fender now. He's a driver that has not given up on this fight for first place, has he? Fender still glued to the back of James Baldwin, so Baldwin not quite escaping like we predicted he would be.
No, you're absolutely right. So James Baldwin, I mean, that might be because the BMW is well suited to Alton Park. It might be that, of course, James Baldwin keeps finding the traffic, but we'll keep an eye to whether that gap is going to grow when there is the rare occasion for James Baldwin to be able to really get the right foot down and stretch the legs of the McLaren. But Angus Fender, you've got to say, he's keeping him on it. And look at that, he gets a really good run out of the chicane at Britain's, and there's contact down towards Hislops. Fender is ahead of him, but he's off the road, catches the slide, sideways, bang, more contact, back into the lead goes Baldwin. So Angus Fender tried to make the move, a little bit of a rub between the two of them. The order as they come out the other side of Knickerbrook, the same as when they were coming down towards Hislops. But that, I suspect, is going to get looked at from race control. But that was just two drivers going for the same bit of real estate, hard racing, and something had to give.
You could almost hear the collective intake of air from our viewers during that contact. Both drivers exceptionally fortunate to not be compromised more than they ended up being. But the upshot is James Baldwin now at the front of the field once again. Angus Fender once again back into second position. But that was a little bit untidy from both. But fortunately, they live to fight another day with 13 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Remember, no pit stops. Everybody's served their mandatory pit stop now. So this is going to be a fight to the death. There's another replay here, David.
So this takes us back to Hislops and the battles between BMWs and KTMs. And the KTM is Manuel Rodriguez sideways, bounces off the Ginetta and exits stage left into the gravel. Right, now, I slightly hesitate to ask you this, Paul, because there's so much going on track. But when we're looking at all of this in a real world or as a viewer of a sim race like this, we can see blue flags, we can see yellow flags. How do the drivers get that information in a sim? Because obviously they don't have the same perspective that we do.
They don't indeed. So just like in the real world, they've got an LCD display on their cockpit that will flash up different flag status and maybe a little bit of information about what the car is doing, tyre temperatures and pressures and your ratios and your different strategic moves. We go to a replay for a second. So this is Baldwin and the BMW, David.
It is. So Angus Fender got a really good drive, all the grunt, powering him out of the chicane. Side by side, a little bit of a nudge, so Fender is compromised, can't brake, can't slow the car down, scrabbles across the grass, but that's the real impact. As he slides sideways, he catches James Baldwin again, so it's going to get looked at. Was there any malice in that contact? Don't think so, just a racing incident between the two, for my opinion, but we'll wait and see what the race director thinks.
And what's going on? Fender was a little bit fortunate for that secondary contact with Baldwin, because that pointed the BMW back in the right direction again.
True.
As I think Fender was about to do a 360. So intense moments at the top of the time. But just to go back to your earlier question, they've got a display in their cockpit that shows them the flag status, and also they will have a virtual flag, so to speak, pop up in the top corner of the screen as well. So there are a couple of indications, but just like any good racing driver, eyes forward, very often it's difficult to miss these things on the periphery of the screen.
True enough, right, so that explains it. If you're watching sim racing for the first time and you're wondering how it all pans together for drivers in this virtual world, there down towards Lodge Corner comes Johnny Adam. Now he has been caught by Ben Green, Ben having served his drive-through, and he is hunting him down. Further down the order in 26th place overall is Alexandre Herbigno in the Nesquik Speed Mercedes. It's another of the GT4 cars, and he's squabbling with the Audi, the recovering Audi of Samir Ebrahimi. So again, we keep making the point, but pretty much everybody has got a playmate, somebody to battle against.
They have. And just to remind everybody at home very, very quickly, while this fight continues, Ebrahimi trying to go to the inside, which will become the outside for the next corner. No room there. So Ebrahimi still positioning that beautifully striking Audi behind the back of the AMG Mercedes. The top 10 will score points in each category. The top 10 finishers in GT4 will automatically be invited to the next races. Once again, we see another replay. This is a GT3 battle.
It is. mixed in with the traffic in GT4. That's Ben Green getting into the back. Oh, that was pretty uncompromising, getting into the back of the Arthur Camera BMW, I think that might have been. Certainly shovels that out of the way. So I fear that Ben, having already had one drive-through, might be on for another for that, because that was the kind of thing you might expect at Ipswich, Vauxhall Stadium for the National Banger World Final. That wasn't really a GT4 move. Anyway, back to the plot, and it remains Baldwin versus Fender for the race lead. This is Ben Green, who is fifth, and he's coming up behind Johnny Adam then, who turns his way through Druids, but the 4 times British GT champion, you've got to say right now, Paul, he's under huge pressure from Ben Green in the BMW, isn't he?
He is indeed, but Johnny Adams kind of come from nowhere. Great job to find himself in 4th position. Kind of been a little bit unassuming during the course of this race. Kept himself to himself, stayed out of trouble, not really been in the heart of any of the fights that we've seen on screen so far. And lo and behold, with 9.5 minutes left on the clock as it goes a little bit grass tracking, cuts the Alton Park, the immaculate Alton Park lawns at T1. Johnny Adams doing a great job in 4th position, but Ben Green, the man that we saw making space for himself, shall we say, earlier on, very much wants to liberate that 4th place from the Johnny Adam 99 Aston.
Johnny Adam, you're right, up into 4th place. Trouble is that he's lost a massive amount of time. He's the best part of a minute adrift because of being further down and losing time early on in the race by defending. So a few of the drivers, you could argue, have gained places by others having their own problems, and that elevates them. But of course, come the end of 5 rounds, the points scored are what counts for the championship. So this might all be crucial for Johnny. He knows how to win championships in British GT. As off the road has gone Gus Burton. Again, that was down at Knickerbrook, and he rejoins, but has lost many, many places. Right, this is 4th. Adam versus Green. Johnny Adam ahead of Ben Green. It is the Beach Dean Aston just ahead of the Century BMW. This could be anybody's with now only 8.5 minutes to go. Time has flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been incredible. An absolutely fitting opening to the British GT Esports Championship, the first SRO Esports Series here for the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. And this fight, just to be clear to everybody at home, 4th place is worth 12 points. 5th is worth 10. So Ben Green is fighting for that extra 2 points. We've seen Green is not afraid to be a little bit aggressive with his rivals out on track. So what does Johnny Adam do? Does he play safe, concede the place and lose 2 points? Or does he fight and risk losing a whole lot more should they get involved with each other out on circuit? What would you do, David? What's your call?
I think I'd keep trying to hang on to my position, but we'll wait and see what pans out. The other thing to bear in mind for 4th place is you don't carry weight into the next round. Top 3 in each class do carry ballast, so we've been making the point that these drivers have dropped a chunk of time. As you see the GT4 Moritz Lerner McLaren facing the wrong way at Shell, but by being out of the top 3 you have a lighter car, arguably a more competitive car, going into the next race. Now of course in the real world you get pit stop penalties, extra time spent in the pits, but in our esports British GT Championship it is ballast factored into the game. As Johnny Adam rattles over the curb, gets sideways, gets collected and gets tipped off the road. Around he goes. So Ben Green, having a checkered race, gets involved with Johnny Adam, who then gets hit up the back by Ryan Ratcliffe. So that gives Johnny yet more woe. It means that Sam Neary will go past him, and Johnny Adam eventually does get going with quite a lot of damage now on the rear of that Aston Martin, and that is not going to be an easy car for the remaining 7 minutes.
Yeah, that's a very big shame for Johnny Adam, and exactly what we were saying earlier on. Do you hold on and take a risk, or do you let it go and bank the points? Yes, banking points is a boring thing to do in the first round of the season, but eyes on the prize and all that good stuff. And sadly for Johnny Adam, that one did not quite work out. A small mistake, so easy to make on this circuit with big, big consequences. Now, as we're looking back once again at the GT4 fighting, the striking, I forgot what car it is. Audi, there we go. He's in there somewhere. We'll keep picking till we find a gear. In the striking Audi of Chris Hockett in 18th position, chasing down McIntyre, who's been in the thick of everything so far.
So let's have a look at this replay. That's Adam Morgan, who got involved with Moritz Lerner. We saw Lerner off the road. Wow, he got there quite spectacularly, and he got drilled by the Cayman as well. But Adam Morgan's GT3 Mercedes was involved in all of that. Moritz Lerner tries to get going again. Is there a gap in the traffic? He waits. Oh, and there's Adam Morgan. So having been tipped off the road by Adam, again, almost banger racing style, he aims for him, gives him a head on, and the two of them rejoin. Well, Adam's from touring car racing. He's used to hard knocks. That won't faze him. So 5 3/4 minutes to go, and it remains James Baldwin who leads here, 2.1 seconds ahead of Angus Fender. I suspect it is fair to say drivers might well be read the Riot Act about driving standards in general before the next round, but you can't argue with the fact that it has been a very lively race thus far.
Yeah, it's been incredibly entertaining, and I know we're not quite at the checkered flag yet, and this is an incredibly difficult question to ask in any circumstance. But David, who would you say has been your driver of the day from the competitors that we've seen out on circuit so far?
I'm tempted to go with Angus Fender because I know he's not leading at the moment. He probably led more laps than anybody else, actually. But I think taking the battle to sim racing gun driver James Baldwin and coming within a whisker of a win. Whoops, Sam Neary's got it wrong at Druids. I think he's very commendable of Angus Fender. So out of GT3 alone, he would be my star. Johnny Adam here is being reeled in now by Morgan Short, who will have been given huge amounts of guidance, I'm sure, by his father Martin, which means that Martin can't help himself. Mainstay of British GT for many, many seasons, having come out of Formula First and Metro Turbos and Rovers into GT racing. Martin Short and Morgan, who's been racing with the MG Car Club of late, is right there on the back of Johnny Adam as they plunge downhill with 4 minutes and change on the clock. Let's have another replay. Now, this was Johnny Adam being turfed off the road by Ben Green, and it all started with Johnny getting crossed up. Then there was the contact, and off he went. Now, your thoughts then, Paul, on a driver of the day? What do you reckon?
I think that's a really good shout. I think Angus Fender has thoroughly impressed me. As you say, he's up against drivers like James Baldwin that have got so much more experience in the virtual world, and a fabulous drive. And so far, Fender only 2.5 seconds away from that race lead, so still broadly in the fight for the championship lead. And in terms of our GT4s, Luca Burke, it's got to go to Luca Burke. Yeah. Very unassuming in the Porsche, not seen much of him on track, kept himself to himself. I'm a fan of a driver, Alan Prost-like, that can just go out there, get the job done, make no noise, and then suddenly pick a trophy up to everybody's surprise at the end. So great driving, but to be fair, I think the true winner of everything today has got to be the spectators, because we've had an absolute barnstormer, and there's still 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. I could do with another hour of this. Fabulous stuff.
Yes, can we have longer races, please, in Season 2? Down they come. Of course, the real world British GT Championship has this mix of 2 1-hour races or a 2-hour race, and there's the 3 hours at Silverstone. As here, look, Johnny Adam has to go defensive to try to fend off Morgan Short as they come across the line. So the Aston Martin 5th, the 6th placed Morgan Short McLaren, so wanted to say Mosler there, comes out of Old Hall, nose to tail they plunge downhill, and the Aston just ahead, just under 3 minutes to go. This is going to be tough for Johnny, I think, because we know that his car is compromised after earlier contact, and the McLaren of Morgan Short is right there behind him, set to make a move. I think, yep, there he is, hidden under the rear wing. They dive down through the left at Island Bend, and there's a car on the grass up the road ahead, which could turn ugly. Yes, it does, and Johnny Adam had nowhere to go, and that eliminates Short as well. Major drama. Johnny Adam gets nailed by the Chevrolet. It's all kicked off going towards Shell Oil's corner, and I think the real casualty out of all of that was Morgan Short. He was badly delayed. Andrew Watson got involved, and Johnny Adam is off again with damage, and the car does not want to turn. Oh, crikey. Just about avoided yet more contact. That is not an easy car to cope with, and there are now incidents having to be reviewed post-race because there isn't enough time for the officials to have a look at everything with 2 minutes to go.
Is it safe to open my eyes yet? Because as soon as that started to happen, I closed them, and I'm going to open them again to see what the end result is. Wow, that was some incredible scenes, and it's a shame that's taken the sting out of the tail now, because Morgan Short was very much a man trying to fight past Johnny Adam. He has the position in the end, but would like to have seen that resolved out on the circuit. And Sam Neary, after being facing every direction possible during this race, is now up the inside into the final corner, makes the position stick. So Sam Neary incredibly moves up to 5th position, having been at the heart of pretty much anything that's borderline dramatic during this race, and now the Mercedes is 5th.
And he's had a drive-through as well, has he not? Right, last lap of the race then for James Baldwin. He's actually shaken off Angus Fender, and that incident we saw between the two of them a few laps ago is going to be reviewed post-race. So the officials are going to have a look to see if anybody was at fault, or whether, as we felt, it was a racing incident, but it will be looked at the very end of the race. Let's hope that doesn't affect the result because it's always better to have the winner, the person you see, take the checkered flag first. In the meantime, James Baldwin, look, he's about to lap Morgan Short, so he's lapped up to 6th place, and Angus Fender falling away. That gap has gone up to 6.4 seconds, so that does suggest the BMW picked up quite a bit of damage in that clash down at Hislops. So, on the last lap, there on the inset picture is James Baldwin coming over the hilltop. Paul, it has been quite a start to our 2021 British GT esports season, hasn't it?
Exactly as excited as we hoped it would be and more. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and we've still got plenty more to go, so brilliant driving from everybody.
So James Baldwin it is who leads the way as he climbs up the hill. He won here in the real world last year on his British GT debut, and he's going to win our first esports race as well. Angus Fender chasing home, somewhat distant, and then Jody Fannin, who was the first GT3 driver to stop and really benefited partly from that, partly from all the dramas around him, diving down towards Lodge Corner. Checkered flag is at the ready, and so it is going to be honours in the first British GT esports championship race to James Baldwin. Then the McLaren of Team Rocket RJN comes across the line to win at Alton Park. James Baldwin is victorious. Angus Fender comes through for 2nd place. Great drive by Angus. We'll find out in a few moments, I hope, about any damage that was picked up which may have compromised the pace at the end. And you can see how far ahead of the opposition they were, because there at Hislops, only now to Knickerbrook, goes Jody Fannin in the 3rd placed Ferrari, the JMW Motorsport entry. And then for 4th place behind, Ben Green is hanging on to position for the moment, but the BMW is looking ever more battle-scarred, isn't it? The bonnet is up. If the air gets under that, it's going to start to prise open even more. So Ben Green has to temper his pace here to get to the end, but this is all heart-in-mouth stuff, Paul, isn't it?
It is. Ben Green struggling across the line as Jody Fannin crosses in 3rd position for Ferrari, so a great drive for Fannin, but look how much he's struggling. His Green can't get the car turned in. The GT4s are taking his way past as well. Ben Green, heart-in-mouth times for him.
So he's got half a lap or so to go. There is Luca Berg, who is on target to win GT4. And again, we'll try and have his thoughts post-race. 14th place overall in the Porsche 718 Cayman, the car operated by the Zansho Rocket SimSports squad. So Luca Berg wins in GT4. Really good drive by Luca. Over the line he goes. And here is the fight to be 2nd in GT4, where it is just Malinowski ahead of Naujoks. Nose to tail at the end as they were for the race. And Ben Green did survive for 4th place, just ahead of Sam Neary, as the drivers hit the escape button a little bit keen in 1 or 2 cases. And not only have we had a great way to end a Sunday with a fabulous GT race, but the stewards are in for a long night, I suspect, looking at all that evidence. So keep an eye on the British GT esports social media, because there's going to be a lot more, I think, to shake out of this before we get a confirmed result. But wow, what a start to a championship. Well done, James Baldwin. Might have been out-qualified, but in the end he won by 7.7 seconds. Proof, if it were needed, that he is still as good in the sim world as the real world. And as the drivers then confirm the result, James Baldwin the winner from Angus Fender in 2nd, Jody Fannin 3rd, Ben Green 4th ahead of Sam Neary and Morgan Short, Andrew Watson 7th, then Bobby Trundley 8th after his woes, Johnny Adam 9th after his woes, Tom Canning 10th after his, you're ahead of me, Sandy Mitchell 11th ahead of his teammate Jack Lemmer, Gus Burton 13th, and then 14th was Luca Berg to win in GT4 ahead of Mashish Malinowski, and 3rd in GT4 was Niels Naujoks. But wow, drama from the very first corner to the very last, as drama aplenty went through our opening British GT Esports Championship race. So fingers crossed we'll get 1 or 2 of the drivers to hear the thoughts from post-race, but that was a race full of drama. And as we've been saying throughout, 1 or 2 of the drivers that were eliminated complaining about driving standards, but it certainly gave us plenty to talk about. And actually that battle between James Baldwin and Angus Fender was a very impressive one. It's a shame there was, Paul, that incident at Hislops, but both of them had driven that apart really well, haven't they?
Yeah, the fabulous driving from both, and I think it really bodes well for the championship in its entirety. I had a fear coming into this series that, as you rightly say, James Baldwin, former world's fastest gamer, an incredibly talented GT3 racer in the real world as well. There's kind of a bit of a danger, wasn't there, heading into the season, that Baldwin would walk away with this championship without really much of a challenge from the rest of the grid. But although he's taken the 25 points for race victory, it wasn't an easy victory by any stretch of the imagination. And Angus Fender came out of the blocks with plenty of speed, plenty of aggression. So I'm very excited to see how this shakes out at Snetterton and for the remainder of the season as well. It's not going to be a James Baldwin show. I think it's going to be quite a few drivers in there with a good chance. And one race down, that's a race distance experience under their belts as well. So everybody should be all the stronger for it, I would think.
And, of course, we go to the next round with James Baldwin now having to carry the ballast as well. So the car will become 30 kilos heavier. So, you'd say it's not been a James Baldwin benefit thus far. Well, it might not be at Snetterton because with an even heavier McLaren, that's something else to factor in. So, it's going to be very interesting indeed.
And it's interesting with the ballast, David, as well, just to make it clear to the folks at home. This is not a ballast for anybody driving a McLaren. This is specific to the top three drivers. So 30 for P1, 15 kilograms for P2, and 10 for P3. So although the McLaren, in the hands of James Baldwin, has proven itself to be a fast car, it's still going to be a fast car for the other drivers as well. As I'm just hearing in my ear now that we've got our GT4 race winner, Luca Burke, to speak to. Luca, first and foremost, wow, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic result in GT4, our race winner. Does that feel good then? How does that feel to have an SRO Esports Championship race and 25 points in your pocket?
Oh man, great would be quite an understatement. It feels amazing. I was really, let's say, nervous coming into this because it's quite a step up when it comes to the kind of racing I usually do. So yeah, to be here not only on the podium but getting a win as well is just wow.
Now I know there's no such thing as an easy win, but that looked like an easy win. Talk us through it a little bit from your side, how the race panned out.
Well, I can tell you for sure it was not an easy win. It was actually looking a bit grim. Turn 1, lap 1 on race start, I had a bit of contact from behind, which sent me into one of the GT3 cars, which I'm sorry if they're listening. It wasn't intentional. And then, I just ran a bit of damage throughout the whole race and couldn't really keep up with Jack, which was rather frustrating because I knew the car had the pace. But as pit stops came along, I don't really know what happened. I just tried to stay out as long as possible, get out as quick as possible, and it just worked out. After that, just tried to keep good pace and bring it home.
Yep, seemed to work out spectacularly well for the race victory. Now, in the Porsche, the car is going to be carrying 30 kilograms additional weight for the next race at Snetterton. Have you got any expectation of still being able to run at the front of the field? How do you think that's going to affect your performance and the team's performance?
It's going to be probably, I'd imagine, very difficult to keep up with the level of competition that's here. However, I can't say I'm not really used to ballast because I run even more than that in some other series, so I have experience, I'm glad to say.
Fantastic. And talking of experience, one last quick question from me. Obviously, this is a very high-profile championship. It's an official SRO series. It's the British GT Championship official series. What kind of practice and running and testing and development have you done to get yourself into the position where you can be the first GT4 race winner?
That's a very detailed question. However, I'll keep it simple. I can't really spoil too much. It's just really as much running as possible. I tried to just whenever I had time, I tried to do like a stint or see what each setting does. Just try to really understand what the car does over the hour. So it was just trying to run stint after stint, see what works best.
Fantastic. Well, whatever magic ingredients you're using, continue to use them, Luca, because that was a dominant performance in the end for the Zansho Rocket Sim Sport car. Congratulations on being the very first winner of the British GT Esport GT4 category here at Alton Park. Fabulous drive.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Brilliant. Luca Burke, race winner in GT4 for Zansho Sim Sport. Fabulous, fabulous. And David, I believe James Baldwin will be the next person up that we're going to speak to very, very shortly. But a great drive, wasn't it, from Luca in GT4?
It was indeed, and it's interesting that he makes the point about having contact early on and damage. Now, understand as well that there might be another change to the results here, because we've already had a post-race penalty go the way of Sandy Mitchell, and a 30-second penalty in lieu of a drive-through has been given to James Baldwin. Ooh. So contact, so it's Angus Fender's win. I'll try and work out where 30 seconds puts James. I think he'll still be ahead of Jody Fannin, actually. He only reverses the top two. And also, number 25 has had a penalty applied. That's Adam Morgan for an incident involving Moritz Lerner. We saw that, didn't we, at Shell, the Mercedes against the McLaren, and then if you remember, Lerner did him head on as he rejoined. So Adam Morgan's got a 30-second penalty post-race, but James Baldwin has been given a 30-second post-race penalty. So he loses his win, he drops to second. That means that Angus Fender is the race winner. Now, whether he's disconnected or whether we can grab him and put him into the chat, we will try and find in a moment. So talk amongst yourselves for a moment. But we were discussing who was driver of the day, and Angus Fender a winner arguably by default, but that perhaps strengthens his case to be driver of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just drama continuing even after the checkered flag has been waved, and that's going to have a big impact. So as you say, Baldwin, 30 seconds, he was 50 seconds ahead, 51 seconds ahead of third place Jody Fannin in the Ferrari. So it's only reversing the top two, but that's a big impact for the championship as well, because 25 points plays 18 for second, and big change.
Indeed. So, having crossed the line second, I can say well done to our race winner, Angus Fender, because, Angus, if you didn't know, James has been given a 30-second penalty in lieu of a drive-through for that incident approaching his lops. So, first of all, well done, British GT Esports race winner. What a race.
Thanks. I mean, I was downstairs having a drink and I got told and I had to sprint back up here and pick up my headset again. So, I'm a little bit out of breath now, but all worth it, I'm sure.
Was it a tough race? I mean, you had a really good battle early on, but it was quite a move to get the lead at the first corner, first of all. I mean, that was a good fight you had with James in the first part of the race.
Yeah, the first half was fantastic. I mean, the M6 was absolutely driving beautifully. Then after the pit stops, I was unlucky to pick up a slow puncture on the left rear, so that kind of slowed my pace a little bit. Backed me into the pack, and it kind of ruined my rhythm as well. But what happened with James, and it was still really close either way and some good battling, but obviously I'm happier to come out the winner.
Your take on that incident, was it just an accident, or was he being a bit aggressive?
It's really hard to say. It's really close. I've watched it back in slow motion since the race happened, and it's tight. I slowed it down to 0.25 speed, and it looks like there's a little chink to the left, but I don't think it was anything majorly malicious, so I wouldn't say he was trying to take me off. I just think he misjudged the width of his car.
Okay, excellent. Now, that clash, I mean, you mentioned you already got the slow puncture. Did that incident do yet more damage to the car?
Yeah, it did some more damage to the left and right side of my car. Obviously, when I rejoined, James ended up going into the back of me, so I was trying to hang on for dear life for the rest of the race. The car was kind of sliding everywhere, but yeah, it is what it is, and we'll move on to the next one and try and continue the form.
Excellent stuff. Now, how much time have you spent preparing for this? Have you been in the sim regularly, or have you been relying on real-world expertise in anticipation of this race?
I've done some. I could have done more if I'd have chosen to, but I kind of just play this for fun most of the time. I'm not in an esports team. I don't do any esports racing.
Right.
So this is my first proper competitive race since the end of SRO Esports last year at Kyalami, and it's nice to have some fantastic competition and a lot of cars out on track, all of them quality drivers. But it's just great fun at the end of the day, isn't it? And it keeps you sharp, and it's just a good way to cope with lockdown.
Very true. Angus, well done. British GT Esports Championship race winner at Alton Park. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
So Angus Fender then is our race winner, and you've heard one take on the incident. Well, it's only fair that we hear the other side of the story. James Baldwin joins us, having crossed the line first. As you've just been hearing, he cops the penalty, falls to second place. James, commiserations. Your take on that incident with Angus?
I didn't actually know about that, to be fair. But if that's the case, I don't really know why that happened. I thought it was fair racing, but great first race of the British GT Esports Championship. Glad to be a part of it. But yeah, that's a bit of a shame, really. I didn't know what I did wrong.
Sorry, apologies. I thought somebody would have told you that. Yes, it's come up on our post-race penalties page, a 30-second penalty in lieu of a drive-through for an incident with Angus. So it only loses you one place because you were both so far ahead of the third-place car, but I'm afraid it cost you the win. So the race officials have had a look at it and come down on that side. But the fight you had with Angus was epic, and it was a really good battle right from the start of the race, wasn't it? That move around the outside at Old Hall was something.
Yeah, great race. Obviously had some pretty sketchy moments, a bit of contact here and there, but you know, Robin's race, especially around Alton Park where it's so tight, it's very hard to avoid contact. But I love the GT4 element. I thought it was really, really good. The best race, the most enjoyable race I've had on ACC, or to be honest, any sim. It was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. And looking forward to the remaining rounds. But yeah, that's a bit of a downer, but oh well, we move.
That's true. 4 more races to go. You can win all those 4 and make amends. Do you come into this feeling as though you're not so much a marked man, but you're almost having to deliver, given your world's fastest gamer, given your sim racing background, or are you feeling accepted as a real world racer as well these days?
I think I'd always have that sim tag. It is my job, so you're right. I'm a marked man, but I've had that title for over a year, so I like to think I'm getting used to it. Of course, it's going to be pressure, but the McLaren, it wasn't the best car around this track, so to be fighting for the lead was pretty good. So let's see the next few races. Hopefully, it can be a bit more strong. And yeah, it was a good race, though. Really enjoyed it.
Well, James, well done for second. Commiserations that it wasn't the win you thought it was, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So James Baldwin then second, and you've heard from our race winner Angus Fender. There you go. Nothing like quite being the bearer of bad news. Hey ho, that's me off his Christmas card list. Although I suspect the race officials aren't on that list either after that. But as James said, he didn't quite know what he did wrong. But of course, had it been in the race, he could have copped a drive-through penalty and served that. But retrospectively, irrespective of the length of the pit lane, it's 30 seconds. So the rule is the rule is the rule. But I noticed from what he's just posted on the chat that he's not impressed by that decision. However, Angus Fender is our race winner, James Baldwin second, and Jodie Fannin third. How about that, Paul? Drama from the very first corner to even in the interview channel after the race.
It's the gift that keeps on giving is this opening race of the season. But I must say, mark of a true professional from James Baldwin, the way he took the news live on air from yourself was really impressive. That it's sort of, oh, that's disappointing. Oh, well, we move on and we fight and we live to fight another day. And really impressive, actually, to see how James responded to that one. Because yes, this is virtual racing. It's not the real championship. It's not what you're being paid to do for a living. Your career's not going to rise or fall based on the results today. But it's still important for a driver. They still put work and time and effort into it. They still want the bragging rights amongst their peers of being the race winner. So credit where credit's due. James Baldwin there. Well behaved.
Yeah, I think James conducted himself very, very well there, and he and Angus Fender marked themselves out as 2 real star drivers, both in what they were saying post-race and the driving on the track. So the good news is we only have to wait a week before round 2 of the championship, Snetterton, which will be same time next Sunday evening. But what a start to a championship season. That has been an epic race, Paul, has it not?
It has indeed. Fabulous race. From a personal point of view, it's been wonderful to share a commentary box with yourself as well, David. And, of course, most importantly for everybody at home, anybody who's still with us, you can qualify yourself. So the top 10 finishers in GT4 get an automatic pass into round 2 on the 28th of March at Snetterton. But there are still 10 GT4 places up for grabs for anybody out there in the community. So join up the hot lap competition within Assetto Corsa Competizione. Go out and try and set the fastest time you possibly can, and the fastest 10 drivers for the manufacturer entries will be invited to take part in the race next week at the Snetterton 300 circuit in the GT4 class. So great opportunity to be involved. Of course, the champion at the end of the season wins a €2,000 plus prize of some Fanatec goodies too, and you get to share the track with some of these great drivers and be commentated over by Mr. David Addison himself. So what more could you possibly ask for?
Yeah, every silver lining has a cloud or something, isn't it? 3 out of 4 wasn't bad. You were selling it so well, Paul. But if you want to take part in it, have a go at the Hot Laps qualifier, because GT4 actually has given us some great racing as well. I mean, we've inevitably focused on what's been happening in GT3, and there's been all that high drama. But GT4, mega competitive, and almost 2 races within that. What we had before the pit stops, Jack McIntyre leading, and what we had afterwards. So Snetterton 300, a very different circuit for our second round of the championship. Can't wait.
Yep, fantastic stuff. And thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody who's been responsible for organising this wonderful race, the first race of the British GT Esports Championship. Thank you to all our drivers for providing incredible action from beginning to end, to even after it had closed. And thank you for everybody for tuning in. From myself, Paul Jeffrey, from the wonderful Mr. David Addison, and from all of us here at the British GT Esports Championship, thank you very much, and we'll see you on the 28th of March, same time, same place, for round 2 at Snetterton. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, good afternoon from sunny San Diego. We bring you the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Arcadian Teen Tournament. Welcome in. We're your 2 casters, Jordan Ken alongside TK Breezy, bringing you about 13 feet of casters combined here. And TK, before we get to our top 8, which we'll see on display here this afternoon, Arcadian Tournament. It sounds cool. Break it down what it means.
So Arcadian Tournament is like this, man. We're going to have these young people playing. We have 13 through 19. That is the age bracket, but no pros, man, because you know some of these pros are actually that young, but none of the pros here today. We are getting some new talent here on the main stage for some Smash Ultimate action.
Well, let's talk about how we whittled the field down to 8. We started with 64 participants. They played 4-player free-for-all matches to get down to the top 8. So let's look at the bracket and see who we have participating for a championship today. You see the names. You have Milton, Carlos, Ryan with an O, Claire, Aljon, Evan, Ethan, and Sam. Those are your 8. And as far as rules go here, in our opening rounds, it'll be best 2 out of 3, 3 stocks, 6 minutes.
Correct.
When we get to our grand finals, it'll be a best 3 out of 5. I should mention, no items, no Smash Ball, pure unfiltered Super Smash Brothers competition.
Yeah, man, it's that tournament gameplay that we are so standard, and it's so standard, we're so used to seeing it, man. This is what I am used to seeing. I've been in the tournament scene for about 10 years. This is the penultimate way of playing some Smash Ultimate.
And we talked about this Arcadian format. What's great is, for a lot of these players, it's their introduction to the competitive community. Why is this such a great event for someone that wants to get to that level of, say, some of their top favorite pro players by getting a chance to get a taste of it at this stage?
Well, see, here we're going to just kind of show everyone how it goes down at the tournaments that we do actually host. So you will see, you know, the 3 out of 5, the 2 out of 3s format, the elimination. Now, we usually do double elimination. Here it is single. However, you will see exactly how the bracket works out. And it's also just good to see how the game plays without items, without Smash Balls, just skill against skill, player versus player.
And we've had a wonderful crowd that's been waiting hours to be up front. They've got their rally towels ready to go. They're going to be making noise the entire afternoon.
Yeah.
They've been supportive. And you talk about this community as a whole, a very encouraging, inviting community as you look to grow the Smash family with Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Yeah, man, it's a great community, man. I've been in it for, as I said, almost 11 years now, actually. I'm turning 29. I started when I was 18, and I do not regret a single year in this community. It has been a great time. I've met a lot of friends throughout it, and I hope to meet many more as Smash Ultimate comes out.
Well, TK, you've aged very well. Let's get set for our first matchup here between Milton and Carlos. Milton going as Corrin and Carlos as Mario. And you look at Mario, a very balanced character here.
Yeah. Mario, he's been a balanced character for a long time. Oh, no, and the air dodge is off. That is one thing that is new to Smash Ultimate here. When you do directional air dodge, there is a lot of lag on it. So, therefore, you most likely will end up seeing that bottom blast zone if you air dodge off stage.
You see that early SD talking about dropping your plate before you get to the table right there. However, you start to see the pressure from Carlos, but then nice grab into the down throw from Milton on the side. And already you see the pressure being applied in the neutral game by Milton.
Yeah, you can also see the way that Milton is playing now. He is opting to actually not approach, and he has no reason to. You are in the lead. That means you set the pace of the match. So if you want to approach, you can, but if you do not, the other person will eventually have to approach or end up getting timed out because they only have 6 minutes to get a stock off.
A couple of nice aerials by Milton as Milton juggles Carlos at this point. The 3-2 stock lead, almost 3-1, but Mario hangs on.
Yeah, just a bit. Oh, okay, and it actually goes through the stage. That is the luxury that you get here on the Congo Jungle, or the Jungle Jake, sorry. That is what you get here, as you're able to go through the stage so you can mix up your recovery a little bit, and it seemed to work out for Carlos in that situation.
Seems like Carlos has settled down a little bit, however, has taken on a lot of damage, still able to hang on. Mario with some heavy weights in that tuxedo, but a couple of juggles from Carlos trying to turn the table here.
Yeah, you saw him straight go for that air dodge. This time over the stage, so he was able to land. Oh, puts a taunt on him real quick, saying, come fight me. But Milton actually holding what looks like a be disadvantageous position is actually super advantageous, because what can Carlos do to get him off of that perched rock?
And Carlos with so much damage, you figure you have to be careful with how you approach Milton, because one timely hit from Carlos, you're down 3-1 at that point.
That's true. The back throw, oh, not enough. That was, I mean, you fly super far in this game, but as you see, every time you get knocked away, in the top right becomes shows a little mini map to show you exactly how close you are to the blast zone if you do not actually hit it.
Carlos with a nice up tilt. However, both fighters. Oh, and Milton going to take a commanding 3-1 stock advantage at this point. And if you're Carlos, how do you approach this situation? Do you try to be a little bit more aggressive, or do you try to wait for Milton to make his mistakes?
Nah, right there, I mean, Milton seems like he is okay. Well, he is Stoop Kid right now, and he is not leaving that Stoop. Oh, and he gets caught on the roll, though. Beautiful up smash right there from Carlos to get himself back into the game. Now, if he can only do that one more time, he can actually mix it or even it up and maybe start to mount that comeback that he needs to go ahead and take it over Milton.
Milton with the down throw doing a fine job as well, too, with those aerials, as we said. You look at the verticality of this level, and it seems like Milton with that larger hitbox with the sword taking advantage of that.
And again, no, Milton just right back to the stoop, not really needing to actually leave it. He is in a position to be able to play like this.
Carlos trying to apply some pressure with those fireballs, finally able to get in close on Milton, but that'll do it. Carlos falling down the cascading waterfall, and Milton going to go ahead and take the first victory in this one. Our best 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
And what we saw, that early SD really, really put Carlos behind in this one. And you look at your approach, it completely changes when you're down 3-2.
Yeah, as you can see, man, I assume that would be a totally different match if Milton was behind, because the fact that Milton was ahead, he played it exactly like you would expect someone who wants to keep that lead? You know, I'm not going to do anything reckless. I'm not going to do anything risky. I'm going to play it safe, make you approach me with your risky approaches, and then I'm going to punish them.
That's really an interesting layout of that stage because it's not just Final Destination where everything's flat and everyone's on even ground in the same neutral game. You had a chance to hang out on that rock and draw Mario towards you, and that's a very difficult position to be in, like you said, to be down and to go jump and attack. All right, round 2, Milton versus Carlos. We see Milton with Corn, and now Carlos going to Cloud this time. And you've had a chance to play as Cloud a little bit in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. What can you say about his playstyle and approach?
Oh, Cloud, I feel like he's largely... Oh, no. Oh, okay, that was a nice recovery. I really thought he was going to be done real quick, but he actually went for the side B instead of what I thought originally was an air dodge. But as we were saying, Cloud plays are largely the same. He is not nearly as safe as he was in Smash 4 with his options, but he still has a super huge sword. He's still super fast, and he has Limit now. The only thing about Limit now that he's about to catch it, I can remind you guys that you only keep Limit for 15 seconds, so you have to burn it. You have to use it in some way if you want to get the maximum, maximum use of it before those 15 seconds are up.
Use it or lose it with that limit, but there's Cloud connecting with that limit, and that's going to really help even the score at this point. But Milton, as you said, going back to his stoop, trying to draw Carlos in.
Yeah, man, he is not afraid to play as such. But now, this is the thing, though. You cannot allow Cloud to just sit out there and charge Limit. So Milton, at some point in time, even if he is in the lead, unless he does not care about Cloud having Limit, he will have to approach to stop Cloud from doing exactly what he's doing right now.
And a very interesting character decision by Carlos because he knew Milton was going to play a little bit more defensively on that stoop. That gives him the opportunity to charge that Limit, but Milton seems perfectly fine with that Limit being charged, knowing that I can defend myself in this position.
That is correct. So another interesting thing about this game is there is still ledge trumping in, which means two people cannot grab the ledge. And Carlos just, he's charity stocking right now, man. That's 3 stocks he's giving up just, for free.
Carlos, unfortunately, stubbing his toe a couple of times in these first couple of rounds, a couple of SDs in these first 2 matchups. That's really helped Milton out. Milton being very patient. Also taking note, you've got the time, 4.5 minutes, and so if you can wait this out, you've got the 3-2 stock advantage.
That is very true, but you can see Carlos swinging his way into it. He's trying to get that last big hit to connect, maybe get the stock off. He only has 8%, so this will be an easy, easy lead for him to take if he's able to get the stock off sooner than later.
And going back to the position where Milton's at, as you pointed out, because it's lower, that really removes a lot of options if you have a projectile character. Not too many characters have powerful projectiles that can go down below the level where Milton's hanging out. But Carlos able to connect right there for the KO, and they're both even on their stock at 2 each.
Yeah, and that thing about the projectile is very true in this case. Cloud has one projectile being Blade Beam, but it is a horizontal projectile, so because of the way that Milton is under the stage, or under the main stage platform, he is not going to be threatened by that at all.
Now, if you're Carlos, do you think about taking that stoop for yourself? Oh, but we see Carlos once again falling, and now it's 2-1 advantage Milton.
Man, I really like what Carlos was trying to do there. He was actually trying to charge up his limit so he can get the better recovery by doing limit up B, or, limit up B, and then snapping the ledge, but he waited, or he was too low. And there it is, actually giving his own stock up. Milton, now we got an even game. Milton, the stoop not really helping him out this time around.
No, and now you have to think Milton has to be somewhat aggressive, which he certainly is at this point. A couple of beautiful aerials against Carlos to take a rather large health advantage at this point, but Carlos connecting with that limit.
Okay, Milton right back though, but this is an interesting position. Both of them fighting here on the little oh, and the spike right there from the forward there. Gets back on stage, gonna charge that limit a little bit, see what he can get with it.
Both fighters down to their final stock in a precarious situation. Carlos needs the victory in order to stay alive. Milton trying to get the KO. Move on to the round of 4, and there it is. You hear the sound effect.
Good.
The emotion, the joy. Milton with the victory. Corn getting it done twice. And we'll see Milton in the semifinals here, TK.
Good recovery, or good, I guess, awareness and just good coverage right there from Milton on that top platform. He hit him with the up tilt, couldn't really roll out of it. He was right on top of him, and then right after that, just kind of jumped straight up there, hit him with that far-reaching up air, and just finished him. Just straight up destroyed him at the top.
So Milton will move on to the semifinals. Let's get set for our next matchup. It'll be Ryan with an O taking on Claire. Whoever wins this matchup will take on Milton. This is a single elimination tournament here, this Arcadian tournament. And what's interesting is in that last match, I want to go back to Milton doing a great job of really shrinking the stage. Whether it was that rock on the lower platform, as you said, one of those platforms up top, really not giving Carlos a lot of area to operate in.
Yeah, man, that was actually a really key play in his offense and defense. You know, he got the lead. You obviously could see that he knew how to play on the offense too, because at the end of that last game, he was going on the straight offense. But he realized that if I had the lead and you don't really have a way to get me off of this this rock, then I'm just gonna, I'm gonna camp it. This is me. This is my thing now. He claimed that land.
Certainly having a nice camping trip on that one as Milton moves on. But let's get to our next round here. Ryan with an O as Ness, and we get to see Cloud this time with Claire, and we're going back to the same stage here. And you figure maybe they learned something watching the previous match. It'll be interesting to see their strategy in this one. But let's talk about Ness, a character with a unique moveset when compared to the rest of the characters. How do you see Ness faring against Cloud here?
Well, Ness does not have the range really to keep up with Cloud. However, though, he does have a great projectile in that PK Fire, and now seeing that SDI is not nearly as strong in this game, you're stuck in that for quite a bit. So Ness should be able to get some nice follow-ups anytime he hits a PK Fire. And then on top of that, the back throw is still a very prominent KO move, and the up air and the back air. I mean, Ness has some options. Here we go. Actually, looking for the back throw right there. Very close. Would not be able to live another one of those.
Now we talk about characters with a projectile that can punish you on that rock. We do see that from Ness. He's got the moves to be able to put some damage on anybody wanting to sit there. And already, lots of aggressive play from Ness and Ryan as he gets the early KO against Claire. And Ness doing a great job of just being the aggressor early on in this one.
Very true. He has to, man. I mean, you do not want to give Cloud any space. That is exactly how you get to play these small characters with smaller hitboxes. You want to stay on top of your opponent, because that is how you're going to get your hits, and that is also how you're going to avoid your opponent being able to wall you out.
We also see Ryan doing a great job of sharking Claire, going out from underneath Claire, getting some damage as Claire tries to find the higher ground, and Claire can't drop down fast enough in time because Ness is there to punish with some aerials.
Very true. Okay, actually had the limit blade beam, but it was not able to register as a hit. So Claire, again, forced off to this rock, and how we saw being an advantageous position last game, not looking so great this time.
No, Claire with an SD, and it's already 3-1, and Ness only taking on 58% damage so far this total match, and Ness with some juggles on the side, trying to end this thing early, and Ness, a nice, tidy, business-like 3-0 victory for Ryan, and Ryan with an O. That O standing for basically not getting knocked out at all.
That's how many lives you lost right there. Oh, that was a clean 3-0 actually from him. But I want to note in that last situation, that is actually a combo that has been that Ness has used quite a bit in Smash 4, and it seems like it has kind of carried over in the Ultimate. And the reason why he was able to get that KO is because I think he stole Claire's jump in with the second forward air, so she was just pushed so far out, there was no way she was able to recover.
Yeah, Claire couldn't recover, and Ness was able to get the PK Thunder to get himself back on stage, or at least close to it, so we didn't even have to lose a stock. But you saw what you can do with Ness, and I think that's what's great is you see all these different characters, and you see how adept they can be in the hands of somebody that's really practiced with them through all the different generations of Smash, and then finally you get into the situation, you throw in all the different variables of the stage, and it makes for some very interesting matchups.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just nice to see some representation out here too. You know, as I was watching the first part of the tournament with the free-for-alls, I didn't really get to see a lot of Ness. And just in general, my time with Smash Ultimate, I haven't seen a lot of people play Ness, but that was just a great display of Ness gameplay coming in from Ryan.
Ryan with the victory. He needs one more to move on. Claire going to switch things up and go with Marth this time around. And what do you think about this change to Marth? What's going to be different about Marth as opposed to Cloud that Claire might find some more success against Ness?
Well, that is one thing she has. She now has the counter, which if someone is playing ultra aggressive, you are now able to counter your way out of things every now and then. Marth, also being a speedier swordsman, can possibly use his movement to kind of mix up Ness a little more than Cloud. But at the same time, you know, we're still seeing the same thing happen from the first game, where this Ness is just right on top of his opponent the entire time.
Yeah, Ryan not giving Claire any room to breathe, and Claire already with another SD, and it's 3-2 advantage Ryan. Ryan trying to close this one out with the victory, and we see that continual pressure through the aerials and the projectiles by Ness, not giving Claire any moment's rest at all.
Yeah, Ryan not playing any games right now. Well, he's playing one game, but he's definitely not playing these games with Claire. He's trying to play a single-player game the way he is playing right now. Oh, almost got that almost full charge F smash to connect. Would have been a crazy one. And that is the counter that I'm talking about. Not going to finish it off, but still going to allow herself to get out of that situation that Ryan was putting her in.
Claire missing with the charge B. Ryan able to come up from underneath and get the hit, now sending Claire back to the top of the stage. And we know Ryan loves to operate with his opponent above him. And a second KO, and it's now 3-1. Claire facing a steep hill, trying to get the comeback, but a couple of nice slashes right there.
Yeah, that was super close too. You actually saw the parry come out. You know, that new perfect shield in this game is you have to let go of your shield as the attack is going to hit you. And that way you kind of freeze your opponent. Depending on what attack it is, you can get a hard punish in if it's a smash. You can at least get a jab in if it's their jab. And again, though, look at the pressure that Ryan is putting on.
Yeah, really nice PK fire into the down throw, unable to finish with the follow-up to that combo, but you see all the tools in the tool belt for Ness and how he can apply such different aggressive pressure against you. You really have to be on your toes throughout the entire match.
Very true. Ryan getting back on stage. This time, Claire gonna go ahead and pressure him with that dancing blade, pushing him back off, and you can see him actually using the ability to go through the stage to his advantage, kind of shark through, get himself in a aerial from under the stage and still grab the ledge. Oh. And that could have been a hard punish right there, but a little late on the draw from Claire.
Yeah, the opportunities have been there for Claire. She just hasn't been able to take advantage of them. Oh, Claire, though. Beautiful aerial to send Ryan off the stage. It's 2-1. Anything can happen, but Claire close to 100%. You're going to have to be essentially flawless the rest of this match.
That is very true. And now Ryan seems to be catching on to the fact. Oh, wow, she jumped right into that. That is unfortunate for Claire, but very fortunate for Ryan as he will be moving on. But as I was going to say, man, it looks like Ryan was actually catching on to the fact that he was getting hit by quite a few counters. So after a while, he started overcharging his smashes, so that way he could let the counter play out and then actually get a strong hit for it.
And that's such an interesting point. You get a chance through a matchup to learn how your opponent is playing, and you saw right there that Ryan was going to bait Claire into those counters. That counter only has such a small window where you can really take advantage of it, where you can charge the smashes a lot more in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yeah, man, that is one of the, well, I don't even know like how that's going to affect the I guess the competitive metagame, but it is something that I like seeing, just someone like charge an F smash for 17 seconds. Like, it's just like, what is this guy doing? Does he really think he's going to hit me? And if that does hit, that's going to be a hype moment regardless of when it hits. You can hit someone at 0, you can hit someone at 100. I'm still going to be like, he really let that 15-second charge connect. So.
And we do want to remind you that this version of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is still in development. There might be some changes before we get to the release date on December 7th, but some of the major mechanical changes we had a chance to take a look at during the Super Smash Bros. Invitational about a month ago. And you were talking about some changes to not only the perfect shield, but then roll dodging. There's a change there as well, too.
Yeah, so with roll dodging now, the more that you roll, the more that you actually use any type of evasive maneuvers. It actually, if you do it in succession, they actually get slower and slower. So to the point where if you roll, it's almost like easily punished if you roll like 4 times in a row. That last roll is going to take so long to be done that people are just going to go ahead and catch it. But here we are in our next match.
Our next match, you've got Aljon as Mario. Very fancy, by the way, with the white top hat. Really dressed his best here. Evan as Ganondorf. And Ganondorf, one of those characters that got a lot of changes, almost an overhaul in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. What do you love about his new game?
Well, Ganon honestly just in this game feels a lot faster than his earlier iterations. I see the edge guarding coming in from Aljon, almost. But yeah, as we were saying, man, Ganon also has some sword smashes, so there. It looks like there's quite a bit of range on those as well. But him just being faster is like the biggest thing that Ganon needs. I always feel like Ganon is as good as the game engine, and if the game engine allows him to move around, then he is going to be a great character.
Well, another change to that game engine, we heard that Warlock Fist, Warlock Punch. If you get to a certain point in the charge, it becomes unstoppable, essentially. Right. So very powerful there. 3-3 stocks at this point. Ganon at 134, so keep an eye on that. Evan already taking on a lot of damage. That side throw from Aljon, no luck right there as Ganondorf continues to stay on the stage. And here we are back at our stoop. TK.
Yeah, everyone's been chilling out here. They saw that first game and thought, you know what? I like this place too. Oh, okay, I think that was a down smash. Good stuff to Aljon. Kind of waited for Evan to drop his shield and then strike soon as he did it.
Very fancy right there by Aljon. You'll love it right now. 3-2 stock advantage for Aljon.
Right, he's trying to get that chase down. Now Mario at low percent. Maybe won't get as mean. Oh, wow, what a turnaround on that one, the down air. So, and there it is, that big sword F smash. Do you see how fast he flew off that screen? Ganon is a powerhouse.
And you talk about that F smash with the sword. It's so much faster in this version, but also it has much more range as well, too.
Yeah, man, like in the older versions, he would just use his elbow, kind of throw it forward, so he would only cover up so much area. But now that he's getting that big, giant swing, even if you try to jump over him, he's going to connect.
Mario trying to defend the stoop. Aljon trying to ledge guard right there, and he is successful. 2-1 stock lead for Aljon.
That was
first
great.
best of 3.
That was a very, that was almost like a textbook edge guard right there. Just a couple back airs, send your opponent too far away to be able to up B back to the stage, and that is just all you need. I think I'm noticing Evan is actually looking for a shield break right now.
That shield break, that buys some critical time for Evan to charge up one of Ganondorf's very powerful smash attacks or specials. So trying to apply the pressure. How can you be aggressive with Ganondorf? Even though they sped him up in this game, he's still one of the slower characters.
That is true. I mean, but he does have a couple of movement options with hitboxes connected to him. That side B, that grab, that's actually a grab, so you're able to grab people out of shield, and then down B, of course, one of his fastest moves. Oh, did he just up throw him off the top? He actually did. Top platform.
Up throw off the top. And it was so well done. He was able to block the attack and get out that shield quick enough to take care of a couple of frames to punish with that up throw. And now it's 1-1. Anything can happen. You look at the power behind Ganondorf. Aljon as Mario trying to put this thing away has the huge health advantage at this point.
Yeah, Evans, he's getting a little reckless right there with those side Bs. You know, he's trying to find himself an approach, but even if that is a grab, is still able to get hit out if an opponent is going through the air with an aerial, as you just saw Aljon do.
Aljon missing with a couple of charged up smashes. That would have ended this game in dramatic fashion. Evan trying to apply pressure, but now switching to more of a defensive mindset, trying to block some of those attacks, and that does it. Evan coming from behind, and that seemed like a big mistake by Aljon. A little bit of a miscue right there.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering what he was trying to do there, because if he was still on stage, all he would have done with that input was roll to the ledge with his face, with his his back to the ledge. So maybe that would have been great to set up for an up smash to hit earlier, because Mario's up smash hits behind him first. But yeah, just a little bit of a miscalculation right there. Ends up flying off stage and giving that game up.
Well, you talk about this stage, Jungle Japes, there's not a whole lot of ground to really maneuver. All the platforms are relatively narrow, and you can't be too fancy out there. You still want to play a little bit conservative, and especially in that situation, Aljon, who seemed to be in control the entire match, one slip up, that does it. Evan takes the first game.
Yeah, something about the Marios in this Jungle Japes, man. They just really be giving these stocks up. Both the Marios so far have been the only SDs that I've remembered to see so far in this first round of our Teen Arcadia.
No changes in characters. Aljon going as Mario, Evan as Ganondorf. Let's go ahead and run this thing back. And I think what we saw from the first match was Aljon having a little bit more success with being aggressive against Evan. Evan finding his success when he's able to be defensive and find those areas to punish.
That's very true. And honestly, I still want to see if Evan is able to get these shield breaks. That is something that Ganon is very adept at doing. Most of his moves, most of his smashes do a lot of damage on the shield, and then if you end up getting a down B, an aerial down B on the shield, it most likely will break it after you hit it with a smash.
And right now, Evan getting some success, being aggressive, but Aljon using the up B through the bottom of the stage to catch Evan during a charge animation. And then here comes Aljon trying to, once again, ledge guard from the stoop, and he does it for the second game in a row.
He's really good at it, man. He's lining up these back airs. They are so crisp, they are so pristine, and they keep finding their mark on this recovering Ganondorf.
Mario with the fireball in midair, following up with 3 jabs into a nice little combo. Ganondorf trying to charge that down smash. Oh, but there's that side smash that we talked about with the sword. He unseats it for a KO, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, every time, man. And I know that being able to recover through the stage is a luxury that you do not get on a lot of stages. Sometimes you got to just go for the ledge, man. That was a situation where I felt like if he went for the ledge, he would have been in a better position to get back on stage and keep that stock going. Uh-oh. Okay, that time through the stage, though, I like it.
That up B very effective for Aljon getting back on the stage. That's twice now he's been able to connect on Evan with that up B and take advantage at that point. Here comes another charge down smash. No luck right there. Knocking a few purple coins out of Evan as well, too.
Yeah, right there. That's Ganondorf's up tilt. Right? He gets a little bit. It's actually just a long move, but it's a super powerful move. It used to charge for a lot longer in older iterations, so they sped that up as we've talked about Ganondorf being sped up. So it might be a viable move as far as the edge guard. That was a clean edge guard there from Evan, though.
Down B for the KO, 2-1, and Evan, after being on the brink of a loss in game 1, full control at this point, has the 1 stock advantage over Aljon. Able to connect right there with the B. Oh, but there's that perfect shield that we saw.
Yeah, that was quick. That if you would have ended up, the thing about his side B, Ganon's, it is a grab, and if you do go over the ledge, it still counts as a KO for you. So he's able to possibly just go ahead for the SD and then take Mario for a ride with him.
Whoa. Oh, down B was almost enough to send Aljon off the screen and out of the tournament, but Aljon able to hang on. And we're seeing some great work with this 2-1 stock advantage. Evan making the most of his second stock at this point.
Very true. And honestly, with the way that Aljon kind of threw this away, this could be the turnaround. They could have gotten to his own head, and that forward air is going to rock his world and finish him off. He is gone.
Listen, sometimes it's not fair. And Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, he's able to get the KO right there. Aljon, who we thought was going to take game one, falls, gives the game to Evan, and then Evan, realizing he has this precious opportunity, very, very nicely done with Ganondorf. He'll move on to the semifinals. And there we got a chance to see a character, as we mentioned earlier, Ganondorf with an overhaul, using some of those new tools to his advantage against a very well-balanced Mario character.
And yeah, I mean, just that right there, that match just goes to show you how easy it is to like lose momentum. You know, the way that Aljon was playing that first game, if you would have just turned it off, you would have thought, okay, he's definitely going to win that, you know? And next thing you know, he ends up dropping that stock and just cannot get that momentum back throughout the entirety of the second game, thus being out of this tournament. However, we are going to see who's left in this tournament. Let's go ahead and see that bracket real quick as we get into our last match that Ethan C and Sam S about to come up.
Yes, Milton, Ryan, and Evan move along, so I guess if your name ends in an N, you're most likely moving on. So let's see if Ethan can keep the streak alive or if Sam can break things up here. Sam versus Ethan as we get set for our fourth and final match in this opening round of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Arcadian Teen Tournament here in San Diego. And we've got Ethan as a Little Mac and Sam going as Ike. So it's fists versus blades as we get set for another matchup in Jungle Japes. And you figure Little Mac, not the greatest character in the air. So if I'm Ike and Sam, do I try to look for the higher ground the majority of this match?
Well, I feel like if you are Ike, yeah, and Sam, you're either gonna stay here on the perch because you know he's gonna have to jump over there at some point in time, or yeah, you're gonna try to stay on those platforms. Now, Ike definitely adept at fighting, but Little Mac on the ground is always gonna be a scary monster.
We see Sam with that side B getting Ike back on the stage. Both fighters relatively same health percentage at this point as they're both fully and healthy with 3 stocks, and neither one really taking the advantage aggression-wise. It seems like they're both exchanging blows, but look for that super punch ready to go for Little Mac.
You can see him trying to line it up, too. He didn't do a single move after that KO punch got lined up. He was just waiting for Sam to either give him an ill-advised roll, and he was going to try to catch it. Either way, though, does not get it to connect, and now Sam lives to see another day on this stock.
Sam connecting with a couple of up Bs. Little Mac trying to connect with some dash punches on the ground, and that's enough to send Ike off the right-hand side of your screen. 3-2 lead for Ethan early on in this one.
And the good thing about Ethan and his character is I'm pretty sure that Little Mac still has super armor on his smashes, so he is able to kind of just run through things if he feels like an attack is coming out, and he is able to beat it out and also get a KO. However, not positioned to do anything right there. That up smash from Ike is going to take that stock and even it back up.
And that up smash takes up so much of a hitbox, whether it's in front of Ike or on top of Ike. There's so much ground that it covers, so very devastating move right there. Executed precisely by Sam. That side B getting him back on the stage. Little Mac trying to connect with a couple of punches, but both fighters relatively evenly matched in this matchup.
Yeah, man, just a slew of fists out here from Little Mac. None of them seeming to connect over Ike and Little Mac. Both characters that are able to dish out a lot of damage with a single hit. So that is something that both of our competitors are going to have to watch out for, man. Every hit seems to matter here. Wow. Okay, there it is, that fire up smash. So that means he got a very nice sweet spot on that.
The uppercut coming in from Little Mac. Both fighters, 2 stocks, health advantage for Ethan in this one. Trying to get on to the semifinals, and another properly executed smash attack from Ethan. He takes the 2-1 stock advantage.
Yeah, that was good stuff from Ethan this time around. You kind of see him throwing that out quite a bit. That Jolt Haymaker, that side special right there, that is a nice move for recovery as well in this game, but also it's just a clean move for KOs because it's super strong. However, another thing that you notice about Little Mac, he does not have the greatest of recoveries, and that has been true since his inception in Super Smash Bros. 4.
No, he does not. So you see him losing that stock, and now it's 1-1, but Ike, unfortunately, that side B not executed at the right time, so he careens down the waterfall. Little Mac getting the early victory in this one. So now it's 1-0 as we take a look at what we have going on here in our second game. Ethan needs one more victory here to move on to the semifinals, but it seems like we probably won't see a character switch because both fighters, neither one of them really had a strong advantage in that matchup like we saw in these other matchups between the players here.
Yeah, that was pretty down the middle. You know, that was unfortunate that he was a little low on his recovery to kind of keep that match going. I think if he would have let that side B go earlier, he might have drifted to the ledge and grabbed it, but he let it go a little late, was under the ledge, wasn't able to grab it. So let's see if he is able to adjust, you know, his recovery angles here in this next game, and maybe his plan of attack. You know, it was even, but that doesn't mean that someone can't pull away in this next game. As we kind of saw in that last set before us, where someone was in the lead, and then the other person ends up, you know, just straight up surpassing them and then taking over the rest of their set. So here we are to our second game, though. I actually get a switch of, well, I guess a switch of the outfit. You know,
Wardrobe change, yeah, hoodie back. We got
Put the
hoodie
hoodie
back
on.
going on right now. Ethan is Little Mac. He's got the 1-0 match lead right now. If he can get this game, he'll go ahead and move on to semifinals. But there goes Sam with that side B once again. You see that a lot? Oh, TK.
Can we talk about how
filthy.
Sam?
Can we talk about how filthy that was?
Sam absolutely taking no hits in that first stock, and you can just see that you know, that hitbox difference really paying off for him that time around. He really walled him off the side with just forward airs because he could not jump over it, and then that strong up smash. I mean, Ike is just such a powerhouse.
Couple of jabs coming in from Ethan as Little Mac as he faces a 3-2 stock deficit against Sam. Sam trying to even this up at 1-1, but a flurry of punches sends Sam off the left-hand side of the screen. Sam deciding to take the higher ground, dropping down, trying to throw out a neutral air. No luck right there, but connects with another aerial. And Ethan doing a great job of blocking and trying to counter, but once again, both fighters so evenly matched in the neutral game.
That is very true. Now you're starting to see Ethan opt to go for Little Mac's version of the counter here. The thing is, the Little Mac's counter, the way that it moves, he actually steps back before he moves forward. So if you're trying to catch him in the air, more often than not, you'll be able to hit the ground and just avoid that attack altogether. Still, though, avoiding some damage. We'll give him that.
Sam getting back on stage with that side B and connecting with a lot of fairs and up airs here with Ike, using that huge hitbox of the sword to his advantage.
All right, there it is. That F-tilt is going to go ahead and take Sam's first stock, but Sam immediately realizes, oh, he's going to be pressured. He's probably going to roll the up smash. He's going to cover it.
That up smash, just like a dog's been man's best friend for Sam in this one right now.
That is very true.
2-1 stock advantage for Sam, trying to force a game 3 in this matchup between these two. Oh, you see the counter coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be big for both of them, to be honest, because as you said, you know, both of these characters are such strong characters that if you do get a counter, whatever you're countering will most likely be a strong attack right back on them.
Sam using a lot of short hop aerials to wall off Ethan as Little Mac, but Little Mac trying to find his spots to get in there. Oh, Little Mac coming face to face with the side B. Comes out the victor in that one, and Little Mac with that super punch ready to go. Will we see, but misses for the second time already. Oh, and how about the block and the punish by Sam?
Yeah, see, I think that's going to be a little bit of a thing that the Little Mac will have to get used to. That is unfortunate for Sam. Yet another stock kind of getting dropped from being too low. But yeah, that's something that Little Mac's going to have to get used to. The change from Smash 4 to this, I feel like the hitbox has been shifted a little bit. So you're going to have to figure out exactly how far you need to be from the opponent. But look at the comeback here. Uh-oh.
Ethan is trying to grind in this one. He was down 90-0 as far as health here finally, but he's come storming back, and now it's evenly matched. One stock left. Ethan trying to close this one out. Sam trying to hang on and force a game 3. Both fighters exchanging blows. Oh! But the up smash once again from Sam. Give me 1, not 2, but 3 of them to take this game, and now we get set for a game 3 here, TK.
That was a close one, man. That just down to the wire, and like the way that he was coming back, the way he was coming back, I was for sure that he had all the momentum on his side. Unfortunately, just hung out on that platform a little too long, and I just felt the need. He felt the need for the third up smash.
Ethan and Sam going to a game 3, trying to find their spot in the semifinals here. You figure we'll see the two same fighters because it's been so evenly matched throughout both of these games here. Yeah. Ethan going as Little Mac. Are we going to see a change from Sam? Most likely not. Looks like we'll go with Ike. You got the victory there. Why mess with something if it ain't broken at this point? And it seems like if you are Ethan, you're on the lookout. Up smash, up smash, up smash, up smash. You want to be careful. You want to look out for that against Ike.
Yeah, and I think right now Sam's biggest thing is watching out for Ethan dropping that. He's been dropping a lot of super arm on him. The reason why he was able to beat some of those side Bs is because, again, Little Mac, when he is throwing out his smashes, they have super armor, so he's able to power through an attack and still hit you. And you kind of saw him trying to employ that every time Sam was going for recovery.
And Sam really utilizing those short hops, whether it's into some aerial attacks or even a counter, short hop into counter to really try and catch Ethan in the middle of some of those smash attacks, in the middle of some of those fast, powerful attacks as well too. And that seemed to be working very well for Sam over these first 2 games.
That's very true. Oh, okay, yeah, you got to get behind that. You actually use the F smash angle down, which does a lot of shield damage, or a lot of damage in general if it hits you.
However, Ethan unable to recover, and now it's 3-2 stock advantage for Sam in this 3rd and decisive game, but Ethan able to connect right there. Sam hanging on. Ethan trying to patrol the bottom. Sam being very careful about when he jumps down. Another short hop into an aerial, waits until the counter window cools down. And able to punish right there. A grab off the recovery, and here we see the edge guarding.
You get a double counter right there.
Yeah.
Everyone shook on the left side. So, but yeah, this is still some great gameplay coming in from Sam. He's honestly just trying to keep Little Mac in his most disadvantageous position. That is basically off stage and in the air. So,
Little Mac getting the KO and had a super punch ready to go, but that cooled off. Ike once again punishing on some of that window of opportunity after those smash attacks get done, and here it is, 2-1. Sam's got Ethan down to his final stock. Sam trying to find his spot in the semifinals, and the counter off the short hop.
Big counter right there. I mean, he saw the charge coming, so honestly, if Ethan is paying attention, he should start charging those smashes just a little longer. I mean, you have a lot of time to charge in this game, and if he feels like he's going to get countered, he will be able to get a full charge smash just by charging a little more to let the counter go away.
A bevy of fares being thrown out by Sam as he tries to keep Ethan back, but no! There comes the super punch, and we're down to our final stock here between Sam and Ethan, trying to find a spot in the semifinals.
And man, you are not allowed to do anything to that super punch defensive outside of getting out the way. You could not block that. You saw just go right through that shield and go ahead and take that stock. So here we are, the recovery. Go ahead and get the hit and also back onto the stage.
Ethan, though, at 123%, so you know if you get connected by that up tilt that we see, you are a goner and done for the tournament. Sam looking for his window of opportunity, but you know how quickly Ethan can come back and rack up that damage.
That's very true. Down to the wire, though, as we said, you can actually see Ethan smoking. He's in that. He's got a little rage on him right now, so his moves will be hitting a little farther than usual. And honestly, I think he's got him in a smash range. Oh, watch out, that neutral air almost finishing it off.
Neutral air not enough right here. Ethan moving left and right on the ground. Sam trying to find that short hop opportunity that he's found so much success with in this matchup. Who's going to be the first one to break and who will connect? Oh, but there it is by Sam. And you knew that the dice was rolled by both of them at that point.
Yeah, that was a clean. I'm closing my eyes, dice roll right there. Like, I don't even want to see the results. He walked in with the dash attack as he was charging. If that smash would have been let off in time, he would have just powered through that dash attack and finished him off. So that was do or die from both our competitors right there. What a match.
Sam battles from the brink to find a spot in the semifinals, and now we get a chance to see our 4 fighters that are looking for a spot in those grand finals. You take a look at the updated bracket. You have Milton taking on Ryan with an O in our first semifinal matchup, and then Evan versus Sam. And so you're going to see different player combinations here, but I really like the approach from Sam. The short hop to set up everything with Ike, because he knew if I'm staying on the ground in this neutral game against Little Mac, I don't stand a chance. I need to do something to get into the air, to set myself up, use some of those attacks to have a much larger hitbox.
Yeah, I mean, he also employed a lot of grabs in that last game because he saw that every time that Little Mac had hit back to the stage, or Ethan hit back to the stage, that he was going to block. So instead of just attacking his shield, he was like, well, okay, I'll just throw you off stage. I'll put you back in a disadvantageous position, and then we're just going to restart that whole circle over and over where you think you're safe, and I grab you and put you back off stage.
Well, that up smash getting Sam his first victory in Game 2. We didn't see that really come out in Game 3. You figured if Ethan had a chance to learn something from Game 2, it was to avoid that. He did, however, Ethan unable to avoid elimination. But let's get you set for our first semifinal action. The crowd is juiced here in San Diego as we get a chance to continue along with this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Arcadian Teen Tournament. Milton taking on Ryan with an O. Milton going as Corrin and Ryan with an O, using that Ness. And we saw such great gameplay from Ness, using a lot of aerials. Let's see how Milton can counter that.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate for Ethan, though, because like, had he made it, you know, we would have had the all-in, all-in of the end of the name finals right here. But he just kind of let him down, and just like getting let down, looks like that recovery. No, Ryan giving up the homie stock. We doing this? The homie stock? Oh no, man. Well, I never like seeing the homies like giving up because I've seen a lot of people actually lose games off of that. So here we are, though. Let's see if Ryan's able to keep that composure. I mean, he did give it up, but he was playing quite well in that first round, so I don't want to count him out by any means.
Milton and Ryan down there to 2 stocks here. Milton, however, can't get through the defenses of Ryan, and Ryan, we know, has that super aggressive play style with Ness.
Yeah, that is very true. But this is the thing, though. I feel like this is not a stage where you're allowed. You know, Milton, he had that game plan where he was standing on a place where it was super advantageous for him, but disadvantageous for someone to try to approach. And I do not see that on the stage that we're on right now, friggin' Orphean. Not really a stage where you're allowed to sit anywhere super safely.
Now Milton is the one applying the pressure, chasing Ryan all over the map and finding a lot of success as Ryan's looking to try and regain his ground to become the aggressor in this one. Able to counter right there. Here comes that PK Thunder. Is it enough? Milton unable to recover, and Ryan going to take a 2-1 stock lead.
And I'm surprised Milton actually went for that side B. He did end up tagging the stage, which would have allowed him to up B a little later and possibly just land on that top platform, but instead he went for that side B, maybe tried to stick the stage and just kick his way back on. Didn't work out in his favor, though.
Ryan using that PK Fire to set up a lot of combinations. Can Ryan recover with the PK Thunder? Is it enough? No. 1-1. Final stock in this first game in the semifinals between Ryan and Milton. Both fighters trying to find the advantage. We've seen aggressive play styles from both of them, but who will be the first one to gain the upper hand?
Yeah, and you can see Milton still trying to find a spot just on the stage where he's allowed to stand and kind of force you to come in him. But you saw Ryan actually just throwing those PK Fires over the ledge. PK Fire actually not even completely vertical. It does kind of slope down a little bit on the ground. So he was possibly able to hit the top of his shield just from where he was standing. Ryan
really utilizing those fairs and nairs to move in and apply that pressure against Milton. Not enough right there to send Milton off the stage. Milton trying to recover, and that'll do it. Ryan taking the first game, and both players very aggressive. And in the middle of the match, you saw Milton start to take more of that momentum, but Ryan as Ness, as we've talked about, those aerials he's so adept with, and then setting things up with that PK Fire.
Yeah, man. So he actually gave up the homie stock, but did not stop him from taking the actual first game here. So let's see if he is able to take another one, get himself into the grand finals. Hopefully no one drops any stocks, you know, without reason. You know, hopefully we get a full 3-stock game here this time around.
Well, it talks about the community right there. We've spoken about it before. It's a very fair, inviting, welcoming community, and rather than trying to punish Milton for falling off the stage, Ryan being a gentleman and saying, hey, listen, I understand that wasn't something you were trying to do. Let's make it 2-2 and give ourselves a clean match here.
Hey, look, man, it's a tournament, okay? You wanna drop your stocks, you can do that on your own time,
no,
okay? Yeah, no love from me, man. You wanna drop your stocks, you do it on your own time.
I'm trying to be the nice guy right there, so I'll keep that in mind whenever we go against each other sometime here, TK. Let me write that down. Don't fall off the stage. TK will be a buster. Let's get set for a second game here. Corrin and Ness, no changes in characters right now. Milton trying to apply much more pressure. We saw that using those aerials, dashing in, being able to link together some of those jab combos.
Yeah, and it seems like Ryan, though, he's always able to get that forward air off of that down throw follow-up. Now, I think if Milton holds out, he is possibly able to get far enough away, so you do have to directionally influence yourself away from your opponent and kind of get as far away from as possible.
And that's what you're seeing from Ryan. Whenever he's moving on the map, he always has either a fair or nair if he's in midair, or he's got some type of attack out in front of him. So you have to be really careful, really defensive as he approaches you, because you know he's going to be throwing out an attack.
Yeah. Look at this, though. Ryan always coming down onto the ground with an attack this time around, but it looks like he was able, or still going to eat a punish right there with those jabs. Sneaks that back air in there. Ooh, okay, that was close. I'm not even sure if he was still able to counter that. I think if Ryan would have held that just a little bit, he would have connected with that almost full charge PK Flash. However, side B, that pin, very strong right at the end, and it's actually a tipper. So if you get that tipper hit, you send people flying a lot farther.
Oh, Milton's got Ryan pinned against the wall, and jab after jab. Can Ryan's shield hold on? Oh, a couple of perfect shields. Milton looking for the shield break, but no. A couple of perfect shields back and forth. And how about the defensive capabilities of Ryan to get out of that trap?
Ryan, he was actually trying to make an Evo moment right there. Shout out to Justin Wall again.
Right? Oh, yeah. We all remember that one.
Oh, that was close. But either way, good stuff. He ends up getting out there with minimal damage taken, and on top of that, ends up taking that stock. So get himself right back to the game. Look how much damage he just delivered with 2 attacks.
PK Fire into the down throw. We've seen that time and time again with Ryan and Ness, utilizing that to a huge advantage. 2-2 stock at this point. You've got Ryan with the 1-game lead, trying to find his spot in the finals. And we see Milton, that aggression here with Corn paying off as he's chasing Ryan down across the map.
That's very true. Again, though, Ryan, no slouch with these back airs. He's been hitting a lot of those. He's been able to keep the pressure up. Also been able to cross up Milton on his way down so that he can land behind him, not get shield grab for hitting his shield. Thus forcing Milton to have to do a different option out of shield.
Ryan finding the right positioning from Milton, not trying to chase him down, but looking for those opportunities in the air. Oh, that PK Thunder will be enough. Milton able to get through that and avoid it. Nicely done. Ryan getting back on stage with that PK Thunder. There's the chance to punish, and you saw it. Milton saw the pitch coming down the plate and knocked it out of the park.
Oh yeah, clean up smash right there from Milton. Not going to waste any time. You know, you're actually kind of stuck in the air for a little bit in that final position of PK Thunder 2, so he was sitting there like a bullseye, basically.
PK Thunder trying to rain down on Milton. Milton being very patient at this point. 2-1 stock advantage. Milton trying to get a game to send us to a third game in this semifinal matchup. Ryan trying to make the comeback. A KO here would go a long way towards evening things up.
Very true. So look, you can kind of see him kind of lining it up, man. And Milton knows what exactly Ryan is looking for, which is most likely that back throw. You know, his back's to the wall. You end up getting grabbed, and there it is. Not enough though, not close enough. I mean, that was exactly what he was looking for there, but just did not have enough damage to actually get that to convert to a KO.
Milton gets back on the stage, and we see this in every match, that critical 2-1 stock advantage lead. How much damage can you do before it's even stock? And Milton able to get 43 on Ness, so you figure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing at this time.
Yeah, you kind of see Ryan really showing his hand. I mean, he's kind of running up and shielding, and that's going to be something that Milton's going to have to watch out for. Not really able to throw out those Dragon Fang shots because of the fact that Ness can absorb them and get some of that health back.
And Milton replicating what he was doing in Jungle Japes, finding the lower ground and trying to bait in Ryan. That PK Thunder connecting. Milton still staying alive, close to 160. Ryan being very patient, much more defensive now. We saw an aggressiveness, but now being very patient, and now it's one stock each. And you figure here's where you're going to see Ryan become a little bit more aggressive.
Yes, very true. I mean, he had to just find a way to get that stock off. Finally did it. I feel like he was definitely showing his hand with the way he was running in and just shielding, kind of waiting for Milton to hit his shield so he can grab him. But, oh, okay, hold on.
Trying to do it twice, but no luck there. A couple of PK fires has Ryan in the driver's seat now in the final stock for both fighters. If Ryan can get a KO, he moves on to the finals. Not enough there. Is the PK Thunder going to set him up? Unable to connect with an aerial. Milton applying a little bit more pressure, but is playing with fire. The throw still not enough. PK Thunder missing right there. Ryan completely has turned this thing around, TK.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Just barely. I mean, you can see it again in the top right that you saw the mini-map show up to kind of show you if he's going to actually hit the blast zone or not. But it was just barely passing that blast zone for him to get that KO on that back throw.
Ryan with an O, and I love the shift in play style. We had a chance when we talked to the professional players at the Super Smash Bros. Invitational. They talked about how you have to change your play style. You just can't stick to one style the entire match. And we saw Ness really change to a much more defensive mindset when he was down 2-1. And then once it became one stock each, you saw him really become aggressive, and that's what turned the tide of this match.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, he was looking for a way to just get that stock off with minimal damage on his last stock, so that way he was able to set up for the comeback. And because of that, that is why he went so defensive. He wanted to take it slow. He didn't want to just throw moves out and then end up getting punished for throwing out those risky but super powerful moves such as the smashes. And then after he got that stock, you saw him turn on the jets. I mean, a huge combo right there. The two PK fires into the PK flash. I haven't seen that move hit since like 2005, man. I promise you, man. It's been a long time. So good stuff to Ryan. Ryan for moving on right there. Good
Ryan
stuff,
with
man.
an O, moving back 2005. You were probably rocking a tall tee back then.
Yeah,
and
man.
a throwback jersey. Let's take a look at the updated bracket here as we have our first player in the finals. Ryan with an O. We keep calling him that. We love him. As we get set for Evan versus Sam in our second and final semifinal matchup. And we saw Sam really battle back with Ike as he was taking on Little Mac, controlled by Ethan. Evan, a 2-0 victory against Aljon. So that Ganondorfers is like a couple of big-time sword-wielding characters here.
Yeah, man.
And we know that both of them can do just a great job of being aggressive as well, too. So I'm really interested to see how this one plays out.
Oh yeah, I mean this is definitely the battle of the strong boys right here. I mean, Ganon's so strong he feels like he only needs to use his sword for 3 attacks. Like it's just, like how do you justify being that strong? So, we'll find out right here, right now. We are right back on the frigate, Orphean. We're gonna see how this one plays out. Evan is trying to find some space, but Sam throwing out all of this match. He actually gets his jump taken right there. Luckily for him, Ike with a pretty good horizontal recovery within that side B.
Ooh. Oh, Gannon. How about the aerials we're seeing from Gannon over the last couple of matches from Evan? He's done a great job of moving around with Gannon, making himself very difficult to defend against. Oh, TK.
He walked through and he just kicked him right back out that front door. Man, that was a
Going back to where you came
turnaround.
from here. Evan, 3-2 stock advantage against Sam. Sam trying to connect. There's that up smash that's been so effective for Sam. He cleared things out in that second game against Ethan, courtesy of that. And we saw the short hop aerials really being deployed by Sam, but not so much this time against Gannon, because Gannon really just powering through a lot of the moves we've seen by Sam, but oh, not enough recovery there as we're now down to 2 stocks each.
Yeah, man. I was actually wondering what Sam was doing on the left side when the platform was a little under, but he was actually using that as a way to basically he's kind of almost sharking. And he was just under the stage, but if Gannon actually walked over there, he would have been hit out by one of those up airs. And then he immediately comes back to the back air. Gannon, though, putting the pressure on, hit him with yet another Sparta kick, but this time he's able to recover.
Forward air followed by the neutral air as Sam tries to approach with those short hops that he was so well known for. We knew we would see them come back out. We knew we would.
Oh, yeah.
Sam trying to use the large hitbox of that sword to space himself from Evan. Evan being a little bit patient below, but once again, another aerial from Gannon. Oh, perfectly timed on the side B from Sam.
Yeah, that was perfectly timed to avoid getting hit by the up tilt a little earlier, and I think that would have been a trade, and it would not been favorable for Sam by any means. However, he's trying to even it up real quick. The up throw into the up air, not enough.
2-1 stock advantage for Evan. Trying to win this first game in the semifinals. Sam trying to find a comeback. Figure Sam will play a little bit more defensive at this point. Look for his opportunities because you know they're going to be there. You're going to avoid those powerful attacks from Gannon.
Yeah. Evan actually getting away with a little bit right here. You're not actually able to grab the ledge twice and keep invincibility. And it doesn't matter if it's 2 different ledges. You have to touch the ground first before you're able to get invincibility back. And he's been double tapping those ledges on the right side. Either way, though, Sam able to get himself a stock and even it up actually straight up. Both these guys fresh on their last stocks. First hit getting awarded to Evan.
Oh, grab into the kick. Evan trying to string together a couple of powerful moves here to rack up the damage against Sam. Shielding at this point. Sam picking and choosing his spots, but that kick has been so effective for Evan and Ganondorf. Sam trying to take the higher ground. Short hops and the aerials have been the secret for success for Sam. Gets 3 in a row right there, TK.
Oh, man, and this is looking a little rough right now for Evan. Now he's now off stage, but yeah, there's no ledge there when the stage is connected, and unfortunate for him, that stage just got back to full-on full stage platform mode. Woo.
And we discussed how these stages sometimes really keep these characters on their toes because this isn't just your flat final destination that we're so used to playing.
Yeah.
You have all this variety and variables that come out from these stages here, and it's thrown these competitors off it sometimes. We saw that early on Jungle Japes, but as we said right there, that stage and that transition, you're expecting to get up through the stage, but no luck right there as Sam takes the first game in that semifinal matchup. We'll see if we see the same trainers. The fans trying to egg them on to choose a different player, but I feel like if you're Sam, you're not going to mess with what got you here at this point.
Oh, not at all. I mean, these guys have been very successful on their character picks up until this moment. So let's see exactly how this one pays out. I mean, that was still relatively a close game. I think he just wasn't ready for that stage to close out on him the way it did, and therefore, because of that, he wasn't able to grab the ledge. So we'll see how we get into this next game. We're still on the same stage, but now he has knowledge. Now he knows if the stage is full on together, then I cannot grab that middle ledge.
No changes here. Evan going as Ganondorf, trying to get a victory here to force a game 3. Meanwhile, Sam, listen, I got to get one more victory. Now I'm in the finals taking on Ryan. So Sam did a great job coming back from a 2-1 stock deficit in the previous game, and we saw another one of those shifts from defensive to offensive styles. And that boded very well for Sam, but at 3 stocks each, you can be as aggressive as you want to at this point.
There it is, man. Those short hop aerials that you were pointing out, this time under the ledge here in the middle of the stage. He was kind of just threatening him if he ever decided to move over there, but Evan going to hold fast, go ahead and keep his persistence of staying on the left side of the stage until it reconnected.
Down B connecting for Evan as he careens down towards the stage, able to catch Sam. But Sam, how about that powerful attack right there? Then charging the B, trying to catch Evan sleeping. Oh, not going to be enough right there. Oh, Evan with the block and the punish. That sent Sam off the stage. Sam able to recover, and both fighters already racking up a ton of damage early into their first stock.
Ooh. Okay, Evan getting tricky with the recovery. Going to use that down B to rapidly accelerate, and then jump back up and grab that ledge. All right.
Oh, the aerials coming in from Ike and Sam. Able to get the first stock off of Evan. It's 3-2, Sam with the advantage, but you know if you're sitting anywhere close to 100, you're KO bait for Evan at this point with Ganondorf.
And then, just as you said it, man, the back air.
That's why I'm here.
So quick with it. But yeah, man, I actually getting a new up air in this game, and it is like, it's basically like an aerial uppercut, but with a sword. So a lot of reach there, a lot of power on it, and you can see him kind of trying to explore that as much as he can.
One thing I love about Ike is how powerful his jab is. That 1-2-3 quick jab combo, you're able to punish so quickly with it, but it clears your opponent out so quickly and does so much damage as well, too.
Yeah, man, definitely something that you'll see a lot of Ike's throw out. Back today with a lot of jab grabs because people will be trying to block the last few hits. However, if you get hit by all of them, that is a lot of damage, and you get probably sent in a disadvantaged position. So down to the wire between our two competitors, though, on the second stock. Still looking for that up tilt to connect.
And keep an eye on Evan and those dash attacks being thrown out by Ganondorf. Those are doing a great job of setting up either fairs or nairs coming from him to follow up for a very beautiful two-hit combo. He's found some success against Sam, so look out for that. But Sam clearing things out, and Sam is just one KO away from getting into the finals.
No waste of time for Sam, and oh, okay, there it is. No waste of time for Evan trying to get right back into it. Tried to hit him with another forward tilt, but was not enough. And now Sam rolling out of harm's way and then getting a huge punish right there with that down tilt to double forward air. It's looking a little rough right now for Evan. He's gonna have to find a way to get the stock off. Is that it? He's pretty far off, but no, still manages to make it back. Sam, though, really knowing his character in his recovery.
Ike with those two forms of recovery, vertical and horizontal, and so that makes him a very difficult character to keep off the stage. And now it's Evan staring down a 2-1 deficit, but now it's 1-1. Can Evan do to Sam what Sam did to Evan in the previous game and force a game 3? But no, Evan, Evan with a mishap, and that'll do it. Evan falling off the stage.
That is
Evan,
unfortunate.
excuse me, staying alive. Sam falling off the stage, and now it's 1-1 as we get set for our third and final game to figure out who's going to take on Ryan. And listen, something like that, you don't get a gentleman's stock when you knock yourself out, or what was it, homie stock?
The homie stock, yeah, that's the homie stock.
I'm a little bit older, I say gentleman. You know, it was a homie maybe 6 years ago for me. Now it's a handshake and a gentleman. You can do dap and homie and all that stuff. I'll try to stay cool with the TK.
All right, I got you, man. But yeah, that is unfortunate for him. I mean, he pretty much just drop zoned himself with that up air. I don't even think the up air connected. It just, maybe he didn't think he was going to hit that exact angle because he threaded the needle through the stage and just could not make it back. I'm not sure if Ike is not able to grab the ledge backwards in this game. He wasn't able to do it in older games. But yeah, it just looks like he was too far away from the ledge or can't grab it backwards. Just left that, gave that one up. So here we are into game 3. Let's see what happens after the SD. Hopefully he doesn't lose any momentum with that, or Evan will be running away with this and making it final.
Evan with the dash attack, however, the perfect shield on the down B and then the punish. We see it coming out, and it seems like that mechanic, being able to master the perfect shield, is something that's going to be great to see how it evolves throughout the competitive scene.
And I feel like he was probably able to get a huge punish off that, because as perfect shielding works, the stronger the move that you perfect shield, the more time you have to work against it. So if you perfect shield a F smash, you're most likely able to throw out your own F smash right after that and actually connect.
Evan able to avoid some of those short hops and fairs and nairs coming from Sam, but Sam still applying the pressure. Evan barely getting back on the stage, missing with the down B. Sam unable to find the window to punish, but continues to attack with that back air. Charge B no good at that point, and already Sam able to get Evan up to close to 100% here.
Oh, there it is! The up tilt he's been looking for so long, and he's finally found it, and now you understand why he's looking for it. It is a very strong move.
3-2 advantage. Evan with the early lead in this one. Evan staying down below, connecting with the up airs. He goes up the grab as well into the side B. That connects. Evan then getting back up with those aerials, and now it's Evan getting Sam a taste of his own medicine.
Okay, I feel like he just started the war. Oh, and off the top. Yeah, you gotta watch yourself when Ganon is over you. I mean, he does not have the greatest landing options, but if he does connect with them, they are strong. And that down B rocked him right there. Just sent him straight off the top.
Evan races out to a quick 3-1 stock lead. Sam has a big hill to climb if he wants to come back in this one and get to the finals. Evan doing all that he needs to do at this point to keep Sam at bay. Can Evan recover? Yes, he gets back on the stage. Down B's going to get punished, though. Are we going to see another?
Yeah,
nope, ain't going to be enough. We ain't even going to try and tease you with that one.
You saw how far he was. He knew he'd just go ahead and throw that side B reverse so he finished himself off a little faster. But this is looking a little difficult right now for Sam. He's got a whole stock to take down before he even makes it an even game. And then on top of that, it really depends on how much damage he takes on this stock, just trying to get this second stock off Evan off.
But Sam has done this before. Oh, that up tilt almost connecting from Evan. Sam has been down 2-1. He's been able to be on the brink and come back and get the victory. However, oh, no, that won't do it right there. As Gannon and Evan, they move on to the finals. And I really love Gannon's approach in that game, using a lot of the short hop aerials we saw Evan use and really connecting with those powerful moves, including that up tilt when he needed to.
Yeah, but you were also talking about his usage of the dash attack, which we actually saw at the end where he dash attacked and then connected it with an up air right after that. That dash attack was definitely real pivotal in his offense and his play style. And now, that's what gets you in the finals.
Now we get set for our grand finals. This will be a best 3 out of 5. So yes, you get even more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as we look for our champion in this Arcadian team tournament here. Let's take a look at our 2 finalists. Ryan with an O, who was so good with that Ness and the aggression that he was showing, versus Evan. Evan and that Ganondorf. And now you've got some speed versus power in this matchup. Should be a very interesting battle between these two. And let's start with Ryan. Your Ness, you're able to go in there and you're throwing out nairs and fairs and you're able to combo with the PK fires. You still sticking with that approach against Ganondorf and Evan in this matchup, should they choose the same characters?
Yeah, I feel like that is exactly what's going to happen here. And now that Ganondorf, even though he is a bigger character, he does not have disjointed hitboxes of a sword outside of his smash attack. So this is going to be a hands fight. They are going to be straight up fisticuffs right here, and that is exactly the type of action we're going to see, which might actually benefit Ryan, being that he is a smaller and more combo heavy character. So let's see how this one plays out in the first game, or our game here on to Battlefield.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Ryan's going to play. A faster, speedier character. Will he do everything he can? Already throwing out a bevy of fairs and the PK Thunder. However, Evan able to recover, and Ryan, just as we talked about, almost an impenetrable wall of attacks that we're seeing from Ness.
Yeah. One thing I have to note, though, about Evan's bracket run altogether is that, every person that he's played against is SD at least once, but after that SD, it seems like he turns it on. So just don't unlock the gates for him, okay? Don't give him any stock. Otherwise, that's when you get the hard mode Evan, man.
Right. This seems like a stage, obviously, both fighters very familiar with this layout, and so you figure you won't see as many stage SDs as Evan. Going to go ahead and lose his first stock. Ryan races out to a 3-2 lead. And as always, we see that aggression coming from Ryan. How will Evan look to combat that?
I mean, that is a question that he needs to answer quickly as possible, because right now this aggression is getting the best of him. He finally found himself a couple of good hits there, but honestly, I don't think Gannon has a lot of tools to kind of just run away. He's not a fast character like that. And on top of that, you want to be on top of your opponent as Gannon. So you have 2 aggressive characters, but one is just being a lot more aggressive than the other.
Grab into the side throw, and we just see, once again, Ryan not letting up at all. And it seems like Evan's whiffing with a lot of his attacks, and Ryan doing a great job being able to block and counter very quickly.
Okay, and there it is. The up smash going to take another stock. Ryan. Man, I feel like I should have checked this man. Has he been to tournaments? That's how he's playing, man. I'm almost afraid to play him right now the way he's playing.
He's just so quick with his punishes, and then he's throwing out these fairs, these snares, the PK fire, stringing them into combos. He gets you off the ledge, and he's able to ledge guard so effectively. Trying to push Gannon out of this. Oh, but how about Evan? He ain't done yet.
He ain't done it all right there. That was a turnaround if I ain't never seen it. And he needed to find himself a way to get back to stage, and he did it aggressively by throwing out that up air, and then stage bouncing him off into a KO.
A drop of water in an otherwise parched match early on for Evan. He's able to get it. Let's see if he can string together and use some of that momentum to dig back into this one. Ryan, it seems like, had no issues continuing to step on the pedal, apply the pressure, and just juggle around Evan. Let's see if Evan can set anything up.
That was a speed bump, and he just ramped over it, man. He does not care right now. He's like, the speed limits, I have no idea what those are. As he keeps this pressure up, as he keeps the pedal to the metal.
Oh, the PK Fire setting up another combo. and Ryan just using every single move that Ness has in his bag. The up throw not enough at that point. Evan trying to get back on stage. Nicely done with the back air and then another dash attack.
Very true. So, okay, there it is. Got the side beat. Looking for him to roll behind him, but instead, Ryan is actually going to throw out the jab, and the neutral layer is going to go ahead and take that stock and that game. Good first game from Ryan, man. That aggression still paying off, still showing up from the first round that he played here in this top 8 into now.
And what you're seeing, and we keep referring to it, you're seeing the nairs, you're seeing the fairs come out as Ness short hops and approaches you, but once he gets into neutral ground with you, you just see the PK fires come out. That sets up some combos, and if you miss on any attack, what we've seen, Ryan doing a great job of punishing you. No matter how quick and how small that window of opportunity is, it seems like he's always there with the right input.
Yes, that is exactly correct right there. My man is doing a great job of allowing himself to play exactly the way he wants, and that's kind of the skill of a great player. You know, you want to keep the game on your side. You want to set the pace. You want to do all that, but the switch.
A character change, as we like to say. A character change. You got to get that first H in there. Ridley coming in. Let's see if Ridley can do anything that nobody's been able to do against Ryan, and that is get the victory here, because Ryan has had no issues whatsoever in this matchup, in this tournament.
This is some unfamiliarity for everyone on the screen right now. One, I mean, even if you are playing him, this is a very new character, so there's still a lot of tech to be discovered. But two, playing against him, I mean, there's a lot you may not know. So this is going to be an interesting switch, and maybe this will work out. Looking for that downbeat. That actually does about like 50 damage right now if you connect with it. So.
Well, right now, Evan unable to get the early advantage as Ryan doing a great job. We see, it seems like Ryan's playing a little bit more defensively here, trying to see what Evan can throw out, but those attacks, if Ridley connects with you, like you said, they do so much damage.
Yeah, man, right there in itself, I think that side beat ended up doing somewhere over to the upwards of like 20. So that is big damage coming in from Ridley. He is a big, strong character. You know, some people even say he's too big for the game. He's obviously trying to show you that I belong here. This is where I'm supposed to be. So it looks like Ryan has something different to say about that with that up smash, sending him right out on that first stop.
The yo-yo sending Evan for a spin off the top of the screen, and now it's Ryan with the 3-2 stock lead. He's up 1-0. First 1 to 3 games will be your champion of this Arcadian teen tournament here in San Diego.
I was close right there, just barely makes it through. So, oh, look at, I think that was F smash behind him. Was maybe looking for the roll, but was not going to find it from Ryan. He's got that wall of a defense right here that he's displaying. Nice jabs coming in from Evan.
And Evan still unable to take one stock from Ryan yet. So you look at all that power that Ridley has, but Ryan doing a great job of just staying alive and already trying to push forward all the dash attacks and the PK Thunder. That's unable to connect though.
Back throw, just kind of get him off stage, see what he can do as he sets the stage on his side. There's a forward throw right there, putting him right back off stage. And this is, I mean, just a good position in general. Nice down tilt though, scooping him up.
And I know it seems like common knowledge and duh, why wouldn't you do this? But it seems like if you're Evan, if you can get Ness off stage, it seems like Ness is very vulnerable in all of his recoveries onto the stage. And now it's 2-2 in the stocks. Evan finally sort of stabilizing himself and coming back into this one.
Yeah, the thing is, like, with the way that Ness' recovery is, because he has to kind of stand in place, because he has to hit himself, if you are, you know, risky enough or fast enough, you're actually able to jump out there and hit him before he hits himself with the PK Thunder too, and push him even farther out.
And is that something you look at with Ridley, because you've got the wings for your recovery, you've got a little bit more recovery for a bigger character?
That is true. That is very true. Oh, Ryan actually coming back on stage with the forward air, and then immediately gets the back throw as he's trying to go ahead and finish that stock off as quick as possible. Ness' back throw always been very prominent as his KO options.
Ridley trying to chase down Ryan, and as we've seen now, Ridley getting some success as Evan keeping Ryan off the stage and forcing Ryan to recover. It's hard to be aggressive when you're recovering, clearly. Oh no!
Just rolls right back into it. That is unfortunate for Evan. I thought he was going to try to go for the side B at first, because I've been noticing that Ryan is shielding a lot more, because Evan has been, there it is, side B. Don't be listening to me, man. I'm not coaching, I swear to God.
Ryan pulling out the baseball bat and sending a souvenir out to the fans as he takes away Evan's stock. It's now 2-1, but Ryan at 150. This could be evened up very quickly here if Evan can connect, but Ryan hanging on his Ness off the top of the screen. Can Evan even this one out?
That's crazy though to notice that. I just noticed that he is at 170 and did not, and even on a platform, the up throw was not enough. However, that side B will be enough, really dragging him across the stage and then flinging him out. So here he is, evening up on stocks. Oh, hit the double up.
Tried to get a couple RBIs right there, but no luck for Ryan. Ridley able to get out of that, but already the damage for Evan, and we know what Ryan's capable of doing, especially with some of those aerials. PK Thunder connects. Ryan looking for his opening. Evan able to come back down safely to earth, trying to put some pressure on that shield, but the side throw coming in from Evan. PK Thunder, is that going to be enough? Oh, Evan able to get back on the stage.
Just barely. I feel like that was at the top of his recovery. Gets himself another side beat, throwing him pretty far off. Now he's going for the aggressive edge guard, forces the air dodge, but does not throw out an up tilt or anything over him to try to punish it. Just barely living that too. Oh, no.
Misinputted up B. Unable to get Evan back on the stage, and that's huge because now it's 2-0 Ryan. You were down to the final stock. If you could have gotten that, you would have evened this up. But now you got to knock off 3 more stocks from Ryan just to make it 2-1 at this point in our grand final. So if you're Ryan, you're coming downstairs to the kitchen because you can smell a championship cooking. However, Evan wants to hold dinner off just a little bit longer.
Yeah, he is right there. Right? He's definitely standing at the doorway right now saying, no, Mom didn't say it was ready. It's not time yet. But does not seem to matter if he's going to be kicking his way through the way he is right now. We're trying to see, actually, if we're getting another switch of characters. I see some people in the crowd asking for some characters. What characters are we trying to get him to play? We have the Ganondorf. We have the Ridley. He's hovering over Snake. Oh, the Snake?
Oh, as I like to say, a character change here.
Yeah. I mean, he's cycling through, man.
Is Snake going to slither his way into this? And it looks like we might see Snake making his debut in this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Arcadian Teen Tournament.
Yeah, man. Snake, coming from Brawl, he did make it into Smash 4, but he snuck his way back into Ultimate with the rest of the cast. And here he is, about to put on the big damage. Starts off real quick with the F tilt right there. 2-hit move, 16 damage right on top of that.
And as you said, another bigger, stronger character, but it seems like a lot of his attacks come out much quicker than from what we've seen with Ridley and Ganondorf. What else are we going to see from Snake in this matchup as far as his bag of tricks?
Well, Snake, a couple things Snake has. Obviously, he has a lot of explosives to work. His B moves, all of them seem to be explosive outside of his Cypher. He's got the C4, he's got the grenade, he's got the RPG, and then his Cypher is actually a really good recovery too. So he's got a lot of tools as a character. His up tilt still super strong. He does a lot of damage. I think Snake's only real problem is sometimes because the recovery has no hitbox, a lot of people are able to snuff him out of it a lot of the time.
And we know how aggressive Ness is going to be, controlled by Ryan. If you have a chance where you are vulnerable, he's going to find it with the grab into the side throw from Evan, and Evan finding some success with Snake early on in this one against Ness. If Ryan can get this win, he will be your grand final. Evan trying to make it 2-1.
Yeah, the thing about switching characters too, this is something for the people out there who do plan to attend tournaments. If you have a lot of characters, it's great to know how to use them, but sometimes switching characters will kind of show your hand because it feels like you don't have any confidence in the people that you're playing. Now, the way that he's been switching characters, the game's been close. I wouldn't say that's the case here. He just wants to see, he's throwing the spaghetti basically at the wall to see what sticks at this point in time. Needs to see if it's cooked or not.
Evan uses the C4 against himself, though.
Yeah, twice. That was, okay, the homie stock again. And he actually pats him on the back like, it's okay, man. It's okay. Maybe you didn't know it was there, but I give you the homie stock this time.
All right, the homie stock makes it 2 stocks each, 0-0, but you see how quickly an aggressive Ness can rack up damage. Evan already at 54, 64% now.
All right. There it is, man. 10% off with that jab combo. I mean, Snake, yeah, they're able to do some nice damage. We've got to find a way to get more of that in there. I feel like Snake can play a very ground-based game, too, because a lot of his ground attacks are decently fast. He backs it back.
Back to him. Oh, that's the hot corners we like to talk about. Unable to field the grounder. How about Ryan? Huge turning point in this match, and then the side throw makes it 2-1. Make some noise. Ryan just 1 stock away from becoming your champion of this Arcadian Teen Tournament. Snake and Evan trying to hang on and force another game. A couple of jabs right there, going to clear out the space. And now you've really got to throw, as you like to say, that whole bowl of spaghetti against the wall.
Man, now he's got to see what really sticks right now. But this is looking super unfortunate for Evan. I mean, he is down by quite a bit. He's got a lot of damage on his last stock. Ryan charging it up. Almost.
Oh, not enough right there. Here comes that PK flash. Still not enough. Snake staying alive. Ryan looking for the victory here. Throwing out some PK flashes and PK fires. PK, you name it, it's being thrown out by Ryan. Ryan needs one more stop. Evan and Snake hiding in the box at this point. Both fighters just hanging out. Neither one of them wants to give up the sticks at this point. Here comes the grab into the side throw from Snake.
Oh, wow, he got so much back right there. With
And that does it! Ryan getting the victory. That's 3 games, and Ryan is your champion of the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Arcadian Team Tournament.
What a display of character knowledge, too. Did you see how much he got like 40% back off of just, he absorbed both of those projectiles. Got the C4 and the grenade all in one. And then right after that, I think Evan was, or not Evan, yeah, he was forced to go over there and try to do something about it. Immediately gets grabbed, back thrown, and it's over.
And that is it. And so remember that name, Ryan. Fantastically done by Ness, and that's what we talked about. We weren't sure what characters we were going to see in this tournament because this is still just a build of the game that is still in works, but you see what Ness was capable of doing, and I believe Ryan didn't lose a single game the entire tournament, so no issues whatsoever, and this seems like it's a game that really tailors to someone being much more aggressive.
Oh yeah, man, and the thing about that too, like not only did he not losing the games, but he even gave some stocks up to make it even in some of the games that he probably would have won in a larger fashion. But yeah, that aggression that we saw here, man, you know, we've been talking about all the options, the way they've kind of like forced, well, not really forced, but made aggression a better option. You know, you can't roll as much as you're able to before, the way that ledges work, and you can get ledge trump and you can't grab the ledge twice without invincibility. So aggression really does help out in this game, and it was in full-on display here with Ryan's Ness.
So Ryan is your champion. As you looked at the bracket, had no issues whatsoever making his way through. 3-0 victory in the finals over Evan. We saw Evan change characters every single game at that point. But now we have some special awards for our top 8. So let's go ahead and head to the stage and pass out some awards, some of that swag, some of that gear for getting here. So let's start with our runner-ups. Basically, everyone except our champion, they're going to get some pins, a rally towel, and hats. So we have hats for our 2 through 8 finishers. Let's give them a round of applause here in the house right now. We saw that Carlos, Claire, Aljon, Ethan, Milton, Sam, and then Evan, your runner-up. And then we have a medal for our champion, Ryan, with an O. Clap it up for Ryan one more time. But wait, for all of our top 8, we have one more special prize. Everyone loves getting a ticket, but what we have for them, golden tickets. What that means is you're gonna get one free copy of the game when it comes out December 7th, so give it up for our top 8.
Oh, look at him, man. That dude in the Mario hat. That Carlos, he is elated, man. You got to feel good about that, man. I mean, this is Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory type ticket stuff right here, man. You are winning a full copy of the game December 7th. You go to that e-store, you put that download code in, and it will be there waiting for you.
And well-deserved, because we started with 64 players that showed up. And getting through that free-for-all stage, that's not a walk in the park, because they were playing with items and smash balls. You're basically... whatever happens, happens in that one. There's a lot of things that can happen. It can be very risky. However, we get to a top 16. They finally get down to a top 8. Then they took center stage here. And through it all, we saw Ryan with an O climb to the top with the aggressive play of Ness. So nicely done by Ness as well. And I think we're all excited to see just what you can do with all of these characters when December 7th comes.
Oh yeah, man. That was a great display. And almost every display I've seen so far has been a great display of some Smash Ultimate action. You know, we were at E3. We got to saw those professional players play. We went to CEO. Got a lot of people who were there for the tournament to play. And now here we are at San Diego Comic-Con, getting some of the newer talent out here to play in this Teen Arcadian. And what talent did we see today, man? I feel like I was actually watching a real tournament.
Well, a big thank you to the fans that came here and showed their support, and a big thank you to our hardworking crew from behind the scenes that put this on. Just a first-class presentation for myself and TK Breezy. December 7th, can't get here soon enough. Until then, we'll catch you guys next time.
What's up, Inklings and Arklings? Welcome to the Splatoon 2 European Championships! Before we get into all the action, I have a very special message for you from one of our Squid researchers.
Bonjour! 皆さん、こんにちは。理科研究所の研究員です。スプラトゥーン2ヨーロピアンチャンピオンシップ決勝大会のために、ここパリの会場にお集まりの皆さん、ありがとうございます。そして、ライブ配信をご覧の皆さんもありがとうございます。昨日行われた試合はお楽しみいただけたでしょうか。残念ながら8つのチームが敗退となってしまいましたが、どのチームも素晴らしい戦いぶりでした。勝ち残った4チームのうちどのチームがスプラトゥーン2ヨーロピアンチャンピオンシップ2018-2019の勝者に輝くのか、本日の準決勝決勝がとても楽しみです。さあ皆さん、この大会の最終ステージを一緒に楽しみましょう。そして勝ち上がったチームの皆さん、頑張ってください。一人一人がベストを尽くせるよう私も応援しています。それではアビエント。
Como arigato gozaimashita, Nogami-san. Are you ready to see some of the best Splatoon 2 players from Europe battle it out on this stage? 12 teams qualified to be here. Yesterday, they played in the group stages. They were split into 4 groups. The winner of each group is going to be walking onto the stage for your semi-finals, battling it out to make their way into the finals. Let's chat a little bit about those teams now. Our reigning champions are back. Back Squids is coming back. They want to defend that title. They are the favorites for the competition, but there's another team that has home soil advantage. Alliance Rogue from France is coming in here. They've got the crowd. They've got the support. If anything, they can potentially cause an upset and beat back Squids. There's also another team that could cause an upset, the Dark Horse, if you like. They've already taken out fan favorites Team Mako in the group stages. They are, of course, the Nordic team, Impari Gang. And finally, see, they got a little bit of support. Finally, though, these are the underdogs because we don't know a lot about them. But if anyone's going to shake things up a little bit, it is, of course, Polarized from Spain. Those are your 4 teams, and they are all battling it out to be called the Splatoon 2 European Champions. On top of that, they want to take home the Splatoon 2 trophy next to me. They want those winners' jerseys, and they want these really sick gold Nintendo controllers. Can you imagine taking one of these home? I definitely want one. Maybe I'll steal one quickly and just run backstage. None of you saw anything, okay? It's now time, though, to get into the action. Our first semi-final. I'm going to chat a bit about both of these games. They will be best of 5s. When we move into the final, we'll have a best of 7, and we'll break that down a little bit more. But I think it's time that we get the teams on the stage. What do you think? Please make some noise and help me introduce from Spain, it's Team Polarized. They're coming back to defend their title. They are your previous champions from Germany. This is Back Squids. While our teams warm up, we're going to make sure that we don't miss a single drop of ink. So I have an incredible shark casting team joining me now. It is your splat by splat commentator, Bowie, and he is joined by a previous European champion, professional Splatoon 2 player, Wasdom. They're in the commentators box. Gents, let's have a little chat here about this best of 5 format for the semi-finals. Walk me through the modes and the maps that we're going to see played.
Thank you very much indeed, Tech Girl. My name is Bowie, and I'm of course joined by Wadsum here in the booth. The crowd is absolutely electric today. It's great to see. As we've mentioned, two fantastic teams coming up onto the stage right now. Reigning champions, who I know that you've played with as well in the past, and obviously Polarized. I mean, we're looking at the teams here. First of all, we'll just quickly go through the teams and then have a look at these maps and modes. The back squids consist of Echo, Margin, Kaito, and Ben, who, as we've known, have been incredible players across the board. Echo, specifically, you were mentioning yesterday, is a force to be reckoned with. Such a stoic and brilliant leader for the entire team, and that's what makes him so good.
Yeah, especially on his role, the Charger, he just brings so much structure into the game, and having a Charger is just so safe in an environment like this. Like, if someone can make a difference on backsplits, it's him. Like, if he gets the impact plays, if he just hits his shots, that can win them the entire tournament here today.
Sounds good. On the other side, we of course have Polarized, consisting of Lewis Boo, Anto, Loki, and Roderick. And yesterday we saw Roderick play a lot of great Splatoon, really influential across all of their games that they played yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can bring against the reigning champions. So let's have a look at these maps and modes and Wadsum. So what are we going into for game one?
Yeah, first game, it's Clamblitz New Albacore Hotel. This is one of those maps where it's really hard to push to the basket. Like, there's only 3 ways to push there, and 2 of them consist of grids, so you can only walk over there. You can't really swim through, so you're really exposed. It's really hard to push in there. And this is one of those maps where it's a really slow-paced map because you can't really force pushes that much.
Yeah. So it's going to come down to like those like set pieces and that pushing together and those like waves of pressure.
The completely opposite of Makomard yesterday. We saw only KOs on this map on Clamblitz since it's so easy to push to the basket, but this map is the complete opposite. So we can be excited what the teams have prepared for this map to actually crack the defense.
If you are just joining us and maybe not so sure on the specifics of something like Clamblitz, it is a newer mode, so some people may not know so much. The idea is to grab as many clams as you can. If someone grabs 10 together, they'll get the power clam, throw that to an enemy like point, which it looks like a big ball. It breaks and a basket appears. Throw the clams in and get even more points, and obviously get that the 100-point KO. So it's one of those ones where it's like a 2-part kind of game. You've got to collect everything and get that map control, and then press into that main area. So that is our first game. And then if we game 2, we're going to be going over to tower control on the reef. So
the reef, being that the beginner stage, we had it for so long. It's one of the smallest stages, so aggressiveness is really rewarded here, small spaces. And both of the teams have pretty aggressive lineups. Like, Echo is one of the most aggressive chargers we have out there. But also looking at Spain's side, they have 3 Slayer players here, offensive players. They need to flex to a support there. I'm curious to see who's going to do that. But
yeah, I mean, I think when you have a team that's kind of comprised of one kind of like play style, you need to try and flex. As you say, flex around that, but also be very, be a little bit adapt as best as you can. But as you say, this map is going to be one where a lot of aggression is going to really play into their hands. I guess everyone's going to be very well experienced with this map, and we'll see what they can bring out. As for game 3, we're looking at splat zones on Moray Towers.
Moray Towers, it's the complete opposite. It's one of the biggest maps in the game. The most vertical one. Maybe not a fan favorite, but some hate it, some love it. I mean, on this map, especially splat zones, you can push up a lot to the spawn and just lock out the opponent pretty much, because it's such a long way to get to mid. So pretty exciting, long-range weapons excel there. Let's see what they bring up.
Those are, of course, our first 3 matches. It is a best of 5. So if we do have to push further forward, we will be seeing we'll be seeing a couple more modes in Rainmaker and Tower Control, and we'll get to those if they become relevant. But it is a best of 3, and we want to see that game 5 as well.
Totally.
So that's how it's looking up here, Sam. How are things on your end? To Tech Girl.
Is ready for some action. Our teams are ready to start playing. We have back squids taking on Polarized in our first semi-final of the Splatoon 2 European Championships. They are ready. Let's have a quick chat as we go into game. Gents, tell me a little bit about Polarized specifically. We keep calling them the underdogs, but in all fairness, they had a very easy run to the semi-finals yesterday during the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, easy is one of those words that we. I mean, it was one of those games. Like, they had perhaps they had no of the major obvious top seeds, let's say, quote unquote, in their group, but they had great resistance coming out from the the
Portugal's
the Portuguese team, excuse me, yes. So they had to fight very, very hard to get out of their group, but they didn't have one of those top seeds to overcome. But as we were saying a bit earlier, Roderick specifically was playing very, very strong for their team and was putting in some serious work. And the audience getting excited. We're jumping into our first game. So here we are, your first semi-final of the Splatoon 2 European Championship here in Paris. It's Backsquids versus Polarized. Okay, so we are
looking at the team comps here. Both teams opt for a Kansas Spatter shot with the Booyah Bomb respectively. It has been buffed as of lately, gained traction as of the past, and already 2 spats coming in for Backsquids here. That should at least get a mid control here. Echo, he's losing the 1v1 to Loki here, but the revenge spat already by Kaito here.
Nice
so
and
things
quick.
are about, self jumps coming in. Self jump being an ability which hides your super jumps to mid.
Trying to play with maybe a little bit few of these extra skills just to maybe confound their opponents. Anto looking for a splat here and there, but unable to actually confirm their splats back and forth from both teams so far. Nothing major in terms of getting huge control and pushing forward. Margin on this lower side, though, just trying to pressurize the opponent across this grate, which, as you say, you can't swim over, you have to walk, which makes it hard. Ben on the far side. Roderick does go down on that far side as Ben pushes to take down Loki. Also goes down, but gets taken down by Anto just before.
Yeah, I think that's Margin pushing from the far left side right now. Yeah, he has a power clamp already. Kaito is with him as well. They have the baller. They could just go for that power play baller into super jump to get that first basket and the first points.
Yeah, so one thing you're going to see a lot of, or at least it's quite a strong choice for most players, is going to be using these power plays, by which using multiple skills. You can see the baller being used there, and normally you have teammates jump to your point, but Polarized go down 2-1 right now, but they are still surviving. As I say that, though, Kaito comes in, and the first power clamp is down.
Yeah, they still have some clamps at their disposal. They can extend the lead and extend that push. You see a
Echo!
Yeah. Can he find another one?
Trying to find that second splat if he can, but you can see the evasive maneuvers gets taken down eventually, though, by Anto, it seems like, on that top side. 2 for 1 now, and this is the ability for Polarized to push back.
Solid defense by them. They already have found 2 spats as well. They have 1 power clamp lying mid. They have the so-called pity clamp in their spawn, which you get after the enemy pro gear basket. So they have a good clam economy right here right now.
Yeah,
so
they have to be careful, though. You can see Echo just waiting on that far side, being a very strong defensive force. And it's three inklings down for the side of Polarized. Excuse me.
That's effectively a full wipe. So yeah, Backsquids in full control of the mid area. They have some clamps themselves right now, but they don't have any specials yet to push in. Yeah, they get the baller now. Margin on the far top right side. He's going for the baller, gets 1 splat already. He's pushing in. That might allow for the jump, but no. Yeah, Ben going left side. He was, no one was minding him since, Margin was just distracting all of them.
You can see Echo here
just scary now.
Yeah, Echo here just being, again, a scary point on this top, unable to be taken down, just holding point for his teammates who are able to jump to him every single time. And you can see they're just taking down the opponents once again. 2 for 2 now. Can they get any more clams in? No, they can't. 31 points is going to be the score for now. Polarized have to make some kind of play into this game soonish because we're running out of time.
They're stabilizing, but it's really up to them to get that mid control now to set up the next push. Ben is still there. Anto finds these splats though. Echo already setting up on the grids on the far right side.
Yeah. Roderick here trying to make as good play as he can. Sees that he's being focused down by Echo. Gets out of the position. You can see Roderick trying to cross this grate if they can. Trying to find that pressure. Takes down Echo. And Roderick's through.
That's Bendo.
And out comes the bubble blower.
Split, but it's still a 3v2.
Oh, he misses the throw. Loki grabs it again though. Can he get? He does get that first point on the board for Polarized.
But that's a push now. They still have some clamps. They need to get the splats here. It's a 3v3 right now. Loki finds the splat on Kaito. Anto, can he get Margin as well?
Does go down. This is very good right now for Polarized. They're fighting back.
Spawning right next to them. They can extend the push. Yeah, that's scary. It's only Louis Brewer alive right now, but
that is a really strong push. That is a really strong push. 44
still have
now.
1 minute left, so this is still even, like Backsquids are in the lead, but yeah, the Spanish team can take it at any time.
Good strong pushback from Polarized, showing that whilst we do have our champions in the German squad, the Spanish, the underdogs, still showing that they have the quality to be here. Roderick escapes back to safety. You can see the Stingray coming out now from Echo. That back line so strong. Margin walking over the grates to get to that central point.
Yeah, Backsquids has good mid control right now, so the Spanish team might need to invest specials to actually push back in mid. Actually, Baxter is going for a pretty aggressive play here, using specials to even get to that, to get another push in. But yeah, it seems like Margin is completely wrong on the right side. Can he be stopped? I think he's gonna get the clamp, but I don't agree with this play, because all it does, he can't really follow up with any clamps. They're getting wiped eventually, and they're just giving the opponent another power clamp, allowing them for a good overtime, potentially a push to win the lead.
Indeed, barriers back up, and here is overtime. Loki has got the power clamp, he has to make a move. Kaito is waiting on that far side as well.
Echo got already a split there, that's super important.
Yeah,
like we see on the top, they're close to getting that ball already.
Roderick, though, going in there, taking down Echo, but gets taken down himself. Loki's the only one left alive.
That's the full wipe. Yeah, that should be the game for Backsquids here.
They're not going to be able to get back to that power clam. And first game going over to Backsquids, the reigning champions, opening up that semi-final in emphatic fashion.
I mean, looking back at yesterday, Backsquids just had 4 KOs in 4 matches. And now it went to overtime, so it really shows that, yeah, we're on a different level here now. This is the best of the best of Europe, so...
Polarized did do a great job though, of having that counter push and bringing it all the way, like, you know, to a 13-point difference. That was very strong from them, and they managed to get splats here and there. And whilst there was that almost melee, that maelstrom of action going on by the basket, they managed to get splats whilst also throwing in the clams when they could. It was good multitasking from Polarized, but the eventual strength of Backsquids was too strong. They fended off that push, and then finally managed to get that push back. And that was the end of Polarized campaign in that particular game, but it was a good start from them.
Some more maps up here. We are heading to Tower Control the Reef. Like we mentioned before, small mech aggressiveness is rewarded here. Both teams are kind of known for their aggressiveness.
Yeah.
So it kind of comes down to who individually outplays who, especially in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, looking over at that front line as well, when we saw Roderick, you know, he's breaking into these, breaking past the front line, trying to get his way into Echo specifically as well, and he's doing a great job of just being a hazard right now, and he's been doing very well, just as we saw yesterday. So it's going to be good to see what he can do when when you say a map that really. I guess rewards aggressive play, if he's going to be, you know, getting into that backline and just becoming this like antagonistic like property within the map. I was going to see how well he can do to get into Backsquids then. But you know, that said, we do have, you know, strong work coming out from Margin and Kaito as well to like counter that back. But no, as you say, tower control, bit of a different map as well. We're going to be having to ride that tower all the way through those checkpoints, and it's one of those games that may feel like it is a little bit slower pace than something like, you know, say Rainmaker or whatever. But it does, it can kind of run out. But we're jumping into game 2 now,
and we're seeing the Blastron side of Polarized here. A Blaster is a prominent weapon on this type of mode, especially since it can really just contest the tower. You can't really hide behind the tower, since the Blaster can just split you behind it.
And we have the Kensa undercover as well from, I believe, Margin there,
Well, they find Roderick though. Ben also finds another split.
Ooh, 1 for 1 there.
That's already a good opening.
That's a really strong start. 3 for 1 to begin with. And they're going to be making their way onto that tower and starting that push now. They are up to the first checkpoint already, and they are taking that down with relative ease. There it goes.
There's a Stingray ready on side of Polarized. They also use it already. Echo with the 1v1. Stingray 1v1. He finds the splat. That's huge for them, because that effectively means they can safely push through the second checkpoint. You see Roderick trying to flank here on the left side. They spotted him out though. They're aware of him. Yeah, that's already a pretty good lead. They're already close to this third checkpoint, but
there is a massive team wipe though from Polarized to stop that advance. Nice and, well, early-ish.
Yeah, but already 2 checkpoints for Team Backsquids here. That's a huge start for them. So let's see how the Spanish squad responds here.
Indeed, 24 points left on the board for Backsquids to get, so they're going to start making their campaign here. Loki goes down in the center to Ben, who does get taken down as well. Lewis Boo unleashes the Inkjet, and will start trying to catch anyone if he can. Maybe he can get 1 or 2 splats there. Gets 1! Just about, as Margin was just about to finish him off himself.
If he wouldn't got that kill, he would have gone down to Margin, because he was just camping his landing spot.
Yeah. Roderick now does get taken down by Kaito. And Echo and Ben there as this united front taking over the bridge, going around the sides. Echo is just doing so much work from down there.
Yeah, we're trading just splats right here. I mean, Polarized really needs to invest some specials to win that first neutral, to start something here.
Great evasion there from
and you see Kaito and Ben always playing around that bridge area. If you control that bridge on this map, you have an overview over the whole map. You can drop onto the lower grounds, and that gives such control for the whole team.
Yeah, and you can see Ben as well, preemptively using that baller to get into the enemy side and to start taking ground on that side. Echo phases back, grabs the Stingray, takes one down, Roderick that is, and has to push back with a little bit of pressure coming out. Counter Stingray from Anto. Does he get any splats for it?
He can at least stall, but his teammates need to go in. Like, especially if he pressures with the Stingray, they need to get those splats.
You can see the strength right now. The strength of Backsquids. Whoa, taking down a KO there, showing that their strength, they can
Yeah,
they can do anything.
Consistently kept winning those 1v1s and forcing 2v1 situations, winning the neutral, getting more splats, having more opening, and just not allowing Paralyze to start anything on this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You were talking about how the slower paced nature of New Albacore Hotel as a whole maybe did play a little bit of a part of why Polarize were able to kind of come back and fight a lot more there in a game where Backsquid have a lot more aggression on their side, and they can use that smaller stage to really go through the choke points and kind of just push and pressurize the opponents so much that they can't fight back. Yeah. And then you can see how strong they are. Reminder that this is what
they're the reigning champion, not for nothing,
Yeah, of course.
And they showed that, that's exactly what we expect from them.
Yeah, it was nice to see those wonderful golden pro controllers as well. One of the rewards that our teams are playing for, shining gloriously on the stage in the center. Reminder of what's at stake here. Currently, it's 2-0 then to the reigning European champions, Backsquids from Germany, and our underdogs from Spain, Polarize, looking to put get a point on the board, but showed a lot of heart here and there, especially in game 1. So let's have a look over to game 3 then. Let's remind ourselves of where we're going for this particular map.
We are on Splat Zones, Moray Tower.
That's the one. Splat Zones, Moray Tower.
This is one of the slower maps, since it's just so huge. You've got to control a lot of space, so longer weapons excel here, especially the Charger. Both teams had the Charger. A2 on answer to on side of Polarize, and of course Echo, we talked about him earlier, for Backsquid. So it really comes also down to which Charger just takes out the other Charger more. Yeah. And just finds more splat and controls more space.
When it comes to Moray Towers, the verticality is the biggest thing here. It's a very, very tall stage, and it's going to be, as you say, charge is going to be very, very important. That longer range, that ability to pressurize from above is going to be strong. And we've seen from Backsquids that they have that kind of quality coming out from the majority of their roster. So we're going to see how that goes when we jump into game very, very shortly, and we'll see how our players are doing. But one more game, and then we have Backsquids, the reigning champions, in the grand finals. If they win, if they get that one more, can we see a game 4? But it's all on Polarized to do that. And I think, as you say, Splat Zones, it's one of those things, isn't it? Like we were mentioning it yesterday during group phases, is that when the zone is controlled, you don't have time to muck around or like regroup or do things. You have to stop that timer because it's always going to be going down. It's not like if you look at something like tower control, it resets to the neutral. You actually get your penalty points if you get control completely wrenched off. But if it's not completely wrenched off, you're in trouble. But here we go.
It seems like we're starting already off. Moray Tower is looking at the comps. Yeah, we see Majin on the Ken's undercover, an amazing painting machine. Basically, it just puts out so much turf and gets so many supportive specials.
And we can see these 2 Splat Zones there on the bottom, separated in that center. Lewis Boo using that sloshing machine just to get some hits here and there.
It's also interesting to see Paralyze not opting for the Charger here. Instead, we have the Explosion as the preferred backline here. But he's... Oh, that's effective wipe already.
Sorry,
and this is pretty scary on this map, because you could push up pretty far here and just lock out the opponent. Not easily, but even if you die here, you can just jump back to your teammates, because they have so much room to make up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, really pushing in. You can see now both control points currently from Backsquids as the time is ticking down, and just pushing so far into enemy territory, making it very difficult for the opposing team, the Polarized, to get back into this game.
And you just saw the aggressiveness of Echo. He's one of the most aggressive starters. He just pushed up with them, used his Stingray pretty close to the enemies, but they find 2 picks. They neutralize their own zone. Can they get the cap? That's exactly what they need right now. Oh, they find Echo. He jumps off the map. I think they're gonna get these super jump as well, and they should cap it here.
They just need to just get that complete, confirm, get the other one
never
before.
Mind.
Can they get that one?
Can he get the cap?
That's really unfortunate. They didn't press and push their advantage when they had it, and then once again they don't get the bonus points onto their opponents, and that's going to be huge. That could actually be a big difference in this game.
Amazingly played by Backsquids to stay alive there. Like all odds were against them in that situation, but someone individually popped off there. And it's only 18 points on the map. Ento already drops. He has the board already.
You can see Lewis Boo Boo there going through. He has to make something happen here. Has to stop this timer if they can. Can they get it? They stop the timer for a little bit. They can't do it.
It's 2v2 in mid. It's 2v2 in mid. Lewis Boo is down there. Rodrik's coming with the ball to assist Margin on the flank.
Oh, not just yet. They're going to 3, 2, and 1. They stop it once more. Can they get the finish? It's going down. They get a turnaround. What a huge counter attack there.
Now they got 3 more minutes to do the comeback here.
Ooh, that was important. They've now got a huge buffer.
And they find Echo as well. Like finally they're pushing up here. This could be the start of something.
Lewis Boo trying to pressurize on that far side. You can see they're doing what Backswitz are doing previously, trying to push up as far as possible, make it difficult for them to do anything.
Already. Lewis Boo trying to push up here, finds Margin. Amazing play by him. He might go down to Kaito though.
Trying to stay alive.
He's touching everything though.
Absolutely moving like a Quicksilver right now. Beautiful
Echo
movement.
finds Rodrik though, but yeah, it's effectively a 2v3 right now for Loki. But if Loki can find the spot on Echo here,
gets taken down
but
2 now.
But look at the timer. They got close to taking the lead here. I mean, we are still 2 minutes in the game, so everything is possible as of right now.
So currently we do have the timer ticking down back on Backsquid's side. There is 2 main points left, but these penalty points are going to be in charge. And again, they've given themselves a little bit of breathing room here.
Spot out Ben.
They
Yeah,
get
2v1ing him.
Nice flank
That's the
there.
opening for them to push back again. They almost have a Booyah bomb here. Yeah. Uses immediately. Probably just pressuring their zone. Yeah.
Takes away the timer for a little moment. Gets
the
one
spats, though.
space. They get a second one.
Kaito in mid, kind of exposed. Can they find him?
Yeah, double splat there.
splat.
No. Loki pushing forward once more. Can they get any pushback from
only
this?
Kaito live on the far left side with the machine.
They have to be covering this ground. They have to have both to get that.
They also
to get
can't
that
allow
back.
Kaito to just stay there to get the jumps back. I think Kaito wisely retreated there, so they can push up again to try to lock them on.
Great stuff from Polarized now, pushing back into their own deficit.
But Loki already goes down, I think, to a bomb, just, yeah, being thrown down to snipe. And that's the armor, that's the push Backswitz is looking for. They also have the ball already, but Echo goes down somehow in the backline.
Yeah.
So if they can stop Ben here, Ben finds one pick, but counter baller popped here by Anto, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that now it's been pushed back onto the side of Backsquid. It's so back and forward now. That first push being the main difference, though.
Rodrik is still in there, though. He's getting called out. I don't think he can... Yeah, he tries to jump out. Unfortunately, he can't do so. But his teammates already push back quite a bit. But Ben is flanking him. Yeah, they're kind of staggering the kills right now. And that's not exactly what Polarized wants. Because as you look up, that's only 30 penalty on there.
You see there, though, Lewis Boo getting 2 hits.
Effectively 2v2, Rodrik dropping on left side.
Yeah, we can.
They're also jumping in, but I think they need to regroup a bit more. But yeah, now kind of the timer is playing against them. Rodrik tries to buy some time. He needs to stay alive, allowing for super jump. Then just kept one zone to stay alive here. They're in control of their own zone, but they go on one. This could be rough.
There's our last point there, and they can't see it through. Backsquid.
They advance to grand finals just like last year, and they're in to win this one again.
Nice 3-0 there from Backsquid, indeed. They a well-fought game there from Polarized. They did great jobs to stay in the game as much as they could, but Backsquid showing their pedigree and reminding the Spanish why exactly they are the reigning European champions. But there you have, Backsquid did a great job. You could see, we were talking about how these slower paced games are maybe working in favor of Polarized, able to just kind of maybe stall out a little bit more. And then their first counter push was very impressive.
Yeah, they almost they got it down to like 20 points or so. That's not far from getting the lead or KOing even there.
Yeah, especially how quickly the time and points can tick down when you're like not quite aware of them. They're like, oh, actually, there's like 15 points have gone in just a second. It feels like, especially when there's so much action going on and you're just trying to deal with so much. But fantastic first set coming out from both teams there, but Backsquids do keep their hopes alive to get those Golden Pro controls. You can see them there, standing up, a bit proud of themselves, happy with that one, but the Spanish did put in a fantastic showing today here in Paris.
Yeah, just getting to that stage, I mean, they had to battle through their regional tournaments, like taking out all the top contenders in their country, then also coming here to the European Championship, getting through the group stage, taking out other reigning champions of the respective countries.
Yeah. And then obviously managing to qualify actually in the group stage as well, beat out other champions of other regions and make it to this wonderful stage. Congratulations to them for making it this far. They will obviously take home, I believe, like joint third, I believe, with the other loser of the other semi-final. But top 4 in Europe is not much to to sniff at. It's a pretty good result. But what we'll do is we'll throw it over to Tech Girl on the stage to have a quick interview with the back squid. Tech Girl.
We have our first finalist for the Splatoon 2 European Championships. It is Back Squid, and standing with me right now is Echo. We get to have a little chat to him about that game. A very clean, calculated win, impressive. Tell me though, in map number 3, it seemed like Polarized might have a chance to claw it back.
Yeah, I mean, basically we had the chance to KO, but we kind of overextended and were too greedy for the kills and just maybe threw it a bit. But just one more thing, it's Kaito's birthday today, so, well,
Should we sing a little happy birthday for him? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So this could be a really great birthday present because you're now in the finals. You could potentially win the championship. When we get back into the game, though, who do you think is the team that you're probably going to have to face off against?
I mean, it's very hard to say because both teams are very equally as good in skill, but I feel like the maps are kind of on Ampere's side because they're pretty small and so you don't need really a backliner. But I don't know what to say. They're both equal.
You're ready for both, right? Yeah. You got this.
Of course.
Fighting talk from our reigning champs. They will be coming back in your finals to defend that title. But first, they're going to have to face off against the winner of the next semi-final. We're going to take a quick run back to spawn, and when we return, Empari Gang faces off against Alliance Rogue. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Splatoon 2 European Championships. We had 12 teams competing yesterday in the group stages. We've narrowed them down to 4. They were competing in the semi-finals. We already have our first finalists, last year's champions, Backsquids. We just saw them make the finals, and now we need to find out who joins them. Are you ready for our second semi-final? We have a packed audience here in Paris, France, so I'm going to ask them to make as much noise as possible to welcome the dark horses in this race. It is the Nordic team, Impari Gang! And I can already see in the crowd that the flags are ready. They are the home team. They are playing on home soil. This is your French team, Alliance Rogue. Cat making sure that he makes an appearance as well. I want to know, because we have this entire crowd here in Paris with us watching all the action live. You need to let us know which team you're supporting in the semi-final. Let us know in the chats. But now I'm going to ask our audience, which team do you think is going through to the finals? They've made their decisions. You need to make your decisions. But I'm now going to chat to our casters, Bowie and Wasdom. Gents, I want to know from you, we mentioned here that Impari Gang was the dark horses, if you like. We've also mentioned that Alliance Rogue had a really fast run in the group stages yesterday. Walk me through the star players on either of these teams and why they both could potentially cause a scary risk for Backsquids if they make the finals. Or don't. I mean, I can answer that.
Well, yeah, there we go. Hello, I'm Bowie, this is what. Yeah, so this is a bit of a tricky question, and the reason is because both of these teams are stacked. There's no star player.
Get better than that.
Yeah, I mean,
basically.
if you look to Imperi Gang, you say trying to pull a star player out of Sendo, Plontro, Kaldemar, and Nike. I mean, they're all well-experienced players. They've all been around for a while, and they're all brilliant players. I mean, I know that Sendo is perhaps one of the more well-known players in that particular team, being a member of Ghost Gaming as well, of course. A very strong international team here in Europe.
Yeah, you mentioned Ghost Gaming. Like, we have 4 people of Ghost Gaming playing in this tournament, in this match particularly, and also like their biggest rival in the European scene, Kraken Paradise, like also the top contender for the scene. There's also 3 players playing in this match right now, so it doesn't get better than that. They know each other pretty well, so they're basically playing against teammates right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, looking onto the other side, obviously, Soren's a well-known player. Kiva, Urtza, and Gray as well on the side of Alliance Rogue. I mean, I've seen Kiva play for a few years as well, and he's always been impressive whenever he's shown up. So it's hard to say who's going to be the star player for each of these teams, just looking at it. But I've always been, at least on Emperi Gang side, I've always been interested in watching Nike and Plontro.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Slusher.
Yeah,
team.
they just work so nicely together as well. They're kind of like Wargroove Pikemen, you know. They're in like adjacent squares. They just go in and do so much damage. So it's just good to see.
It's hard to play against.
Yeah,
that's
for
a
sure.
nightmare.
Oh man, yeah, it's one of those hard ones. We were discussing a little bit earlier as well, Watson. We were thinking like, you know, who do we think between these 2 teams is going to win this one? And I was thinking, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0, absolutely not.
No.
But I think my own personal take is I'm going to back. I mean, I'm not going to make any like. I'm not going to put my money on this, but it's like, you know, Emperi Gang. I think that they've got something very good here, especially when we're looking at those maps and modes that we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, like Emperi Gang doesn't play with a backline. Meanwhile, Aliens Rook, they actually flex to a backline. Soren's going to play backline today. And some of those maps, they favor also non-backline comps, so it's kind of in favor of Emperi. I think Echo also mentioned that as well. Pretty close range map, so long range doesn't excel that well there. So, but still, if I would need to make a prediction, even though it's super close, it can go either way. I would give the edge to the France team.
Okay, well they are on home turf, and they do have that home field advantage. The crowd obviously going nuts for them, which is lovely to hear.
They want to get that revenge set against Backsquids. Like last year, they were so close to taking the whole thing. They just for sure took Backsquid, so they want the revenge against them.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little bit of revenge against the players who beat you, but man, this is going to be an electric match for sure. It's going to be crazy. Just let's have a little look at this. So we've got, as we say, Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel, Tower Control on the Reef, and then Splat Zones for Moray Towers. I think we're going to see a Game 4. And so I think, you know, Game 4 is looking at Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park.
Yeah, Rainmaker, we haven't seen that mode as of yet. It's like one of the most fast-paced modes. It can go either way. Like one team wipe is enough to get such a good lead that you can just win the whole game off of it. And Black Belly Skate Park is also one of those maps, which is pretty a pretty small map. You kind of don't have that much room to maneuver around, so a lot of interactions going on there. Also, yeah, aggressiveness is again favored on that map. And if we are lucky enough to get a Game 5 though, we would go over to Tower Control again, this time on Piranha Pit.
Ooh, okay, yeah, sure. So obviously the tower likes to hover over that dead space in the center, which makes it very hard to kind of get onto and then push. It was really intriguing map.
This is one of the most outstanding tower maps, like one of the most unique ones.
Yeah, so you can see the Nordic team there, mostly from Finland, I should specify as well. Obviously, the Nordic's made up of 4 lovely countries: Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. But the Finnish team was the one that came through. I think there was one team that had like 1 Norwegian player in there as well. So that was a really fun finals. Reminder, obviously, that all these teams did come through their own regional qualifiers and did have to beat out everyone in their own country to get to this point. And they all had their own heartbeat and breath when you go there. They all felt so unique and so different, and that was what was lovely to see and be part of all of these events over the course of the year. The wonderful thing about the European Championships is that we're bringing so many different countries, so many different cultures together, all to celebrate one lovely game. Totally. and it's great to really kind of do that together.
Also, Emperi Gang yesterday in groups, they already faced the UK, one of the top contenders for the tournament, and it was a close match, but they end up winning 2-0 here. So they already proved themselves to be a top contender here at this point.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, like, Team Mako, who they beat out, are not an easy team to beat, and to do it, in a 2-0, regardless of how close those games were, shows the quality that is going to be coming out of the Nordic team. But of course, I mean, Alliance Rogue have been doing this for a long time. We are about to be getting into our next game, 15 seconds to go, and then we're going to be jumping up. So guys, in the audience, make some noise for the teams you want to hear. It's your second semi-final, Alliance Rogue versus Emperi Gang. and then there was silence. Here we go, Clan Blitz on the new Albacore Hotel. We've got in yellow.
We see Sendu already on the Tentarbella and Gray doing the same. The Tentarbella being like the most... You can push so well with this weapon. The giant shield, the bubbles, which it also has. Especially on this map where it's so hard to crack the defense, when you have to push over those grids, it just comes in super handy. And yeah, they're really going at it
the Brella immediately starting off.
But he's getting
Sendo does
already.
go down.
It's 2 down.
2 down on the side of Emperi Gang as Alliance Rogue will now be pushing their way forward.
But Nike finds Urza, but Gray somehow sneaks in already. He can save that with the Brella. Can he confirm the kill here as well?
Oh,
he's getting saved by Sendu.
Gray staying
amazing
alive.
2v1. Like, this is already starting off great.
He was just holding so much time and space for that. You know, he was 2v1, but he wasn't going down. He was just getting so many resources on his attention. Very good stuff.
Yeah, Urza already finding the next opening pick here. Sendu also dropping into mid already. He can't. And also, Blunder's there as well in the baller, but I don't think he can survive when there's like all 4 of them.
So many. Alliance Rogue just shutting down.
They have full mid control now. They can just collect some clans, get some specials to start a really, really good push here. That's Stingray already coming in here by Soren, flexing on the backline. He's on that, on that heavy splatling. Heavy splatling being also another good weapon on this map, especially on those grids where it can just walk around. But now, the response by Finland or the Nordics here, 3 down on side of France. So they kind of regain mid here. They're still trading spets left and right though.
Yeah, Sendo there taking his stance. He's the only one alive now on the Nordic team as Urza is trying to finish off that his opponent and gets it.
They're just going ham at each other at this point. Like trading kills left and right, and for at least for both teams, it's up to just regain that mid control as of first, just to get those clans to start the necessary push.
Plantro here.
Oh, they spot out someone on the far right side. I think they're 2v1ing right now, but
waiting here, just getting over the top, trying to get that punish if
waiting
possible.
For your teammate to.
There's pressure coming out.
They find Soren now.
Yeah, Soren goes down, so
immediately responding with Splat for France.
Caldemar being
it's just going back and forth right now. Like
in the 2v1, couldn't get that finish off. Kiva here, maybe going to get that 2v1 success, but manages to survive and push back. Caldemar is being pushed around the map completely as Plantro goes down, and Gray on the far side is having a 1v1 with Sendo. The Brella action once more. Out come the bubbles.
But Sendo wins that. Amazing play by them. But at this point, I mean, they've been kind of trading splats left and right for like half the match already. And it really comes down to which team can just coordinate their specials and their team play better at this point to just get more splats to have an opening. And it seems like Finland is about to, they also have the bubbles. This will make,
There we go, Sendo's in.
Sendo can just stay around that area for like forever. They get a good lead, like 56 already good, and they find 2 splats as well. Soren also going down, it's only Urza. He needs to find the splats. Oh, that's a full wipe.
A full wipe. Can they get any more? There we go.
Is jumping in with plants. He's going to keep that push alive, and that's exactly the push they were looking for. Since this map is so easy to defend, it's so hard to crack as a pushing team. So even if they get shut down with the push, it's still an amazing lead.
They took there a little bit of time to get going.
They're finding splats here. The ball as well.
Oh my word! Emperi Gang after a great play.
What a statement on this map. Like, they just made a KO them, and you can't ask for a better start than that.
That was so quick. As Sendo's smiling at that one. Plantro quite stoic as always, but Alliance Rogue has had a strong start, and they were all over Emperi Gang, but Emperi Gang just waited and waited and waited. They found their moment, they dug deep and went, you know what, let's start playing this game now. You know, you're in semi-finals, welcome to the way we're going to be playing. Alliance Rogue had a good start on the back foot to begin with, though, as Sendo and crew really just, battened down the hatches. And I mean, that first game, it was on 50, then suddenly it was over. I was like, all right, sure, GG.
But you can see how close together, like skill-wise, they all are.
Oh,
like, 2.5 minutes, like half the match, they were just trading left and right. And as soon as one team just got the advantage in mid, they immediately took that advantage and just pushed it to a KO. At this level, they're unforgiving. Like, you can't give them any opening.
And you can see that quality from both sides, as you were saying as well. I mean, there was that moment when Kiva was doing like incredible 1v2s and just slowly pressing and pushing back the opponent. Caldemar was like all over the shot whenever Kiva was around, but as soon as they had that, that ability to kind of get into the team fight and get those victories, the push was so strong. And it was great to see the Brella on Brella from almost like second 1. The game started and there was just Brellas going at each other. We saw that consistently. But Sendo winning out a few of those here and there. But, you know.
That makes a difference.
First game going over to Emperigang 1-0. Doesn't mean it's over yet, of course. I mean, Emperigang still need to win how it's going to go. Game 2, though. Tower control.
Yeah.
The Reef.
I mean, we were on New Albaco Hotel. That's one of the biggest maps in the game as well. Also, yep, Emperor needs to. The Reef is like, I talked about it earlier as well.
That smile going.
But yeah, I would have favored France for the first match, but you just saw how look into to extend the lead right now.
But we're going to be jumping into our second game now momentarily. It's all but over just yet. Game 1 down, Emperigang 1 and Alliance Rogue 0. We're jumping into the second game. It's
I really properly see on side of Cray. This weapon is just a beast at pushing the tower. You can just get on it, and you basically, you need to thread through the shield first, and you can just distract your perspective. Sendo already opening up. They just waited for that armor and then pushed in after that. That was probably the right call here. Gives them the early advantage early on here.
Alliance Rogue, though, getting a very, very strong start.
Yeah, they also find Nike on the bridge, so there's no flanks coming in. The first checkpoint already secured left side as well. Kiver's already, but Kaldemar coming for the bridge.
Wow.
They didn't watch that.
Kaldemar managed to get that flank.
Yeah, right now, just Stingray's coming in. Kiver with the baller as well. We need to find the picks here to even they get the second checkpoint.
Wow, very strong right now from Alliance Rogue. Triple splat coming out from Kiver!
Can he get the fourth one?
Can he get that complete team wipe himself? He's been so strong this game. Beautiful to see from him. One more checkpoint stands in the way.
Ball already on the far left side. He unfortunately goes down though, so this might be an opportunity to stabilize for the Finnish squad here. But what a lead already and what a push.
Great stuff coming out from Kiver specifically, being and supporting wonderfully for him. Soren having to just
get fighting out as well. Yeah, that's effectively only Gray in mids. He's the support player. He can't do much on his own. Nike, he doesn't know Gray's still camping on the left side. So
throwing out these fizzy bombs, just trying to
there he is. But as he is around your teammates, so I don't think he can sustain.
Gray goes down in the center, and Emperigang suddenly on the board, pushing to get some points going.
Alien Struke has 3 special. Have a good defense here. They feel a bomb coming in by Urzer, playing the Kaiser Spectre shot here. But they're not finding any picks as of yet with it. Now they see Finland or Nordics. They got the. They don't go away empty-handed. Yeah,
good start from them just to get that done. It's important to get those things down. Kaldemar goes down in the center. Soren just trying to control that side. Sendo having a 1v1 with Kyver, wins that one out.
Map control, like look at the blue turret all around the map. So it's really hard for Emperigang to push that. Kaldemar trying with the flank from the high ground here. Doesn't really successfully find it because Gray can just stay on the tower, just, gets the shield out and just push the tower even further. Can they get through the next checkpoint? They can.
They're getting past it. They're going to be pushing for the finish.
This is getting close, but yeah, they found 3 splats, so they should stabilize here. But that's even a better lead for France right now.
2 minutes left on the board. You can see how many resources we've got on the side of Emperigang. 4 specials available now.
And they find Urza without even using one of them.
A big power play going to be coming out very, very shortly. 1 player down on the side of Alliance Rogue.
They don't know keywords on the bridge though. Like you can just drop on the tower each time.
Yeah, Kaldemar pushing back with that baller. Does look at having a 1v1 there. Does go down eventually to Gray with that. Kensa undercover.
Yeah, the defense by France looks really clean right now. That's exactly what they need to tie things up here.
Okay, Sendo pushing back there. Tries to get a shot onto Urza. Gets that one. Can he get 2? Gets taken down.
I didn't see that since, he used step jump. You can't see that even. You gotta get pretty close in order to see that. But yeah, that's exactly what France wants. They just want to trade those splats, which means they're gonna stay into control, and they want to force Emperigang to invest resources, specials, to regain mids, so they don't have them ready once they actually push.
Kaldemar on the far side. You can see the duo there of Nike and Sendo
pushing
forward. Kyver.
That's exactly what France wants. Yeah. And he's getting called out. 2v1 right now. Grace just, that's exactly how he played, and that's amazing defensive play by France right now.
Yeah, Nike now just gets 1 there with the Explosher. Can he get a second one?
But they're already 2 down again. I mean, Super Jump's coming in. They're kind of holding the bridge. It's exactly what they need to, but they need to get rid of Kiver as well. And he just finds the splats in, all the situations. You can't find another one.
Wow, there we go. Using the baller. That was so close to get 3 again, but there is...
But yeah, that's 3 down again. It's only 30 seconds left on the timer, so it's getting rough for Emperigang. They're also having, the Stingray ready the whole time, basically, for France. So if if the Nordics start to push it, they still need to get rid of the Stingray first, and the Stingray can just shut down push on its own. So this is looking pretty rough. They need to find the spats here to get something going. They're investing 2 ballers into that, finding no spats yet. Blontro goes down.
As the
they
timer,
are on the tower, but Kiver already pushing them. They're in good positions. The Stingray could go up. No,
as the
actually,
timer
Soren goes down.
As we hit overtime, however, all it needs is for Alliance Rogue to grab the tower, and they do.
What a response after that first match.
Equalized here. 1-1 between the Nordic and French team.
That's exactly what we want to see.
So we're going to be getting at least a game 4.
I mean, that map looked pretty dominant for France, to be honest.
It was very, very strong. But they were consistently controlling the space all the time, and you know, they were having these immediate. They were making these set plays that were kind of based around like individual players getting in and pressurizing, and then just
especially Kiver, you got like 2 triples or so, maybe more. We didn't see it on Zoom, maybe, but.
They were
like that.
Yeah, they were consistently trying to find a point where, like, well, if one player is, you know, in a position to devastate the opponent, what can we do rather than like to try and get in there and also deal damage? How can we support that success from them? And I think, you know, staying back or rather supporting someone and being aggressive in that vein, and then helping them succeed like that is better than trying to like dogpile on someone and trying to get these splats in that way. And Kiver was supported so well and managed to get
there were so many
work.
forced 2v1 situations. Cray was assisting with the umbrella, just distracting and buying time for Kiver to get this splat. Amazingly played. That's exactly what we want to see.
Exactly, and that's the kind of that's their team cohesion, and that's their synergy, their ability to go like, right, I need some help. Can just come over here, support me in this vein, then we'll push forward.
At this level, everyone is just so good at the game that if you're winning 1v1, like you can't do that consistently because your opponent is just so good. You really need to force 2v1 situations. Just pushing together with specials the whole team, because otherwise you will just trade back and forth with calls like in the first game, which we saw. And also at this level, like Finland pretty much dominated the first game, while France did with the second one. Yeah. Even though the matches are not close in that, it just shows that they are so good at what they're doing. Like if they're if they can play what they planned on, it's getting pretty rough for the opponent. So we are 1v1 here, even though both teams dominated each other once. So.
It was kind of interesting as well how you were saying that that first game you were thinking that was going to be something that was in favor of Alliance Rogue, and then that was actually the game they lost, and then the second game is the one that they do take over. So Splat Zones Moray Towers is going to be our next map and mode here. So again, those 2 separate zones that you need to capture, and then that time just ticks down relentlessly, ever marching onward with this very large, very vertical map. Just going to get some things sorted. But this is what obviously our one part of what our teams are playing for. The Splatoon 2 European Championship trophy and those 4 beautiful golden Pro controllers. Looking very good there, and they're also embossed on the top with the emblem of the championships as well. Seems Sendo currently he has his headset back on, I believe earlier. He maybe had an audio issue, but it seems to be okay now. Probably going to be jumping into game ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, Moray Towers, that's additional frontline pressure by Soren can come in handy on this map. This is, I mean, he can just safely stay on snipe, just contesting everything with his long range, with his burst bomb, and even with the Stingray he has every now and then.
Yeah,
so
and we're saying that Empire Gang don't have a dedicated backliner as well. So how looking at this particular map, how is that going to play into their hands? Obviously, maybe one of their players is going to go to like flex backline.
I don't think so. Like they showed that they can win on bigger maps where backlines are kind of favored, even without a backline. So they should just, I think they gonna stick to what they're used to. I mean, all of them, all of the players on Emperor, they're like the best of the best when it comes to what they play weapon-wise. Yeah. So just flexing off of them might not be the best idea for them.
I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, would you go for, something towards a bit more of an established meta, quote unquote, or do you want to go something that's comfortable? Because sometimes, the comfort picks are something that is really good for you. If you know that even if we may not have, the best option in terms of like varied, play in terms of Slayers, Flex, and backline, but if you have the ability, if you have the confidence in yourself and in your ability to play that element of the game, then it's that normally you get positive results from that more than not more than anything else, but you can get those positive results, or at least you can feel better about your play, and that can come out in, you know, the actual game itself. So, yeah, we're just going to be fixing something very shortly, and we'll get the game underway when we can. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the Splatoon 2 European Championships. Currently on the caster desk, you got myself, Bowie, and I'm joined by Wadsome, pro player himself, coming to bring his...
like being in such a position right now, like I've been on the stage last year, and that was just an amazing response by France. Like if you're getting... Like they got rolled in the first match, and you really gotta come back to that. And it just shows that those players, they know exactly what they're doing. They're professionals. They stay calm. They collect themselves again, and they just go in, and they're confident in what they do. So even though sometimes not everything will work out how you want it to be, they can just instantly come back from that, and that's what really makes a great team.
Yeah, always nice to see players, you know, come back from defeats. You know, the potato cat there on the side of Alliance Rogue. It's got a lot of fans in the audience, I'm sure. It was on the side of Emperi Gang yesterday during the groups, which is I think what some of the superstitious players be like. Well, that's why they won, because of the potato cat. We'll see how true that is. Currently 1-1 here.
Yeah, that's setting up the game.
Yeah, you can see them just readying up now. The ticks are coming through. Looks like we're good to go almost. And we will be jumping into this game very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Oh, man, it's great. We've got one set qualified finalist in Back Squids, and they're probably looking at this game going, "Hoo boy, we're going to have a humdinger of a match," because both of these teams are looking spectacular. Yeah. Okay, we're going to be getting that going. Soren there just thinking about what his team needs to do to go into this third game.
Whoever wins the next match, it's going to be a brilliant situation for them to win the whole thing. So this is pretty important, a pretty important match.
This is an important one to win, of course, and we're jumping into it right now. So it's time for the third match. It's going to be Splat Zones Amore Towers. It's 1-1 between the Emperi Gang and Alliance Rogue.
I'm really surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, we see Soren on the jet squad, so just a little bit of range advantage for France right here. Sendu, he's opting for the Kenzada cover, which Cray played last match, so they're gonna probably go within early armor, or Sendu already getting that special ready. So an armor, it just protects you from one incoming shot, and a lot of teams just opt for the early armor. Yeah, France as well, so both teams pop armor here to just win that first engagement, which France convincingly won the last match. That's the first splat here.
Gets that splat and takes over both of the zones very, very quickly. They have immediate control, and they will be pushing that further forward.
But they haven't pushed up much yet, so they can easily contest the zone if they are just on snipe. But now the Nike is in a bad spot. Oh, he gets midair.
The AoE was wide enough to get to that height and stop the splashdown. Urza with a win.
That's exactly what they need. Like a pick like that will stall just so long, because Emperor again will effectively wait for Nike to rejoin, and that's like 20 points on the board just by one splat.
Yeah.
And already, again, one down on side of Emperor Gang. And Urza already also pushing up to snipe. They need to invest specials. He might go down here.
No, got behind the wall just at the last moment.
And it's this is getting scary. It's only 25 points. This could be a quick KO here. Blonto, Kalama pushing down here. Kalama a bit too early, getting taken down. It's only Blonto on snipe right now. They find the kill. That's good. That's good. They need to focus on one zone to contest it here. Otherwise, this will be over quickly. And France is putting everything in.
This is so strong right now from Alliance Rogue. Absolutely brilliant work on that first play, and keeping that point is so
need
strong.
To find the splats or the cap. Can they find the flat here? The cap.
Oh, it's so hard.
Super close. One down on side of Emperor Gang. They find the cap. That's super. They give so much security back to Emperor Gang. They need just to recollect now. Just get the splats, get that mid control to
Alliance Rogue did a great job of just pressing that advantage and never holding back and fighting so long to keep that lead alive. 6 points, and they've already fought back immediately, so quick. And actually looking at those bonus points, Emperi Gang are more than the base pointage away from winning.
Yeah, armor coming in now for Emperi Gang. They found Urza already, so that's their counter push right now. I mean, they're consistently losing the neutral as of right now, so they really need to get more splats, get full control as of right now. They find 2 picks finally, so this could be the start of something.
Yeah, they're going to start pushing forward now. They have the ability just to get aggressive and press into the opponent's side.
But look at snipe of Emperor. Kyver's still on there, so I mean, if you didn't clean everyone up from behind, Kyver gets the kill on side of on the side of the map of Emperor Gang. So if you don't
Nike
clean up
gets one.
everyone, that's going to be super hard. Like, Kiva with another split. Yeah, once they get control, they really need to get rid of every French player on the map, especially behind them. Otherwise, they would just push him from behind. As you saw, Kiva, brilliant play there.
And you can see there as well right now, they are pressing the advantage still. You can see them just like working away at those penalty points. And Nike and Sorin Nike and Sendo on the far side, unable to get in anywhere. Kaldemar into the center now. Can they get this push back they need? They stopped the timer for a little bit at least, but once again, the French team are in control. Alliance Rogue just looking to see if they can finish off this game and give themselves the 2-1 advantage in this semi-final.
But they
again,
didn't get anything out of the
3 splats down. It's so strong right now for Alliance Rogue at this point. Can Emperigang get back to the center, or is this going to be all but over?
I mean, it's all the Kaldemar right now, so he really needs to focus one zone. They need to go no, like look at the penalty.
They have to stop now.
They need to get to the zone. They can easily lock them out. That should be the KO.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Alliance Rogue did never relent at all in that match.
They just turned it like that. Like 2 matches, suddenly they are up 2-1, and they are looking to close this out in the next one.
Sendo not happy with the 2-1 deficit right now. The French happy with their performance. They are 2-1 up, and they're going to be going on to Rainmaker Blackbelly Skate Park for the next one, which is a very fast-paced, and you know we used the word a lot yesterday, so apologies if I use it again and get bored of this word, but very, very volatile mode, just because it's so back and forth, and it can just change on a dime.
Yeah.
It's just so quick to be like, well, I have 0 points, now I have 95. Have fun. And it's like, great. You know, what do you do with that? And there's so much pressure involved in just how, because it can turn so quickly. And, you know, you're having to always fight for every single moment. And it's, you know, with the strength that we've been seeing on the aggressive side of Alliance Rogue,
if
that's going to play in their favor.
Those triples, that's an amazing opening for Rainmaker. And you just need to win like one team fight to get an amazing lead on this mode. But on the other side, Emperor Gang, they also have so many great players, especially we talk about Nike, Plontro, who are capable at like turning a game at every point with getting just enough splats. So especially Rainmaker, you call it pretty swing heavy, pretty easy to get back a lead since it's so fast-paced.
So looking at it, it looks like our teams are going to be jumping right into this next one. We saw them in that map getting ready. It is going to be our first game 4, or our first, game 3 as well, I think as well. Our first hotly contested match we have. Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park will be our next one, and that's going to be fun to see.
Yeah, and all the momentum as of right now on side of France, obviously, but I mean, we saw how France responded after the first match, and I think Emperor again is also capable of doing so as well.
Yeah, I don't think that the Nordic are the Nordic team are a team to like really let this go.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight hard and fast this one. They've got a strong team in Alliance Rogue to go up against, but you know, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be them. Our dark horse of this tournament, up against, you know, potentially we've named them as like one of the only teams, or one of the teams to really challenge and put the fear into back squids. But the timer is counting down, and we're going to be jumping into our 4th game. If you are a fan of Alliance Rogue, make your noise now, because they are 2-1 up, and they have got 1 game away from that grand finals. They do, however, have Emperigang waiting to bring it to a game 5. Can we see that 2-2? We're going into game 4.
5, that's what we want to see here. Yeah, we're seeing the Kenza Pro again. Like, Booyah Bomb has been rising the meta as of lately tremendously. Yeah, but just looking at Emperi team's team comp, they're really short range as of right now. So. But I mean, we talked about this map, especially in mid, that those short range weapons, they can really excel here. So it really comes down to who gets the first specials here and the first picks, respectively.
Yeah, you can see the Rainmaker waiting. The shield has been popped and just waiting for something to happen.
Armor already. Booyah Bomb coming in as well, but no picks as of yet. Kaldemar pushing in.
There's one. Urtza gets a splat onto Kaldemar, looking for a second one. That does get there down. Nike goes down.
If they can get Sendo, he needs to jump out. Like, he can't contest as he...
Sendo goes down.
Plontro got to kill the spell on the Rainmaker, effectively stalling. He gets another one. Can he escape?
Plontro did a really good job.
Yeah,
really good job.
That could have been like a lead to 20 or something like that if he didn't get that pick on the Rainmaker.
Yeah, well done from Plontro there, just to kind of break through the lines and pressurize the opponent. Gray grabs the Rainmaker and will start making their way forward. You've got the supportive Stingray coming out from the back line of
Also the counter on side of Emperor Gang. They're holding their ground as of right now. Plonto kind of flanked the Rainmaker now. Yeah, they get the spat on Rainmaker. Only Soren alive on side of France. So he really needs to back up, just save some space.
You can see them going to go
get
immediately get some points. Immediately getting their lead. They're almost there. We go push past, and they've got a line if they can see it. Sendo is by with Plonto to support.
Yeah, Plonto almost has his ball already. You can make something work here, but yeah, Kaldemar already goes down unfortunately. So yeah, that pushes almost over. Plonto can get back though. He needs to stay alive here. Like getting wiped is not what you're looking for here.
It's a strongish push though. It's a 20-point lead for them as Plonto unleashes the baller and is being pressurized all around by Urza. Kaldemar on the far side, Kiva going in, maybe trying to get that splat too.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of cover by the Booyah Bomb, by the Stingray, but that's a lead. I mean, that's a decent lead, but yeah, the armor on side of Emperor Gang, they're gonna push out here.
Yeah. And Plonto gets another splat there. There's one down with a couple who are trying to respawn.
Kiva here, they spot him, but can they get a pick? Yeah, they
do.
Amazingly done. Like, the Slosher just sloshing over all the obstacles there.
This is where Sendo's going to have to move fast and very, very aggressively. Nike does go down though, however, so he needs to be careful. Sendo gets to the pick with the Rainmaker, a powerful weapon, we should remind you.
Yeah.
Just makes you slower. Okay, so they're looking for that for that lead to come through.
Some specials to gain some ground here. The Booyah Bomb is coming in. It's gonna push it back. Rainmaker, the Stingray as well. So the Rainmaker, yeah, it goes down here. And Nike is kind of in a bad spot as well. So yeah, that's only Kaldemar alive. Somewhere in mid. Yeah, there he is. He really needs to stay alive here. Maybe get a pick on Kiva if you push him too fast. But Kiva getting assisted by the armor, can't quite find the pick. Use the baller immediately to just keep up the pressure here.
He's just rolling around as being a nuisance for Kaldemar, so he couldn't be aggressive at that point and mount a solid defense. As you see, Gray on the far side using that Rainmaker. He does get taken down though.
I mean, as France, you can't really feel safe with a lead like that. They really need to push as well. They can't just stay back and just, yeah.
2 splats down now for Alliance Rogue. And
they also have a baller and a splash already, so they can make something work here and just gets that needed space. But Nike already goes down, so Plonto finds a pick on his own, so effectively 3-3. But yeah, they still have the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker
does get a splat there as well onto Gray though, so it, again is back and forth. It's 2 down, however, for Emperor Gang. We've got 1 minute and 17 left on the clock.
That's super close as of right now. Like this like only 2 good picks and they get the lead easily. That's not far. That's like only 5 meters or so, which they have to push the Rainmaker. Pick it up again.
Yeah, Plonto tries to grab it before it resets. They want to have that aggression. Nike and Kaldemar and Sando all on the right-hand side. Plonto behind them, trying to push forward as Gray takes down 1 member of the Emperor Gang. 2 members.
Still don't have any specials to push through that space, and they really needed the ball up by Plonto here. And he picked up the Rainmaker, so he can't use the special. So yeah, time is ticking against them. Another pick coming in by Urza. I mean, at this point, you can even win with such a lead. So.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
They're putting in on a really hard spot to get, so this is gonna be interesting how Emperor again gonna respond to that. Kaldemar is already in the back. Can he get the pick on Urza? He can't. Okay, Plonto gonna have his baller, so this might be... He could push up there, but Gray's in such a good defensive spot. Maybe they can get it over time, just with the lead of 51.
Currently, you can see Gray there holding on to that Rainmaker, not going down! And that was huge, because Senna was trying to get that stop. This is important for him to hold on to this Rainmaker. They can't take him down. Gray still has it. 8 seconds there.
They can get a good lead here. He should just go back.
They're going to run away. 2-1. Alliance Rogue 3-1 will win that game. Alliance Rogue, Soren's on his feet. A very good defense there.
Yeah, winning with a lead of 51 on such a small map. It just shows you like how good defensive play by France was in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Alliance Rogue did a very, very, very good job, and the crowd is excited for them.
And they get that rematch against Backswitz. They can get revenge for last year.
Yeah.
And possibly they could even dethrone them from the throne of being European champions.
Absolutely. It was a great, great match. And it was a 3-1 in the end to Alliance Rogue. And Emperor Gang put up a great start to that campaign, but Alliance Rogue made all the changes they needed to and pushed their advantage all the way through to a 3-1 victory.
Yeah, that was a reverse sweep, basically.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. And we do have, Alliance Rogue will be joining the German team Backsquid, as you mentioned, in that grand finals for that run back. We do then see Emperor Gang finish in third place alongside Polarized. So we have it started with 12. Well, it started with hundreds of teams, but we came into the weekend with just 12, and now
we are here.
Just two remaining. That's the beauty of competitions. There can only ever be one at the end. We have one of two teams will be taking it home, and Alliance Rogue, the French team, home soil, are one of those two.
They can just take that momentum and bring it to grand finals. I'm excited for such a good match.
It's going to be a very, very exciting one indeed. I have got word that Tech Girl on the main stage is ready for an interview. So Tech Girl, I'll throw it over to you to have a chat with our winners.
I am here with our winners on the main stage. Alliance Rogue are going through to the finals. We cheated a little bit there because Soren, who's standing next to me, just before we started, he said, I need a little bit of time to get my breath back. So I thought I'd just get the crowd to shout for a bit. Are you ready now? You got your breath back. Let's chat a little bit about that last game. Right on the edge there. What was the game plan? Because it was just so close.
We had the perfect route because we took the lead on the right side. So we knew this route was better to get the lead. And after that, we played pretty much neutral for the entire game. We had to wait for them to make a push and try to take the lead. And we had to keep the mid control for the longest time. We stopped all of their pushes during this time, and after we saw there was 40 seconds remaining, I gave the call out, we need to block the Rainmaker on the top left to stall for the last 40 seconds, because we had the special ready to defend it correctly no matter what happened after these 40 seconds. And even then, Gray got like a triple with the Rainmaker, which is actually insane, and that's how he won.
Let's talk a little bit about the finals now, because you are facing off against Backsquids, last year's European champions, and also the team that knocked you out in the semi-finals last year. Is this the grudge match, the revenge match, if you like?
Yeah, there's definitely has been some rivalry with these guys, and I think the most important to know is that last year it was the best of three. Maps were bad, and this time it's our time to win.
Do you have a message for? You are the French team. You're on home soil. Do you have a message for your fans who've come out here to watch?
Merci à tous ceux qui nous supportent et on va faire de notre mieux pour prendre notre revanche aujourd'hui.
Your finalists for the Splatoon 2 European Championships, it is Alliance Rogue, and they're going to be facing off against reigning champs Backsquids. We're going to take a quick run back to spawn, and when we return, the finals kick off. This is it. It is the Splatoon 2 European Championships, and we are about to witness our grand final. The crowd here is a little bit dead. Are you guys just a little bit freaked out after that last game? I just said we're about to witness our grand final. I know you guys, you were just trolling me. It's okay. My name is Tekel, and I'm going to be keeping you company throughout the final, along with our incredible shark casting duo, who I'll introduce you to in a little bit. Let's jump right back, though, and chat about how we got to this point. 12 of Europe's best Splatoon 2 teams got together. They qualified in their respective regions, and they made their way to Paris, France yesterday for the group stages. We split them into 4 groups. The winner of each group was then in our semi-finals, which you've just witnessed. There were 2 winners, and they're going to face off in the final. It is Back Squids from Germany and Alliance Rogue from France. This is the grudge match, because let me explain. Back Squids were last year's European champions, but they happened to knock out Alliance Rogue in the semi-finals. So it's the revenge match now. We heard Captain Soren from the French team mention earlier that this is it. They are coming out and they want to fight. They're going to be on their maps. They can play the various modes. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. They are ready for this best of 7 matchup. So the question now, of course, is, are you ready to watch these 2 teams face off? I love that. Someone from the audience just very calmly says, of course we are ready. So let me introduce your reigning champions, the Goliaths that need to be knocked down if you want to pick up this incredible trophy and the gold controllers standing next to me. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Back Squids. I mentioned those gold controllers that are up for grabs. I mentioned the trophy, the winner's jerseys. But what really is up for grabs is the chance to call yourselves the Splatoon 2 European champions. It's the chance to exact revenge on the team that knocked you out in the semi-finals. And it is the chance to win here on home soil. Let's introduce your challengers, the French team. This is Alliance Rogue. Joining me here to help walk you through all the action and all the splattering you're about to see is our Splat by Splat caster, Bowie. And he is joined by Dragonuto, who found himself in the semi-finals last year. He is a professional Splatoon 2 player. He's going to be able to deep dive into those analytics. Gents, let's have a quick chat here about this best of 7 format. We heard Captain Soren say earlier that this suits them because of the maps and the modes that are going to be on play. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect.
Ooh, I mean, it's a best of 7. It's a very, very long series, and I'm really excited to see that because not often you see a best of 7 coming out from a lot of competitive games. So it's going to be long. It's going to be great. So starting off, we've got Rainmaker on Schellendorf Institute, which I've seen a lot of crazy stuff from. In the UK alone, there's been some amazing plays from that. So what about Schellendorf Institute and Rainmaker combination makes it so good?
Well, I have to say, Schellendorf Institute is an incredible map. It has 2 levels to it. So it has a glass pane on top, which you're going to be walking across. You can't paint the ground, and you're going to have the bottom, which is sort of where the zone will be, where the objective will be. And you've got to push your way through there. And on Rainmaker, there's so many paths that you can take. Like you can go above, you can go down, anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, fair enough. It sounds about right. Just having our friend behind us here enjoying himself. Yeah, it's one of those ones, and there's loads of little just nooks and crannies you can get into and just get a big advantage coming out. Our second game is going to be Potato Cat getting a lot of love there. Tower Control in Kelp Dome. So one I honestly haven't seen as much of over the course of the European Championship. So an interesting map and mode to get in combination.
So it recently got a couple changes in one of the recent patches where it sort of opened up a little bit. But it's kind of a map that's segmented a lot. There's a lot of different dueling areas. And you'll see that a lot when we go into the match on our second game. That the teams are going to be dueling 1v1s, 2v2s in these incredibly close and strong matches. And obviously with these 2 teams being as strong as they are, we're going to see amazing plays. We're going to see brilliant stuff coming out, and especially on tower control, it's a really strong mode, and the changes helped it a lot.
I mean, looking over it as well, we're going to be getting it. I mean, third game is Wahoo World Clan Blitz, an interesting combination here. But I mean, just to kind of think about this whole idea of this long series. If you win the first 3 games. Like when you think about a best of 3, if you lose the first one, you only have to win 2 games to go through. If it's a best of 5 and you go 2-0 down, a reverse sweep is a hard thing to get through. If you're facing a 3-0 deficit and you have to do the reverse sweep in a best of 7, how much effort is that going to take?
Well, first you come out and you're thinking to yourself, I've lost 3 games. This is scary. I don't know what I'm going to do here, and you got to bring yourself together, and you have to just go absolutely quackers. You got to really push into it and do your best to sort of bring through, because you've got to win 4 consecutive games without dropping a single one, and that's really tough, especially in a best of 7. And the best of 7 is just good for that, It brings those.
I think as well. I mean, if you're going to have 2 teams going into a best of 7, I think Back Squids and Alliance Rogue are 2 that really fit the bill as well. So looking forward to seeing these 2 go hammer and tongs in this grand final. It's I mean, okay, so let's actually have a look at this. Because it's going to be best of 7. We're going to get 4 games minimum. So we're going to play in every single mode. So we're going to have that Clan Blitz Wahoo World, then Splat Zones on the Manta Maria, which we've seen earlier in the tournament in a tower control version. So Splat Zones, let's just talk a little bit about that. Going into a map we've seen before, but a very different playstyle.
So obviously Splat Zones being the mode that it is, you have to ink the zone and get a counter down to 0, and those knockouts are quite common in this mode. On Manta Maria, obviously it's a very long map, and I was talking about this yesterday. You need a Stingray special, really. If you're going to be pushing that much, you want to have that Stingray special, and Manta Maria's zones are split in 2. So you're going to have them on either side of the central pole, and the grating, you're really going to want to control it. It sort of reminds me of the Reef in that way. You want to be controlling that central point regardless of your team's place.
Absolutely. Obviously, we do have here. We were mentioning earlier the winners' jerseys. We were asked just to have just a little showcase of these bad boys, if we may, over here. But yeah, the jerseys are looking pretty nice. Champions 2018, 2019. Good color scheme as well happening there. So looking good. If someone can bag one of these, it's not a bad thing to go along with the fantastic controllers as well. So
very fancy-looking jerseys.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who's going to be wearing those ones and sporting them in future tournaments as well. But yeah, lots of water going on. Good. Drink lots of water, friends. Drink lots of water. Always a good thing to do when you're in these high competitive situations. You can see the players, they're just getting ready. Backspeed again from Germany. We have obviously got to remind you that when it comes to European Championships and tournaments, we do have a whole host of great players from all different countries. And it's always nice to to really celebrate the differences in those countries and cultures, and bringing it all together for a wonderful celebration.
That's the thing about the European Championship. You bring all those teams together, and they're all friends. They've met each other online. They've played together. And obviously, on these teams specifically, they have played together. They have international teams together, and they're really battling it out here just for their country's sake. And it's nice to see them all come together. And you meet them outside of this, and they're lovely people, and they all talk to each other. And there's rivalry, there's competition, but there's also friendship.
Yeah.
So Splatoon, bringing people together.
Heart emoji. So let's have a look at these teams as well. Let's actually have a look at the players. Who are we going to be looking at really in some great detail? So on one side we have obviously on Backspeed we've got Echo, Margin, Kaito, and Ben versus Sorin, Gray, Urza, and Kiva. I think it's Kiva, but
Kiva, yes.
Yeah, I've been saying Kiva. Apologies. But yeah, so looking at those 2 teams, are we going to see some real head-to-head between individual players, or are we going to be seeing just this overall team?
I think we're going to see a lot of skirmishes between Kiva and Kaito, really, to be honest. Very strong frontline players, and I'm looking out for Majin in the game himself. He's a rapid player. He'll play Rapid Blaster. He'll play Standard Blaster, whatever. Ben also a Blaster player, so they're going to probably be running that double Blaster composition, which is very aggressive. We'll most likely be seeing that very soon in the first game.
Indeed. We're going to be jumping into that first game now. This is it, ladies and gents, your grand finals of the European Championships. Alliance Rogue from France versus Backspeed from Germany. Shoot.
Seeing that custom jet squatch coming out from Sorin, one of my favorite backlines here. We're going to be seeing them. They're just going to be coming into the middle here, using that glass and that bottom panel. Both of the heights are very important to have control of if you want to be making a push. Because if you have somebody on the top glass and somebody on the and you're trying to push through the bottom, they could jump on top of you, and that could be it for your push.
Okay, yep. Kiva on this far side. trying to maybe get a way around onto Ben. Goes for the higher point if possible. You got Echo on the top side. Inkstorm is unleashed though from Kiva. And he's pushing that forward. Ben trying to get a splat if he can. Goes for a 2v1 and goes down to Kiva.
2 down now on the side of Back Squids, but they've still picked up the Rainmaker, maybe in an effort to stop the push from Alliance Rogue. Kiva kind of sharking around here. Echo controlling that glass now, has all of the space to himself. Gray picking up the Rainmaker, starting a push.
Yep, you can see Kiva taking down
3
Echo
down
once again.
on the side of Back Squids.
Now this is the thing, when it comes to Rainmaker and you have the ability to push so hard when you've got a clear space like this. Look at the pointage coming through. There is the point. Alliance Rogue on the board. Welcome to Grand Finals.
Very quick, very far out of the gate. Alliance Rogue just hitting back as fast as they can.
Okay, looking like our players there just communicating between each other. Seemed like something might have been amiss in that first section. Hello, mate. You all right? He's yeah. He said that he said that that match was quackers, is what he said.
Well, is that what he said?
Yeah, absolutely what he said.
The
EGX Duck never fails to make his way to more events. So we'll just get confirmation on what happened in that game and what's going to be going on regarding that.
Duck. See, that's the fight right now. It's the mascots.
I must say, we should actually notice that Nogami-san has signed the EGX Duck when he met him earlier on in the tournament. So thank you very much, Nogami-san. Arigatou gozaimasu.
We have his blessing.
Yeah, we do indeed. He is VIP, I think, yeah.
But we also have another idol as well with us on the French team, Potato Cat.
Oh, Potato Cat,
Very
yeah,
well
we do
known,
have
idol there from the French side, bringing
absolutely amazing. So that was game one. As I say, I'm going to get confirmation if I can as soon as possible about what happened there, because apparently there was some disagreement from the German side in terms of something that may have gone wrong. So we'll get, as I said, we'll keep you updated on what's happening there as soon as possible. If I can. So far though, we did see some great work coming out from Alliance Rogue. You know, really pushing that advantage as soon as they got it, and not really letting any room for well, there was no room to breathe for Back Squids in that first game.
Yeah, exactly. Alliance Rogue bringing it out very fast to crush Back Squids. Even if there was an issue in the game, it kind of shows really good. We are going to be going back to the map, it seems. So the problem did stop the match from progressing. We will be fighting again.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to be getting a. It seems that we're going to be getting a replay of that first game just to make sure that everything's all right. Sorting everything out there with our teams just to make sure that everything is agreed.
All still looking confident as ever, coming into this grand final set. Still a best of 7. Still lots of matches to play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about it now. The stamina that's going to come into play here when these guys are going to be fighting, they're going to have to go through maybe potentially 7 whole matches, 5 minutes long. That's going to be really draining on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you come to long... Okay, seems like everything's sorted and our players are just going to confirm everything. Jumping into this first game again. So we are going to get a replay, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Those golden pro controllers there will be one of many prizes for our champions here, who will be crowned. So let's rewind ourselves a little bit and... Yeah, 5 seconds, we're jumping into this first game of the European Championships Grand Finals between Alliance Rogue and Back Squid from France and Germany, respectively. Let's make some noise for our Grand Finals! Okay.
This time round, perceivably running the exact same comps as before.
Yeah, hopefully that was a part of the reset, was that they do stick to the same lineup as well. Okay.
Back Squid's winning the pop, but Alliance Rogue in a very strong position. Even with Soren being down, there seems to still be an issue.
Yeah, everyone's just agreeing to stay still here, just to confirm.
Playing a game of statues here.
Yeah, they're just going to let that run through just to get out of the game. Something seems to be up for one of the teams, so we'll just get that confirmed and clarified ASAP. The audience loving that. Whey, well done.
We're a bit unfortunate that we're having these technical issues.
Okay, we are just going to quickly do another reset here. We'll get that fixed as soon as possible. Okay, these things happen. It's a live event, and that's the beauty of live events. After 10 years in the theatre, we'll do it live is always the always the best thing. Love it.
Please, Bowie, you're showing your age.
I am showing my age. God. Yeah, I mean, I think 10 years ago is how old you are now.
Oh, man.
I actually think that's true. I'm not going to go into that one, but all you need to know is that I'm an old man. I'm an old man. And I'm not that old.
Yeah, but you still got it. You still got the casting game.
Oh, thanks, man. Cheers. I never really needed that one. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. You know, yeah, it's one of those things. I'm just like, I need some sleep. I need a nap. No. But mainly because there's this. I feel like just throwing the EGX duck into the crowd now and just. But then it might get lost and it will never return to the ducklings. Rip the ducklings. no longer around. Maybe. Where are the ducklings? Where are they?
There are some of them down there.
They're down there somewhere.
We recognize them by their duck chant.
And they're lovingly wearing their jerseys from the UK Championships. Right. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that championships. We're here at the European Championships. Hopefully we'll hopefully have that sorted very, very shortly, and we'll get back into the first game. Schellendorf has been. We've been eagerly anticipating a game of full-blown Splatoon on Schellendorf Institute with Rainmaker. So we'll see just when we can get that underway. He knows that the camera's on him. Maybe he's looking over at that trophy, going, "It's gonna be mine." Having that one.
He knows what he wants. He's looking. He's got his eyes on it. Schellendorf Rainmaker actually been quite a controversial one throughout all the championships at the moment. There have been a lot of upsets on that map, so potentially we could be seeing an upset here with the reigning champions being taken out by Alliance Rogue.
I mean, it's game one of a potential 7, so a long series could be the truth of the matter here, and we'll just see who has the stamina, who has the ability to go the distance, and just keep trying new things. Because when it comes to a series like this, whenever we're looking at early parts of tournaments, we're looking at best of 3s. Best of 5 is that kind of segment that players and teams really want to get to, because that's where the depth of adaptation and these long drawn out matches and strategies are going to be coming into play. So to add another layer to that is going to be how many adaptations can you make, how many changes can you add to an overall matchup before your opponents understand it, and how many times can you just pull the rug from under them and go, well, actually we've got another style to bring to the game, another way to confound you.
Exactly. When you're playing for that long, you're going to learn stuff about the team you're playing against, and whilst these teams might not have the most experience against each other, they're definitely going to learn things over the course of this best of 7 match, and obviously they're going to be playing every single mode. So we're going to be seeing all of this coming together in the grand finals.
Yeah, which is going to start for the first time very, very shortly. Our players jumping into it there. Schellendorf Institute, Rainmaker, your game 1 of grand finals of the European Championship for Splatoon 2.
Feels like we're stuck in a time loop, but here we go again.
Groundhog Day. Okay, there we go. So players starting out, making their way towards this central point. Seems like so far so good. And our players will be vying for that pop. The shield goes over to Alliance Rogue. Echo on the top side, just trying to grab a little bit of control if he can. So far, so good. No one being taken down. Inkstorm out over the top side.
Alliance Rogue really trying to control that top there with Soren. However, they are pushing around the bottom. They've already taken out one. They're just going past. They're kind of rooting past. Gray making his way to the podium. Those points ticking down. A push to 14 in the first 30
that was a strong one as well. Kaiva again
and
in there.
Picking it up.
Booyah bomb down, and again Earth goes over the top, and another knockout once again.
All that fuss for nothing as Alliance Rogue take the first game in stylistic fashion.
Yeah, really, really good start from that one. Seems like, really, really good first game there from Alliance Rogue once again. It seems, but maybe they're not. The excitement maybe a little bit drawn out from a couple of resets there.
However, still a very strong start.
No, we have some of the staff popping to the stage once more just to confirm. We'll get that confirmation to you ASAP. No, it seems like maybe that issue was still there. Okay, what we're going to do then very, very quickly is just to confirm that everything's all right. We're going to take a very, very short break, and we'll be back momentarily just to get everything working and solid. So be back in 5 for the start of this grand final. We'll make sure that we have everything sorted for you then. So don't go anywhere. Apologies for this short delay. We're doing our best to get this to you as soon as possible, so don't go anywhere. Cheers for your patience, and we'll see you in 5. Kids and Squids, welcome back to the European Championships 2018 and 19 for Splatoon 2. It has been an exciting day, and we are just jumping back into the grand finals. To clarify everything that's been going on, we've just been fixing a few communications issues between the players. They're going into a test match now, or finishing our test matches to make sure that they are able to communicate accurately with each other. And in terms of how the grand finals is currently standing, referees and players have agreed to make the first game count. So it's currently Alliance Rogue 1 and Back Squids 0 after everything that happened in game 1. So that has been ruled, and that's the way it's currently looking right now. So Alliance Rogue with 3 more matches to get that final victory, but we've got a lot of matches left to play, and still we've got what, 6 maps left.
6
kind of crazy.
6 maps left, and all of them are of different modes. So we're going to be seeing every mode in the game currently, in the ranked rotation at least. And I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great.
We're going to be jumping over then to tower control on Kelp Dome. And you were saying there was a few changes here in this in this map that kind of like made it a little bit more interesting, I guess.
Yeah, they widened out the space in between the side segments of the map. They sort of edited the terrain a little bit, and it opens the map up quite a bit. I mean, it used to be so segmented, and there was so much focused on duels, and now it's kind of focus of the map, especially on tower control. Its way around the side of the map, and there's a lot of space to use specials like the Stingray and other really strong defensive specials to stop that tower push dead in its tracks.
Okay, so yeah, the way it was playing, it was quite a fast-paced game that was coming out from game 1. Alliance Rogue, you know, regardless of everything, were coming out at the pace that they have in their gameplay. How is that in the second game to really kind of like utilize
tower control? That tower is only going to move a set, and you've got to get past these checkpoints where you're going to be stopped no matter what. So consistent.
You know, special play. They're very. This is a run back essentially, or a rematch from last year's semi-final at the last year's European to get this victory.
Yeah, Backsquids had them in the finals, and they managed to do so quite handily. So hopefully, Alliance Rogue will be bringing it out here to sort of give a. It's
going to be tower control in the Kelp Dome. This is game 2 of the grand finals, currently European Championships.
I'm assuming to see quite similar control map. Soren still repping the custom jet squelcher.
Okay, that.
From Urza here, coming out with the standard pro because of that Booyah bomb. Taken down quickly by Kaito.
Yeah, that was as Backsquids now begin their assault onto the opponent's side of the map. Ben pushing so far forward, and Kaito with this explosion just shooting over, having to be as they approach. Well,
next checkpoint? Well, they got past the first checkpoint, and obviously, like you were saying, Kaito with that sloshing machine.
Oh, wow, Echo getting a splat there!
Maybe picking up a second, no, but doesn't. But with the help of Kaito, manages to pick up another. Just Kiva left with his baller. Can't really do much. He gets popped. Takes out Echo.
Look at this movement, though. He is absolutely on fire. Moving so fast and around it. He gets another spot there on Kaito, too. Margin goes down, and look at that. 15 points on the board. What a defense.
Incredible defense coming out from Alliance Rook. I think that came out of the back of Kiva, doing an incredible job to distract the team.
Look at Echo waiting there. Gets a shot onto Sorin once again.
Gets on that tower to stop it from moving. Urza to quickly take him out, however, and get back on that tower to get it back to the middle. 3 down on the side of Backsquids currently. Alliance Rook holding that mid area. Imagine kind of having to back off here.
Oh man, that's a big strong push, and Alliance Rogue fighting back so well. Echo's having to drop back a little bit here. You can see him just trying to maybe grab another pick if he can. Kaiba there waiting in that little ramp.
Echo here using his sight lines to put some pressure on the tower. Doesn't manage to pick anybody off, but he does give them a bit of a scare. Ben using the baller to distract their backliner. Not really getting much accomplished as the rest of Backsquids fall down.
Yeah, and you can see right now, you can see Gray pushing the tower so far. Echo utilizing the Stingray just to push them off the tower if possible, but Gray is back on, keeping himself safe. Margin and Echo looking to mount a defense here.
Backsquids 2 down here on the push, coming up to the checkpoint. Alliance Rogue are looking to take this. That's such an incredible first push from Backsquids. They get a triple. Sorin bringing out the Stingray. They managed to get the lead.
And they're going to be pushing forward now. There is the ending. It's coming up. Can they keep it going? Alliance Rogue 2-0.
An incredible knockout from Alliance Rogue, bringing it all the way to the end there, and a one solid push. And like we were mentioning, that sustained push coming out with the aid of a Stingray from Sorin. Really putting it down there for Backsquids.
Amazing, amazing work there. Backsquids opened up that match so wonderfully as well. They were just starting to flourish a little bit in that push, but then Kiva with that amazing defensive play, like single-handedly taking down one opponent, and then also being a distraction for the other two to allow his teammates to get in, get that defense strong, and then that slow push back. They get a complete knockout from that. Just from that reverse counter all the way down.
Yeah, I see Sorin then making a couple gestures at the camera, being quite pleased with himself. I would be too. That was an incredible comeback with a great teamwork. Kiva doing a great job there on the push from Backsquids to stop them from getting past that checkpoint by distracting Echo. And it's just, overall, this has just been a really good series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking over to Game 3 now, I mean, Clan Blitz over on Wahoo World. So, again, another slow pace game, even slowing it even further. So we've gone from Rainmaker to Tower Control, now to Clan Blitz. So it's going to be, again, we're going to be seeing that build of pressure, just like sitting there and just wailing away and just seeing how long the opponent can just take all the hits until they just get overwhelmed.
Well, we talk about Clan Blitz, but let's just mention the map. Wahoo World, quite unique. It has a circular center and a spinning platform, and you've really got to duck underneath that middle part to get through to the other side, and there are clams that spawn everywhere under there.
Also, as well, noting that the basket is on a higher platform as well. So if you are making your way in, the throws are going to be a little bit harder to get from further away. You have to get really, really close in to get that distance.
Yeah.
So you really have to stretch how far you can pressure your opponent to do that.
A common one. You've got to launch yourself off of the snipe of the enemy team, and you just make that Hail Mary jump, trying to get that clam in, and usually it comes out quite nicely. So we'll be seeing it in this game currently coming up. We'll see what Backsquids can bring out.
I mean, when we were watching Alliance Rogue as well versus Emperi Gang on that first map with Albacore Hotel, it was just such, this wonderful back and forth. But as soon as they got, Emperi Gang did win it, but that first push coming out from Alliance Rogue was so strong, and they just have to keep that pressure going up. So we're going to be jumping into this third game very, very quickly. Alliance Rogue currently 2-0 up. So we're going to be jumping into Game 3 now. It is going to be Clan Blitz on Wahoo World. So let's make some noise for our two teams as we go into the third game of Grand Finals.
So we're going to be seeing very different comps here. The Tenterbrella coming out from Gray, and the Custom Hydra, I believe, coming out from Echo, which is an interesting pick, especially with the length of this map. It's quite small, but we'll see how that plays into effect here. Both teams picking up clams, collecting them, just trying to get a nice little clam bank economy to get their get flowing, into this game. It's looking like Backsquids are controlling the mid. not really much going on yet. They're testing the waters. They don't want to fight too much. It's just it's all about that poking and seeing what other people can do. Soren using a Stingray, trying to put pressure on that Hydra.
Yeah. You can see as well, just trying to like just make sure they have the resources, picking up as many resources as possible. Currently, Gray has a power clam available. It does mean that he is visible to the opponent. We'll see if we can do that. Outcoming this onslaught from Echo does eventually take down Gray though. So good stuff from them. Does remove the power clam from contention.
Potentially a really smart play by Echo, realizing that the Tensorella was going to come out from Gray. So using that Hydra, which is a very large tank, a very strong, powerful...
They're getting a wonderful splat there onto Ben.
They're controlling the mid again. Backsquids have kind of just held it here. They haven't really gone for a push. They haven't got a power clam. They've kind of just kept off from getting it. Maybe to make sure people don't... The enemies, Alliance Rogue, don't know who has what. They do manage to make one, however, immediately throwing it away as the Stingray comes out from Soren.
Yeah, Soren obviously spacing back very nicely and using that Splatling just gains so much special charge as well, so he's going to be getting that a lot very, very quickly and be pressurizing a lot with the Stingray where possible. Echo on the side of Backsquids with that power clam available, and they do have another 12 clams if they can get a big play to get to that basket. But Kyber on the side, maybe trying to get a splat there, does eventually evade and get back from that forward position. Ben unleashing the baller, does take down Gray on the far side, but Urza responds.
It's looking like Maj is going to create an opening for his team. They're coming in, they're jumping in. Echo has a ball. He's going to throw it.
That's going to land. It'll be first points on the board
57.
for Backsquids. 2 immediate power clams into 3 regular, and they've got big points on the board.
Unfortunately comes with a wipe, which isn't exactly what you want on Clan Blitz. However, an incredible lead coming out from the start of this game. We're going to see what goes down here. They have Alliance Rogue have their pity clam, and they also have a spare baller. They're going to jump in just to get it in.
Yep. Ooh! Urza misses the throw and gets taken down as well, so can't follow up.
Unfortunate choke there. Kiver on the offensive here, trying to pressure Ben. Ben can't really push against him until Magin comes along to give him some assistance. Potentially Kiver here being taken out. Does manage to get one, however.
Yeah, unfortunately, Margin wasn't able to get into position and support his teammate in time. And Kiver just utilizing that to get through and take that first splat for him. Gray goes down. Soren also having that power clam. They have 2 available on the board. If they can just keep that one alive, Urza going to go and grab that one, and we'll keep it in play, hopefully.
Soren happened to back off. The clam economy of Alliance Rogue looked quite strong, but Backsquids have taken over now. They have their own power clam, and they're just prepped for a push, really, here. They just want to take a couple more picks, and then they can push in, basically free. Echo controlling the middle here. You can see he destroys that Tensorella very fast. Kaito getting a little bit of assistance there as Majin dodges around.
Majin was definitely in enemy territory. He aggresses back to his teammates and will keep himself safe for a little bit longer. Ben being pressured on the far side.
32 clams on the side of Backsquids. Incredible amount of clams there. That's enough to take
Ben going in with his baller. Teammates will be jumping in. They get the barrier down.
That's 2.
That's another, and then a third one as
15.
well. That is a huge play. 3 power clams going straight in.
Massive. Imagine on the flank managed to get one more clam and just to push that down to 12.
Just keeping that time going, and Ben jumps in as well to maybe get some more. Margin, does he have he does not have a clam on him. There's 0 on the side of Backsquids. Huge play from them though. It's not over yet. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, and you can see there are 2 power clams, 3 power clams on the side of Alliance Rogue as they go all out with their push forward.
It's not enough to take the lead, but it's enough to really kick that down. If they get this third one in, it's big. That's it. 40 points. They lost 3 of their teammates, but really whittling down that number, going to make it a lot easier for them to come back in next time.
Although that does mean that they are going to be getting their bonus points added on, or their penalty points rather, added on 30. They're going to need at least 2 power clams to start making some effort back into the main points. And at this point, it is very much Backsquid's game to lose. Currently with 40 seconds to go, and they have a large lead.
Alliance Rogue as well, not really having much of the clams as it can be seen. Backsquid's making the really smart play of making the power clams so that the team doesn't have access to those clams to create their own.
Cutter going down to Urza there on the far side. Echo having a little bit of trouble. Gray takes out Margin. And who's left alive? We've just got currently Ben on the far side trying to make his way into Urza.
Gray being taken down now. Unfortunate. They needed him for the push. The Booyah Bomb going in to add some extra pressure on. Kiva has the power clam, but there's nothing else that can be done here as he has to back out. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's really looking like Backsquid's game.
Yeah, we've got 6 seconds remaining. 5 will be counting down, looking like it's going to be a game on the side of Backsquids. There are 2 power clams for Alliance Rogue. They have to hold on to these if they want to keep their dreams alive of Game 3 going in their favor.
20 seconds of overtime remaining. Gray really needs to get in. Kiva coming in with
waiting.
the baller.
See, oh, there
the
goes
jumps are coming in.
They get both of them.
They miss one.
They miss one. They do indeed.
And they get wiped.
That is going to be it. The game is over for sure. Backsquid will be taking a game back in hand. 2-1. It will definitely be as the timer sets. The barrier is back up, and game 3 goes to Backsquids. They are not done yet. Ooh, what a game.
Really showing that they're not just going to roll over and take this from Alliance Rogue. They know that they can bring this as well. So coming back in with an incredible clan blitz push, and just the economy, the use of their economy that entire time was incredible. They were constantly denying Alliance Rogue any form of clams or any form of push capability.
Yeah.
So really well done by them.
Yeah, and you're talking about their their economy handling, how they just managed to build up so much, and how when they were doing that, they were keeping themselves, their defenses were so tight at that point as well, that when they were building up that economy, they were in a position of power to actually use it afterwards. Because the amount of times that we've seen players sometimes build up this economy and then squander it because they're trying to push too hard, but they respected what Alliance Rogue were capable of, and then they managed to get those picks and slowly just pour away, find their time, and then they didn't miss a single throw. And unfortunately, we did see that on the side of Alliance Rogue.
Yeah.
They didn't get that second power clam in, and that could have been the difference. I mean, they did get wiped when they landed, but maybe the being flustered by missing that throw could have been paramount to how they responded to the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I would have to say that Echo was a standout there for Backsquids, using that custom Hydra splatling to great effect, getting multiple splats, but also a lot of pressure on the Tensorbrella coming out from Grey, which was a really good move there. The custom Hydra, obviously, like I mentioned before, known for being incredibly strong and powerful, and it has a large tank, and it can just tear through anything. You're not going to do anything against like a splash wall or even a Tensorbrella shield, and so it was a smart pick, realizing that was going to be what Alliance Rogue would come out with.
Yeah, and finding a way to kind of just like pressure against the enemy's defenses. It just tears, it shreds, absolutely shreds. It's such a powerful weapon. Going on to game 4, then of course our final mode of that 4 ranked modes is going to be Splat Zones over on the Manta Maria. So this is an interesting one. We've seen the stage before. The players have played on the stage before, but not in not on Splat Zones. So again, I mean, we were talked about it briefly, but looking at what our players have, they're going to be changing up their comps today, maybe a little bit to kind of play on this mode. But we're going to be jumping straight into game 4. No holds barred here. Manta Maria for Splat Zones. This is going to be game 4. Backsquid's looking to tie this series up 2-2, and that would make it a very interesting final 3 games.
Hopefully we'll be seeing Stingrays coming out from either side of the team here. Very strong on Manta Maria. As I'm saying that, I don't think there is. Oh yes, there is on both sides. On both sides of the teams, Echo using the Scope Charger and Soren on the custom Jet Squelcher. Very, very weird for Urza to be using the Tenta Tech. Not exactly in favor in the meta, in my opinion. The zone's going exactly the way you would think, one to each team as the skirmishing really does take place. Nobody really looking for that miss. As I say that, Urza hanging around, manages to get one, takes out Ben. Brilliant play.
Urza looking for us in the back line. Gets taken down though by Backsquid very, very quick. Well, very, very, very fast indeed. Soren
to get one that's good enough for his team. They're all pushing in, adding as much pressure as they can. Urza getting taken down by Kaito, and that's 3 down on the side of Alliance Rogue.
This is a good opportunity now for Backsquid to fight back and get control of that zone. There, Alliance Rogue side, 32 to get through.
Pushing Alliance Rogue back. Specials here to try and push back in. The Stingray taken down, however. As I say, that Soren.
Oh, look at Echo here. Does go down to Kaito over there with that exploit.
The Stingray coming out from Soren to add more pressure. They're going to neutralize one of the zones, but if they want to stop that countdown, they're going to have to take the other. Ben coming in just narrowly avoiding.
They do taking down those penalty points, looking for that lead.
Yeah, looking for splats.
Urza just watching his teammates staying stoic there in that line. Trying to maybe aggresses back again to Kiva's side in that central point. Echo looking for us.
Echo has to jump out. Does want to conserve his special talent at the moment.
And the town square, if you will. Well, that's a shit, but you know what I mean.
It's the bunker, we call it.
Yeah,
that's the bunker. Getting taken down beautifully, by the way. 2 down on the side of Backsquids, 1 down on the side of Alliance Rogue. Echo looking for more snipes, does bring out the Stingray just to add a bit more pressure onto Soren. The incomer comes out on the side of Alliance Rogue.
Yeah,
does a good job protecting as that counter colors ever closer. Manages to take the lead.
Once more, use at such a great time. Noticing the Stingray there, the jump back to the Stingray. Right, get together, use the incomer, keep ourselves alive. Good reaction.
Ben putting about it's a full wipe on the side of Backsquids. Alliance Rogue are going to count it down, and this is a win championship.
And it's all to play for now for Backsquids. They have got to make one. Well, there's only 1 game away from the longest comeback in this. It's essentially now a reverse 3-0 they need to do to get back into this game. Splat Zones goes down. And Alliance Rogue are winning the European champions and crowning themselves as here with Splatoon 2. Great solid start coming out from Alliance Rogue. Then Backsquids do a brilliant job and have a really strong counter push. But then Alliance Rogue, they wrestle control back and just never let go of it. Maybe they lost control of one zone, but they never lost control of both ever again.
They weren't pulling their punches. Both teams were really bringing it out there. They both had great control all the way to 26, all in one go. A brilliant lot that came out, but Alliance, I mean, honestly, it was a good game.
Yeah,
I can't argue with that. It was a brilliant game to watch.
It just fell on wonderful team wipe, just being the end of it. They couldn't get back in time. 5 rather we're looking at now. Tower control, Marco Mart. What do you think?
I'd say it's quite a square map, in my opinion, but the Stingray does come into play again. I'm always going to say that the Stingray is incredibly important. It's always a control game last time. It was Backsquids, who had already pushed it to 15 to see, so maybe Backsquids have learned from this.
Well, because Alliance Rogue are very good at taking that. Again, this is a bit, as you say, it's quite a square stage, but also quite small as well. So you should be able to, like, close down space on, and you don't have to fight back as much enemy ground in that game. So again, pulling on the players
is incredibly important as for the team, and that's
we're going to be jumping into that 5th game immediately for you now. We're not going to it's match or championship point for Alliance Rogue.
I'm expecting more Stingrays, I'm expecting more Kensadulis, I'm expecting more great things out of both teams here in this grand final.
Let's have a look at that setup then.
Double CGS coming out from Echo using that. I'm overjoyed. Kensaduli Umbrella. So both very strong weapons. Looking for that first pick. They're going to be taken down.
Yeah, Soren getting an early. It begins. They are at championship point, and they are closing in on that victory here. What can Backsquids do to push against the outcomes?
Snake, and then that's it. And the can't go in.
Yeah, as they're having to push back again.
Alliance Rogue, Ben pushing in with the baller. They're going to be able to take it back. Backsquids can really push in here.
They couldn't get away, unfortunately, and down goes Margin, and down goes Ben as well. Down goes Kaito. 3-man sweep up there.
Keeping that Stingray, just in case that push keeps going. His team are going to respawn in time, but we don't really know what's going to happen here, as Alliance Rogue have just put so much pressure on it.
Full time as Kaiva is getting aggressed upon and try and fight out to put so much pressure back onto the area. Urza pushes forward. Kaiva, 7 points left of victory right now.
Fighting for the inches of their life here. They managed to take 2 Tinus.
But Alliance Rogue are just going to be mounting this pressure immediately once again, using the Jet Squelch just to push and try and fire back as far as he can. Urza being pushed back a little bit, using this Slosher just to get some pressure coming up. Alone there, doing a good job. Kiva and Margin in support. As Ben pushes forward with that baller as well, uses the suction bomb on the board now.
Urza well out of it right now, has to jump out. The tower being pushed, the checkpoint counting down. This is what they need. They need that checkpoint because that just makes the next push for Ray. Urza by the tower. Imagine kind of alone at the moment as the Stingray comes out. Counter Ray to stop that. 3 down on the...
As well, they do get past that first checkpoint, but look at the difference in points. 36 they have to make up. So it is a fair amount of time, but it's not as Rogue once more. Just pushing further forward. Backsquids on their back foot right now. As Urza, you can see just a torpedo bomb there. Echo, they're going to be making their way forward. They're not giving...
Ray getting taken down. 3v3 live on the side of Backsquids at the moment. And Alliance Rogue, again, mounting that entire set.
Look at how far back all over the enemy zones is just so far back. And it's difficult for Ben and Margin, you see, and Kaito here to defend because there's just so much happening. Urza with the baller coming forward. Will pop that. Doesn't take down... I believe that was Ben there.
Kaito, Ben, and Majin coming through, taking out Urza. It's a triple kill. Soren, the last one alive.
Fizzy Bomb coming out as well. Now, can they make something of this final push? 1 minute left on the board, and we have Backsquids looking for their, well, not their last push, but one of their last few pushes, potentially. Ben with the baller, going out as far as he can, trying to just be a distraction, cause some issues, pushes back, does not take the splat down.
There's a funny game of cat and mouse there going around the corner. Ben managing to have a really cool duel here with the Kunda. It's not really going anywhere as Majin pushes the tower forward. The Stingray's coming out. They're getting past this checkpoint. It's looking really good for Backsquids.
Oh, but as you say, 2 goes down. Can they get back on? And there's the defense. Less than 30 seconds left. Alliance Rogue with their power play in hand. They are looking at the doors being closed for Backsquids.
Backsquids with a mountain to climb over here. Kaito managing to splash down, gets the assist. Looking to add more pressure.
Okay, here we go. We're down to 10 seconds left. This is pretty much going to be the last play coming out from both teams. Kyver sharking, waiting around on the side.
Manages to take
turn
that
around.
version. Ben
We can take
takes
it
him.
down here.
3
Ben,
down. It's just Ben alive. He has the baller. He has to
3
pop
down.
it.
He has to win. He has to get on top of that. He has to
No.
take the tower. Alliance Rogue. Soren's popping off there on the stage. Back Squids. Unhorsed, dethroned, defeated, put down.
Tight match.
Alliance Rogue. They took that first game, they were beaten back in the second, and they did not stop pushing forward and beating back the German squad. Back Squids defeated at last.
The French on their home turf doing an incredible job here, taking the title off of Back Squids. However, good to say, Back Squids put up an incredible fight there right at the end and during the whole thing. Handshakes all round.
So much respect though from both teams. You can see how much it means to Soren to get that victory. Kiva there as well. So happy to get that victory. And the crowd obviously here on their feet, excited for their boys in that mint green jersey to take home the victory. What a wonderful, wonderful set we had there. 4-1 in the end.
They're going to be winning those jerseys. Those incredible looking jerseys. Those awesome looking controllers. Beautiful controllers, I would say so myself.
Allez, allez, the crowd chants as the French do take home the victory. What an amazing, amazing set, and what a fantastic tournament it's been, not just over this weekend, but over the course of the last few months, or like half a year, maybe even longer, that it's taken to get to this point. As we said, hundreds of teams have entered the European Championships ever since it started last year. We whittled it down to 12 of the best, the best from every single region. And now at the end of a huge campaign, just one team, one country stands above them all as the champions of the entirety of Europe, and that is Alliance Rogue. And as you can see them getting ready on the stage there, I think it might be time to throw down to the stage to have a conversation with our champions. Tech Girl, you're speaking to Alliance Rogue.
I am speaking to Alliance Rogue, getting to stand next to our new European champions. This is give them, they deserve as much applause. Soren, when we chatted after the semi-final, you mentioned to me how important this was. This was the revenge match. You needed to come back and you wanted to prove that you deserved to stand in this spot. How are you feeling right now?
All I have to say is that it wasn't the best of 3, but I'm very happy about we won today. And I want to give a special shout out to all my teammates, especially like all of them. Gray is insane support, Kiver insanely consistent, Urza is probably the best Western player right now. And it's thanks to them that I could be allowed to play backline, which is a role I never played before. I had to literally learn this role for today and in 2 weeks. And it was honestly because of them we could make it.
There was a... We're at a live event. We're on a LAN stage. So sometimes there's little things that sometimes happen that no one can really control. And in this case, we had those pauses. Did it throw you guys off at all when you were sitting here having to wait for that? How do you get your team back together to get back into game and keep their eye on the goal?
Well, we kind of lost focus during the break, as you said. But since the Platinum Cup, we won with Ghost Gaming. Since the Platinum Cup, we lost. We won with Ghost Gaming back in December. We have a special strat is that before the game starts, during all the 1 minute and a half, we talked about what we are going to do. Even if we perfectly know what we are going to do, we talk about it again. We mention it so we perfectly know the map, what we are going to do, our strategies for defense, for neutral at the start, and for the attack.
You're on your home turf. You've got your French crowd here shouting for you, supporting you. You mentioned to me that you really had a special message for all your French fans watching and that are in the crowd. So it's up to you now. Tell them what you wanted to say.
Merci à tous de nous avoir soutenus. On est très content de pouvoir succéder à la Rising Moon pour la France. Merci à tous.
You're Splatoon 2 European champions, Alliance Rogue, but I think let's make some noise and bring all 4 of our semi-finalist teams back onto the stage. two special guests that are here to help me hand out the prizes. You've listened to them all weekend. They've commentated, they've shown their support, and both of them are professional Splatoon 2 players. Dragonuto and Wisdom, come on out. We're going to give them a round of applause. Before we give out the medals, or we'll just start straight away, 4th place, make some noise for Spain's Polarized. They came in here, they're the unfamiliar team, if you like. They were the two, there was some players here that we didn't really know, but they put on an incredible performance all the way through to the semi-finals. They can definitely be proud. And now it's time to award our 3rd place team, the Dark Horses, if you like. They knocked out Team Mako, the fan favorites. They came in here, they put on an incredible performance. Your 3rd place team, the Nordic team, Ampari Gang. Wisdom, this one's going to be a tough one for you because I know that your heart is a little bit broken right now. You were with this team last year. I know that you're feeling a little bit sad, but still, 2nd place, 2nd European champions. It's nothing to be disappointed about. The silver medals going to our German team. This is Backsquids. They did an incredible job. They fought hard. It's now time to crown our new champions, to give them our new medals. Inklings, Arklings, I know you're excited about this. They are the French team here on home soil. Your winners, Alliance Rogue. The medals aren't the only thing that we're handing out. As your new European champions, they also get their own custom winners jerseys, which are coming on out now. So we hand out even more prizes. These are the Splatoon 2 European Championship winners jerseys. Take a look at that. And I think the one that I know all of you wanted to run away from the venue with, because these are pretty sweet. Every single player in Alliance Rogue takes home that custom gold Nintendo controller as well. We can just stare at them if you want, but then I'm just going to take them and leave the stage, because these are sweet. This is what they look like. Take a look, and it even has champion on the back. So gents, these are specifically for you guys as our new champions. "12 incredible teams started this competition. We are down to these 4 amazing teams on the stage. And of course, we have our winners as well. But none of this would have been possible without the incredible support of Nintendo. Thank you for supporting Splatoon 2. Thank you for supporting these players. And thank you so much for putting on such an incredible show. Also, a big shout out to production and all the people who work behind the scenes, but most importantly to you, the fans at home, the fans here that support Splatoon 2 here in Europe. Back your favorite teams. It brings me great joy to be able to introduce your new Splatoon 2 European champions. This is Alliance Rogue.
have ever seen one. Be proud. You deserve it. You earned it. Took it all the way to Game 7 and...
Set, a number of fantastic sets. So often happens in Splatoon. The team that is the favorite wins. They do it very often.
I'm getting a special transmission. From Squid Research Labs.
What?
Yeah, we should listen.
理科研究所の研究員です。スプラトゥーン2ノースアメリカで熱い戦いを繰り皆さんお疲れ様でした。ご観戦いただいた皆さんも応援ありがとうございました。ハイレベルなプレーなのではないでしょうか。先ほど告知された6月にロサンゼルスでワールドチャンピオンシップ2019が本当に楽しみですね。理科研究所の最新の研究成果をご報告したいと思います。以前にお伝えしていた武器セレまた発表済みの10種類の武器に加えてスパッタリークリアという2種類の武器もこれら12種類の武器は4月復活されます。さらに春にちなんだフェスのお知らせです。4月19から21日の48時間お題はかつこのフェスに合わせて任天堂スイッチ本体のゲームニュースを通じて春の新色ギアもプレゼントされます。お楽しみに。詳しい情報は公式のご確認ください。いかがでしたでしょうか。以上、理科研究所でした。
I love hearing from the Squid Research Labs. They, with technology, 12 new weapons.
12 new weapons.
I'm your hard work. It's just
I gotta have those clear dapple dualies.
Yeah, I'm very interested. The Grim Range Blaster coming back. A mainstay in Splatoon 1 has the Burst Bomb as well from all ranges. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the NZAP.
Yeah.
Just eyeing it.
I absolutely love it. I cannot wait to see how it changes the meta potentially.
Yeah, a change in the meta before the World Championship.
That could be exciting. And as we mentioned, the World Championship will be in Los Angeles this June. Up next, we've got some very exciting programming for you, my friends. If you're into a little game that you may have heard of called Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we've got the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate North America Open 2019 finals coming up. We cannot wait for you to see what we have in store for you. On behalf of everyone here at the table, thank you, my friends, for coming here and having a great time. Milana, 9, I'm Ashley Esqueda. That has been the Splatoon 2 North America Inkling Open 2019 finals. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
But guys, we are loading into our first game of the set. Numbers against AFW. Let's see what stage we're on.
I like his tag, AFW Twitch. Follow that man.
He knows how to do it, baby. Good marketing on Pokemon Stadium 2. High energy, move that body, says Numbers, as we start off game 1.
All right, he's definitely going to be moving and grooving. That is for sure. Ness with an array of projectiles that could really kind of mess you up a little bit. Now, something to note, too, is that magnet, which can absorb a lot of those projectiles that Palu will kind of throw at you as well. So you got to try to keep that in mind. When you get somebody over 100%, they start absorbing those projectiles, recovering that percent. That can be a little detrimental to the strategy of getting that stock off.
That's a really good point. That explosive flame and that auto reticle, essentially what it does is it puts you at that mid-range, forces your recovery, makes it really difficult. But right now, John Numbers really struggling against this offense.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
All right, Kyogre coming through, and listen.
That's a big one.
Watch out for this. He will wash away those stocks if you get caught up a little bit.
You can tell Numbers trying to run over to the left side of the stage, just trying to make contact with him. But that up smash fully charged from AFW, only 14%. He may be the Nintendo champion of 4 years ago, but he's got a whole new challenger here.
I'm telling you, man, that's like, it's not a decade, it's not half a decade, but it's 4 years, all right? That's a long time, okay? That's a long time for sure. You can tell AFW, he might not even be familiar with his body of work. He just sees another obstacle between him and an opportunity at PAX East. But there is that star, which is going to grant some invulnerability. As you see, AFW Smart trying to put some distance, run out that star, and he does just that. Wow, John Numbers not able to capitalize at all.
Yeah, he just wasted out that entire item. Great stuff by AFW, who right now, that finish out of shield with the forward tilt on Ness. Incredible stuff. He's going to fully charge that forward smash, as is Numbers, but neither of them going to land.
Certainly a difficult situation thus far for Numbers developing, and you got to credit AFW. He has played so well thus far, Cody, on the defensive. It's not something I was expecting. John Numbers has struggled so much just getting through. All right, up there, able to connect, difficult. Shield poke a little bit.
And that Beast Ball just paying dividends for John Numbers.
Look at that shield.
Has the healing sprout now, which may be able to get him back into this game. He unfortunately throws it down. AFW at 106%, eats the back air. Numbers is going to have to find a way to get this KO soon. That explosive flame almost enough.
I like the fact that explosive flame lasts so long, actually kind of covering the fact that he was able to stall with the PK Thunder a little bit mid. But even after that heck of a start that we see AFW get off to, he has been corralled a little bit. John Numbers still very much so in this game.
And he picks up the hot curry. AFW, oh wow, excellent reflect from Numbers. Unfortunately, it was not enough to get a whole lot of percent.
Right, and that curry just comes from everywhere.
Yes.
Just emitted so much pressure. But even through all that, John Numbers is able to kind of wade his way through all that. And I think that's the depth side, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Keep an eye out for that. That can shift momentum in a heartbeat.
And I feel like Numbers probably wants to get rid of it just because he's over 100%. You can see AFW dropping it anyway, throwing it off stage. 120 on Numbers. He's got to find a way to get this KO because whoever takes his next KO is going to be in a huge positional advantage.
Oh, now keep in mind, you see that, and that's the first time making it. Oh, no! The trickery is afoot! Cody, we got the smash ball and the fake smash ball. Who's going to fall for it? That's the question. Looks like neither one of them being fooled. Oh, but whether you like it or not, intentional, we have even things up. What a game changer.
That was incredible stuff. And there it is, the PK Thunder knocking the smash ball out of Numbers. They're both fighting for it. Numbers letting the jab go. He's trying to get it. He has the killing edge. And that final smash, he's going to let it rip. The black hole is let loose. Let's see if AFW can survive. He does.
He's lucky that percent was low enough because that black hole on any other occasion could have just swallowed you up, took knock with it as well. But the fight from AFW still very much so engaged. But John Numbers not only control the stage, oh my God, control of the assist as well.
It's time for a little bit of math on this. Now, keep in mind, these numbers will collide. They'll hit you if you get too close. And sometimes when they add up to something, you're going to see a big explosion.
It's almost poetic for that, right? Numbers to be the assist that he gave.
That's good.
Just helping him accumulate some more damage. And yet again, able to get his hands on another.
Oh, man. Rathalos is here to play. This is going to be tough. But he gets the back throw. Neither of them getting KO, but Rathalos is going to make it really hard for AFW to get anything going.
He is setting up these fireballs. The pressure right now, again, giving John Numbers stage control. Everything working out thus far from 185 for AFW. How is this man still alive? Oh, there it is. He's not. Final stock removed down to the wire. Numbers able to propel himself in that first game.
Finally, AFW staying alive as long as he could, but Numbers just had the placement just perfectly there. Had the Rathalos, had the ledge, had the down throw. AFW had nowhere to go. Excellent up air from Numbers. He's going to take game one.
Able to have stage control and secure those last two assist items down the stretch. That was the difference maker, as well as that faulty fake smash ball just exploding and taking no prisoners, only stocks along with it to even things out. That was just insane. insanity.
Super fun to watch.
Pandemonium in that first game, if you will, to open us up.
Absolute chaos. And you could tell that neither of them really got fooled by the fake smash ball. Both these guys, you know, such veteran players, they knew. But Numbers says, okay, I'm going to make this sacrifice, take the percent, and get this KO. As we're going to Frigate Orpheon, I know, a stage that I know you're very fond of for game 2.
I love this stage. It should be legal everywhere and anywhere. I mean, it's such a fun stage. I love just the way it's kind of laid out and the fact that it has, you know, the flipping properties and stuff like that as well. But we shall see if this will be enough to get Numbers. The 2-0 victory would be decisive if he can do that. Didn't see that in the last game.
Yeah, it did look like AFW had a ton of momentum starting out. He was looking very strong, but then Numbers just slowly sort of brought it back. Both these guys fighting for the smash ball. Finally, it looks like Numbers is going to let it go. Has the black hole. AFW trying to get out, but can't quite do it.
He tried to challenge in the midst of all of that, but no. The final smash takes priority overall, in that first top being taken by Numbers. My goodness. What a way to start things out, Cody.
Very explosive. AFW trying to find his way in. There's the piece of the Daybreak there. It looks like John Numbers is going to pick it up, but remember that piece, you got to make sure that you get all the pieces, otherwise it's not going to do it. There's that down smash we were talking about.
Did you see what he did with that warp? He elected to go high. That was so smart, kind of wait out the down smash attempt. And things don't board the Nair plane. I'm telling you, you can string together those Nairs and accumulate so much damage, but now actually kind of hiding in the lip for a moment on the right side.
He's going to warp right next to AFW, getting the punish that he wanted. He tried for that the first time, but couldn't quite make it work. He's going to go for the Nair, but unfortunately AFW going to stuff him with that back air. Awesome stuff.
And I love what I saw from AFW too. Did not get, you know, flustered at all. Just kept himself well engaged and able to remove that stop. Ness, so much knockback on a lot of those moves. Even when you get behind, if you keep yourself in the game, keep yourself engaged, you'll see situations like this where he can propel himself back into the game, and just like that, going down to the wire. But John Numbers seeing that, thinking, all right, you're getting a little too close to me right there, buddy, on that percent. I got to kind of work it back in just a tad bit.
Yeah, and Palutena, one of the best characters at getting those low percent combos, but right now, I think Numbers might struggle a little bit to get this KO. Is AFW going to get a low percent string of his own? Oh, almost goes through it.
He knew where he was going to warp on the recovery. Oh my, if he was able to connect that, that would have been sick.
So close.
All right, there's the capsule. And that's going to get the back shield. And I mean, listen, when you already have a back air as powerful as Palu's and a little bit more just to keep you safe there, things can be very, very hectic.
It looks like Numbers has assembled the Daybreak, but he was facing the wrong direction, and because that FW getting grounded, but he went too low.
Not like this.
What a recovery. Oh, I thought he had it. I really did. I thought he was going to be able to reach the ledge.
John Numbers getting the victory there in the Northeast, advancing with Palutena. Let's check out on action in the Southeast. TK and Senpai, take it away.
You know, just do combos off your items will definitely hinder you as a Mega Man player. But it didn't seem to hinder him at all. But as we get into our next match, we have Alpha going up against Devontae. Alpha with the Link and Devontae with the Wario. Okay.
Yeah, and that's another character that, you know, is well-versed with the items, man. He should have no problem at all playing with these.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let's see if this Link is able to, you know, make it happen. Going against Devontae. Honestly, Wario's been getting so much shine lately. So it's just like, with or without items, I feel like Wario's been getting so much shine that with this character, if I were just talking about straight up characters, I'd have to give it to him. I like the way that he's using his healing field, trying to stay inside of it.
Right, just kind of hanging out. It doesn't matter. Wario's going to have to come to him if he doesn't want him to get full health.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's getting
it's racking up.
Okay, he stole it back. Let's get a grab. Let's get a grab and send him out of there. So.
Ooh, and that was a horrible trade for Devontae there. Going to be at 84 to Alpha's 20.
Yeah. All right, gets the first part of the Dragoon here. This is going to be another match where we might be able to build a full Dragoon, and maybe it will actually come into play this time around. It didn't come into play in the first time that we saw it. It was a little, I won't say it was a little late, but he just opted to like throw it out immediately. I think Alpha, if he does get it, he might try to line it up, wait for that air dodge or something like that.
Yeah.
Nice up tilt.
Yeah, good stuff with the stage control right now. I'm going to take it with the Nair actually, and got a second piece on the way out of it.
Yeah. So now we're waiting for the body piece right here of the Dragoon to go ahead and get the full build. And Alpha already got a stock on Devontae, so, I mean, this could be a huge...
Ooh.
Oh, okay, Devontae.
Yeah, with the half waft right there, going to knock Alpha all the way off. If he could just take the stock, he could equalize it out and not have to stress.
Yeah, man. And also, if he ends up grabbing that third piece, if he takes that...
Oh, don't let him get that. No.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh, no.
Just dodge it. Just dodge it.
Oh, okay, there it is. Nice dodge. I know he waited for the air dodge, but he was a little too late on the reaction. He probably could have been able. He definitely could have punished the air dodge landing lag, but luckily for Devontae, he was able to get that spot dodge out in time as well.
Yeah, great movement with that twirl off that spot dodge, man. Get out of the way. And now, I mean, he hasn't taken too much damage yet. Even though he is down a stock, he could be right back in this.
Might actually be right back in it. Oh, that's actually the fake. Oh, both the Smash Balls here, the fake and the real one. So which one will we break it? I think both of our competitors obviously realize which one is fake and real.
Right.
But if you guys remember from... Oh!
He used it!
I was going to say, if you remember from what Raph did to win, he did break that fake Smash Ball to you know, just explode both of them. Now, so he used the fake Smash Ball to take a stock, and then the real one...
The miss with, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But hey, he actually, I believe he took his own stock there. So yeah, really not the best situation right now, but still up by quite a bit of %, so not that bad.
Well, let's say he got the damage, okay? He
got
put the clean damage on there.
It did do about, like, what, 20, 30? So not terrible.
It did quite a bit, yeah. So I see the edge guards coming in from Alpha. Honestly, if you block Link's, if you block Link's hero spin, you should definitely be trying to get a harder punish than that grab, but it's all good.
Exactly.
Analysis paralysis hits us all, man. I know there's quite a bit of times where, like, I've been playing someone and they'll do something super lagging, and I'm like, I could probably smash it, so I'm gonna go for a grab.
Or you roll by accident or like spot dodge, like, wait, what? Oh, the down air, and he did not tech off the stage, so he is gonna lose that stock really early. Devontae suddenly in the lead.
Okay, Devontae, there we go. He said, you know, I just had to get warmed up, that's all.
All right, the forward smash on his shield. He's gonna get punished for that. And that waft is racking up, man. He's going to get it soon.
We actually have the second three-piece item as well. So we had the Dragon first, but now we're getting the three-piece gun as well. Oh, okay, good F smash. It should be dropping both pieces.
Yeah, pick that up. Pick that right up.
You got to get that joint quick.
Yeah, Link was running right towards it, man.
All right.
Okay, we got the bomb coming out.
Is that going to drop any pieces? Nope, everyone manages to hold. Oh, actually, I think Link might have dropped one, and probably popped off the stage too. So everyone has one piece right now. Don't think we'll be getting that blaster just yet. Link knocking another piece out. Has two now.
Really close to having that. That could actually turn this right around because Alpha suddenly losing when he was so far in the lead in the beginning.
Oh yeah. Oh,
a taunt?
Okay, and I feel like he almost let the whole taunt rock too. You can definitely taunt cancel this game. There's like a certain amount of frames that need to pass before. Oh my God!
Is that going to take it?
Gone.
Oh, the perfect positioning from that bike throw.
Oh, yeah. That was a perfect edge guard.
What a way to go out.
Yeah, Devontae's not playing today.
Yeah, snuck his way into the lead and then actually clutched it out, too. Great stuff from Devontae.
I feel kind of bad because, the Link had a pretty decent play with that, getting the fake smash ball. And then, got him a lot of damage. Ended up taking a stock, but he was at super high % anyway. So, like, it honestly didn't really matter too much. But sometimes when you look back onto it, you're probably like, man, I feel like I probably could have lived on that stock a little longer.
Yeah, definitely. And it's got to feel not that great when he also got edge guarded for two of his stocks. Once with the bike, and then the other one he didn't tech off the stage. Where another situation where he could have lived, but just didn't, execute what he needed to do.
Yeah. So as we get into our second game, we're going to see exactly what changes my man Alpha can do. I wouldn't say that he was super far behind. He definitely had the lead for quite a bit of the game, actually. But after that, I feel like after he got that fake smash ball, he kind of lost a lot of that momentum. Here we are, first game on Frigate Orphean.
Yeah, and I feel like Alpha tried to bring his confidence back by throwing that taunt out in the middle of the game, or maybe he accidentally pushed the button. I don't know. But hopefully he can get that, get that confidence in.
Yeah, that's the super fat finger right there. Like, you're trying to move and you somehow hit the D-pad instead of the...
Yeah, right.
Like, hold up, bro.
All right.
You hitting everything on the control. You Superman.
That was a clean little combo right there going into the up tilt. Going to take it up to 37, but ooh, this edge guard's starting to rack up. Got to be careful here.
Actually landing on stage. Not really what you do. Is that the smoke ball? You just throw that away, man.
I wouldn't even use that.
Ball away, bro.
And I think he actually tried to hit him, but he did throw it away. So, all right, great twirl up B right there. Going to catch him. Oh, the dash attack on the shield, heavily punishable.
Right. So this is the scary part about, okay. First of all, Devontae is getting more F smashes than I've ever seen from a Wario player. So
yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff to him. But that's what I'm saying. The scary thing about Frigate is as the platform on the right side moves, it definitely changes where you can grab the ledge.
Yes.
So, you have to mix up your recovery according to if the platform is moving or not. So
yeah, that's definitely something I see people forgetting on this stage. When that thing is level with the stage, you cannot grab it from underneath the platform. You have to grab the platform's ledge.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. So another smash ball on deck. Seems like both of them trying to jock for position before they actually start trying to hit it. But the thing is about the smash ball is the longer it's out, they actually get it a lot easier to take out. So
I would go for it now.
Oh, there you go. Quick forward air, actually.
And he should hold on to it. Oh, never mind. He had the read. He's going to take it.
I like it.
It looked too good. And yeah, you don't want to let things get out of hand. Oh, no.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, it's all good. It was a bait. It was a bait.
Okay. All right, so he's going to come out using a lot of Bayonetta's moves, as we know. This man with the down air and everything, just like her.
Yeah, he's over here definitely dropping the forward smashes right now. So Dante playing doing a good job of playing around both the Link and Rodan. So
yeah, Rodan's a little scary because he moves exactly like a fighter, you know, exactly like Bayonetta would, but I guess he's gone already. Nothing to worry about anymore.
Yeah, he only threw a couple F smashes out there and just let it rock. He's like, I'm out. Oh, I think he probably thought he was going to land a little closer to him, but unfortunately the fire kind of held him in place.
Yeah.
So he ends up using that waft. Well away from Link, wasn't going to be able to register that as a hit, but still, Devontae and Alpha, pretty close game right now, 83 to 111, both on the second stock. Oh no, is that an edge guard?
And use it, start, oh my goodness, he could, okay, I thought he was going to start up a little bit sooner and push him away.
Yeah, that would have been, if he did it off stage, that would have been amazing. Another taunt, okay.
Okay, I think he's definitely using that for confidence right here and actually had the read on the roll, but didn't execute.
The man Alpha is trying to establish dominance, okay, that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's the Alpha, man, don't even question it. All right, a great back air right there. He just challenged the forward smash that Link was swinging. I'm surprised he didn't expect him to go for the second hit. And wow, using the cat coverage to get a down smash.
That's a pretty cat, though.
It is.
That's some great artwork right there.
Snuck that in, man.
All right.
Okay, the bird, I like it too.
Oh, okay. It seems like he doesn't really care what you're hiding behind. He's still making it work. I don't know. I don't really know if I like that that assist. I feel like it actually masks the moves of your opponent more than help you.
Right.
So.
It's the same as with the smoke ball, where you kind of don't want to use that on your opponent because it sort of helps them a little bit.
Yeah. So now we have the killing edge here. Super strong if it's glowing.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
He actually threw it instead of like trying to swing with it. So.
Yeah, I would definitely try to use that right now, or at least throw it away so my opponent can't use it against me. All right, the jab combo.
I think Devontae actually tried to lock him into the corner right there with those down tilts. Because the wall was right there. Oh, he wafted it?
The wrong way. If he would have just pivoted that in the other direction, definitely would have been able to take the stock here and the game.
Oh, man, I feel so bad because like he actually wafted the smash ball and it still didn't get him the smash ball.
Yeah, I think they hit it at the same exact time, and it looks like Alpha got the last hit.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you can use this for great edge guarding opportunities, but he's going to have to throw it pointing towards the stage.
This might work out actually. Well, no, yeah, it's going to be pointing towards the stage. Never mind. He's going to be throwing it. It's going to throw him in instead of out.
Yeah.
I mean, a quick up throw could have been nice, but
yeah,
I mean, now
say,
it's not going to send far away enough for you to say that, this is going to be the KO.
Yeah, it would at least help him if he was able to get... Oh, he could have done the second hit of that and actually connected. I'm surprised he dropped it.
What kind of box is that? That joint look fresh. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, he's throwing all three?
Yeah.
Oh, no. There's no middle platform anymore. All right, I think they all probably fell off at the bottom.
Oh, no.
There's one left.
That thing is hanging out. You got to be careful, Alpha. Okay, he's all right. Going to escape to the middle of the stage.
Okay.
Scary stuff.
Double bike play, Devontae. Okay, yeah, holds the shield, the slap. Oh, I would throw that. That's a throw. Okay.
Yeah, he went for it.
Oh,
wow.
I think he two-framed him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Actually going to catch him out.
Devontae with Wario and the bike riding into the Southeast Finals. Let's head to the Southwest where D1 and Webbs will pick it up with more action here for you.
Kind of get the read on what the other person wants to do and successfully counter it.
All right, so here we go, guys. The second match in the Super Smash Bros. North American Open Event Qualifier 2 here in the Southwest region. We have Mr. Bell and Zero starting off in Smashville. And here you have it right now. Both of these guys, like we said, right, they're just getting up in each other's faces. And the cool thing about the Rob Ditto 2 is that both characters are pretty much big targets. Look at that. Not even like mashing immediately, staying on the ground there and going straight for that up tilt.
Love that Mr. Bell also just completely tried to avoid any down air possibilities for Zero, opting to recover on the other side of the stage. Oh my gosh, look at all these bombs.
Yeah. Oh, no way! Honestly, I expected that to happen. It was the scariest thing ever. There were just like 4 or 5 of them on the mid platform, and they're so big, right?
Yeah, the fact that the first bomb sent him all directly into the patch of bombs up on the platform too, that was a crazy setup.
Nice right there, and you can see those down tilts, they come out so fast. They force a trip situation. Here it is right now. We're seeing Zero trying to see if he can get that follow-up, but there's that side. He's doing such a good job of making it hard for people to try to land, do normal get-ups at the edge. You have to be careful, and especially because of the fact that it's so hard to even find ways to like get around that move once you're within range. So which one is the real smash ball?
He hit both of them with that up smash.
Oh!
That they were both together. The risk right there is you might get one, but if you break the other one, you know one of those is going to be a fake.
That's right. And here it is hanging on the edge again. Zero. He has the opportunity.
Did he land it?
It's time to fire the lasers. Here it is. Right out of range is Mr. Bell. Good job. He's trying to see if he can get a hit.
He did an awesome job of avoiding that. dipping down off stage and hovering perfectly not to get hit by that ultimate.
Wow, side B for side B. Mr. Bell taking the first stock here. You see both of them immediately going for that charge. Gets the up smash. No mashes right there from Mr. Bell. Okay. So he goes for the neutral and actually tries to cross up the opponent with the roll throw. Maybe he wanted to just have stage presence.
The Dragoon's on the field, D1. Mr. Bell has 2 pieces.
Oh no, I've seen something like this happen before in the first event ball, where there was a Yoshi and a Rob that faced off against each other, and actually the tables turned where a player at 0% lost to the Dragoon. So you have to watch out.
That's the power of it.
Time. That's definitely going to be a bona fide
He landed
KO.
it.
Mr. Bell is way too quick, taking the first game right here. And again, given the volatility of a 2 out of 3 set, right? The moment you lose the first one, having that momentum can actually help you out so much. You're already in good spirits. You're feeling good, right? You're like, all right, I got the confidence to go to distance and probably overwhelm my opponent even more. Whereas, you know, when you're on the receiving end, if you lose the first game, again, the key word is pressure, right? All that pressure that's mounted on you as a player, it makes you start second guessing all of the decisions that you make.
Right, your game plan even, you know, the way you're trying to approach the game. And we saw Mr. Bell, the reason he got those Dragoon pieces was because he had that pressure. He had center stage, he was pushing 0 off the stage really effectively, and because of that, when the pieces fell, he was in place.
It's so scary though whenever a person loses and then they decide to actually change from their game plan. You know, you never want to do that, because sometimes maybe you were doing a good job, but you might have just made a couple key mistakes that gave your opponent the opportunity. But here we go, guys, going into the second game on the Castle Siege. And you can already see Mr. Bell understands the importance of hanging out on the left side of the stage when it comes to Castle Siege.
Yeah, that higher platform, the high ground making it a little bit more difficult for your opponent to approach you.
Exactly. So right now, Zero putting Mr. Bell in the air. Trying to apply some pressure right here from the mid. Okay, I like it right here.
Yeah, he's doing a great job right now, keeping Mr. Bell locked in this left side of the stage.
Yep, and there, you can see right there how hard it was for Mr. Bell to even just get through the side B. The range that he needed to space himself.
Oh, what a laser.
I loved it. Right there, the gyro 2 trying to force Rob to recover a little bit lower.
Oh, great air dodge.
Yep, a little bit of an opening, but it's the timing right there. Uses of the forward air. All right. Make sure to get some health, and he tried to see if he can get the side beat using that growth right there from out. Wait a second, gets the forward smash from Golden Sun.
Wow.
Mr. Bell.
Zero fell right down into that. And, you know, he had an opportunity there. Oh, my gosh, what a great downer. Zero had an opportunity there to keep the pressure on the left side with Mr. Bell or to go for the heal.
So smart. Lasers are out again. This time he can't escape. Let's see the beam. Is he out of range? Yes, he is.
Wow.
Beautiful stalls again, Mr. Bell, showing that he is not afraid whatsoever when it comes to that forward smash. He'll probably take a nominal amount of damage from like the small lasers, but the big laser, nah, he's having no parts of that one.
Definitely. Ooh,
that's Bellows coming through from
That
Zelda.
is I feel like one of the more underrated items.
Yeah.
The way you can really just push your opponent off and force them to blow all the recovery options.
Yeah, imagine if we actually had the transformations here. Maybe some of the walk-offs would have resulted in a loss of a stock quite early. But here it is, Mr. Bell. Again, holding down the stage. Both of these
he dropped the Pokeball.
Oh.
There we go. He gets it this time.
It's a massive ball. We have Enze about to come
this
through.
Corner pressure.
Yo, feel the heat coming through right now.
Zero is able to stall very well, but Mr. Bell is still keeping the corner pressure on.
It is dashing back and forth to Zero, avoiding the gyro.
Yeah, nice.
The high recovery.
Nice hop over it. He was trying to cover that high recovery too. Oh, but he gets the assist trophy.
Uh-oh, coming through. Yo, and that's a tomato, not an apple. Just letting you know. There it is. Okay, but now we have the Kit Kat as well coming through. And just one more masterpiece, please. What are you going to bless us with? We have the bird.
Oh, I love it.
What kind of bird is that?
I'm going to go with the Sparrow, do you want?
Okay, let's go. I was like, Blue Jay? I don't know. But here's the up smash right there. Grounds his opponent. One stock apiece here with 0% on the board. Yeah. Oh, you don't want to get caught by that needle. Because if your mashing is atrocious, you're going to be sent to the top.
You're gone.
Yeah, man. Okay.
Very even game right now, though.
Yep.
Both so close in percentage. Fighting each other real up close, too.
See the mash out? Okay, he tried to go for the up tilt, but that was, yeah, he got the mash out to get out of there. Smash ball.
Ooh, one more hit, maybe?
Okay, it's definitely real. It's definitely real. I saw him, like, hanging out on the side. I was like, shook.
We've seen how well...
Oh!
He was so scared of it.
Zero
drops straight down below.
Mr. Bell with the victory, the superior Rob out of the two. Let's head to the Northwest region. We have our final semifinal matchup between Tipster and Popo. We'll pick it up. Tipster up 1-0 when it comes to the game count. Here is DC and Vish coming from the Northwest.
I think like zoning well in items on one side of the stage or the other is really strong. Like that, especially with the ways Castle Siege is made, just that right side was just so much harder for Link to get in because he had the higher advantage.
So let's see what happens here in a slightly larger stage. You know, Castle Siege, probably one of the smallest stages we got there in the stage list. So Link does have 0 damage on him here. He will be able to fire those little lasers from his forward smash, but unfortunately, as soon as you take 1% of damage, you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. That is a very interesting mechanic.
I think it works in the Zelda games, but in Smash, it's much harder to stay completely healthy, you know?
Yeah, with items on as well. I could just throwing that item off completely.
So again, taking control of the stage. Skim is finally going to hold on to that ledge a little bit longer and not walk right into that forward smash.
See a little bit of zoning from the Link throwing down the bomb and then kicking it with the neutral air. The back throw.
Oh, and it's stolen by Tipster.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to miss this one, though.
It stays out for so long in Mega Legends again.
You thought. Oh, he actually thought.
He dodged like the first part of it, but then he just stays right there in the center stage.
Yeah, he was double jump height, and I think he assumed that it was going to go past him. So he went straight down and landed on the platform, but, you know, again, all according to plan from our boy Tipster, as he will take that first stock.
Yeah, on a stage like this where the platform is there, just covered like the entire of the center stage. There's really nowhere for Skim to go.
Oh boy. So let's see what Skim's answer here is. I think he just grabbed a two Dragoon pieces for Skim, so not out of this just yet. If he can close out the stock and get at least a 3rd Dragoon piece on the next stock, you know, the tides could turn very quickly.
For sure. A really polarizing item. Okay.
My personal favorite type of item.
Oh yeah.
The ones that just change the game in an instant.
Completely.
He's going to have to stop getting hit by all these projectiles for, and the snipe.
Oh, and the 3rd piece has come out on the left side there.
Oh, no punish on the up B on stage. He's going to throw him off and grab that 1 Dragoon piece to make sure Skim doesn't get it.
Yeah. Oh, but he gets the KO, which does allow him to get the 2nd piece, but no knobs to get it.
Yeah, I didn't see where the 3rd one went.
Yeah, just kind of disappeared.
All right, he might be coming back soon. You know, all the Dragoon pieces always show up.
Right. There it is.
All right, so it's going to be a fight to see who can grab it. You know, we might even see another situation like in the first set we saw.
Right. Oh, man, but honestly, Tipster is just really beating him out in these one-on-one situations.
Oh,
and a 3-stock.
Oh, no.
For Tipster. Oh, boy.
And not like this. You know, it's really unfortunate because Link doesn't have many options when it comes to getting back on stage from kind of a low area like that. You know,
And Tipster with the 3-0 victory right there, moving on to the finals of the Northwest. And Toph, let's just start with what we saw there. You've got a battle of zoning characters here.
Yeah.
Link taking on Mega Man. Mega Man with a few more tricks up his sleeve to really keep Link at bay.
Yeah, no, that was especially that second game. I mean, that was really domination. That like sequence with the Mega Buster, the Metal Blade, and the Crash Bomb. He racked up like 50 or 60 damage in the blink of an eye. So that's a really big deal. And also just that last stock where like you could see Skim trying to just get up from that ledge, and he was kind of like panicking, like rolling in, and he was just getting caught every time. And then finally, the edge guard with the down air was just like really clean.
And Vicky, you continue to praise Mega Man, what he can do in this game, because he has a very unconventional neutral game. When you look at just the pellets he's able to shoot out with the Mega Buster, how does that change things up for him and his approach?
It just applies a lot of pressure, and it covers a good amount of options as well. As Toph was saying, you could easily do like 60% off of 1 conversion, especially if you catch your opponent by the ledge. But we also saw Tipster, you know, the super fighting robot, using his final smash to actually catch Skim Milk a few times as well. And I feel like that's what really helped elevate his game with the 3-stock at the very end.
Let's reflect on one of the more exciting moments we saw during that first round. We headed to the Northeast with John Numbers. And a lot of times we'll see the Smash Ball and the fake Smash Ball go out there. And we saw something interesting from John Numbers when that fake smash ball was out there.
Yeah, actually, I mentioned it earlier. I was like, oh, wow, like the one thing he really needs to come back from this is using the fake smash ball to his advantage to catch his opponent off guard. And I believe AFW, he was just trying to get the other smash ball, the real smash ball, and John Numbers was able to retaliate back, catching him when he was off guard, using Palutena's up air to his advantage.
So let me get this straight. You've already done some damage at the slot machines here. You perfectly predicted when the fake smash ball was coming out. I'm going to make sure I call you before I need advice or anything else here, Vicky. Toph, we saw a matchup between Alpha and Devante. Devante using Wario, a character many people are excited about. What is in Wario's toolkit that allowed him to be so successful against someone like Link that's got a lot of weapons as well?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, so that was one of the closer matches we've seen for sure. And I really thought, like, they were fairly evenly matched for a lot of the set. But I mean, Devante, like, even though he did whiff some of those wafts, which can be a real game changer, Alpha unfortunately was unable to capitalize because Alpha also had some moments where he got the final smash, or he went for the, well, first of all, he went for the fake smash ball by accident. He blew himself up. And then he got the real smash ball and he whiffed his final smash. So, like, little moments like that are just going to cost you.
Yeah, you don't want to whiff the waft and you don't want to sniff the waft as well, too. That's for sure. Vicky, then we saw a battle of Robs when Mr. Bell was taking on Zero. And Rob, a very mobile character in the air, and for a heavier character, some larger hitboxes, but can really keep opponents at bay. Where did you find the separation? Because we're watching this one, and we thought both players did a great job controlling Rob. But what did you see from Mr. Bell?
Well, they were kind of evenly matched, I would say, but Mr. Bell did a really good job at avoiding the final smashes coming from Zero. He actually, you saw how he maneuvered around a Zero, purposely below him, got behind him to avoid the final smash, and because of that, he also was able to build up Dragoon and after that game one, and he actually took that game one with the Dragoon. And Mr. Bell, aside from the fact that he was able to avoid the final smashes as well, he was able to use his final smash to his advantage when he knew what he had to do to prevent Zero from avoiding the final smash.
Yeah, you look at some of the one-off items that you can use. The assist trophies have been very helpful for a lot of these players as well, but we are seeing some Dragoon, and being able to build together all three pieces and connect with that, it seems like those critical moments, the players that are able to take advantage of them, Toph, are the ones that we see moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are like the it's like that for some characters. It's the final smash, depending on how strong their final smash is. We've seen the Daybreak come into play too, but yeah, when those particular items on the field, like, you can really swing the tide of battle, or if you're already in the lead, you can just really widen your lead.
It's such a good point when you look at the final smash capabilities of characters, because we saw this with Palutena. Not necessarily the most powerful final smash as far as you can KO at low percentages, but it's always so effective, Vicky, and that's going to be huge when you get these close matchups as we get set for the finals here.
We saw a few times, it's just really hard to avoid a final smash like Palutena's because it just gravitates you in. Even if you go for an air dodge, you're going to find yourself getting caught by it.
Yeah, and usually being able to avoid a lot of those final smashes or the Dragoons coming in, that's a huge defensive aspect of this game. You pointed that out with Mr. Bell. When you get to the finals, take me through the mind of these players, because you guys have been here at these tournaments, these big moments, and you practice all these hours and hours, but when you get set to be knocking on the door on a trip to PAX East to represent your region, there's a lot that goes through your mind here, Toph.
Yeah, totally. I'm going to be looking for essentially, like, we saw two types of sets. We saw some sets that were very close, and we saw some where the winner, like, really kind of, like, dominated the opponent. Like, we saw, those really flashy plays coming out of, like, Mystics Ridley, right? And I'm going to be looking to the competitors that are entering the finals to just have that clutch mindset. I mean, it's really important, especially when anything can happen. You've got to be able to react to things that are happening. If suddenly the smash ball spawns, or like the Dragoon, or even just if you're put in a situation where, you have an edge guard scenario or something like that, just for them to capitalize with, like, in that moment.
We always seem to see that turning point, Vicky, when it's 2-2 on the stocks, or maybe it's 2-1 and you got someone at a high percentage. Those seem to be the key moments where you have to win those battles right there.
And it's nerve-wracking, honestly, because, this game has been out for about 2.5 months or so. So everybody's learning at the same pace, roughly, and, putting in that practice that reflects off your own gameplay. But when you're put into a moment where you're off stage and maybe an item could clip your recovery, it could be really difficult to come back from those SD situations, because that really puts a dent in your mindset. But, shaking it off, understanding what's going on at play, that's really the key on trying to come back and actually taking the set over your opponent.
All right, well, let's remind you what's at stake here. We are getting set for all of our finals in each region in this second online final for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate North America Open 2019. We already have one finalist from each region that we crowned a couple weeks ago. We're looking for number 2. That'll form the second member of the squad strike that we will see at PAX East. So let's get the action started here. Our first final, take you out to the Northeast with EE and Coney. Guys, take it away.
It's not going to be today. Today is going to be Numbers against Sassy Flygon in our grand finals on Yoshi's Island.
All right, Yoshi, love this stage. This is so aesthetically pleasing. Well, we'll see who's going to come out on top in this first game. Again, like I said, very important for Sassy Flygon to get a hot start. Don't let John Numbers kind of railroad you to the beginning, and he is doing
exactly
just what I described.
Yes.
Oh!
Big spike from Sassy Flygon.
My goodness. I know you come from the heavens, but how's the earth taste, okay? Sassy Flygon. That was insane. What a way to open up this grand final.
You want to talk about a hot start? He hasn't been touched. This is flaming.
Blazing.
This is white hot.
This is
blazing.
You caught it. Oh, my goodness.
This is insane. Sassy Flygon has burst onto the scene, and I want to change my answer. Numbers, oh no, I don't know anymore.
Numbers.
Oh no, but in SD.
You know what? I respect it. I respect it. Charity, okay? We're all about charity here, okay? Goodwill in that stock and letting them have an opportunity, maybe just to think he can still bring this one back. But my goodness, Sassy Flygon, he is certainly taking flight in this first game. Now, keep in mind, though, guys, he does have the smash ball, okay?
Yeah.
The final smash could be a game changer. I think he needs to get that percent up just a little bit higher to hopefully get that stock off. But in the meantime, he has to fade these shots from Sassy Flygon, who is very well aware I can knock it out. But credits to Numbers, not giving him an opportunity. And just like that, I mean, if you look at this match 45 seconds ago, you start to think, okay, a 3 stock is developing, but no, that SD, that smash ball, all changing the tide of this game. Are you kidding me?
What a disaster. Sassy Flygon picked up the assist trophy. He couldn't do anything, so he kept getting shot by the steel diver, but Numbers going a little bit too low, giving the charity stock back as Waluigi makes a rare appearance.
You know what?
What a game.
You know what? When you're doing so well and you know everybody's cheering for you and then you just start to kind of buckle a little bit, who better than to call your boy Waluigi showing up? Look, okay, I gave up my spot in this game again for you. Don't let me down.
Luigi was like, all right, we may have not always seen eye to eye, but I need you right here in this instance. Numbers giving him the stock, though. Very unfortunate SD from both of them.
That's crazy. And you know what? That's the kind of just wacky and zany action we were looking for in this contest regardless. And for it to start out like that, and even after those 2 stocks just go get disintegrated, for it to go down to the wire like that, you got to love the action. So grand finals already, Cody, not disappointing as we change up the scenery a little bit and head to Smashville.
Listen, if I'm John Numbers, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm hitting some woosah. I'm getting my mom to rub my shoulders. I'm doing something.
I need something, bro.
Right now, after that first game, that explosive start from Sassy Flygon, getting 2 stocks before John Numbers even got a single hit, he's got to slow it down.
Yeah, needless to say, I don't know if his little brother was took the controls or whatever for a moment, but I can assure you he is taking them back as we see him asserting himself now. Not going to be the same start that we saw, not able to accumulate any percent. But Sassy Flygon, one thing I am noticing, he is just so efficient at the start of these games.
Yeah, super strong, very hot start, and I really love that he took that stock flag and threw it off the stage. Basically, what happens is when you pick that up, if you use any A button move, you start charging that, and if you get it off, you get an entire stock. But it's super difficult to actually make happen, and you can see why he let it go. In the last game, he picked up the assist trophy, and he almost lost the stock for it, so he wants to let that go immediately.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you see the Pokemon threatening just a little bit, but the really good thing, if you can just stay out of the range, it won't knock you down. Smart stuff.
Right. So right now,
what's that grab? That was
68.
Yeah, all right. That could have been detrimental to be able to get that back throw, but the positioning from Numbers right now.
Just what he needs. He has the Rage Blaster. Essentially what that does is it scales up with the more damage your opponent has, finally getting the KO in Numbers wisely, throwing it off the stage because he knows he's at 86%. Sassy Flygon struggling to take off the stock, but the Smash Ball is in play. That is the fake one, but that's the real one.
Yeah, exactly. Got to keep your eye on that. We saw that kind of shakedown. Oh, my goodness. An unavoidable circumstance. Gonna remove that stock. Oh my goodness! But actually, I think Sassy Flygon inadvertently helping John Numbers.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah. Open up that smash ball. If this connects, I'm telling you right now, we're going to game 3. Oh, what a parry!
Wow! Just knocks it out of it.
Yes.
He like took it out of his pocket. Said, "No, that's for me."
Oh, I was going to say, if he gets the hit, that would have pretty much secured it. There's the black hole, and I think he's just high enough. Notice the air dodge, too, to just make sure he stayed out of range. That left side was completely engulfed, but Sassy Flygon keeping himself aerial.
Yeah, John Numbers a little too trigger happy to let that go. Up air's coming out from him. Sassy Flygon having difficulty landing. Here's the recovery stage that you were talking about, but he's able to make it back. Numbers trying to read the roll on stage. Didn't quite get what he wanted, but Numbers, again, he's taking a lot more methodical, slow, calculated approach, and I think that's why he's been sort of ahead so much in this game.
I think that's the way to do it. You see these explosive flames being spammed out a little bit. The auto reticle making an appearance as well. Just using these projectiles and that distance.
Oh, boy,
there's that golden hammer. Yes.
Now keep in mind, that might be a squeaky hammer. We don't know.
No,
Oh, it's not.
okay.
It is not.
Not when it's hitting like that. Stock secured. And then some, and now almost Sassy Flygon getting a little taste of his own medicine from a previous round where he really used that hammer to perfection against Golden Venu, but now coming back to halt him, the Golden Hammer accumulating a ton of damage as well as the stock. John Numbers in position to take this to a third game, Coney, if he can get there down stretch.
This is just what he needed. Good back air there, and he's playing so much more controlled. Really great to see from Numbers playing his game. We'll have to see if this grab gets anything. Excellent tech from Numbers onto the platform. And Sassy Flygon struggling to get back on the stage. Finally does, because we've got the gooey bomb in play.
Oh,
and there it goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, whipped it, okay.
All right, yeah, you can tell Numbers doesn't even want to mess with it.
Exactly, no need. I mean, you got a little bit of a window to pick that up, but kind of playing it safer, and I think that's the way to do it. Ooh. Oh, no, the super jump punch. Not going to find the mark, but that explosive flame certainly has, as we've seen throughout this whole game.
Yeah, it's just really great at covering that mid-range. And we said that we might see it a little bit more in the Ness match, but we didn't because Ness can't absorb it. Luigi having no such PK powers, he's not able to do it, only has that Poltergust. Now, if I'm Sassy Flygon, I got to watch out for that fake smash ball.
Exactly, because you know John Numbers, he's content to take that trade because it'll result in his victory.
Lets the Poltergust go. John Numbers, oh, it looked like he got away, but he didn't.
Now he whipped that thing back and just yoked him up. Oh my goodness, what a play. And
he got the timer.
He did.
Watch it, down air, down air. That's what he wants. He wanted to spike him. He didn't get the right hitbox. He can't hit him. John Numbers just drifted
wait, another opportunity?
Up. Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
He survives.
In the nick of time, warping through all that pressure.
John Numbers trying to earn this game 3. Gets the explosive flame, but it's not quite enough to KO. Has the air dodge he wanted, but it's still not enough. It's a little too stale.
Another explosive flame, but another opportunity at life for Sassy Flygon, and he went for broke, and John Numbers broke him up. Game number 3, well-deserved. This grand finals really living up to our expectations.
Incredible set so far. You could tell John Numbers the desperation on that warp, hitting that albeit at the same time, trying to find his way back after the spike. Sassy Flygon having so much trouble finally landing it, and then he was able to execute. John Numbers getting it back, winning that game just barely.
I think for Sassy Flygon, I think he underestimated how much time that Numbers was going to be in that stun, in that tumble, because he realized when he got back to stage, oh, I have one more opportunity, let me just go out here. But if he had realized that maybe 2 seconds earlier, could have changed the tides a little bit.
Could have been. Have to see how this goes, guys. Game 3, remember, the winner of this is going to PAX East as we start off on Castle Siege. Very volatile stage. I'm really interested to see how this comes into play.
It's kind of crazy, right, for Castle Siege to be making its first appearance in this bracket, and how fitting for it to be in Grand Finals, the final game. Somebody got to win a trip to PAX East. So much on the line. For Numbers, it's an opportunity to capture another Nintendo title. For my man, oh my goodness, Flygon, it's all about carving your path.
Yes, of course.
There's that shiny shell.
See how
that
it
could be
lands.
devastating, yeah.
Numbers trying to find his way around it, using the ledge invincibility. So incredible. So when you grab the ledge, you are invincible for a certain amount of time, and Numbers, knowing this, such a seasoned vet, able to use it to his advantage.
It's kind of crazy with his timing on that as well, right? You really kind of think about the fact that shiny shell does kind of come out incredibly fast. So kudos to Numbers. Timing that perfectly. Oh, but there's the pressure. You see it from Sassy Flygon, really locking down that left side. You see Numbers forced to retreat and using that explosive. If he had got that to explode.
Yeah, that was so smart. So he throws out the explosive flame. Oh, wow. Okay, I think he tried to just land on Numbers with a forward air. Let's see. Watch this.
Yeah, I'm watching. Oh, my goodness, I'm watching. I'm spectating, and I'm glad, because if I was Sassy Flygon, I'd be a little tight right now.
Sassy Flygun was such a good start to the set, taking off those 2 stocks, but that doesn't really guarantee you too much as Numbers just dancing around and playing this correctly.
Absolutely, and he is just content. Win a couple neutral interactions and just kind of retreat. I'm in the lead. You have to come to me. Obviously, some well-timed items, Pokeballs, and assist trophies can make that a little more difficult, but Numbers is just developing this lead in a major way. That green missile, and he, ended up with an assist.
Yeah, he's able to make it back. He has it in his hand, but because of that, there's that little bit of lag as you sort of summon it, as the hand with flies are coming out.
Don't get swatted, yeah, don't get swatted.
Just gotta watch him. Yeah, Numbers trying to fight it back. He's fighting 2 people at once here. There's another assist trophy on the field. It looked like Numbers tried to pick it up, but that hand is going to give him the time for Crystal to make an appearance.
That's my girl right there. Crystal should have been a fighter. I'm not gonna get into it right now, but she has come to bring the fight for sure. Looking to aid Sassy Flygon as he's just desperate to get this first stock off of John Numbers, who is refusing to relinquish it at this point in time.
Yeah, you can tell John Numbers realizes he's in a 2v1 situation. He's just trying to take as much time as possible and not get into that fight, as right now he's at 150. Sassy Flygon cannot get this stock off.
Yeah, this is getting really bad, especially when you start to think about frustration starting to accumulate for Sassy Flygon.
Yeah.
Almost every hit, just kind of seeing that opportunity at packs float further and further away, but maybe a chance right there off that up smash to deflate this momentum of John Numbers. He's got the poltergust. And if I'm saying if he's able to convert this at one of these lower percents, he's just going to go for it. He's just throwing caution to the wind.
And it was going to work out for him. Boosh! Big knockup. And right now, Sassy Flygon has gone from broke to woke. He's just doing incredible. 71%. He has come alive in the final throws of this game.
It is something to be said when you can keep your mentality right where it needs to be. Keep yourself engaged. Everything going against you, but you find that one opening. You create yourself an opportunity, a chance. And just like that, Sassy Flygon looking to deny John Numbers another opportunity at a title for a Nintendo event, and he's looking pretty good. Okay, Pokeball coming up. Eevee, okay, looking to take down, or help take down that final stock, I should say, but
that's
not
so
connecting on anything
though,
yet.
for Numbers. You know he wanted something a little better to be able to bring it back into this game.
You know, I'm kind of looking for a Deoxys in that case, you know what I mean? Inside. Somebody, you know, impactful, you know.
Yeah.
I'm all about the let's go Eevee, but let's go another day, okay? I need a little more help right now.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's thinking.
Let's see, he has the staff. Now, keep in mind, that does more damage the further away the opponent is. And you can see Sassy Flygon using it sort of as a battering item, just throwing it, not taking any shots. Numbers using that explosive flame, but Flygon, again, using that ledge invincibility just as it's needed.
Right. Oh, nicely done. Interrupted, but the tech, but it's not
Still
going
not
to be enough. So just like that, John Numbers, one stock, one opportunity. A trip for PAX East on the line.
But he's using this Beast Ball, such an incredible item. Essentially, where you throw it, it pops up around your opponent. Numbers, evening it back up using the Beast Ball.
Could not have come at a better time for Numbers. And you got to kind of think, after getting shafted with that Eevee, he's kind of thinking, okay, I deserve this, right?
Yes.
I deserve this little bit of help.
Of course.
That I'm receiving right now. Sassy Flygon trying to patrol.
He has the Rage Blaster. And remember, this is what got a KO earlier. That Rage Blaster hit Flygon at about this percent. And now Numbers, with the Rage Blaster, is going to be able to make it, takes the set, and earns his spot at PAX East.
Didn't even get the pause finish. It was just like, you know what? You're done.
John Numbers with an unbelievable comeback right there, utilizing every potential weapon you need to mount that. And where do we begin here with this, Toph? Because Numbers seem to dominate the majority of this, but then you had Luigi and Sassy Flygon just snowballing damage at opportunities.
Yeah, so for me, at least what we've seen thus far, set of the tournament, I gotta say, I mean, like, there were so many moments that I could break down. That first game, Sassy Flygon went 2 stocks without getting touched, which was insane. And then, like, kind of SD'd, and the game just went to, like, the clutchest of endings where Numbers, I think, you know, essentially really punished him for picking up that assist trophy. And really what I got to give Numbers credit for is, like, okay, yeah, the end of that third game, he definitely got a little bit lucky with how some of those items were spawning. But Numbers has played so many matches from behind and then either almost winning it. I mean, we saw in the first round of matches too. He was like right, like, you know, in a really bad spot, and then he'd bring it all the way back and either almost win or win.
Yeah, we talked about the ability to keep a cool head, but also during the majority of the match where he was dominating is really Palutena's ability to zone out Luigi and control that mid-range zone area with a lot of Palutena's projectiles?
I would say that Numbers just did overall a good job at staying patient, especially on that last game. Notice how he didn't try to overcommit. He waited for those items to be at the ready for him to use. And aside from that, the Rage Blaster really coming in, as Toph said, at the perfect timing. But I also want to mention, Sassy got a little greedy in that game too with that up B out of shield. And I feel like Numbers was ready for him with the smash attack to try to punish him.
And you also have to look at the edge guarding that we saw. You were really making a note of that throughout the entire match. There was a lot going on there.
You know, a common Palutena recovery is you're going to dip below the ledge and then teleport up like this. So he went all the way down with the down air before Numbers even had a chance to react. So that was really good. And then game 2, Numbers had a lot of similar moments where, you know, he would knock Sassy Flagon off the stage around 100%, where the explosive flame starts being a really threatening tool that can take your stock. And then he would kind of catch him coming down, and he's saying, you know, if you drift inwards, I'm going to up air you or up smash you. But if you drift outwards, I might explosive flame you. And so it turns into this sort of little, you know, mix-up situation. And he was really applying the pressure. So, I mean, for both players, really.
Yeah, Palutena and Luigi both with 2 very powerful final smashes as well. Those really served both players well, where it helped them turn the tide of momentum in their matches.
Let's just talk about how Luigi's final smash is literally unavoidable. We saw Sassy Flagon around the ledge just hang out, waited for Numbers to actually commit to an option by the ledge, and he was like, all right, even if you roll behind me, I'm going to get you anyway with my final smash. And we saw that in a lot of pivotal moments where Numbers actually lost his stock at like 70-something%.
And then Palutena also has a lot of tools to approach with. It's not just dominating that mid-range zoning area with the projectiles. You can be pretty aggressive against a brawler like Luigi.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, that's one of the big things people noticed was just moving from her previous iteration, the previous Smash title, to, you know, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. She's a lot faster. She's got just like, I mean, her aerials, her ground moves are all, you know, quite a bit better. Her smash attacks, I mean, like you mentioned, yeah, she's definitely got a lot of tools where she can take a fight up close and personal and come out on top.
John, Numbers, our first finalist headed to PAX East from the Northeast region. Let's find out who else will be joining him. Let's head to our Southeast division, our regional there. That'll be TK and Senpai bringing us that final there. Take it away.
Sitting just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. But anyway, these guys weren't doing absolutely nothing like they were like in those last games. That's why they won. And now here we are in grand finals. Devontae, Mega Hog going at it, and somehow Devontae keeps getting Congo Jungle, man. Like, it's on random, so it's not like they're getting paid. They're just, you know, we're randoming it up through a couple stages. And Devontae, I mean, he's got the luck of the draw because he's been popping off on the stage. So
absolutely. And did you see Mega Hog right there? He air dodged twice off the stage. I'm surprised he was able to make it back up.
You better watch yourself. All right, so Mega Hog, I mean, having a hard time getting some damage starting on him. He's getting a couple pellets here and there. Oh, nice punish actually from Devontae.
Yeah, those out of shield up Bs come out so quick, especially if you press the jump at the same time. It'll cancel the in lag.
Yeah. So you can. It helps a lot. It used to be a thing where you were able to like just hold up and start mashing Bs, but they took that out. So now you have to still time it, but it's still a very quick option out of shield.
Yeah, and there, while we were talking about those item combos, didn't nair directly into that spike and tried to follow it up.
So get the Franklin badge. So now, this is rough to have the Franklin badge against Mega Man.
Oh yeah, this is perfect for Wario right now.
Yeah. Look at it. He's like, man, I can't shoot him with anything. He's like, I'm not throwing a single pellet right now.
Yeah, and it's smart on Mega Hog to adjust to that and realize the situation. Ooh, good roll away. Instead of rolling in, he would have been caught up in that chomp.
Okay, yeah, so he still can't even, I mean, even though the leaf, now he's throwing it away. That's super smart. So even though the leaf shield is on him, once he throws it, it does get reflected. And look at the amount of healing that he's getting right now. But is it worth? That's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, he's getting a lot of heals. It kept him alive, but now he can't attack.
That's true, but it was definitely worth it because he would have died or KO'd to that back air, but he was able to get away.
Okay. I mean, he brought it back to a respectable game. Slap. Still living. You had to call it like that. Just not even F-tilt. Slap.
That is what it is. And a great air dodge right there to avoid the up smash. He's staying in this for so long. Mega Hog was so close to losing that stock, but he's still here. And now...
There we go. We got our first one. Super Fighting Robot. We need P1. Mega Man! Super Fighting Robot!
Oh my goodness, and that'll take the stock. All of Mega Man's buddies hanging out. You saw Zero looking cool with the shades, man.
Oh, yeah.
It brought him into the lead. Good up smash. Not going to take the stock yet, though. Snatched that Pokeball so quick.
Yeah. All right, so probably not going to be super effective right here. He kind of just jumps and immediately drops like the spark and then just kind of dips.
Yeah, he'll be seeing you later. I would definitely just avoid that. The ones that are stuck in one area, you don't have to mess with them at all.
Yeah, they're pretty much his own control. I mean, he rolled over to the other side too, so it just made it easier for him to fight on the left side after that. So
right.
All right, I thought he was going to get some extra damage because he's holding him with the carry on, but
Yeah, and a smart get up attack from Mega Man because he tried to stand over him and just hit him with that fire as he stood up, but he's going to get up attack and have invulnerability frames there.
we have a really good matches right now between our competitors too. Another 2-stock, very close game, getting a lot of damage here with these double up airs. And now the forward air going to connect as well, leaving that fire rod alone though.
Yeah, I definitely would have used that to throw at Wario as he was trying to land there, but now Wario going to have control over it. Ooh,
okay.
Trying to just drop it there, Z-drop it and catch Mega Man up, but he avoided it easily. Not like those back airs though, did not avoid that at all.
Definitely
Mega
did
Man
not avoid that.
Yeah.
So it looked like he was trying to explode the bike too with the crash bomber, but get the assist trophy real quick. It is the moon.
Ooh, I like that. And I love how he did the jab first to make sure he could keep the assist trophy away from Mega Man. Doing everything he can to avoid, but oh, not worth.
The moon still worked. It didn't get the KO, but it shook him off.
Yeah, and I guess he just was a little too scared to grab the ledge there, even though standing slowly with that would have given him the invulnerability needed to avoid the moon.
Yeah, I think the camera might also messed him a little bit too. Like that zoomed out camera probably,
Right.
he probably thought he was a lot closer to the stage than he actually was. So he went super low to the point where, I mean, the air dodge up wasn't going to help him at all either. Let's see if who's going to get the smash ball. He wafts it this time.
Wafts
Smart,
it.
I like it.
I do like that, yeah, because, I mean, the waft can KO early, but so can the smash ball.
Now, if I were Devontae, okay, I was going to say, if I couldn't get the raw hit, I would have went for the forward air into it, and I think this might actually end up being game.
My goodness.
Yep.
Did so much.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anything, it might be good to try to combo into it. Forward air doesn't have a lot of knockback at earlier percent, so he probably could have did forward air straight into Final Smash. But doesn't even need it. He just gets it raw and finishes that game easily.
I thought Mega Man was going to knock it out of him for a second. He did so much damage to him as he was holding on to that smash ball, but he was actually able to use it before it popped out.
Oh, yeah.
Lucky.
All right, so Devontae taking the first game. One more game, and he will also be joining our main man, Raph, at PAX East in the finals. And I'm sure that's going to get him hyped, man. You know, being able to travel.
Right, that's exciting.
I was going to say for free, basically, because
pretty much.
You get to travel as a competitor. You're sponsored now.
Yeah, Nintendo got you. Don't worry. Let's go, Nintendo.
Let's go, Nintendo.
But yeah, Mega Hog definitely going to have something to say about that. He doesn't want to go out just yet.
Yeah.
Going to do his best to try to win this game, too. And we're on Smashville. KK Ryder blasting. Let's go.
This is a staple again in the Smash community, man. It's like the only song we can listen to for so long, but now we got some pretty hot songs on Smashville now. I'll give them that. They put a little extra in there. So let's see what we do, or if Devontae is able to finish it right now, or is Mega Hog going to adjust? Mega Hog, I mean, in his first round, you know, he did quite well in his first game, and then it was kind of close in the last one. But regardless, you know, I don't want to count anybody out yet. Oh yeah, I think I want to try to keep that. To be honest.
I think he just tried to hit Mega Man with it, but not really timing it, so it's just going to go right off the stage.
Oh, I just think the Scythe is a really good weapon.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Scythe could have definitely decimated Mega Man there, but going to get rid of it. Either way, you're going to need to do something about this deficit of damage.
Okay. Riding back in, but like, yeah, man, this bike is getting him punished almost every time. This Mega Man definitely having the, one little crazy right there, but definitely having the accuracy to snipe this man off his bike every time he tries to use it for recovery.
And now stuck on the ledge here, he's going to dash attack. That's really unsafe. Back throw for him.
Right, one piece is picked up.
Yeah, he snuck that piece in right there.
Yeah, honestly, I just heard the sound. Like, I didn't even see it. Like,
and an excellent DI. That's directional influence. If you don't know, you can hold the stick away from the blast zone to actually keep yourself alive a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah. All right. Back on stage. I like that. Kind of cut his landing short, forcing Mega Hog to think that he was going to be able to get that forward air, so he got a clean punish on that. Oh, with the F smash. Yet again, Mega Hog, man. His F smash placements are looking really good. Smash ball coming in pretty early right now in this in the second game.
Right, and I love that spacing that he did with it too. He kept running away from Devontae and then going for it afterwards, so that, you know, in that situation they were both just missing aerials. I do like the space away forward smash.
Okay, Devontae. Oh, actually not even. Oh, is he gonna go for it?
He's not sure. He's kind of moving around it.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna just let it hover like that. You know, Mega Man definitely has that up air. Hits pretty far. Looks like they're gonna just let that one rock.
All right, it's gonna fly away. He's got this gun right now. Oh, knocking him off the bike with it too. This is gonna be great for him for stage control.
Yeah, that's still driver. Just a bunch of basic torpedoes coming out. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage from the still driver too. So
Gotta be careful, and now you're trapped off the stage. It's down there, finally catching one. Out of all the sets we've seen him try to catch it, and he couldn't get it, finally.
Okay, this is, I don't know what happened with Mega Hog, but he's definitely, again?
Oh, and he popped him up into
That's the game. That's the game.
He's so stylish.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say, that's the game, man. It's
the game. Oh, there's no way he's making it back.
It's the game. Goodbye.
Oh, the 3-stock.
Man, all right, I don't know what happened, bro. I don't know what. Like, did he take a 5-hour right there? Like, Like, what happened, bro? Like, the energy just spiked tenfold right there.
Mega Hog does not want to lose. So have you ever heard of just not wanting to lose?
Yeah, he heard me saying like, oh yeah, man.
Yeah, one more game.
He was like, you know what? I am trying to get sponsored by Nintendo for a weekend, so here we are.
Yeah, no big deal or anything. You know, Nintendo. You can't just let that slide out of your hands, man. He fought hard for it.
Yeah, if that happens to me, I feel like that's one way to get shook and rattled in the tournament. It's like when you win a game and it's pretty close the first time, and then the guy talks you the second game, you're like, what? Did he just turn the Jets on right now? What's going on?
As far as confidence, that's a little shaky. That's a little shaking.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into our last game, actually, the game 3. Man, whoever wins this will be moving on, to the super winner side, the championship at PAX.
Right.
But we'll see who it will be. I mean, both these guys have a win on the board. Devontae's wasn't nearly as dominant as Mega Hog, but he still has it. So let's see if he's able to adjust and make it happen here on Frigate.
Absolutely, and this is, like we said earlier about the platform, you got to be careful on a stage like this. Doesn't matter how good you are. If you mess up with that platform, you're going to lose your stock really early.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Super Scope on the map. Let's see if he's going to try to grab it, though.
And I really like the way Devontae always makes sure he knocks his opponent away before he goes for the item, because otherwise you're just going to get punished for grabbing it.
Yeah. All right, so Devontae, I mean, obviously there's 2 different ways you can use the Super Scope. One, just rapid fire, get the little damage, but keep them kind of in place. And then 2, you can go for the KO shot if you end up charging it up and actually, getting the charge shot.
Right.
So. Okay,
all
hold
right,
up.
the Smash Ball's super damaged right now. He's going to take that, and I would use it.
Whoa.
Wait, I don't think he thought about the spacing of it. You definitely got to position that.
Yeah, that's a straight line right there, but maybe he thought he didn't have his double jump, so he tried to catch the landing, but the double jump was definitely out. So Devontae going to go ahead and waste that Smash Ball, but still a pretty close game. Another Dev side being thrown off the stage, man.
They do not like that thing, man.
Don't like that at all.
Oh, but up throwing that bike, going to knock him off, and it's throw off the side as well to take the stock. Devontae's placement with the motorcycle is too clean.
Yeah, very good, very good. Second time that we've been watching that he's got another KO with the bike. But Mega Hog still good. The edge guard's up on deck. Oh, he Z-dropped it. Oh, no.
Yeah, and I guess it just kind of leaves it in place. It's bouncing there, too, so that whole area is just covered with smoke. You can't see what's going on.
Oh, no. Okay, now it's
all right,
Devontae.
stuck to him, yeah. I don't like that thing, man. It just kind of makes your opponent unable. You can't see what they're going to throw at you.
Oh, yeah, man. Look at that. You can hear it, but you can't see it. So the back air being lined up, wasn't able to hit it. Gets the jetpack, though. Let's see what he does with this. If he's going to get some of these high-flying combos or not.
Yeah, and I do like that he took that over, seeing as he did fall short in the last game and lost his stock to error. Good to have something that's going to help you jump. And that forward air taking him up off the left side.
I feel like Mega Hog was getting a little desperate right there with the back airs for a bit too, man. I was seeing a lot of them come out, but he wasn't getting the last hit, the strong hit that he needed to actually take the stock. So just getting the damage, but not finishing him off. Pokeball in hand. Oh, it's Suicune.
Oh, caught him perfectly, and he went off the top like that. What was he at? I feel like he was super low.
He jumped straight into it too. That's the worst part about it. Like he put himself in that position to get blasted. Like.
And you see Mega Hog just he took a second on that platform after coming back. And he just probably had to think about that situation.
Okay, here we go. All right, that's big damage to the Smash Ball. But Mega Hog definitely needs this if he wants to get back in the game. He just took a lot. It makes it? Okay, all right.
All right, great up air, and he's going to get that Smash Ball, too. If he can connect this, he might bring himself back into the game.
I'm trying to figure out what does Mega Man's combo to do there? I guess his Leaf Blade?
Yeah, Leaf Blade into it would be perfect, but he threw it away, and you got to be careful not to let Wario knock it out of you, too, or this is definitely over.
Cross map? Okay, there we go. He was like, you're stuck on this platform. Yeah, he rolled straight into it. I feel like where Wario's at, he might actually be gone, too.
Yeah.
Nope, still going to live it.
Not quite. He's going to need to make sure he clutches this out quick, trying to catch him with the up air. He was really high, so I do agree with that.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's the shrink to Wario.
He's tiny.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get this combo going or something. Let's get a clean back here, maybe up throw. Back throw, actually, yeah.
That's actually going to take it because of how small he was. I guess he takes increased knockback for it.
Yep.
All right, but at 102, man, you got to hope for something good here. All right, something starting up, maybe.
Oh, I was thinking the bike is on stage, too, so if he can, like, carry him off with some more. Oh, the up smash, and he's gone.
Wow, catching him out of that landing, too, didn't mess around whatsoever. He's not going to let him land and get his footing back. No. You won't even get your feet on the stage, and he's going to laugh at you, too.
Devontae punching his ticket to PAX East, representing the Southeast right there. And what we saw was Devontae getting the win in the first game and then getting 3-0'd in the second one, but then coming back in the third one. And let's start with the first one, really using that combination of the Smash Ball, the Chomp, and the super spicy curry to get the advantage.
Yeah, those were definitely like kind of the, the notes that punctuated that first match. I remember thinking it was really impressive to me when he decided that he would waft the smash ball to get the final smash, because it's like, yeah, I've got the waft. It's a really strong killing tool. But the final smash is an even stronger killing tool. It's a little more consistent. So I'm just going to trade one for the other. I thought that was like a pretty good decision.
And it was a big turnaround by Mega Hog X in that second game. You know, goes for the 3-0 here, Vicky. And just the ability of the Mega Buster and all of his projectiles to keep Wario at bay, that was very impressive. Wasn't able to replicate that through all 3 games, though.
No, I know he did get that 3-stock, the second 3-stock that we actually saw from him in bracket, but doing a really good job also from what we also saw like earlier on in the bracket, where he was able to maneuver these projectiles to catch the jumps, to purposely ledge trap his opponents. He was doing a good job overall, but that game 3, it just wasn't enough.
And in the game 3, a huge turning point was the Suicune Pokeball.
Oh, yeah.
We thought Mega Man, Mega Hog X had it and jumps into the Aurora Beam and just gets KO'd from it, and that was huge. That was a big turning point.
Yeah, no, that was a really big deal. That's definitely just one of those Pokemon moves you just can't get hit by.
No.
And yeah, that was chaotic. I thought also it seemed like, I mean, obviously we're gonna have the videos on demand available later. Maybe I'll take a look. But it seemed to me like Mega Man picked it up, so I was like, oh, okay.
You never know what happens there, but then we also saw Devontae really utilize the bike for throwing and edge guarding and keeping Mega Man at bay, because that bike is such a large projectile that you can launch, and it made it very difficult for Mega Hog X to recover.
When you recover horizontally, there's only so far that you could go. So in that instant, when Devontae threw the bike off stage, he actually caught Mega Hog pretty convincingly at trying to recover, but also trying to trick Mega Man to recover, also like roll into him. He was able to catch the jump with the up smash around the end there.
And we saw a chomp coming out from Wario. That's obviously a big part of his game, being able to utilize that. You're doing damage, recovering health, but what else about Wario, now that we've seen a little bit more gameplay, excites you to see Devontae and Wario at PAX East here?
Yeah. I mean, I think that like one of Wario's like most understated strengths is just the fact that he's really mobile in the air. Like when you move, like you can pick him up and you just start moving around with Wario. You notice if you jump and you can drift forwards and backwards with like real ease. And like his aerials like lead into ground combos. He's just like a character where all his moves just kind of flow into each other. And when you look at him and like in terms of his character design, he's kind of like this sort of, you know, like ugly little dude.
What are you talking about? Just perfectly athletic specimen, tall, rangy, right?
But that's actually how he feels, because you actually, you know, you move around with the character and he actually feels just like really smooth. So it's like, oh, you know, and I mean, yeah, in addition to all this other, you know, wonky stuff that he has, like with the bike and the chomp and the waft, he actually just does like feel very smooth and very easy to, you know, move with.
Well, Devontae and Wario headed to PAX East, your representatives from the Southeast. Let's figure out who else will be joining them. Let's take you to the Southwest, where we have D1 and Webbs bringing you the finals in that region.
It's not unrealistic to think that FT Win coming into this final with all of that enthusiasm, all of that momentum. I mean, Kyo is fired up. And who wouldn't be after a performance like that? Come into that final and get out there and get something done. It's not unreasonable.
Well, if I remember, in grand finals last year, the GG boys did drop a game. So if they drop a game, they could drop 2. They could drop 3. They could drop the whole set right now. FT Win has all the momentum. They have this entire crowd at their back as well. There is so much going for them right now, but the GG boys ever steady.
Well, what you said about FT Win, when they are at their best here, 9, they are very difficult to beat. And minus that unbelievable comeback we saw in Splat Zones by Alliance Rogue, really, FT Win almost won that thing 3-1 over a very solid European team. And that's what they're playing for right there. The Splatoon Sterling Squid. North America won it in 2017. GG Boys last year in 2018. There's room on that trophy for a champion this year, but GG Boys standing in the way of FT Win.
Someone's going to go up 2-1 in the set of sets. The tournament of tournaments right here. And, you know, I have to wonder a little bit. GG Boys winning with such ease that they did, winning 3-0 and then waiting for, you know, the better part of an hour for that. I wonder how this first game's going to go. They might be a little cold.
Yeah, Rhythm versus Rest. It's a best of 7 now, so we get even more Splatoon 2 action in our championship match between the GG Boys and FT Win. We'll be doing ranked modes, but as we saw, Ashley, depending on which ranked mode comes up twice possibly, if this does go beyond 4 games, is huge, because you could argue that tower control being the 5th game was a big positive for FT Win. We're going to start with tower control also, and both these teams, it looks like it's one of their strongest modes.
It definitely is, but I'm very curious how GG Boys is going to handle not really having a backliner, especially with, you know, you've got Ice back there with that Stingray, and he is a menace. He's an absolute menace. So I'm really curious to see how they respond and what their strategy is.
And 9, you figure we'll see some Yamamichi with the Stingray as well, too. He's done a fine job of really providing that backline support at times when that special comes for him.
Well, I'm really interested in seeing, they've been running, I agree that they don't have a traditional backliner, but they've been saying, to heck with that, we're running 2 backliners. That's what they've done. They've done a custom Explosher as well as Yamamichi's Stingray producing custom Jet Squelcher. So I think that they're trying to control the pace of the map with that double backline composition. It can work, and it has worked at the highest level. It's a control-oriented game up against an aggressive, pressure-based game.
Well, this was something the GG boys said earlier this week. They understand that the mechanics of the game have changed since last year, and where last year they were more aggressive with shorter range weapons, they realized the value in longer range weapons. And so let's get set. Tower Control, our first game in finals here between the GG boys of Japan, your defending champions, taking on FT Win from North America. Tower Control, game 1 here, 9. We get so excited for this one, obviously, because anything can happen, but Wahoo won. That's going to provide some interesting strategy for this one.
It will. This is a great long-range map, and you actually see Kyo switching over to the Neo, the sloshing machine Neo, which is not a weapon that we have seen a lot. It's got the point sensor for a sub and a bomb rush. They're going to be using that to pressure the opponent. There's a lot of open ground here. They're going to take it real quick with that one.
FT Win in the green, GG boys of Japan in the orange early on. Nobody else getting a splat. Oh, there's an early splat right there. 4-3 advantage GG boys, and oftentimes athletes, things can change in the beginning.
Yamabichi gets these Stingrays in 12 seconds.
How about a couple of nice clean splats off the tower? Tai G riding that thing to the first checkpoint. Dynamon providing some support up above with the Explosion. But here comes Ice with that Stingray, trying to get a splat. Tai G, meanwhile, then Inkjet providing some aerial support.
Thank goodness they were able to get somebody out in that situation. If that Stingray found nobody, that was going to be what could have potentially been the game right there. You see 2 of them going down. They're just a little bit disorganized right now. They aren't taking 2v1s.
GG boys back on the tower and pressuring once again at that first checkpoint. Oh, big 1v1 victory for Yamamichi. Dynamon coming in with that baller, providing a little bit more support. Oh, Dynamon had a chance to flank him right there, but the 2v1 gets reversed, and FT Win playing some more great defense after.
Those are some really big trades there, and I think completely neutralized anything that was happening in that moment for both teams.
You get the feeling here, 9, that FT Win has finally stabilized a little bit after getting knocked on their heels early on.
Well, when there's a 12-second Stingray, of course you're going to get a little taken down, and Shaq has actually gotten 2 picks with just random bombs that he has tossed out in the general direction. That's what zoning can do for you, and now we're starting to see a push back the other way.
4-2 on the field for FT Win at that moment. It's now 4-3 GG boys. Now they're in the defensive. That's enough. Fine positioning right there. And how about FT Win taking the lead here, Ashley?
I mean, FT Win is doing a really great job right here. Tona, though, doing the work, getting out there. He's getting a little aggressive. Let's see. He doesn't quite take that down.
3-1 and a nice almost wipe right there by FT Win. They're past the first checkpoint. And yes, GG boys, they can't get hit. They get knocked back, and FT Win starting to really push that lead, and that's a big checkpoint there, 9.
It is. This is the best that I have ever seen Shaq play. He came, as he put it, from the very bottom, and he is pushing up right here. You can see Shaq and Killer there as well. This is becoming a steamroll right here. They only needed 1 good hold to take it all the way down to 13 and that final checkpoint.
GG boys trying to fend off the final score. Shaq with some tension missiles. However, GG boys are like, hold up a second. We the defending champs for a reason. This thing ain't over. 4-4 on the map. GG boys, though, they do not have much room for error. They are down 71-9 with 2.5 left. But here comes yet another Stingray providing support. And you figure here, Ashley, this is going to be another nice push by the GG boys.
It is. I am real curious, 9. Like, do you think that might have been a little bit too early on the Stingray for Yamamichi? I feel like maybe he should have held it a little bit longer.
Well, there were so many people that were still up in the middle of the map that I can understand using it just to try to buy yourself a little time and space. Right now, they've been losing their 1v1s. They've been getting outspaced after what was a pretty shaky opening from FT Win.
Kyo, as we said, getting some critical 1v1s. That point sense is going to help prevent the GG boys from playing any hide and go seek. Here comes a super jump defensively. Tai B in that Inkjet, applying more pressure. And once again, GG boys, they have to go through the first 2 checkpoints. But this thing is far from over. Here they are, and this is where they've been unable to get by here, 9. Let's see if Dynamon can get some reinforcements to help out.
He will need some reinforcements. You saw the that Etano was pushed up in a great spot, and Taiji is too. Shaq trying to call out that Taiji is pressuring them, and this Stingray is going to be the most important part of the game here. Like I said before, if this can't find a pick, they're already one down.
No pick right there. Tower resets itself. Head back to the middle. Yamamichi, in the middle of a 2v1. Nicely done by FT Win. They've got a 4-3 advantage. Tower reclaimed by the GG boys, and that first checkpoint is clear. Taiji trying to mow down some traffic. Taiji gets a big splash using the tower for protection. Moves around. His teammates spawning in. 3v1 situation. Unable to escape that, and now it's 4-3 on the map, and this is the pivotal point here if the GG boys can get back on the tower here, Nine.
Well, this has been really scary. This is similar to traditional sports where one team is holding possession for a long time. The GG boys have been winning the last minute of this game, and you figure it's just a moment before one of these two teams slips, and that pick right there might have done it.
Yamamichi on the tower using the Stingray. It's 4-2 GG boys. Another Stingray coming back. Ice has to make this count, and huge! Get out the club, Yamamichi, as Ice uses the Stingray. But once again, the GG boys continue to apply pressure. They're right by the tower. They're being patient, taking care of any threats. Less than 20 seconds left remain. It's 4-2 though, GG boys at 9. They got to make it count right here.
They do, approaching the second checkpoint. This might be some very crucial. Ink Armor should allow 2D to win this 1v1, and he does. This is it right here. All of the GG boys need to stay alive as long as they can. And with 2 already down and 4 seconds left, this is going to be it, I believe.
And that does it. FT Win able to hold their ink at the end. They steal the first game of the championship from the GG boys and take a 1-0 lead, Ashley. And now GG boys, they're having to feel a little pressure in this situation.
I bet. I mean, like Nine had mentioned, I mean, they've been backstage waiting, watching, sure, and making a strategy, but also waiting. And now FT Win's got some momentum. They are fired up, and they're gonna come into this next game ready to go.
The determination, the communication, the look on the face of FT Win. They are confident that this is something that they can take from the GG boys. Let's look at a couple of highlights here, Nine, as you walk us through some of the action. So many pivotal points in this match, but right now, this is where FT Win really got their final big score of the game.
And this is, I think, the telling story of the difference in between these two teams. We talked earlier about what a double backline composition can do in terms of control, but the composition that FT Win is running and the way they play, they say, to heck with your control, we're moving up and you have to play perfectly to stop us. That is why they were able to push far as they were. But I will say, some people that I've talked to before this said that tower control may be the worst mode for the GG boys. They might be looking at this saying, you know, we actually played pretty well given that. Let's go ahead and take the next full.
Very interesting point. Here comes the Stingray from Ice, because you felt like this is the point the GG boys had the advantage. They were up 4-2, but the splat on Yamamichi not only stops the tower, but turns the tide of momentum on the field, and FT Win never shaking in their boots here, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick on Yamamichi was a huge deal because you take one of the best Stingrays in the game out. You also, he's got to wait to respawn. He's not going to get back in time. And so, again, it becomes running down the clock.
Let's take a look at our next rank mode taking place here. Best of 7, game 1 going to FT Win from North America. But as you said, Nine, GG boys might not be sweating this loss in tower control. They know that they've got some other modes where they might be favored. We have Rainmaker coming up here next. And what's interesting is we have 2 Rainmakers, 2 tower controls in this best of 7 if we go to 7. And so Rainmaker, what we saw earlier on, FT Win the more aggressive team, that really helped them out. But GG boys, you talk about aggressive, you're going to find GG boys in the dictionary.
You will, and the fact that this is on humpback pump track as well means that they're going to be able to attack it in a number of different ways. If they opt to stick with this double backline composition, there's enough room that you can pester people from regularly safe positions. So I'm interested in seeing if they stick with this, and if this doesn't work, they might need to find a new answer quickly.
And Nine, we haven't talked much about the sub-abilities that you can use right now. Is there anything that you're seeing from these teams that might be turning the tide of the map or speaks volumes to their strategy, possibly?
Anytime you use a Kensa Splattershot Pro, which is one of the most popular weapons, Kyo has been using it, we saw Kiver using it earlier as well, you're going to want to stack that main power up. That can turn that thing into from a 3-shot splat into a 2-shot splat.
Such an important aspect to keep in mind right there. But Ashley, humpback pump track, Nine made a good point. There's really no place to hide in this map as well, too. There's so many different ways that you can be attacked, and so aggression, aggression, aggression as they get set. Let's get ready for game 2 here. FT Win with a 1-0 lead in our finals. GG boys trying to even this thing up. We've got Rainmaker GG Boys of Japan in the purple, and what do we see here?
Wow.
Caused such a reaction here, 9.
Double custom jet squelcher? That's the answer? I've never seen this before. This is going to be 2 Stingrays, 2 burst bombs, lots of range, and Etsuna is using the Kensa Bride. You know, I'm going to need a minute just to recover from this one. It's actually the Octo Brush Nouveau. This is another weapon that we almost never see in competitive play. The Octo Brush itself is great, and they're trying to use that to create as much pressure. They say, Ice, you know you have a Stingray, we're going to throw 2 at you, buddy.
FT win with an early lead of the Rainmaker, but not much going on there because this is humpback pump track and anything can happen for the most part. 2D with some Ink Storm ready to go, trying to provide some saturation on this map at this point. 4-4. Neither team with a huge advantage on the map right now. Fighting for mid, a Stingray coming out once again as 2D backpedals, and Ashley, once again, the Stingrays can do so much in controlling the map on this stage.
Yeah, and with 2 of them, it's going to be even more interesting to see how that happens. Although Ice is so good and so precise with that Stingray that Dynamon really didn't stand a chance there.
You're going to hear that Stingray scream in your dreams right now. Yamamichi, meanwhile, just hanging out low. Oh, in the middle of a 2v1. Gets splatted right there, and that's a 4-3 advantage. Rainmaker at 42. FT win. Trying to surprise GG Boys once again, but 9. Getting to 21. How does that fare on this map?
I mean, I think this makes the job so easy. As Shaq gets around for a flank, he might be able to win the game right here. He tries at 11. Everything what I was about to say, multiply it by a little bit, and it's still the same here. This is a very passive composition that the GG Boys are running. What they're trying to do is be able to target Ice's Stingray, and then still have another one to play with the long, narrow path that Rainmaker has to travel.
It's interesting that the GG Boys are adapting to the FT win strategy. Meanwhile, FT win is just going what works best for them as well, too. And you see it's working well, but the GG Boys finally on the map right here. Rainmaker stuck at the bottom of that ramp at this point. Ice doing a nice job of negating that. Stingray ready to go. There's a look at your map. 3-3 on the field. 3 minutes left. GG Boys have plenty of time, but now FT win, Ashley, you've got the lead. You start to think about playing defensively if you get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's what you want to do, but Etona is making that really difficult. And that double Stingray means that you've got 2 players. One can focus on taking out Ice, and the other one can focus on taking out 3 other players.
And 9, we saw those tensor missiles, part of the GG Boys strategy to really disrupt the Stingray and the camping ability of FT win. Taiji getting a nice little pick on that Inkjet as well, too.
And this is finally where the strategy might pay off a little bit. You saw that they immediately went with the double Stingray, and that's actually going to be able to get a couple here, so they're going to get a chance to push. If Taiji wins the 1v1 and he's not able to, they might have been able to push up a little more, but you look at their composition, they just don't have that many aggressive weapons. They're relying very heavily on Stingray.
It's such a good point. They need the specials and long range in order to get their splats in. For FT win, they love the aggression. They will get up in your face and challenge you. That Rainmaker 2D's got an escort and a little bit of room to go. Yamamichi trying to negate things. Here comes yet another Stingray. Oh! Stinging on stinging, and Ice is able to survive that Stingray war. And here comes FT win. They've got the Rainmaker. They've got the sizable lead. Now they just have to be a little bit patient here. And GG Boys once again on their heels here, 9.
Well, I can't say enough how nice it is. The reason that Ice seems to always be winning these Rainmaker, these Stingrays, is because he can be reactionary. And speaking of reactionary, the crowd reaching a fever pitch as 2D almost gets it there. Still back to 11, but again, the pressure that they are able to exert and the fact that Ice can wait for the Stingray to come out and respond to it means that he's always Stingraying from an advantage.
Yamamichi with the Stingray. 1:18 left, so the GG Boys running out of time. They certainly want to avoid a 2-0 hole. Here comes Taiji using that Inkjet for a bit of advantage, but Shaq getting through the defenses and stopping the Rainmaker in its track. A minute left. Oh, nice little one shot as well there. 3-2 on the field. GG Boys, they have 4-2.
Oh, no.
You've got to be careful if you're FT win here. Etsuna using that Tenta missiles to dislodge everything. And now it's 2-1. How about FT win trying to hold their water at this point here, Ashley?
I mean, FT win's going to have to work really hard right now to be able to hold this. GG Boys are really doing a great job. That was a great pick. Excellent pick right there. Now we've reset just a little bit. They can take a chance. They can breathe.
The 1v1s and the 2v1s, FT win really riding those to this lead at this point. Rainmaker still in the territory of FT win. But GG Boys, you got less than 30 seconds left. You have to make something happen now. 2D getting the splat. Starting to move forward here at this point. 20 seconds left. Rainmaker up for grabs at this point. 4-2 on the map, FT win. If they can close this out, they'll take a commanding 2-0 lead in this best of 7. Dynamon and the troops trying to get their push together. Here comes the Stingray. Is it going to go to overtime? Can anybody get the Rainmaker in time? Yamagishi grabs it, but he gets flattened. That does it. FT win. Once again, 9, you said it. When this team is playing at their best, it is hard to stop them. Not even the defending champs can right now.
Both games have started the same way. It's been a matter of getting an early lead and then continuing to protect it and play defense. It's so much easier to play defense. And again, I think the most important moment there, when the GG boys were in command and looked like they might get a pick, Ice dove down and traded his little squid for 2 of theirs. The fact that he was able to get 2 with 1 jump, I think, is what stopped that push in its tracks.
Huge pick, huge pick. And honestly, like, I think you mentioned the double Stingray is almost a really conservative approach that you can take during Rainmaker. And it felt like if you're going to take that approach, you cannot get splatted. Because if you're being conservative with an aggressive team like FT Win, they get 1 pick on 1 Stingray. It's off to the races.
And it's such a good point, Nine, because you were talking about the composition you saw from the GG boys at the beginning, and this is a team that's known to be aggressive. Well, going with some rather passive weapons here, do you think if you're the GG boys, you maybe change your strategy and go back to your old, much more hyper-aggressive ways?
I don't know if hyper-aggressive is the way I'd go, but I do think that I don't think the double backline is going to work for them right now. This has become a battle of trying to control that which cannot be controlled. And the other thing that we really need to just look at, they're a control-oriented composition that is trying to play from behind, and that is not where that type of composition can succeed.
2-0 advantage, FT win. Let's take a look at our next rank mode coming up here. We've already seen some tower control, some Rainmaker, Clam Blitz coming up here at 9. As you go ahead and gaze into the future of this one, what are we going to see from Clam Blitz on this next map?
Well, this is Snapper Canal, which is a very open map. There's a lot of room you can move on the left and to the right side, which means that the weapons that can paint better and the more mobile composition tends to win. And that's FT Win right now. They're the more aggressive composition. They're the ones that's going to be able to build up the clams at a quicker pace.
What's amazing to me, Ashley, is that FT Win was staring a 2-1 deficit in the face in best of 5. They had just been upset on Splat Zones at the last second. How about their resolve? They've won 4 straight games now.
I mean, this is it's not like we haven't seen comebacks like this during this has been a crazy World Championship, and the path to it have been full of crazy upsets. I mean, we watched Australia, New Zealand, watched Lime Soda come back from that 0-4 deficit. I mean, they're unstoppable right now, FT Win.
The Splatoon Sterling Squid, just 2 games away from FT Win. However, the GG boys, if you want to talk about a team that won't quit, that's them. But 9, as you said, between the stage and game mode, this might play into the hands of FT Win. They're going to be in the blue. Meanwhile, GG boys of Japan in the green. And it's all about managing that clam economy on the map. But what we've seen is a very determined, confident, resolved FT Win team. And a couple of changes in their lineup here.
Yeah, we're seeing Etsuna go ahead and switch back over to the Umbrella. And on the other side, we see the ballpoint Splatling that is coming out of Ice, who has had the tournament of his life so far. And he's going to try to rotate back here. It is a little bit more mobile of a backliner here. So again, the focus on mobility. On the other side, though, the GG boys saying, now this is a bigger map. Now we can control it a little more. And finally, we don't have an objective that you can push.
A couple of squid beacons coming out as well, too, allowing FT Win to navigate this map as well, too. But you see the 10th Umbrella providing a lot of protection right there. And already, Power Clam into the goal here for the basket. GG boys, first one on the map. Here comes the baller. Let's see if they can add anything else to their score. But that's going to help more than anything else. The GG boys finally taking the early lead in the game mode here, 9.
They do, but the fact that they just gave FT Win what we call the pity clam right there, when your basket closes after the opponent scores, you get the chance to get a free clam. And right now we see Yamamichi just trying to get rid of Ice there, and with it, that pity clam. So I don't know that the 1 score really does a whole lot for them in this situation.
Dynamon also utilizing a squid beacon to advance behind the defenses of FT Win. He's got a power clam ready to go, but you know you can't hide with it. Everyone knows where you're at. More clams being dropped onto the field here, and you see a power clam for each team. Uh-oh. 2v1 with a baller, but Dynamon somehow able to escape that. Oh, but FT Win getting the critical splat. 4-3 on the map for them, and they have a power clam 9.
They do, and Shaq getting another pick right here. He's going to just try to distract anyone who has that higher ground. Going to come get what could have been an easy pick onto Taiji. That's going to be the lead, and it might be a lot more if they don't play this well.
FT win. 3-point lead over the GG boys. They get that one extra clam, and that is huge because you look at the penalty. And FT win, though, they've got the lead. It's going to take one power clam, though, for the GG boys to come back. So not too bad right there. Not too much damage on that side. It's still up for grabs either team. And you mentioned the use of the Squid Geek. It's helping teams move around here, but actually controlling the middle of this map seems to be so important right now, and neither team has really been dominant there.
It really is, and you're right. Neither team has really been dominant controlling the center of the map. I think really at this point the GG boys are just trying to slow down the pace of the game because FT Win is so out there for blood.
GG boys, they get a power clamp into the basket. They now have a 10-point lead. Trying to get some more reinforcements there to spill some more clams. They do. That timer continues. Etina has to get within reach. And yes, GG boys right here, 9, applying some nice pressure, filling that basket, padding that lead.
Well, I love the fact that Etina opted to move back there and say, I'm going to continue to hold on to this spot with my umbrella that you can't do much about. I will keep this up here. We can score and keep the basket open a little longer if we need to. Otherwise, we'll take the points.
43-77, and that's huge because FT Win's going to need at least 3 power clams to match the score of GG boys, or at least 2 power clams and then some help. And we know how difficult it's been to score in this game so far. But we see 2 power clams on the map here. FT Win with a chance to make a push here, Ashley.
Yeah, FT Win taking out Atona, who is probably the closest to a special with the exception of Yamamichi. But once you do that, now he's got to respawn. His special meter is gone way down, and he's really back at square one.
Shaq gets a critical splash with the baller, gets the power clamp, gets it in the basket, and here's the window of opportunity for FT Win. Can they get some help and get some more points here? Here comes yet another power clamp, super jumping in, but how about Dynamon with that big time splat at the perfect moment?
It is. Shaq might be able to get a lead here. No, he was not able to collect a clam. 2D's going to add one more.
FT Win! At the very last second, they sneak in a couple more clams, and they take the lead with a minute left. And that penalty is huge because 9 is going to take a power clam and then some for the GG boys to reclaim the lead.
We come up to a minute left. Yamamichi's positioning here is important. This is where their composition will shine. They're going to be able to at least keep FT Win pinned back, or at least I thought so before Shaq ran face first into a 1v2 and still got a pick out of it.
Yamamichi, oh, huge pick right there. 4-3 on the map. FT Win. They've got to hold on to a 1-point lead. GG boys, they need a couple of power clams in order to recapture the lead here. 30 seconds left. FT Win can take a commanding 3-0 lead. Let's see if 2D and his gang. Oh, that's a big time splat as well, too. Ashley, GG boys, this is where they have to make a push, or else it's going to be a steep hill to try and reclaim that championship.
A very, very steep hill for them to try to reclaim. So, 10 seconds left. I don't know. Can they make it?
Dynamon's got a power clam ready to go. We know it's going to be overtime as long as they have a clam. 3-3 on the map. FT Win. Oh, no! GG boys at the last second. They got a couple power clams in there. And just like we saw in the semifinals, a Game 3 overtime come from behind victory, 9.
The ability, they had 2 power clams there. They split them up on both sides of the map. There wasn't a way for all of the members of FT Win to contribute to stopping one push. We were focused on the push on the right, but the push on the left broke through.
Ashley, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that this baby in me is freaking out right now because I just freaked out. That was crazy. I can't believe we just saw that. That was so amazing. I mean, these last seconds snatched from the jaws of defeat victories are always my favorite thing to see. I just shook 9 probably harder than I should ever shake a human being in my life. That was incredible and a true testament to just how good GG boys are and how they will fight until the last possible second.
Let's take a look at a replay from that exhilarating match that we saw there. And 9, go ahead and walk us through what we saw, the split of the power clams here.
Well, I think that Etina got the pick there on the splashdown in mid-air. It was either that or Yamamichi, but that allowed them to move up. You see that everyone else had rotated over to stop this push, and they were able to sneak back up. There's actually not even much resistance on that side. Shaq tries to go in, but you're not going to be able to take down a Brella by yourself.
Yamamichi with the power clam, filling in a couple of clams. And Ashley, we can't emphasize how big that victory was. GG boys, if you don't make that play at the end of the match, you're down 3-0. You now have to sweep FT Win to try and reclaim the championship again. But because you get that victory, it's 2-1 and you're back in the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a great way for them to reclaim momentum, to get a little confidence rolling into the next mode, which Obviously, it's going to be really fun to watch. I think this is going to this might be a very pivotal game in our tournament.
And I think that one of the other things that's most important about getting that win is Splat Zones is Japan's best mode. They invented the game of Splat Zones that we have tried to emulate as best we can. So they might take both of these and flip it right back to 3-2.
Let's see where the rest of our destinations are in this best-of-7 finals. It's 2-1 in favor of FT Win of North America. The GG boys with an unbelievable come-from-behind victory. We see that Splat Zones is next. It's also back-to-back here, 9. So here's a chance for the GG boys. If you say that they are as good at Splat Zones as we think they are, here's a chance for them to go up potentially 3-2 going into our final modes. And so you've talked about the competition level. Ashley, we're experiencing it right here. These teams are so well balanced.
They are so well balanced. They are so calm under pressure. And that is really, to me, what separates the highest tier players. I mean, they don't get tilted. They don't get salty. I mean, they're just like, you know what? It's all right. I got this. I'm one of the best in the world. No problem.
Going back to Splat Zones, the conversation we had with the GG boys earlier in the week, where they feel like they're not going to push aggressively out of the zone. They want to defend it once they have it. What will that look like, 9?
Well, especially on Gobi Arena, which is where we're headed now, this is a map where I almost feel like you have to be willing to push up a little bit. You can see here, you talk about undulation. This has the most of any map. I think the long-range composition that they have might tilt it in their favor.
Lace up your J's and let's play some hoops in Gobi Arena as we get set here. You've got the GG boys in green. FT Win from North America in the purple. It's 2-1 advantage FT Win, but the GG boys are loving the side of Splat Zones. And once again, a single zone Splat Zone map.
And taking a look at the composition that you see FT Win playing right here, they're running double bomb rush, which is not something that you see a ton. They know that they're going to get zoned out by all the range, so they're saying, let's put bombs up there. You can't shoot those down.
Early lead for the GG boys. They're already up 25 as they control the zone, and you don't see a single FT Win member in this screen whatsoever. So the GG boys not messing around in Splat Zones right now. Edson, I've got to be careful. That's an unequal area. Point sensor coming out. Yamamichi's going to scurry away as that Tenta missiles gets deployed, and Ice once again using the Stingray, but a couple of specials, 9, and they're not able to claim the zone quite yet.
No, they finally do get it, but they're only one down here. Taiji, I thought maybe should have run out a little bit further. You saw that Yamamichi had respawn in that situation and does punish Ice for a bit of overextension. Still a lot of game left to be played.
And Ashley, we talked about the lockout phase that's so important for FT Win. Well, this is what they're going to have to do now that you see the penalty for the GG boys.
Yeah, I mean, if they have that penalty, if they can go ahead and lock them out, don't let them apply a penalty to them, they're going to be in a very, very good position.
Oh, huge reclamation of the Splat Zone by the GG boys. That applies a 35-second penalty to FT Win. 3-2 on the map, advantage your defending champions, 9.
And that's the big thing right there. The fact that they got a 3-2 advantage means they're going to be able to push all the way up. Kill wisely running back here, just making sure that no one's coming around the flank. He has a bomb rush. He knows that they're about to have all 4 specials up. They should be able to take this without too much trouble.
That's a very good point. You see the flashing inkling icons at the top. 4 specials ready to be deployed by FT Win. Meanwhile, they're down. They've got the 4-2 advantage, FT Win, at this point, and they take control of the Splat Zone after the GG boys improve their lead ever so slightly. 3 minutes left. FT Win trying to lock out the GG boys. They've got a 2-1 advantage, but the GG boys early on actually have controlled this entire match.
They have, but I don't know. I mean, they've got a couple of specials going, but it's possible that that one pick just right then, that might actually not be a good thing for GG boys.
A couple of bubbles coming out. GG boys, they take the zone. 2:30 left, plenty of time left. Both teams with a hefty penalty as well, too. Oh, and Shaq getting splatted, unable to use those Tenta missiles. And the GG boys, they are really stepping up this game, 9.
They are, and this is why the long-range composition works on a map like this. You notice they're able to continue painting the zone without putting themselves in danger. That's why FT Win has opted to go with the double bomb rush composition, because they know that that's the case. But sometimes you gotta have a little more range than that.
GG boys out of the penalty box as their score continues to improve. Now they're just 17 seconds away. Stingray coming out by FT Win. And how about this? 3-2 on the map. GG boys looking to tie things up. 2-2. Can FT Win stop the advance? 1 second left. No, they can't do it. And the GG boys, after staring a 3-0 deficit in the face, have now won back-to-back games to tie this thing up at 2-2. We're at least getting a game 6 here, 9.
We are, and thank goodness for that. I was a little worried there at the start that I was going to have to break out the broom. That will not be the case. But if you are FT Win, you can say, all right, that was the worst possible draw we could have gotten. That was a map that favored their composition on a mode that they are supposed to be best at. I don't think they're losing too much sleep over that one.
And you're right, FT Win, they put up quite a fight during that match, even though the GG boys seem to always control the zone. And Ashley, mentality-wise, you were up 2-0. You lose another close game, you feel like you should have won if you're FT Win. Now it's 2-2, and you're going back to splat zones once again. What's your approach?
Well, the nice thing is for FT Win is that they have just played a game mode they're going to play again. So they really understand what the strategy is for the GG boys. So they can say, okay, let's regroup. Let's figure out how we can shake up the strategy a little bit and also take back a little bit of that momentum.
As we said, Splat Zone's coming up next, but also a different map, which might favor a different composition here, Nine. And what are we going to see in our second go-around of Splat Zones in this finals?
Muscle Forge Fitness, and this is a very scary map to play it on here. They're the big sides. Some people call it the volcano that you can come up, and it's a big, big zone as well. I think we're going to see some bomb rush, perhaps from both teams, but double baller. Keep an eye out for that. That can flip the zone in a heartbeat.
Well, I know you busted out some curls at Muscle Forge Fitness earlier this morning, so it's looking great right there, my friend. And Ashley, the GG boys, they have to be feeling very confident now because you were down 2-0. You've taken the last two, and it's your game mode that you really love to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is really in their favor. And so it will be very difficult for FT Win to come out and win this one, especially if GG boys can come out and really take that lead early. I think they have an excellent chance of holding that lead.
And Nine, you look at the composition for the GG boys, and we saw for the first couple of modes, they were more so reacting to what FT Win was. It seems like the last two games, they've just decided, we're going to do what works best for us.
Right, and I think that the mode changing into modes that they're more comfortable in allowed them to play that game. And I think that the fact that they lost those first two games and now get to go through 3 potential wins before they have to see either of those again gives them plenty of time to figure out what they want to do.
This is a huge swing game right here. 2-2 FT Win versus the GG boys. Whoever takes this will be just 1 win away from the championship. And this Splatoon, Sterling, Squid, Muscle Forge Fitness. You've got FT Win representing North America in the yellow. And of course, the GG boys of Japan in the blue. Loadouts 9, what do we got here?
Well, I was wrong. There's not going to be a double baller. In fact, there's only going to be 1 baller on the map. Again, these teams are going with some more indirect ways to capture the zone. A lot of respect for each other right now.
2 L3s as well, too, for the GG boys. Nobody's got the zone right now. The GG boys finally secure it. Let's see if they can maintain and provide a little bit of a lockout. They're up 4-2 already, actually, with FT Win having to spawn back.
Yeah, I mean, watching Ice jump away there, that was probably a really good idea because it wasn't looking too good for him. So they're going to have to FT Win's going to have to regroup. Yamamichi already out there with the sticks.
Inkjet, Stingray ready to go, and 2 other specials for the GG boys. So Nine, they're doing a great job of stacking their specials early on.
They are, and they're willing to trade as many people as it takes to build this big lead because we have seen how easy it is to flip a zone back. And as long as you're in the lead, you're okay with flipping it back and forth because you know the penalty continues to stack.
That's such a good point. You can take the biggest bite of the pie early on, but you don't have that penalty. But right now, FT Win trying to lock out GG boys. GG boys trying to wrestle back control. You see the nice little 1v1 splat right there. And Shaq getting splatted as well, too. GG boys with a 3-2 advantage.
Yeah, make it 3-1. How about that? Ice goes all the way back. Kyo saying, I'm just going to take down whoever I can here. It's not like I was going to get much done anyway. So I like that, and I like the fact that they are continuing to fight, and that's actually a great way to continue to get your team spawned again. I love this overhead view. You see that they're trying to build as much special meter as they can with very limited room to do it.
And they have the time to do it because the penalty's going down right now for GG boys. They're not improving on their score. FT Win also with a very small penalty, so they can afford to be a little bit more patient. But the Stingray from Yamamichi once again applying that pressure, and now the GG boys about 30 seconds away here, Ashley, for making it 3-2.
Yeah, GG boys right there. Yamamichi taking out Ice was a huge deal because FT Win had 3 different specials going all at once. And so to be able to take one of those off the board was a really, really big advantage for GG boys.
All right, FT Win has got control of the zone. Their penalty's done now. You see a sizable one for the GG boys. FT Win, if they're going to dig down deep and find something to apply some pressure against the GG boys, now's the time to do it. But the GG boys Nine, so calm, so cool, so collected, timing the use of their special so well.
Right, and I think that going in really deep with this Inkjet here might come back to bite. Taiji going to try to hide away and actually gets the pick onto Kyo. That's a big one. Fine taking that trade to Ice there. The frontline aggressor is gone, and now they have a Stingray that they can use to pick off Ice, who's a little bit slower of a weapon than Kyo was.
You see that heavy Splatling trying to cover the zone, but the Stingray from Yamamichi continues to just dominate this matchup. GG Boys almost out of the penalty. They reclaim it. They've got a couple of bubbles supporting things in there as well, too. And now, 12 seconds away, GG Boys trying to lock it out. Here comes Kyo with a well-timed splashdown, though. Can FT Win seize control and apply a penalty? They do. They're still in there, actually. Let's see if they can turn back the comeback on the GG Boys.
Kyo is doing an amazing job right now. I mean, two huge picks right there. That is going to give them a very, very nice cushion in which to pick up some points here.
A couple of specials being built up for the GG Boys. They're going to be ready to play some defense. FT Win, 9, you figured this is the time they have to lock out GG Boys if they want to come back to this thing.
They have, and watch the staggers of the special here right now. They've already used 2 of them. The third one is going to go. They're going to try to make it feel like specials are coming all the time. 1 goes down and 1 jumped out. That's as good as 2 down. Let's make it 3 as well. And they are again fine trading these points as they get another one there. A little bit of a hiding squid there in the corner. But again, they're okay making that trade because with just 1 minute left, they know that they only have to do it maybe 1 more time.
And that's such a good point. They have control of the zone, and the timer is ticking down now. And so FT Win, you're up in the face against the ticking clock here. You've got to be able to seize control of this zone here soon. But the GG Boys, couple specials ready to go. They're just 5 seconds away. Can FT Win claim the zone? They do! Oh, with the last second, 1 point away. And now they wrestle it back from the GG Boys. And it's 4-3 on the map, FT Win. Let's see if they can write their own storybook ending in a splat zone matchup 9.
Kyo has kept the game alive for them twice. He won a 1v2 earlier. He had a splashdown to meet the bubbles. His splashdown there took it at the very end. He is willing this team to keep in this match.
Huge Stingray from Ice coming out right now. Oh, and gets a splash. FT Win just 33 seconds away from stealing victory from the GG Boys. It's 4-2 on the map here, 9. Ashley, they might get it done here.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is amazing. It looks like they may actually keep them out. Taiji's going to do his best here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
3 seconds left.
No way.
GG Boys takes control. 8 seconds left and a complete wipe of FT Win. And the GG Boys, they were looking at defeat straight in the face, but they don't cower as they come up with the defensive stand of the tournament here, 9.
They did it with no specials. They did that without a single special. Taiji's right there was not used at all in that push. I cannot believe it. To see a push, a 4-0 wipe at the end of the game when the opponent knows we just have to hold it for a handful of seconds, and to get it without needing a single special might be the best.
Look at this from Taiji. I mean, this is amazing. He gets in there. Kyo gets taken out. Atona right there, giving that support that's needed, and they're able to take that right back. Oh my gosh.
The 2v1, as you said, no specials required, just special ability from these players. The GG Boys almost losing a splat zone, which would have been a huge steal of a game by FT Win. You look at what this team is able to do. GG Boys now winning 3 straight games. They're 1 away from repeating as champions, but Ashley, it's the 2 game modes coming up here that FT Win has already won.
They've already won these 2 game modes. I mean, they're coming in, they can say, we can come in confident here. And as we've talked about, even if they win this, if they win this, tower control might be theirs, because as you were saying, 9, GG Boys, that might be their worst mode.
It might be, but they could not have asked for a better Rainmaker map. This is Kelp Dome Rainmaker right here, a fairly infamous map in the Splatoon community, but it is also the easiest map to defend. They're going to be able to stack 2 Stingrays, 3 Stingrays if you want. There's only one way the Rainmaker's going to push.
But you have to have the lead in order to defend. And what we've seen from FT Win is their ability to take early leads. But in these last 3 victories, it's been the GG Boys that have gone out first. If you're FT Win, how important is it for you in this one to take the early lead and take away the defensive advantage for the GG Boys?
I think it's a requirement. I think that if they have to play from behind, that will play exactly into how the GG Boys want to play. If the GG Boys get an early lead, I don't think FT Win can break through.
GG Boys just 1 game away from etching their names onto the Splatoon Sterling Squid once again. However, FT Win, they won Rainmaker earlier in this best of 7. They want to take Game 6 and give all of us a Game 7 here. The crowd's been fantastic. I know that this is what they've been looking forward to. At least a Game 6 here between two of the top squads in the world here, Ashley. Any pressure on any one of these teams at this point when you look at a Game 6 here between these two?
Both of them. I mean, this is both of them. You know, you've got FT Win. They got to come out swinging. GG Boys have to do the exact same thing. I mean, this almost feels like the real pivotal. I mean, this is it for me. Like, whoever wins this is going to come into that Game 7. If we need a Game 7, it's going to come into that Game 7 like really raring to go.
And what's been interesting, Nine, is how much of the time these teams have been using. There's so much strategy and counter strategy going back and forth. Once again, FT Win was just moments away from taking a 3-0 lead, but a come-from-behind last-second overtime victory and clam blitz by the GG Boys spurred a 3-0 run by them. They're now just one game away.
The teams have seen these maps ahead of time. I think they're taking the time to catch their breath, and I think it is not without merit as we start up Game 6.
Here we go, Game 6, Rainmaker, Kelp Dome. GG Boys of Japan in the purple, one game away from claiming the championship. FT Win in the green. They're looking to push this thing to a Game 7. And early on, what are we seeing here? Ashley, as we see both teams kind of fight for control in the middle of the map.
Yeah, you're going to want to get a couple of picks before you pick up that Rainmaker. You can see Shaq just hear it, but not quite picking it up. They know they need to take out a couple of GG Boys. And it doesn't quite work out.
Nice trade right there. Some Stingray support. And we talked about trying to get the early lead and not able to do anything with the Rainmaker there right now, Nine. And you look at the GG Boys, they have the player advantage on the map.
The fact that Shaq was only able to get one of those two, I think, was huge. And again, saving the punishment there and forcing Ice to head back to spawn when he was sitting there ready to punish is big. CKO off to the side. I don't know if they know he's here. He might be able to slow this down. They spot him off just in time. We're going to get a chance for a push right here.
GG Boys, we talked about that early lead, how important it is for them. They're not on the board quite yet, but here they go. They finally are able to get into the half of FT Win. So GG Boys with that important early lead. Now we might see more of that defense here, Nine.
Well, 67, you're going to see a lot of stopping right in that area. You see that door right there. You see the fact that there is not much room. That is the key moment. The fact that Shaq was able to get all three means that any push that was started was gone and completely gone. We're going to see Ice try to do the same thing on the other side.
Big opportunity to take the lead for FT Win here. You want to take away that defensive opportunity for the GG Boys. Yo, trying to get some pressure and chase out Etina. Etina trying to avoid all the splats. Oh, corner. And already the lead is taken by FT Win, and you mentioned that is the tight corner you're trying to get into. And Ashley, FT Win doing what they want to do, get an early lead.
Dynamon sitting here waiting, just waiting. He's lurking around the corner. That hallway, I mean, that is a choke point of all choke points. So it's a very difficult get past there, especially with Taichi on that inkjet. He is so accurate.
IG in the Inkjet 4-3 on the field right now. GG Boys, and they are down to FT Win 59-67. They can't rely on playing defense with those ranged weapons, but a splashdown picked off in midair will do huge things for the GG Boys.
That's the gamble, and this level splashdown ain't what it used to be. And I love the fact that they immediately opt to move up and try to put pressure on 2D. They know that someone is going to be waiting in this area. They're trying to get there preemptively, and 2D able to get off his special and maybe even a pick. The fact that his special is there, though, might be big for the defense.
FT Win looking for one more game to force a Game 7. They're down 4-3 on the map right now, and the GG Boys are looking to steal the lead. But once again, that Stingray by Ice has been the saving grace for FT Win, Ashley.
I mean, Ice is going to be there waiting for that corridor. I mean, that's where you hold that special for. As soon as they get to that doorway, it's time. Yamamichi, though, doing the exact same thing. Taichi's going to go ahead and take it forward.
Yamamichi providing the Stingray support. They're able to mow down FT Win like a Saturday morning lawn. 3-2 on the map for a moment here, but now it's 4-4. And if you're FT Win, you've got to get the Rainmaker out of here. GG Boys are just 30 points away from claiming another championship. Everybody's in this room right now, Nine.
Oh, and Kill getting stuck there. I don't know if it'll come back to bite them because Dynamon's by himself. That will be the end of that push. But again, to be able to get it to 30, that starts to get into the danger zone. And with just 90 seconds left, there's not much time.
2D trying to go through the back door, however, gets splatted. That's a difficult spot for the Rainmaker to land because now, if you're FT Win, you got to dig it out of there. And if you're the GG Boys, you have a minute and a half of defense left. But here goes Ice by himself. He's going to need a little bit more support, but at least you have the Rainmaker on their map. Not going to survive that onslaught of burst bomb. Ashley, GG boys, all they've got to do is hold down home base at this point.
They do, and Yamamichi already has his Stingray ready, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and do that.
1 minute left. The GG boys up 30 to 59. They have the Rainmaker, Inkstorm coming out, 10 to missiles. You see the global view. FT win down 4-2 on the map. Huge swing right here, Nine.
It was. That Stingray got a pick, and then Etina came and got a second one. This means they're going to control middle going into this final push. They might opt to sit here and shoot as many shots as they can. They just want to milk the clock.
That's such a good point. You talked about the tight corner. Oh, but FT win getting the splat. It's 2-2 and some Stingray support from Ice. You're going to have time for about one more push here, Nine. FT win trying to keep their tournament hopes alive. Meanwhile, GG boys just moments away from yet another championship.
It is, and again, they're going to try to probably let this reset, and Dynamo going to do whatever he can to just milk more time. He used that special really early and even got the pick. Taiji's going to grab it. He knows he's going down there, but they're keeping the Rainmaker there.
12 seconds left, 3-1 on the field. GG boys, they can smell victory. They want to be repeat champions. They just have to protect the Rainmaker. FT win trying to turn things around. The GG boys get it done, and how about that? Staring 0-3 in the face. The defending champions rise from the ashes like a phoenix and go 4-0 in a row. And the GG boys of Japan, your Splatoon 2 world champions for 2019.
If you want any example of why maps can change everything in Splatoon 2, that was the best Rainmaker map that the GG boys could have hoped for. Once they got that first big push that was opened up by a Stingray, a pick here, a pick there, all they had to do was keep it there, and that's why they got that win.
Ashley, how crazy was this? FT win when they were down 2-1 in the semifinals. They win 4 straight matches to take a 2-0 lead in the finals. The GG boys, as we mentioned, that last second victory, they win 4 straight. Here they are in the middle. They are victorious. Give it up for the GG boys, your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. And just the resolve from this team. They are now back-to-back champions. Going to see their name twice on the Splatoon Sterling Squid. Just an unbelievable effort as they dug themselves back from a 2-0 hole here, Ashley.
I mean, what an absolute effort by every single one of those players. I couldn't possibly even pick an MVP because I feel like that was a true team effort. Although, I don't know, man. Yamamichi with those Stingrays. Woo!
Well, it's so difficult at this level 9, and I think you said it better than anybody else. This was one of the most balanced championships that we would ever have. You saw a best-of-5, go-to-5 games between Team USA, Team Europe, and then finally you go to Game 6 with the GG boys as they are victorious, and they are your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. Here to honor and celebrate our champions here. Put your hands together for the man himself. Producer for Splatoon 2, Mr. Nogami! So as Mr. Nogami passes out the medals to our defending champions, we do want to give a round of applause to all of our teams here. Of course, Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand, Alliance Rogue from Europe, and how about the fight that FT Win put up from North America? Almost took the 3-0 lead, but the GG boys once again proving why they're champions and proving why they're so hard to splat. Back-to-back world championships for the GG boys, and now let's toss it down to Mr. Nogami for some comments.
それでは優勝した GG ボーイズの皆さん2連覇おめでとうございます。
So congratulations to the GG boys on their second win in a row.
いや本当にちょっと裏で見ててももうドキドキするような戦いの連続でヒヤヒヤしましたけども本当に勝ててよかったなと思います。
So I was pretty nervous myself watching your play backstage, but I'm happy to be standing here giving you these congratulations.
日本チームばっかりひいきしてるわけじゃないですけどねってはいすみません会場の皆さんも本当に盛り上げていただいてありがとうございます
And thank you everybody here in the stadium for getting so loud for this competition.
はい、 competition. はい、
competition.
はい、 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 で、ちょっと僕の方からお伝えしたいことがあります。
And there's something I would like to share with you.
はい。以前よりフェスの開催は発売から2年間とお伝えしていましたけども、来月の7月21日で発売から2年、それに合わせて、最後にして最大のフェスを開催します。
So we'd previously announced that Splatfest would be supported for 2 years from Splatoon 2's launch. Next month on July 21st, Splatoon 2 marks its second anniversary. And to coincide with that, we'd like to hold the last, the biggest, and baddest Splatfest of them all.
こちらをご覧ください。
Please take a look at this video.
はい、ファイナルフェスのお題はどちらの世界を望む混沌 vs 秩序です。
So the theme for this final Splatfest is, which world would you choose, chaos or order?
ファイナルフェスでは新しいミステリーゾーンに加えて過去のフェスで登場した全てのミステリーゾーンが変わる登場します。
This final Splatfest will not only feature a new Shifty Station stage, but the Shifty Stations from all previous Splatfests will also make an appearance.
またファイナルフェスに合わせて特別なギアも配信されます。
And we'll also be distributing some unique new gear for this Splatfest.
開催期間は2019年7月18日から21日の72時間。
This event will take place over the course of 72 hours from the 18th of July to the 21st.
皆さんはこのイカたちの世界に何を望むでしょうか。最終決戦スプラトカリプスにぜひ参戦してください。
And so I ask you all, what sort of a world would you wish for the Inklings and their friends? Make sure not to miss out on this final Splatfest Splatocalypse.
そして、ファイナルフェス終了後の7月末頃に更新データバージョン 5.0 を配信してプライベートマッチで使用できるルールに縄張りバトルフェスを追加します。
And last but not least, once the final Splatfest comes to a close, in late July we'll be releasing the version 5.0 update that will add the Turf War Splatfest to the modes you can choose in private battle.
このルールではファイナルフェスで新たに追加されるものを含む24のミステリーゾーンで縄張りバトルを楽しむことができるようになります。
In this mode, players will be able to battle out turf war matches on all 24 Shifty Station stages, including the new stage released for the final Splatfest.
既存の23ステージもこのルールでは夜の風景となります。お友達と集まってプライベートなフェスを開催してみてください。
You'll also be able to play the nighttime version of these 23 currently available regular stages in this mode. So get together with your friends and host some private Splatfests of your very own.
定期的なフェスの開催とコンテンツの追加はこれが最後となります。ですが、スプラトゥーン2のオンラインサービスが終わるわけではありません。最後のお祭りを楽しみ、これからもスプラトゥーン2をお楽しみください。
As we've mentioned previously, this represents the last of our regular Splatfest events and new content updates. But this will not spell the end of Splatoon 2's online service. We hope you'll give it your all in the final Splatfest and continue to enjoy Splatoon 2.
はい、私たちからお伝えしたいことは以上です。もう一度優勝チームを祝福してあげてください。
So let's please cheer on our winners for today, GG Boys.
Well, once again, our champions, the GG Boys, defending champions. And how about that bit of news that we get dropped on us as well, too? Splatocalypse coming here, the final Splatfest. Guys, your thoughts on this championship once again?
Man, what a great championship series. I mean, that's the type of series you always want to see, especially in Splatoon. These are two great teams. It was a joy to watch them.
And I think anytime you have a tournament that is this good, that ends like this, with this level of competition, you can't help but be hopeful that the game has so much room to grow and continue to surprise us.
Shout out to all of our teams. Thank you once again, Ashley, 9, Milana, as well, these fantastic fans. But get set, we have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019 3v3. Fish, Kells, and EE bringing you that action. We'll see you here shortly.
みんなできたわよ。
何これ
AUT よ。
AUT マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私親指姫。
親っちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒なんか聞いたこと。なんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
みんなできたわよ。
何これ
AUT よ。
AUT マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私親指姫。
親っちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒なんか聞いたこと。なんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルベリーアイ若さ生活のブルベリーアイ
ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルブルブルブルアイアイ。
北欧生まれのブルーベリーだよ。アントシアニンパワー。ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルベリーアイ目のサプリメントブルベリーアイブルブルブルブルアイアイブルベリーアイ
ブルーベリーアイ。若さ生活。パソコンならマウス。
とことんゲームを楽しみたいなら
マウスの G チューン、高性能グラフィックス搭載のゲームパソコン。
パソコンゲーム楽しいな。
G チューンは高性能ゲームパソコンだからストレスフリーで思いっきりプレイできるんだよ。
うわ、またやられた。あんたほんと下手くそね。マット兄さん、大人げないぞ。人のせいにするなんて最低。ローレキックだ。なんだよ。
家夏を楽しもう。ゲームパソコンならマウスの G チューン。
配信をご覧の皆様、こんばんは。さあいよいよ始まりますジャパン e スポーツグランプリ、PUBG 編がこの後間もなく始まります。私は本日の実況を担当いたします大田と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。さあそして解説の
有香と申します。皆様どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。さあということでね、2人で始まりましたけど、何話しますか今日は。
何話しましょうね。まあとりあえず大会の見どころとかですかね。
そういいですね。はい。で、あとこの番組なんだという方もねいらっしゃると思いますんで、事前番組となっておりまして、この au5G ですね、バックステージトークではこの後始まるジャパン e スポーツグランプリの見どころや注目選手をお伝えするコーナーとなっております。なんと au5G を使って配信を行っておりますということで。これ実際今そうなんですね。
そうです。もう今携帯で撮ったスマートフォンですね。
すごいですよね。我々ねカメラをこうね、カメラ越しに話すってこと多いですけども、こうもねカメラの機材すごいですけど、こちらはスマートフォンから配信をさせていただいております。はい、ということでよろしくお願いいたします。まあね余すことなくいろいろお伝えしていただければいければと思うんですけども、まずこのジャパン e スポーツグランプリについて簡単にご説明をさせていただくんですが、今回の大会e スポーツの日本代表を決める大会となっております。はい、はい、シンプルですね。
でもシンプルですよ。でもやっぱりその、国を背負って戦うっていうのはやっぱ選手の意識とかにもね、変わってきますし、あとモチベーションにも影響してくると思いますから、そういう機会がね作っていただけたら非常にありがたいことですよね。
そうですよね。PUBG も国際大会も含めてまああるのはあるんですけど、もっと場数踏みたいっていうね、選手たちの思いもありますし、日の丸を背負ってというところにはなりますが、ちなみに見どころなど注目チームなどありますか。
注目チームは、そうですね、今回戦国ゲーミングがかなり来るんじゃないかと個人的には思っていまして、
戦国ゲーミング、はい、
世界に出たことっていうのはまだないんですけども、
ないですね、はい、
なんですけど、戦国ゲーミングって、スタートダッシュすごく強いんですよ。で今回4試合の短期決戦になりますから、まあだからスタートダッシュが強い戦国ゲーミングは、今回やっぱり来るんじゃないかなっていうのはすごく感じますし、あとPGS の方で、
国内大会ですね。
国内大会です。リーグなんですけども、そちらでいつもはこうぐって上がってこう下がってっちゃうが多かったんですけど、今回上位つけてましたから、そういう意味でもねかなり期待できるチームなんじゃないかなと思っております。
まあアクセル全開でドンともう序盤からね、上げていければですよね。
もうフルスロットルでね。
フルスロットルで、あとはまあ国際大会ですかね。5回以上になるのかな、もう3シスタ。
もう数えきれないぐらいですよね。
数えきれないほどね。
日本で一番でも経験が豊富な。
そう。なんだかんだポイント足らないって言っても、結局は チャンピオンになっちゃう。
そうなんですよ。ストーリーかっこいいですよね。
そうですよね、そんな3シスターがまた取りに来るっていうね、ところもありますし、今回5枠ですよね、確か。
そうですね、だから結構多いんですけど、逆に5枠っていうことは、トップ争いもそうなんですけど、この5位争いですよね、やっぱりこの辺いつも混迷しますから、そこがどうなって、どのチームがね、上がってきても結構おかしくないような5位っていう順位になりますから、そこも楽しみですね。
そうですよね、ぜひ皆さんも注目いただければと思います。あともう PJS、国内のね、先ほどお話ありましたけど、リーグだったり、国際大会を見てるファンの皆様はもう、楽しみで仕方ないですよね、見る僕らも楽しみですからね。
間違いないです。
すごいよ、スタジオもうバーチャル空間みたいなね、形でグワッてスコアとかも出てきまして、あと選手紹介もグワッて出てきまして、
かっこよかったですよね。
めちゃくちゃかっこいい、僕の顔写真も上にダンって出てくれないかなと思って。
面白いですね。
スタッフまあまあ一人クスぐらい
ちょっと外しましたね。申し訳ございません。
ちなみにあと 5G の話なんですけど、ちょうどねさっき 5G で何しますってお話ありましたけど、僕なんて昔過去で動画アップしたことあるんですけど、東京の街中でノート PC を背負って、肩にプロジェクターをつけて小型ので、マウスとキーボードを持って外でこう映写してね、ゲームする、壁にね投影してゲームするっていう企画をやったことあるんですけど、ああいうのでもある意味こうテザリングしてその 5G 回線でやるってこともできますよね。
そうですね。もうやっぱり 5G になると、その速度も速くなりますし、回線帯域太くなりますし、遅延も少なくなるっていうことで、これからもうどこでもねゲームですよね。もう
どこでもゲーム。
言うなればちょっと古いですけど、指きたすコンピューティングならぬ指きたすゲーミング
ができるんじゃないかなと。
また外しましたかね。
すみません。みんなピンときてないと思います。そんな感じでね、世界はね本当に広がっていくと思いますし、あと画質もねものすごい綺麗ですからね。その辺もね、今スマートフォンのゲームも増えてると思いますんで、ぜひ皆さんも 5G の世界が広がれば、あれもできるんじゃない、これもできる、楽しんでいただければと思います。さあということで、この後いよいよ始まりますんで、ぜひお楽しみいただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。上位5チームが日本代表となりますので、皆さん東アジアに進出する日本代表どこのチームになるのか、ぜひ最後の最後まで応援をよろしくお願いいたします。それでは本番間近となっております。また後ほどお会いしましょう。
みんなできたわよ。
何これ？
AUT よ。
AUT？ マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私親指姫。
親ちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒？なんか聞いたこと。なんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒？なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。
空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
みんなできたわよ。
何これ？
AUT よ。
AUT？ マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私親指姫。
親ちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒？なんか聞いたこと。なんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒？なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。
空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルベリーアイ若さ生活のブルベリーアイ北欧生まれのブルーベリーだよ。アントシアニンパワーブルブルブルブルアイア アイブルーベリーアイ目のサプリメントブルーベリーアイブルブルブルブルアイブルーベリーアイ
ブルーベリーアイ若さ生活パソコンならマウス
とことんゲームを楽しみたいならマウスの G チューン高性能グラフィックス搭載のゲームパソコン
パソコンゲーム楽しいな
G チューンは高性能ゲームパソコンだからストレスフリーで思いっきりプレイできるんだよ。
うわまたやられたあんたほんと下手くそね。マット兄さん大人げないぞ。人のせいにするなんて最低。ローラキックだなんだよ
家夏を楽しもう。ゲームパソコンならマウスの G チューン。
さあ戦いの時間だ。ジャパン e スポーツグランプリ開幕。
全国の e スポーツを愛するすべての皆さん、こんばんは。世界に挑む日本代表プレーヤーを決めるジャパン e スポーツグランプリ2日目ということで、本日もこちらベルサール渋谷ガーデンの特設バーチャルスタジオから私堀内香織がお届けしてまいります。よろしくお願いいたします。さあ本番組なんですけども AI 翻訳による多言語配信として英語、中国語、韓国語での配信も行っております。詳細は動画の概要欄よりご覧ください。ジャパン e スポーツグランプリの、こちら大会のアンバサダー百獣の王こと武井壮さんはですね後ほどご登場いただきますので、そしてですねお話の方も伺っていきたいと思います。皆様最後までお楽しみください。まずはじめにジャパン e スポーツグランプリについてご紹介させていただきます。昨日から4日間にわたって実施するジャパン e スポーツグランプリは大変失礼いたしました。一般社団法人日本 e スポーツ連合ジェスが日本の e スポーツシーンを盛り上げ世界で活躍する選手を創出するために新設した e スポーツイベントです。賞金総額500万円に加え東アジア e スポーツチャンピオンシップなど今後開催される国際 e スポーツ大会への日本代表出場権をかけた大会となります。 今回の実施タイトルは4本。ゲームに登場する実際のプロサッカー選手にもファンが多い e フットボールウィニングイレブン2021シーズンアップデート、そして大人気リアルタイム対戦型モバイルゲームクラッシュロワイヤル、さらに最も世界でプレイされている対戦型格闘ゲームといえばこちら、ストリートファイター5チャンピオンエディション。さらにここ数年爆発的な人気を集めているバトルロイヤルゲーム、その火付け役となったタイトル PUBG。 以上4つのタイトルで日の丸を背負って世界と戦う日本最強プレイヤーを決定いたします。e スポーツ日本代表の選抜大会ということで、ゲームファン、そして e スポーツファンの皆さんはもちろん、今日たまたまねこちらの配信を見つけた、そんな方もいらっしゃるかと思いますが、できるだけね多くの皆様に日本代表選手の誕生のシーンをご覧になっていただきたいと思います。どうぞ最後までよろしくお願いいたします。さあ、ここからのお時間はですね、ジャパン e スポーツグランプリ PUBG 日本代表選考会をお届けしてまいります。本日の実況解説はこのお二方に来ていただいております。ゲームキャスター大田さん、そして PJS で数々の試合の解説をいただいている有香さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、ということでですね、この後もういよいよ選手たちの熱い戦いをですね、この2人の熱い実況解説でお届けしていただきたいと思いますが、先ほどですねこちらの配信、この番組がね始まる前にちょっとやっていただいた au の 5G 対応スマートフォンで撮影した 5G を使った YouTube ライブ配信 au5G バックステージトークという直前番組で、たくさんですね、大会の見どころだったり、今ちょっと熱いんじゃないっていうチームの紹介をしていただいたりとしましたけども、ちょっとこのスタジオもねちょっと変わった感じになりましたが、
びっくりしましたね。世界変わりましたね。
そうなんですよ。いやでも本当にね、先ほどの2人のちょっと話を聞いていて余計楽しみになったというか、本当にね注目選手たくさんいらっしゃいますし、この16チームどこもね期待が本当に持てるんですけれども、この後ね熱い試合楽しみにさせていただきたいと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。
はい、そしてなおですね、こちら au の 5G を使った実況解説のお二人による直前番組 au5G バックステージトークはですね、ジャパン e スポーツグランプリのすべての大会の配信開始10分前からですね、こちら 5G を使って配信を行っております。もしかしたらですねこの後の大会も、なかなか見れないね、先ほどちょっとお話ししていただいたような裏話とか、本当にお二人のね注目しているチーム選手だったりとかのね、そういう裏話の話が聞けると思いますので、
損してるぞ、見逃した人
皆様ねぜひこちらの方もぜひ大会をより一層楽しむためにご覧になっていただきたいなと思います。さあ、そしていかがですかこのスタジオ空間。
いや、なんかちょっと上の球体が落ちてこないか心配なんですけど、大丈夫なんですかね上急に我々、そうですね、誰が支えます？3人で抑えれば大丈夫なのか？武井さん来たら大丈夫か？
武井さんが最後に来てくださるんでお願いしましょう。
そうですね、ちょっと怖いな。また景色変わってちょっと戦場というかね、シューティングゲームらしい感じになってきましたね。
こちらはね PUBG をイメージしてということで、毎回ねタイトルが違うために違うねスタジオになってるわけなんですけども、
素敵だな。
そして今回ですね、視聴者の皆様にもこちらのバーチャル空間のですねこの作りに協力していただきたいなと思っております。大会中にですねこのイベントに関するツイートをリアルタイムで集計しております。でそちらのねツイッター上でイベントが話題になればなるほど、盛り上がれば盛り上がるほど、こちらの画面下のヒーティングメーターの赤色の領域がどんどん増えていくということで、ぜひ今画面上に出ているこのハッシュタグですね、ハッシュタグ GESU、 そしてハッシュタグジャパン EGP ですかね、こちらの2つをつけてぜひねツイートしていただけたらなと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。そして続きまして、アンケートのお願いもございます。ジャパン e スポーツグランプリでは、配信期間中に視聴者アンケートを実施させていただいております。画面に表示されている QR コードを読み取っていただきまして、簡単なアンケートにお答えいただくと抽選で10名の方に素敵なギフトをプレゼントということで、ぜひねたくさんの方ご参加お待ちしております。
お願いします。
さあここで、日本 e スポーツ連合オフィシャルスポンサーの方もご紹介させてください。 KDDI 株式会社、サントリーホールディングス株式会社、株式会社ローソン、株式会社ビームス、インディードジャパン株式会社、株式会社ビッグカメラ、 株式会社若狭生活、株式会社マスコンピューター、活動助成といたしまして一般財団法人非営利光月財団、日頃のサポート誠にありがとうございます。そして本スタジオでは、機材の消毒、そしてアクリルパネルの設置など万全な、感染症対策も実施してお送りさせていただいております。ちょっとね、皆様配信見てくださってる皆様本当に見えないと思うんですけども、私たちの間にはアクリルパネルがあります。あるんです。
パントマイムが上手い人ってわけではなくて、趣味がパントマイムではなくて、
有賀さんうまそうです。
有賀さんもうまいな。
あるんですよ。
ちょっと怖いですね。
そんなあとそんなドヤ顔されてもさ、僕も33でいい大人なんでね。
はい、ということでね、ちゃんと対策もさせて、安全にお送りさせていただいております。さあ、ここからはこちらのスタジオより、日本代表候補たちの熱い戦いの模様をお届けしてまいりたいと思います。改めまして本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
それでは実況解説の大田さん、有香さん、 PUBG について改めてご紹介の方お願いいたします。
はい、それでは私から、簡単にご説明をさせていただきます。まず PUBG はプレイヤーアンノーンズバトルグラウンズは最大100名のプレイヤーがマップ内にある装備などを駆使して最後の1名になるまで生き抜くバトルロイヤルゲームです。プレイヤーはだんだん狭くなる安全地帯内で、こちら大会中セーフゾーンなど呼ばれていますね。安全地帯内でランダムに配置されている武器や車両、そして装備アイテムを駆使して生存競争に臨みます。最後の一人まで生き残ったプレイヤーの画面には勝った夕飯はドンカツだというメッセージが表示されるため、プレイヤーはドンカツを目指して戦います。発売されてからですね、一番短期間で1億ドルの収益を上げたということです。チームアーリーアクセスゲームを含めてギネスブックの7つの世界記録を保持しております。そして、国内外の複数のゲームアワードを受賞することで、バトルロイヤルジャンルにおいてはもう世界のフロントランナーとして位置を確立した、そんなビッグタイトルになっておりますね。上で書いてありますけども、100名のプレイヤーが1名、今回でいくと16チーム64名なので1チームになるまで戦い抜くということですかね、有香さん。
そうですね。
見どころはどこですか？
やっぱりどこがそのドンカツ1位を取るかっていうのもそうなんですけど、それに対して競技でいうとキルポイントっていうのもありますから、相手を倒して倒した数がポイントになるっていう部分もありますから、そのドンカツを取るのかキルポイントを狙っていくのかっていうこうね、状況によっての考え方の違いとかがね、やっぱり見てて面白い部分になるかなと思います。
なるほど。隠れて生き残って生存してポイントをもらうのもよし、相手を倒してポイントにするのもよしと、
そうです。
どっちもできたものが東アジアみたいな、
そうですね、
とこですかね。そんな感じです。
ありがとうございます。そんなね、世界中で大人気の PUBG なんですけれども、実況解説の大田さん、そして有香さん、今回はですね、日本代表選考会ということで、今回選ばれる日本代表のメンバーがですね、その先戦うであろう、世界のプレイヤーのことだったり、世界でここの国結構強いよねみたいな強豪国とかあったら教えていただけますでしょうか。
有香さんどうですか？
そうですね、強豪国でいうともう本当にお隣の中国と韓国なんですよ。ここが世界2トップと言っても過言ではありません。なんでか、その事例で言うと昨年末行われた世界大会、全世界の大会ですね、なんですけどトップ5のうち4チームが中国、韓国、それぞれ中国2チーム、韓国2チームだったんですよ。なんで日本はこのアジアっていう地域の中で一番世界でレベルが高い地域にいると言えますね。なので、結構これまで厳しい戦いを強いられることも、多かったんですよ、正直なところ、多かったんですけど、最近行われてそのアジアの国際大会において日本のチームが初めてウィナーズサイドっていう要は半分より上の順位ですね。
16チームなので8位以上
そうですね。っていうのを取ったりとか、あとその日のキルランキングとかダメージランキングでトップ5に名を連ねる日本人選手が出てきたりとかっていう部分がかなり見えてきましたから、そろそろこれね、日本もね追いついてね来て、これから追い越すところじゃないかなっていうのがね、期待しております。
なるほど。じゃあさらにですね、今回勝つ日本代表になる選手たち、そしてそちらのチームにも期待持ちますし、そんなね世界の強豪を相手に戦うということですが、日本のつわものたちがね今日はここの本大会に集結して、世界への挑戦権獲得に向けて戦うということで、この後すごく楽しみです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。 あと補足すると、
はい
今回の16チーム中国際大会で戦ったことがあるのが4チームなんで、
はい
4チームだけなんで、まあなんだろうな、あと5チーム行くから
必ず
初めて
参戦が
そうですよね
なるほど。
もしその4チームが勝ち上がっても残りの1チームはまだ世界を経験したことないチームが行くと。
そうなんですよ。
あー
なので余計に楽しみですね。はい、ありがとう
ございます。
はい。
それでは、本大会の概要の説明もさせてください。実況の小田さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、それでは、私の方から大会の概要を説明させていただきます。さあまずはこちら、16チームによるスクワット形式で行われます。4ラウンド実施されまして、全ラウンドで獲得したポイントの高いチームが優勝となります。そして1チームの参加は4名まで、はい、1チーム4名となっております。そして本大会へ参加する、チームはですね PUBG ジャパンシリーズ、こちら国内リーグですねで活躍する16チームとなっております。そして、本大会は賞金制となっておりまして、まず優勝は賞金100万円、そして準優勝は賞金25万円が与えられます。また副賞として上位5チームに東アジア e スポーツチャンピオンシップでの日本代表権を獲得することができます。そしてその他副賞としまして、この度ですね日本 e スポーツ連合のオフィシャル PC サプライヤーに就任したマウスコンピュータよりメカニカルキーボード搭載ゲーミングノートパソコン G-Tune H5 がチームに贈られます。そしてさらにマウスコンピュータから就任記念プレゼントキャンペーンのお知らせもございます。こちら画面の QR コードを読み取っていただきまして、マウスコンピュータのメルマガの新規会員登録をいただいた方から抽選で5名様にゲーミング液晶ディスプレイをプレゼントさせていただきます。27インチモニター欲しいですね。ぜひキャンペーンにですねふるってご参加いただければと思います。また本日のですね大会運営に使用するパソコンも全てマウスコンピュータからの提供となっております。ありがとうございます。さあそしてまだまだございます。続いて、こちらまた、サントリーよりですね e スポーツ日本代表選手の活動を支援するサポートプログラムとしまして、日本代表に選出された、月から1年間、こちら清涼飲料が提供されますということで、素晴らしいサービスですね。はい、嬉しい限りです。さあそれではここでサントリーからの動画があるということでご覧ください。
冷蔵庫からこんにちは。サントリー公式バーチャル YouTuber のサントリーノムです。私サントリー公式 e スポーツアンバサダーとして e スポーツ全体、そして選手の皆さんを応援しています。年齢や性別などを超えていろんなプレイヤーとつながり一つになって楽しめるのが e スポーツ。私も新しいゲームにチャレンジをするときはいつもドキドキ興奮して夢中になってしまいます。時には大きな声を出してしまうことも。無限の可能性に満ちた e スポーツがどんなドラマを、どんな未来を私たちに見せてくれるのか、どんなヒーローが誕生して世界を熱狂させるのか、ゲームを愛する皆さんと一緒にワクワクしながら応援していきたいと思います。水分補給は忘れずに。
はい、ということでスタジオからこんにちは。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
いいですね、ありがとうございます。お二人とも乗っかっていただいてね、はい、3人とも滑ってますよ。
そうですね。スタッフさん誰も笑ってなかったです。
さっきまで暑いな暑いなって言ってたスタジオが、結構涼しく、ちょっとヒヤッとしましたよね。
いや空調のせいだとは思いますけどね。
もしくはサントリーノムさんのこの涼しさが冷蔵庫からのふわーが来たかもしれないですね。
なるほど。滑ってますね。
うまいような。
はい、ということで皆さんしっかり水分補給していきましょう。よろしくお願いいたします。さあということで続いて大会のルールの説明を有賀さんからお願いしてよろしいですか。
はい。ではご説明させていただきます。まず使用マップはラウンド1、ラウンド2ではエランゲル、ラウンド3、ラウンド4ではミラマーとなっております。大会でのポイントは1位10ポイント、2位6ポイント、3位5ポイントとなっておりまして、以下続く形となっております。なおキルポイントは1キルごとに1ポイントとなっております。勝利数ではなくポイントが、総合のポイントが大きいチームが、優勝ということになります。
はい、さあということで、国内での大会とは少しポイントの付与のされ方が違うというところも面白いです。トップ3にポイント、
トップ3だけですかこれ。そうなんですね。
ですかね。
なるほど、
おそらくってことですよね。はい。
っていうことは4位以下だった場合はキルポイントを稼がないとダメということですね。
はい、ちょっと勘違いしてました。はい、後ほど確認した。ここ面白いポイントの一つかもしれません。
となるとこれドンカツの価値でかいですね。
そうですね。もうドンカツ取ればあとは4ラウンドしかありませんからね。
そうです。もう短期決戦ですから。
なのでキルポイントがよりまた重要になってくるっていうね、ホールズさんも言われてましたけど、そういったところになってきますよね。ありがとうございます。さあということで、さあ
ありがとうございます。この後にですね、すぐラウンド1開始となるわけなんですけども、実況解説のお二方にね、先ほどもちょっと事前番組でお話しされてましたが、結構見どころとかもね、注目チームとかもちょっと教えていただきたいなと思いますが、どうですかね。
ちょっと気になるチームだらけになりますが、そんな16チーム紹介しちゃいましょうか。
お願いします。
任してください。さあそれでは本大会に出場する16チームをご紹介してまいります。まずはサンシスター、ホリー選手、クレイジーサム選手、ケンデス選手、フェイ選手。続いてエレメント36ジャパン、ピュアボーイ選手、アモノット選手、シルフィア選手、佐藤選手。続いては戦国ゲーミング、ブロスト選手、ガーミー選手、インコ選手、ザンズ選手。続いてはラスカルジェスター、ガブハ選手、シノビー選手、ウェスカー選手、オカ選手。続いては V3 フォックス、スン選手、ムツ選手、マンジュー選手、トムス選手。続いてはゲーミングチームセレクター、ユリウス選手、長谷太郎選手、眼球選手、シュート選手。続いてはエースワン、ゴマシオ選手、カミタス選手、ユーノ選手、パーマン選手。続いてはズーゲーミングペンギン、ピアチャン選手、ジャパンナンバーワン選手、ヤッキー選手、シェバ選手。続いてはグリムナイツレッドセル、マスクン選手、ミルフィー選手、ゼットミント選手、レイト選手。続いてはクレストゲーミングザナドゥ、リオ選手、アリエス選手、エグト選手、ルイ TV 選手。続いては 3R ゲーミングロータス、アシュリー選手、イブ選手、ベルモット選手、シズク選手。続いてはリジェクト、クールイット選手、お魚選手、アルバート選手、鈴木ポケ選手。続いてはイロハニポペとサムライゲーミング、マサシ選手、ヨネ選手、モチ選手、大輝選手。続いてはラグゲーミング、ダリア選手、 PK プレイヤー選手、ヘクター選手、ロリペ選手。続いてはサイクロプスアスリートゲーミング、おもち選手、イブリン選手、オール選手、ビルドレッド選手。そして最後はクルシフィックス、シグナレス選手、ボルモル選手、アソナー選手、ビアウディ選手。以上16チームの参戦となっております。
はい、太田さん、ありがとうございます。さあということで出場16チーム、こちらねスライドの方に、チーム名出ておりますが、注目チーム、先ほどのね事前番組では戦国ゲーミングなんかどうなんじゃないかって有香さんおっしゃってましたが、他にもそして戦国ゲーミングについてでもですね、ちょっと詳しくちょっとお伺いしたいんですが。
そうですね。はい、そうなると、やっぱりサンシスターは外せないとか、先ほどね事前番組の太田さんおっしゃってましたけど、やっぱり逆境に強いですし、こういいとこねガッと持っていくんですよね。で能力ももうバッチリ日本トップクラス、スター性もある、最高ですよこれは。で、まだ触れてないところで言うと、エレメント36ジャパンですよね。もう直近国際大会にも出場しておりますし、でその中でも特にシルフィア選手とかピュアボーイ選手とかがキルランキングとかダメージランキングその日のトップ5名前連ねてましたし、であとはもう動きがねやっぱりうまいですよね。外側をうまく外側で 円があるんですよ、PUBG っていうのは、安全地帯っていうこの円の外側で自分たちの生きる領域を作って道を作っていくっていう動きが非常にうまいチームですから、戦闘もねこの見どころ、見てて面白いんですけど、こうなんでしょうね、押し引きのうまさっていういわゆるムーブのうまさっていうんですけれども、そういう部分もねかなり見どころになるんじゃないかなと思います。
大田さんはこう注目されてるチームありますか？
先ほどね、有香さんも言われていたやっぱり戦国ゲーミングはいつもあと一歩で国際大会を、切符を逃してるんですよね。なので今回、トップ5までが国際大会に行けるということで、戦国ゲーミングどうなんだというところと、あとは、最近国際大会もご無沙汰ではありますが、国内大会はめき敵を倒して強くなっているラスカルジェスターというチームがいるので、この2チームも楽しみですし、もちろんね過去国際大会に出たことあるサンシスター、エレメント36、ジャパンクレストゲーミング、ザナドゥなどなども、また、リベンジチャンスというか、国際大会出たいという思いはねもちろんあると思うので、そういったところも注目ですかね。
いや、二方ありがとうございます。それではですね、この後、試合開始、準備ができましたら、試合開始となります。実況解説のお二方、今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
それではですね、お知らせを挟んでラウンド1まもなくスタートです。
みんなできたわよ。
何これ？
AUT よ。
AUT？ マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私、親指姫。
親っちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒？なんか聞いたこと。なんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒？なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。
空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
ということで、もう少し準備がかかりそうですが、でき次第ラウンド1スタートということになります。さあ、ちょっと先ほどもねお話いただきましたけれども、注目チームある中どこが勝つのか、ちょっとどうですかね。私結構いろはにポペとサムライゲーミングが結構好きなんですけど、
いいキャラクターしてますからね。
ちょっと頑張ってほしいななんてちょっとありますね。でもちょっと MC なんで中立の立場で見なきゃと思って。
誰も突っ込まないんですね。
そうですね。ちょっとあえてウォーターブレイク取っていたんですが、
ウォーターブレイクありがとうございます。
早いですね。好きあらばどんどん出していきますんで、
ぜひ飲んでください。
美味しい天然水。
美味しい天然水。南アルプスの天然水。
南アルプスの天然水ですね。ちょこちょこ飲んでいきます。よろしくお願いします。
この後戦うのが、マップがエランゲルということですよね。
そうですね。
エランゲルでこう見る戦略だったりとか、例えばエランゲルが得意なチームとかはいますかね。
僕からお話しても大丈夫ですか。
どうぞ。
基本的にどのチームも強いかなという印象はあるんですけども、やはりサンシスター、あとはラスカルジェスターあたりは強いかなと、クレストゲーミングザナドゥとかもそうですね。で、堀内さんが先ほど言われていたいろはにポペとサムライゲーミング、ちょっとね愛着が湧くような、ところのチームの選手だった大輝選手なんてね、ソロの、別の大会でご一緒させてもらった時にチャンピオンになったこともありましたけども、 どっちかというとミラマー得意なのかなっていう、過去のドンカツ率などもいくと、なのでその辺を前回のシーズンからフェーズから、国内リーグから少し時間があるので調整ね、各チームしてると思うのでその辺も注目にはなるかなとは思うんですが、有川さんいかがですか？
そうですね、多分今回でいうと短期決戦なんで、動き変えてくるチーム結構いるような気がするんですよね。アグレッシブに行くのと保守的に行くのにちょっと両極端になるような印象はあって、っていうのもこれ多分1回こけると結構厳しいんですよ、4試合っていう数は。でも1回ドンカツ取ればかなり余裕が出るっていう部分ももちろんあって、もうそれも両極端ではあるんですけれども、とりあえず目指したいところはこの1戦目っていうのがその後ここでポイント取れるかどうかがその後の心の余裕に明らかに影響してきますから、ここで0ポイントで終わるとか絶対したくないですよね。理想はもちろんドンカツなんですけれども、上位トップ5ぐらいで終えて、次の試合が多少順位下がろうとも、次につなげられるような、ポイントを確保しておく、そういう位置についておくっていうところが、やっぱりこの先になんですかね、この戦い方っていうよりも、気持ちとかの面で、かなり影響してくるかなと思っております。
いやちょっとだいぶ大事な1試合目になりそうですね。そういうなるとだいぶセンスのねメンタルに来るかもしれないということですから、
ゼロで終わるか、例えば最低限3ポイントで終わるかだと、後半全然違いますからね。
そうですね、実際ゼロで終わって、こう上が稼いでしまうと、追いつかなきゃいけないんですけど、そのために結構無理なプレーをしなきゃいけないっていう場面なんかも出てきたりするんですよ、追いつくために。そういうのってそういうなんかパワープレイって結構そのリスク高いですから、こう一か八かみたいなところあるんですよ。でもやっぱりそれやって失敗しちゃうと、もうさらに次はもっと無理なことをしなきゃいけないってループに入っちゃいますから、成功すればもちろんいいんですけどね。っていう意味でやっぱりあまりなんですかね、ハイリスクな行動を取らなくていつも通りでいいっていうぐらいのポイントは取っておきたいところですね。
今回ちょっと順位ポイントがね、だいぶいつもこう、日本国内で行われている大会とはだいぶ違う、ちょっとポイント数にはなってると思いますので、やっぱりこの1位、2位、3位どれだけ食い込むか、キル数を稼ぐかだいぶ大事になってくるということですね。
ある意味 PUBG らしいですね。生存も重要だけどその相手を倒すことも重要、どっちも重要なんだよっていうね。
見てる我々としてはね、戦いが激化してくれた方がね面白いという部分はありますよね。
確かに間違いない。皆さんキルポイントを取っていきましょう。
ということでこの後、準備ができ次第ラウンド1スタートとなります。まもなくスタートとなる予定です。ぜ
ひね、初めて見ていただく方もですね、最後の1チーム、最後の1名になれば、勝ちという、サバイバルな感じで、見ていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。初めは16チームいます。
いやでもフェーズ1でどこら辺にね、セーフゾーンが寄るかっていうのもだいぶ大事ですよね。
そうなんですよ。島がねありまして、初めの安全地帯はここだよっていうところに時間以内にみんなその中に入らないといけないんです。で次にまた時間来たらまたその円がちっちゃくなってくる。どんどんちっちゃくなって最終的にはその円がなくなって一番中心にいた人間が、勝利となるドンカツということですからね。
いやなかなかね、大会だと結構面白い寄り方するとき結構あるじゃないですか。
島の端っこ、海どんだけ入ってんだ、みんな陸地ないぞっていうね、とかねあったりしますからね。
始まりました。それではお二方よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。さあそれでは参りたいと思います。ジャパン e スポーツグランプリ PUBG 編、まずはラウンド1のスタートです。さあということで空路は有香さん、北東から西に、飛行機が飛び立ってますね。
南側というか、特に南東側ですね、飛びにくい部分はありますけど、割と中央を通ってるので比較的安定した空路とは言えそうですね。
なるほど。さああとはこの空路に対してパラシュートを出してどこに降下するかというところも重要です。こちらサンシスター。さあ各チーム、これオレンジのチームはサンシスターですが王の旗艦ですね。知ってる方は知ってると思うんですが、もうこのセバーニというところを拠点に置いています。さあリジェクトもかなり RC ですね。亀式、そして、スタルバフキン、
クルシフィックスと被ってますね。
なるほど、右上ですね皆様。 CFX そして RC、 この2チームが降下地点やや被っていると。なるほど、序盤から戦闘が起こりそうな、起こってそうですよ。
サルバー被ってますね。
3チーム ISG、
いやクルシフィックスは避けましたね。
うまく逃げたんですが、
もう今倒されたので、
さあファーストバット大輝選手が M249 でお魚選手を仕留めました。 いやー、有香さん、飛行機、空路に対してパラシュート、この遺跡あたりですね、を、選択したチームが2チームいたと。
そうですね、実際狙おうとしたのは3チームで、先クルシフィックスが、引いたんですけど、今、お魚選手が引けずに、アイス陣に倒されるっていう形になりましたね。
なるほど、さあ残りは62名ということで、ここでリジェクトとしては1名失う形でスタートとなりました。そして第1のセーフゾーン、先ほど堀内さんも言われておりましたが、どこによるか気になりますねというところで、左下、ややこのズーという書いたチームですね、ポチンキという町を中心部とした、セーフゾーン、安全地帯になりました。さあ残り時間内に白い円に入っていくことを課せられます。さあこちらサンシスターです。さあプロフィール出てますね。ポリー選手のプロフィールが出ております。出身石川県。さあ好きな武器はパンツァー、得意な武器ですかね。パンツァー、ロケットランチャーみたいなこのモードではないですけどね、
残念ながらね、
残念ながらないんですけどね。別のねカラキンというね小さなマップで戦うときにロケットランチャーが出るパンツァーですね。さあこちらクレイジーサム選手、国内大会では、ミスター PJS と、呼ばれるような選手では、僕が勝手につけちゃったんですけど、
だいぶ広まりましたよね。
だいぶ広まりましたね。今回のね、ミスタージャパン e スポーツグランプリって、選手誰になるのか楽しみですね。さあそんなサンシスター、やはりどうですかサンシスター、有香さん。もう
場所もランドマーク、初期効果の自分たちの位置ですね、ランドマークって言うんですけれども、それもしっかり広めに取れていますし、車もしっかり確保できそうですし、この先のルートも、さほど敵が多いっていう感じでもないですから、もうこれ結構早く行こうが遅く行こうが、割と自由に動けそうな感じはありますね。
さあそしてこちらはエレメント36ジャパンです。マイナス30と、書いておりますが、選手名としては、選手紹介の時にお話したピュアボーイ選手ですね。ピュアボーイ選手マイナス30選手。さあそしてこちらシルフィア選手、DBS が得意と、東京都の出身ということで、若きエースというか、もう今 PJS 国内リーグでも本当になんだろうな、荒らすような勢いを持っているというか、
そうですね、他3人が割と塊気味で動いて、シルフィア選手が遊撃手みたいな動きをね、するんですけども、これがね、なんで一人でそんなところで生きるのっていうような動きをね、華麗なんですよね。見ててやっぱりハラハラもするんですけど、もうそこしっかり切り抜けていく、面白さっていう部分もねありますね。
若いなっていう感じがまたいいですよね。
そうですね。
そんなエレメント36は過去、国際大会2度参加しております。さあそしてこちら注目チームにも挙げていた戦国ゲーミングですね。こちらガーミー選手です。福島県出身、好きな得意な武器 SLR という、スナイパーライフルの連射できる、連射できるスナイパーライフルとダンダンダンダンと撃てるようなスナイパーライフルになっております。こちらが得意という。さあそんなガーミー選手ですが、有香さんから見ていかがですか。どういった選手など。
そうですね、戦国ゲーミングってガーミー選手に限らないんですけど、みんなまとまってるんですよね。結構他のチームとかだと、突出したアタッカーとかがいたりもするんですけど、これ全員オールラウンダーって印象あるんですよね。もちろんチーム内では役割とかあると思うんですけど、それでも何やらせてもできる選手ばかりっていうことで、かなりなんですかね、能力がへこんでるところが、かなり丸いチームだと思います。でしかもその丸いっていうの能力がみんな高いんですよね。
その円がでかい、大きいということなんですね。第一のセーフゾーンのようですね。さあそしてこちらインコちゃん選手ですね。戦後ゲーム所属ということで、インコちゃん、先ほども有香さん言われてましたが、誰見ても戦闘力も高いし、戦闘民族と呼ばれてますからね、戦後ゲーミングは。目の前に敵がいたらぶっ潰す、検問されていても逆にそこで車を降りてぶっ潰すみたいなねシーンもありますが、
ありましたね。
現在はセーフゾーン、ちょうど北東側から安全地帯内に入りましたね。
そうですね、戦国ゲーミングは結構こうやって突っ切っていくっていうよりは、安全に一個ずつ歩を進めていくような動きがやっぱり結構特徴的で、そのおかげでなんですかね、移動の最中に人数かけてしまったりって非常に少ないんですよね。
さあこちらはラグゲーミングです。ラグゲーミングも今のところ周囲に敵はいません。ゆっくりと様子を見ています。
ラグゲーミングはだいぶ安全地帯の中央寄りの位置取れましたね。で結構早い段階でここ取れてますから、あとはここ守っていれば比較的長い時間、安全地帯の中に入れそうな感じですね。
さあ近い距離にいますね。クルシフィックス、そして対するはゲーミングチームセレクター。
クルシフィックスがもう2つする。いやこれ気づいていないのか。気づいてなさそうだぞ。乗り換えるとか狙ってる。
狙ってますね。
打つのか。
乗り換えるフロート、シュート、そのまま1人ダウンを取ってキルを取りに行く、そのスピード。 2人目の犠牲が出ました。さあ残りは16チーム61名です。今クルシフィックス側は車両乗り換えていましたけど、周囲の敵にちょっと気づいてませんでしたが、
はい、これは明らかに。
逆に言うとゲーミングチームセレクターがうまくスニーキング隠れていたと。
そうですね、これ多分狙ってたと思いますね。まあ最初から狙ってたかは分からないですけど、まあクルシフィックス側の動きに気づいて、まあそういう動きにシフトしたかもしれませんね。
さあ残りは16チーム61名となりました。こちらポチンキ北側ズーゲーミングです。現在は広く、おのおのが各所取って、広く、周囲を見渡そうという状況になっています。
そうですね、ズーゲーミングはもうランドマークはこの中央のすぐ横に見えているポチンキっていう街になるんですけども、まあそこで、ファーミング、アイテムを集めて、その後にこういった高所ですとか、守りやすい、家屋、集落っていうのを分かれて取って、まあ、もし敵がこう大多数で来るようなものであれば、味方の方に引くっていうような、まあ、いわゆるスプリットっていう動きになりますね。
なるほど。まあボーリングでもよく使いますよね、スプリット。まあ、離れているみたいな感じですかね。はい。味方とは離れて。さあこちらは V3 フォックスです。V3 フォックスもちょっと冒頭でお話できなかったんですけども、本当に今もうちょっとで国際大会を逃しているというか。
そうなんですね。古豪中の古豪ですからね。
そうですよね。
V3 フォックスをね、国際大会で活躍する様を見たいっていうファンもね、もうずっとね多いと思うんですけどもね、なんとかこの機会にね、この機会でそれを掴み取ってね欲しいところですよね。
さあそんな V3 フォックスを本日もおそらくトップ5になることをしっかりと準備していると思います。国内リーグでは前回6位だったかな。
6位ですね。
そうですよね。もう少しというところですね。さあ車両を走らせるまんじゅう選手リーダーですね。
この辺他に敵いないですからね、まあ広めにとって、まあ、これもまあやはり先ほどと同じようにスプリットという動きになりますね。
さあそしてこちらエランゲル、この島で行きますと北西側の高い山になりますね。ここを取ってるのがエレメント36ジャパンの佐藤選手。
まあこれポジションを取るというよりは高いところに登って周囲の情報を集めに行ったという形になりますね。
なるほど。高い分、あそこに敵がいないかいるか、あの家が空いてるかなどを見ているという。
そうですね。もうこのゲーム、まあ一般的なシューティングゲームと違って、立ち回りとか情報っていう部分が非常に大事になりますから、まあこうやって一旦高いところとか登って周囲の情報を集めるというのは非常に大事な動きになってきますね。
そしてちょっと今回もクレストゲーミングザナドゥ、先ほどね高いところは有利という話ありましたが、家屋に入るまた入らない今の、ザナドゥですかね、クレストゲーミングザナドゥと、まあ外に出て周囲を見渡しますか、同じ考えってことですかね。情報を集めていると考えていいですか。
情報を集めるかつここは、まあ集落ではないんですけれども、いわゆる、まあ守れるポジションという部分になりますから、それを両方を兼ねている形ですね。
なるほど。戦いやすいということですかね。さあそしてフェーズ2のセーフゾーンが出ました。ややまあ中心ですかね。先ほど有香さんからご紹介もありましたポチンキという市街地を、囲むようなセーフゾーンになっています。さあそんな中マサシがダウン取ってますね、隼人選手の。そしてこれ
行くのか。
エレメント36ジャパン
そうです。 CAG としてはこれ
サイクロプスアスリートゲーミング、
なんとか無傷で抜けたい。
M416、そして持ち帰った SLR 偏差値。さあダメージをもらって一旦引く。
これベストチームが車線通ってますね。
なるほど。仕留めきれません。ゆっくりと家屋を壁にして相手を狙い撃つ。致命傷には至りませんでした。 CAG サイクロプスアスリートゲーミングとしてはちょっと迂回しながら、まあ入れるポジションを探しているという感じですかね、敵のいた場所。
そうですね。ここの家屋は、先ほどズーゲーミングが取ってて、安全地帯が出て中央に寄った形で開けたところになるんですけど、ここってかなり非常に守りやすい強いポジションと言われているところで、なかなかこの段階で空いてるって考えづらいんですよ。なので、サイクロプスアスリートゲーミングを一旦この家屋からの車線も切るような感じで避けてたんですけど、撃たれないいないなっていうことでしっかり入ってきましたね。
ただ入ったところ、その先ほど言ったズーゲーミングが狙い撃っています。
そうですね。ただここ家で、遮蔽がありますし、ダウンされてもキルまで持っていかれるということはないと思います。
これはもしかするとこの8番ズーゲーミングの作戦かもしれません。ネズミ捕りのようにあそこも CAG をもう出さないというかね、囲い込むような動きかもしれません。さあそして先ほどもログ流れておりまして、現在16チーム60名です。こちら 3RL ゲーミングロータスですね。1名失っていましたかね。先ほど倒されるシーンがありました。
これちょっとポジション渋いかもしれませんね。これ見ての通り山が南側にあって、低い位置なんですよ。情報がやっぱり集めにくい部分は多いですし、あとは広がるっていうことができていませんから、迎撃とかはねちょっとしづらいかもしれませんね。で南側の山の上からも完全に
ここですね、
見られてますから、出るのも結構大変になってきますね。
エース1が見てますね。 M24 で射撃を加えて様子を見ています。 さあこちらゴマニクス、ゴマシオ選手ですね。はい。さあ再び戻りましてサンシスターです。先ほど北の、ランゲルの島の北側を、拠点としておりましたが、そこから下に降りてきて今ルインズ付近。
そうですね、これがかなり、北側回って入ってきた形になってると思うんですけれども、
北からぐーっと西に、反時計回りに回ってきた感じですかね。
で、これで入ってきて、でここの段階でこの端っこにいるってことは結構遅く入ってきたと思うんですけど、その周りに今、グルメナツレッドセルぐらいしか敵いませんから、やっぱり敵のどの方角にどれぐらいの、人口密度で敵がいるのかっていう、この敵の分布っていうのをしっかり予測できてますね。
そういったなんとなく今の安全地帯に対してどことどことどこに敵いるだろうなみたいなイメージを頭に描くということも
非常に大事になってきますね。
非常に大事なんですね。そこを今サンシスタが取れているかもしれません。ただやはりね、当たり前の話ですけど、真ん中にいた方が次のセーフゾーン入りやすいですからね。
間違いないですね、それは。
さあ変わりますよ、セーフゾーン。
寄りましたね。
行きましたね。これ北のチームぐわーっと南に下ってきますよ。
これ北の、東西それぞれ端の方にいるチームはまだ回れるんで、入りやすいところあるんですけど、この北側土中央あたりのチームは、でもズーも下がってるか蓋しないかな。ただ、今エース1なんかもちょっと蓋しそうな感じもあるんで、ここ何人かポロポロ落ちていくかもしれませんね、移動中に。
ちなみに蓋をするしないというのはどういった表現ですか？
そうですね、安全地帯の内側の、内側の中の、外側付近で、
白い円のところ、
そうですね、のすぐ内側のところで敵が入ってこないように、待ち構える壁を作るようなイメージですね。
今ちょうどこういうことですよね。右下のミニマップ、白い円の中にこのサンシスタが入ろうというところを、その青いエレメントサーチ X、クレストゲーミングザナドが狙うっていると、入らせないように意思取りを行っています。さあ相手が隙をついたところ、ログはシノビ、そしてインコちゃん、ガーミーと流れていて、ラグゲーミングちょっとダウン取られてますね。こちらはサンシスタ一旦落ち着いています。戦闘は避けて内側に入っていこうというシーン。こちらはラグゲーミング1名失ってるかな。
これ切り込んでいったんですね、ど中央に。その過程で1人はしょうがないですね。
いやー、ここはクルシフィックスも通るところ、検問を張るような形。いやここに降り立つしかなかったかもしれません。
そうですね、一応ここ車線切れなさそうでいて意外と切れますから、ちょっと耐えるしかできないっていうようなところはあるんですけど、このフェーズやられるってことはないでしょうね。
なるほど。すぐ北側には皆さん右下のミニマップ見ていただけると分かるんですが、ズーゲーミングも近くにいます。できるだけ各車線がですね、敵から銃撃を受けないように車線を切って行動しています。ああいった車で壁を作ったりなどなどですよね。さあまだ1チームも落ちておりません。現在フェーズ3、16チーム58名です。こちらはラスカルジェスター、南東のかまぼこみたいなね家を建てていますね。どうしましょう。
ラスカルジェスター面白いですね。ここ2人スプリット継続なんですね。もう2名が、もっと円の内側の方に陣取ってるんですけど、ここをキープするっていうことは、東側寄ったりっていうのを考えてのことですかね。ちょっとこれ意図が分かんないですけど、でもラスカルジェスターって、もうなんか面白いことするなってことすごい多いですから、しかもそれは結構結果につながることも多いですから、きっとかなり何か明確な意図があっての動きだと思いますね。
さあそろそろね、セーフゾーンも変わりますし、あとはこの、紫の4番、先ほど有香さんが言われていた1チーム4名なんですけど、2-2でスプリット分かれて、位置しているよと。
さすがにここでずれたら合流すると思いますけど、
さあセーフゾーンはやや北側に寄ったのかな。こんな感じですね。こうやって2-2でチームで分かれていると。北東に寄りましたね。これ位置的にはどこのチームが有利に働いてますか今。
戦国、ズー、あとグリームナイツレッドセルあたりですかね。ただ結構この、いわゆるこの 栃木ってこの町ですね。でまあ比較的外れること多いんですよ、後々。
ここですね今。
でただまあ家がいっぱいある分こうやって入りやすいんですよね。でも
侵入してきますね。
ただまあいろいろ入ってくると今度外れた時にこれチーム多すぎて出れなくなっちゃうっていう部分がありますから、まあそういう意味ではまあより中央を取ってるズーゲーミングがこの街の中では最も有利かもしれませんね。
まあ出れない理由がこれですよね。どこに隠れているかわからないんですよね。我々はもちろん見えていますよ。選手たちは分かりません。一人称です。グレネード投げて重戦化したそんなファイト。こちら AS1VS ゲーミングチームセレクター。
お
サッカーしてるので AS1 も3人抜いてますね。ただ細田の57名。頭1個右に。サッカー太一が仕留めきれるか。ユリウス選手ですね。
あ、これめっちゃ線入っている。
なるほど。
あ、これ寄ってきましたね、ファイト見て。
ただグレネードを受けてエレメント36ジャパンもその後ろをついてやろうと2チームが戦っているのを見て青いチームが近づいてきます。早めに終わらせたい両チーム。
これ 3R ゲーミングロータスも来てますからね、この S1 とねゲーミングチームセレクター狩られちゃいますね。これ
1-on-1 ですね。最後取ったの太一。いやーユリウス選手サッカー太一がキルを取りました。そしてその太一を仕留めたのが 3R ゲーミングロータス。
こういうのがねこのゲームの怖いところであり難しいところで、1チーム対1チームじゃないんですよね、そこが戦ってちょっとでも長引こうもんならこうやって他チームが玉乗り取ってくるんですよ。
なるほど。銃声を鳴らしてもいいけども早めにその対戦を終わらせたいと。
そうですね。もしくは敵が来ることを想定した動きをしておくっていうところですかね。
さあイブリン選手と言いますがすみません失礼いたしました。イブ選手ですね。イブ選手が最後仕留めていきました。さあそしてログも流れております。これイロハにポベとサムライゲーミングこの13番チーム、序盤から割とログで流れてませんでしたか ISG。
そうですね。一番最初、どこだったかな。
キル取ってましたよね。
そうキル取ってましたね。そうですね、北東の方で、
さあこちら東側での戦闘です。 V3 フォックスと向かい合ってるのは ISG。 さあそのままリジェクトが全滅。
やられましたか。
取ったのはエレメント36ジャパン。最後取ったのはマイナス30ピュアボーイ選手ですね。さあ正面
当てるな。
後ろファットマンが後ろに回っている。ファットマンこと米選手です。
いやこれ ISG の広がり方がもう V3厳しいですね。完全にも囲い込まれていて、基本的にクロスっていうんですけど、90度とかの形で車線が通るようにすると隠れるとこって基本ないんですよね。でもって安全地帯の内側も ISG ですからこれ V3 なすすべないですね。
うわー残り2名。そして ISG がその V3 の方に向かっていってませんかこれ。
そうですね。もう削ったの分かって人数有利分かってますから、もうこれ下手に隠れられるよりは、でこれだけ長くやっても周り他チーム来てないですし、これも全部やりきっておこうっていう考えですね。
いや残党を狩りに行く動き大輝前に出るか見つけて V3 もただでは倒されたくない。一旦引きます。車線を切ります。さあどこに隠れているかわからないその状況。いろはにポペとサムライゲーミング。
これも V3 はもうエイムでなんとかするしかないですね。
下からは大輝フラッシュ我々見えてますけどね。フラッシュもらってましたからね選手。グレネード
これいいとこいったんじゃないですか。
当たるか少しダメージ。トムスまた回復を図りたいところ。火炎瓶あぶり出します。スモークも今透けて我々は見えてますが選手はもっと濃いです。もうほぼ見えておりません。いや囲まれている V3 ボックス2名倒されて残るは
これ正志選手と大輝選手がこれ前
トムス。いや覗いたところ狙っているのは大輝。
これ車乗れたら1人残れるかな。ただ入る場所が多分あんまないんですよね。
トムスが逃げる。車両で逃げる。大道当たってる。トムス V3 のポイントを稼ぐために逃げるか。体力25
ないですよ。
そして
小屋かな。小屋行くか。
敵だらけの安全地帯フェーズ5の中心部に行って溝を見つけた。溝を見つけた。
ただここ車線通りますよ。
いやそうですね伏せるしかありません。トムスとしては一旦隠れる選択。残ったのは13チーム44名。
これ 3R ゲーミングロータスがこの山の上の方登ったり、あと CGX が内側見てくるようなことがあると車線通っちゃいますね。
トムスとしては動けない。
動けないですね。ここでなんとか順位伸ばすしかないですね。
さあそしてこちらエレメント36ジャパン。はあそういう画面切り替わったところだったんですがクルシビックスを全滅させました。現在チーム合計キル数5。 もうすでに5ポイント持っています。
エレメント36ジャパン、やっぱキルへの嗅覚高いですよね。先ほども右下の方の戦いに介入しようとしていましたし、で今も取れるとこ取りに果敢に行ってましたから、まあそういったところやっぱポイントの安定っていうところにねつながってるんでしょうね。
さあ先ほど V3 フォックスを残り1名に追いやったこのいろはにポケとサムライゲーミング、打ち合ってるのはクレストゲーミングザナブ。
これ北から戦国来てますからね。
ログポチンキ、これ3シスターと2、
3シスター
かなり熱いバトルがやってますね。ダメージ当たって
ポチンキ先っぽしか残ってないですね。
アリエスダウン取りますが、エグトが横からカバー。エグト選手そのままファットマンのキルを取ってきます。
これ ISG は
隠れてる大輝
もう前しか見てないですけど戦国来ますよ。
いやー、後ろからリオ選手のカバーリング、大輝選手を落としていろはにポペとサムライゲーミングが全滅。やっという間です。そして戦国ゲーミングも近寄ってきて、そのクレストゲーミングザナドを全滅させました。
この後もこのラスカルジェスターとの戦いですね。
ラスカルジェスターもいますからね、ちょっと展開が早すぎます。どんどん戦っているところに寄っていってそのチームに回復させて、与える隙を与えません。隙を与えません。
これラスカルジェスターが若干有利ですからね、有利ですかね。山上取れてますから、戦国ゲーミングまだ安全地帯に入れてないんですよ。これ入るところおそらく見れそうですね。
右下ですね。右下のマップを見ると、地図を見ますと白い円に入りたいんですよね。ただもうちょっと内側、そのためにはこのぶつかり合い、3番チーム4番チーム。
これラスカルジェスター面白いですね。ウェスカー選手は反対側を抑えてますね、1人で。
はあ、本当ですね。左側いますもんね、紫チームね。
はい。実際これがあることによって、先ほどの ISG みたいにこう後ろから戦国来て狩られるっていうことがかなりなくなりますから。
ただ3名でここを抑えないといけません。ガファダメージを与えてきます。正面から勝利。
ダメージ的には取ってる、有利ですね。
はい、インコちゃんのダウンを取って
素晴らしい。
ガブハも詰める判断か。囲い込むフラッシュ3アシスターが全滅。
これグリムナイトに来ましたね。これ音で聞こえてるかな。
戦国もラスカルジェスターも早めに終わらせたい。グリムナイツレッドセルが北から9番チームが下に降りてきます。ちょっと俺たちも混ぜてよと。
これグリムナイツレッドセルにもしラスカルジェスターが気づいていたら、
お
お、やる。
忍びそのまま残像のポイントも取ってきます。ラスカルジェスターチーム合計キル数4ポイントを持っています。ガブハこれまずい。体力にまだ残ってるが全滅のログ。戦国ゲーミング全滅、取ったのは岡選手。戦国ゲーミングが全滅し、残ったのは7チーム19名です。取ったのはラスカルジェスター。そして有賀さんも言われた通り、この9番チームがもう迫ってますね、東側。
そうです。ただこれ介入しなかったんですね。結果、北側から車線統制されるような位置に止まってしまって、ちょっと人数かけてしまいましたね。介入しても良さそうでしたけどね。
なるほど。先ほど戦国ゲーミングとこのラスカルジェスターが戦ってる最中にこの9番チームできれば下に入りたかったと。
そうですね。もう戦国の裏を取って、戦国を取ってで、傷ついているラスカルジェスターを攻めるっていう動きが理想だったのかなと思いますね。
結果的にはもう回復もしてラスカルジェスターとしてはもう準備万端で4名生存。
そうですね。でもこれもうグリメンスレッドセルのこと気づいてそうな動きに見えますから。
はあ、車両の音聞こえたよね。どこかに隠れてないとゆっくり忍び選手が相手を探します。
いやでも遠く見てるな。これもしかして気づいてないか。
真下に実は真下。
でも警戒はしてそうですね。
岡選手右回ってますね。そうなんです。左に伏せているんです。
分かってる。燃えてる。
レイト落として
アンポイントリシメ。分かりましたね。
分かりましたね。さあ残った Z ミントもシノビーが見つけ、ここはグリムナイトレッドセルを全滅させました。ラスカルジェスターさらにキルポイントを増やしていきます。そしてセーフゾーンは東へどんどん遮蔽物がなくなってきます。
これもう実際山と、山というか地形の起伏と、岩とか木とかしかないですから、スモークとか車とかうまく使っていかないと外側のチームなかなか厳しいんですが、特にこの 3R ゲーミングロータスなんかは、もうエレメント36これ多分ロックしてるような形、ロックというか、待ち構えてるような形になりますから、これ下手に前出れないですよね。かといってエレメント36ジャパン他と戦うような構えまだ見せてます。寄ってき
ますね。そしてログ的には、シノビーが5キルランページ、そして V3 フォックス最後のトモス選手も倒されて、残ったのは5チーム12名です。ラスカルでした。狙うは 3R ゲーミングロータスの首。
いやー厳しいですね。 3R ゲーミングロータスこれで打たれるのを嫌がって前出ても、そのすぐ前にはエレメント36ジャパン迫ってますから。
さあ車両に3名乗って、
これ道路出たとこで見られますよ。
最後の夏の思い出、
攻める
ピクニック。さあ待ってるのはダリアラグゲーミング、抑えたイブ。
ただこれがまだ入れてないんですよね。
さあ残ったのは11名、4チームです。
今シルフィアの位置気づいてなかったかもしれないですね。
なるほど。フローとシルフィアがベロを落として、これ 3R ゲーミングローダース残りは2名です。苦しいかな。
苦しいですね。
はい、
ここ安全地帯入ってませんから、
これ回復の間を与えませんね。ピュアボーイ
もう完全に借り切る構えですね。
なるほど、攻めに行く構え。少し後ろからダメージ、ラスカルジェスターからのダメージが入っています。一旦エナジードリンクがかかって左からシルフィア落としていく。まずはポイント。
これ
あと2名いますよ。
スモークで見えてないですからね。
はい、そしてピュアボーイ選手がそのまま刈り取られました。見えたか。ここで 3R ゲーミングロータスが全滅。残ったのは3チーム。ただこれ結果的にはエレメント36ジャパンも佐藤、そしてマイナス30、ピュアボーイ選手も落とされてしまいましたね。残り2名。
もう人数的にも場所的にもラスカルジェスター有利は変わらないですね。
なるほど。さあドンカツまでの青写真はしっかりと描けているかラスカルジェスター。さあ残り人数411です。圧倒的人数差有利なのがラスカルジェスター。ただ1名ガバ選手がダウンなので残りは3名。311。
まあこれドンカツ一番
グレネード。いや
ー
そこに入ったらおもち選手がシルフィア選手を落としました。残ったサイクロプスアスリートゲーミング、そこを囲い込むのがラスカルジェスター。そのままフルオート、最後取ったのは岡選手。見事ドンカツ13キルドンカツです。
稼ぎましたね。
稼ぎました。初っ端からの23ポイントでフィニッシュです。いや見事でしたね。はい、さあということで決まりました1戦目。まずはラスカルジェスター、これ大きなポイントになったんじゃないですか有香さん。
そうですね、ドンカツの10ポイントと合わせて23ポイントですから、
はい、
もうこれ抜けましたよ。基本的に2桁キルってなかなか出ないんですよね。
そうですね。
はい、でもラスカルジェスターの結構端、右下の方端にいたのに、中盤、まあ、そこからの組み立て本当にうまかったですよね。人数残して敵チーム倒せるところをしっかり倒してポジション取って、そこから有利な形を自分たちで作っていて、盤面コントロールして、最後はもうガンよりも盤石な形で敵を囲い込む。完璧でしたね。お手本のようでしたね。
でしたよね。あとはエレメント36ね、ジャパンなどもちょっと行き場を失いながらも、ただ、自分たちが取れるところを取っていこうという判断だったんですかね。
いやエレメント36ジャパンも、安全地帯の端の方で、ラスカルジェスターと逆の西側ですね、自分たちのポジションを築こうっていうのはやっぱりよくうまくできてましたよね。で実際その敵が戦っているところに玉に来るようなシーンがいくつか映ってたと思うんですけど、そうやって全部倒しきれないまでも敵疲弊させていくと、同じそのなんですかね、この方角というか、にいるチームってまたどこかで大体当たるんですよ。その時に自分たち有利に先頭を運べますし、欠けてしまったところって他のチームに倒されたりっていうこともありますから、そういう意味で盤面コントロール非常にうまくできてたっていう印象ありますね。
いやもうでも各チームも普段見る国内大会と全く戦い方違いますよね。
結構違う印象はありますね。
4ラウンドしかない。あとは生存ポイントよりも今回さらにキルポイントが重要になってきているので、とりあえず銃声がしたら2チーム戦ってればどんどん入っていくぞっていう姿勢が見えますよね。
見えますね。逆にあまりいかないで伸ばそうっていうチームもいくつかちらほら見えた感じもありますから、やっぱりちょっとそのセーフティーと果敢にいくところの、なんですかね、中央が薄くなって両極端にやっぱなり気味な気はしますね。
もう初っ端の立ち上がりのラウンドから非常に熱いバトルが繰り広げられておりましたが、さあそして堀内さん、いろはにボケたサムライゲーミング非常に活躍してましたね。キルポイントも
そうですね、結構稼いでいたと思うので、ちょっとどこまでね順位が伸びてるかちょっとまだわからないですけども、そちらのね皆様も気になるであろう、最終というかラウンド1のね、ランキングはこの後準備ができ次第発表させていただく流れとなっております。そしてお二方喉大丈夫ですか？ウォーターブレイクぜひ取ってください。
ありがとうございます。
こちらですね。はい。
頂戴します。いただきます。
ぜひぜひ熱い実況解説をね、もうずっとやっぱり試合中喋りっぱなしですから、喉も渇いたりねすると思います。そしてね、ご視聴になっている皆様もぜひぜひね熱い試合を見て、水分補給 ぜひお忘れなくお願いいたします。
潤いました。最高です。最高です。
ありがとうございます。
はい、
いやまあちょっとだいぶね、いつもの戦い方と結構違う戦い方をしたチームが多いとおっしゃってたんですけど、まあそんなところも含めまたね後ほど選手インタビューとかもありますので、そういうところでね深く聞いていったりとか、そしてまあ結構期待があったサンシスターが今回結構だいぶ早いところで落ちてしまったのかなというところもあったんですが、まあでもこの後まだ3ラウンドありますから、やっぱりこの今回多分23ポイントドンカツを取って、稼いだラスカルゼスター、やっぱりこの1試合で23ポイント稼げる、ということもありますので、まだわからないですからね。全然まだわからないので。はい、この後のね3試合もぜひ皆様楽しみにしていただけたらなと思います。こちら結果の方はどうですかね。まだ集計中かな。
ですかね。
どうですかね。
先ほどね、堀内さんからもその13ポイントプラスされて、まあ結果23ポイント、まあある意味、2回ドンカツ1ラウンドで1位を2回取ったのと変わりませんからね。
そうですね。
まあ相当貯金はできたんじゃないですかね。あと全体の5位に入れば、もう国際大会迎えますんで、
そうですね。まあもちろんトップには賞金ありますから、
確かに
多額の賞金ありますから、
確かに
そこも狙いつつ、でもよく書きすぎるとボケちゃったりとかっていうのもまあありえる。じゃあありえる。
まああとはなんだってまあ国内ナンバー1で迎えたいですよね。
それは間違いないですね。日本1位って響きはね最高ですよね。
そうですよね。改めて国内で優勝してその国際大会に向かうとも重要なのかもしれないですね。
はい、ということで、まあちょっとポイントの結果気になるところでございます。そろそろね、準備が整うようですので、先にちょっと選手インタビューいきましょうか。今回つながっているのはラスカルゼスターのチームの皆様ですかね。もう一人ちょっと、来ましたかね。それでは早速ちょっとラスカルゼスターのチームの皆様に、ちょっとインタビューの方をさせていただきたいと思います。ラスカルゼスターの皆様、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。
はい、ありがとうございます。今回ですね、ラウンド1、プレイしてみて、いつもとねルールが違ったり、こうポイントのね加算方法が違ったりとあったと思うんですけども、いかがでしたか。
まあいつも通り動けたので、そのままそうですね、いつも通り動いた結果がいい結果になったかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。そして大田さん、そして有香さんからもね、ぜひぜひ聞きたいことあれば聞いていただけたらなと思います。
じゃあぜひ大田さんから。今ウェスカー選手に話聞いたので続いて忍選手ですかね。戦後ゲーミングとの戦いでも自分自身の位置をちょっとこう位置取りをこう確認して、ガブハ選手など他含めて、なんでしょうね。戦国だよな。岡選手と囲い込みながらキルを取りつつ、非常にキルポイントも伸びていて、あと左側に1名ウェスカー選手だけ1名広がってスプリットしていてみたいなシーンがあったんですけど、あの時の状況ってしのびさんどういった作戦があったとかなんかあるんですか。3-1スプリットで、あとご自身がどんどんこうなんだろうな、戦いやすいポジションでキルを取っていくみたいなシーンでしたけど。
あれは戦国の前に ISG と CGX がやり合ってたんで、でそれで、CGX と ISG の方を詰めていって、そしたらその後ろから戦国が来たっていう感じで、でそのなんていうの CGX を処理した後にそのままセットアップして、戦国を倒したっていう形になりましたね。
なるほど。ちなみにメンバーとしてその後の下の張り付きかな、グリムナイツレッドセルが2名下にいたんですよ。あの辺ってもう車両音かなんか聞こえてましたか。
僕が撃たれたので分かってましたね。
なるほど、なるほど。ありがとうございます。はい。
じゃあいいですか。では岡選手に伺いたいんですけれども、今小田さんが篠見選手に聞いてた場面のあたりも勝ち抜けた時点で、そこで人数残せた時点でかなりドンカツがもう見えてたかなっていうふうにはこちら外から見てて感じたんですけれども、実際その前のかまぼこの集落2つ取ってたあたりで安全地帯南端が自分たち見える位置になったあたりから、実際もうプランって全部決まっていたのかなっていう印象もあったんですけど、その辺実際のところどうですかね。もちろん話せる範囲で結構です。
それはもうウェスカーさんに
やっぱりオーダーにですね。
再びウェスカーさん。ウェスカーさんどうですか。
まあでも4軒から作っていこうっていう話はしていて、で裏の山4軒にある裏の山がもう敵いない時点で本当にそのタイミングで山に4軒ちょっと入ってるぐらいで山に寄ったので、自分たちは本当にもう後ろに敵がいない状態で、なおかつ敵をさばける位置に、つこうっていう、まあそういう戦い方をしていこうっていうイメージだったので、3-1スプリットの話だったんです。3-1も3人の方が自分がいた方の丘から頭が出てくる車線通ってしまうので、そこを気にせず後ろを気にせず戦えるようにスプリットして、で3人はもう本当に後ろ気にせず、あとはもうあそこの山は本当に有利なポジションだったと思うので、アンチが縮まってくるとだったので、そこをちゃんと借り切って、でグリムナイトのタイミングで一回ちゃんと全部借り切りたいから4人集まろうということで、あっちに一回4人シフトしてまた広がっていって、最後、自分たちの陣地をどんどん広げていって、いないところをなくして削っていくっていう動き方だったと思います。
ありがとうございます。もうやっぱり後ろに敵を背負わず自分たちが戦いたいような、戦いたいように、なんですかね、戦況を作るっていうところが勝利のポイントだったっていうことでよろしいですかね。
そうですね、他の敵がもう気にせず前だけ向いて戦えるように戦っていった感じですね。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。そしてもう一つちょっと聞きたいことがあるんですけども、今回参加している16チームの中でこう警戒しているプレイヤーだったり、チームいらっしゃいますでしょうか。
じゃあガバハ選手いきましょうか。はい。
警戒してるチームはそうですね、エレメント36ジャパンですかね。やっぱりなんかちょっと自分たちと違う時に、中では結構やりづらい方なのかなっていう印象もあるので、結構警戒しています。
ありがとうございますそれではですね、次の試合もまだありますから、太田さん、有香さん大丈夫ですか。さらに質問とかは
大丈夫です。
大丈夫です。はい、ありがとうございます。それでは最後にですね、次の試合に向けて一言お願いできますでしょうか。
じゃあ喋ってないの岡選手ですかね。
はい、ぜひ。
岡選手意気込みを。
頑張ります。
はい簡潔な
軽いな、
ぜひね、次のラウンド2も頑張っていただきたいと思います。はい、ということでラスカルジェスターチームの皆さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
そして第一のセーフゾーン、先ほど堀内さんも言われておりましたが、どこに寄るか気になりますねというところで左下、ややこのズーという書いたチームですね。ポチンキという街。
X がもう蓋する。いやこれ気づいていないのか。気づいてなさそうだぞ。乗り換えるとか狙ってる。
狙ってますね。打つのか。乗り換えるのフロート。シュート。そのまま1人ダウンを取ってキルを取りに行く。そのスピード。2人目のグレネード投げて重点化した、そんなファイト。こちら A3vs ゲーミングチームセレクター。サッカーの早いですね。エースはもう3人抜いてますね。残ったの57名。頭1個右に。サッカー太一が仕留めきれるか。ユリウス選手ですね。
さあドラゴンキング入っている。
なるほど。
これ寄ってきましたね、ファイト見て。
ただグレネードを受けてエレメント36ジャパンもその後ろをついてやろうと2チームが戦っているのを見て煽ってますが、選手はもっと濃いです。もうほぼ見えておりません。いや囲まれている V3 ボックス2名倒されて残るは
これ正志選手と大輝選手がこれ前
いや覗いたところ狙っていくのは大輝。
これ車乗れたら1人残れるかな。ただ入る場所が多分あんまないんですよね。
トムスが逃げる。車両で逃げる。
当てて
当たってる。
で今も倒れるとこ取りに果敢に行ってましたから、そういったところやっぱポイントの安定っていうところにね繋がってるんでしょうね。
さあ先ほど V3 フォックスを残り1名に追いやったこのいろはにポケとサムライゲーミング打ち合ってるのはクレストゲーミングザナブ。
これ北から戦国来てますからね。
ログポチンキこれ3シスターと2。
3シスター
かなり熱いバトルやってますね。
ポチンキこしか残ってないですね。
アリエスダウン取りますがエグトが横からカバー。エグト選手そのままファットマンのキルを取ってきます。
これ ISG はもう前しか見てないですけど戦国来ますよ。
いや後ろからリオ選手のカバーリング、大輝選手を落としてヨハニポペとサムライゲーミングが全滅。 やっという間です。そして戦国ゲーミングも近寄ってきて、そのクレストゲーミングザナドを全滅させました。
この後もこのラスカルジェスターとの戦いですね。
ラスカルジェスターもいますからね、ちょっと展開が早すぎます。どんどん戦っているところに寄っていってそのチームに回復させて、与える隙を与えません。
これラスカルジェスターが若干有利ですからね、有利ですかね。山上取れてますから、戦国ゲーミングまだ安全地帯に入れてないんですよ。これ入るところおそらく見れそうですね。
右下ですね。右下のマップを見ると、地図を見ますと白い絵に入りたいんですよね。ただもうちょっと内側、そのためにはこのぶつかり合い、3番チーム4番チーム。
これラスカルジェスター面白いですね。ウェスカー選手が反対側を抑えてますね、1人で。
はあ、本当ですね。左側いますもんね、紫チームね。
はい。実際これがあることによって、先ほどの ISG みたいに後ろから戦国来て狩られるっていうことがかなりなくなりますから。
ただ3名でここを抑えないといけません。ガファダメージを与えてきます。正面から勝利。
ダメージ的には取ってる、有利ですね。
はい、インクちゃんのダウンを取って
素晴らしい。
ガバハも詰める判断か。囲い込むフラッシュ。さあアンシスターが全滅。
これグリムライトに来ましたね。これ音で聞こえてるかな。
戦国もラスカルジェスターも早めに終わらせたい。グリムナイツレッドセルが来たから9番チームが下に降りてきます。ちょっと俺たちも混ぜてよと。
これグリムナイツレッドセルにもしラスカルジェスターが気づいていたら、おおやる。
忍びそのまま残図のポイントも取ってきます。ラスカルジェスターチーム合計キル数4ポイントを持っています。ガバハまずい。体力にまだ残ってるが全滅の具。戦後ゲーミング全滅。取ったのは岡。
これ道路出たとこで見られますよ。
最後の夏の思い出。
攻める
ピクニック。さあ待ってるのはダリアラグゲーミング。抑えたイブ。
ただこれがまだ入れてないんですよね。ここ安全地帯入ってませんから、
これ回復の間を与えませんね。ピュアボーイ
もう完全に借り切る構えですね。
なるほど、攻めに行く構え。少し後ろからダメージ、ラスカルジェスターからのダメージが入っています。一旦エナジーの力がかかって左からシルフィア落としていく。まずはポイント。
これあと2名いますよ。スモークで見えてないですからね。
そしてピュアボーイ選手がそのまま刈り取られました。見えたか。ここで 3R ゲーミングロータスが全滅。残ったのは3チーム。落としました。残ったサイクロプスアスリートゲーミング、そこを囲い込むのがラスカルジェスター。そのままフルオート。最後取ったのは岡選手。見事ドンカツ13キル。
はいということでラウンド1のリプレイご覧いただきました。いや盛りだくさんでしたね。
盛りだくさんでしたね、もう全部いいシーン詰め込んでいただいたみたいなね、嬉しい限りですね。ハイライト見ても面白いですね。また、
いや私結構V3 フォックスの選手、トムス選手ですかね、一人こう順位を伸ばそうと車に乗ってセーフゾーンの真ん中ぐらいまでね乗り込んでいったのが結構印象的だったんですけど、結構でも生存していましたよ。確か5位か4位、5位ですかね、
確かね
ぐらいまで結構残ってたイメージもあるので、ちょっと戦略としてね順位を伸ばしていくっていうのもあるかもしれないですが、最後4チームですかね、残ったところがどれだけキルポイントを稼いでいたのかというのもちょっと気になるポイントですね。
気になりますね。有川さん、でも今先ほどね堀内さんもお話ありましたけど、最後一人に残ってからの行動っていうのは、あのように敵とは一旦交戦避けて、最後まで生き残れるようなポジションを探す、そこに入るっていうことしかないんですかね、基本的には。
いやいろいろ結構あるっちゃあるんです。その時の安全地帯のがどこかっていうところにもよるんですけど、さっきのトムス選手みたいにもう一人じゃもうやっぱり戦えないですから、明らか不利ですから、中央に行って、そこそこ縮まったところの開けた中央って意外とみんながこう反対側とかから見えるんで、意外と倒されにくいところあるんですよ。遮蔽が取れてれば顔を出しづらいですから、周りの端っこに選手たちが。なので、そうやって真ん中に飛び込んで耐えるっていうのもありますし、あと端っことか、中途半端な位置、逆に、普通はいないような位置、意表をつく位置、そんなとこ見ないでしょみたいな、っていうところに伏せたりして順位を伸ばすっていうのもありますし、あとはそういうとこからもうおもむろにこう敵チームの裏を取って、完全相手は後ろいないと思ってるところに1人でも来たら全員後ろ取れたらこれ倒せますから、それで全員倒してしまったりとかっていうのも過去ねコスタリカ大会とかでもありましたから、結構いろいろ戦術は取れますし、その 単純に戦うだけではないっていう、このそのハイドとかそういう一人になった時の戦略とかっていうのの幅の広さっていうのがやっぱりこの PUBG っていうゲームの魅力なのかなっていうふうには思いますね。
いや本当にでも堀内さんも多分 PUBG ね、もちろんプレイされたことあると思うんですけど、あんなこの戦火の中一人で
いやいけないですいけないです普通に怖いですもん
車走らせて、
はい、車持ってても抜かれるんじゃないかって思って、なかなかいけないですよね。
だって当ててましたもんね、正志選手、いや大輝選手か、体力25ぐらいまで削ってましたからね、トモ選手をね。
そこから多分あそこまで走ってたってことは回復してないんですけど、一発2発当たったらね倒れてましたからね、ギリギリでしたよね。
怖いですよね。
いやでもやっぱりこのプロ選手だからこそのここを通れば当たりづらいんじゃないかみたいな予測みたいなのも多分あったのかなと思いますから、やっぱちょっと私がやるのとは全然違います突っ込んでっちゃうんでいつも。
逆に対応できたらやっぱりプロ選手立つ世代ですからね。
確かに
間違いないですね。
いや素晴らしいですね本当に。さあそろそろランキングの方がですね、出るかなという形になってまいりましたが、もうちょっとかかりそうですかね。なるほど。まあちょっとラウンド1を終えてみて結構印象的だったシーンとかありましたでしょうか。
有川さんあり
やっ
ます？
ぱりラスカルジェスターなんですよ。その後ろに敵を背負わないってことはもう勝利のポイントっていうのはこれ安全地帯の端でこう状況を作っていくチームのこれ鉄則なんですけど、あれをあんなに完璧にできるチームってなかなかないですし、あとウェスカー選手が左でエレメント36と 3R ゲーミングロータスかな、を1人で抑えてた、そこを抑えるのもすごいんですけど、戦国ゲーミングに3対4で勝ったのもそうですし、あとウェスカー選手おっしゃってましたけど、後ろいなければ戦える、自由に戦える、3対4でも勝てる自信があるってことなんですよね。つまりこれ、やっぱそういうねこの、実力に裏打ちされた自信っていうのがああいう素晴らしいプレーをね生んでいくんだなってすごいちょっと感銘を受けましたね。
おっしゃってましたけどね、本当にやりたいことができた試合だったとおっしゃっていましたから、これがねハマったらまたラウンド2、ラウンド3、ラウンド4とだいぶ順位を伸ばしてね、
そうですね、
5位以内に入る確率がだいぶ高いんじゃないかと思われますが、そして、最後の方残っていたのがラスカルジェスター、そしてエレメント36ジャパン、
あとサイクロプス、そうですね、サイクロプスアスリートゲーミングのおもち選手かな、頑張りましたよね。あれエレメント36ジャパンを倒して自分たち順位1個上げましたから、あれ1キロ以上のポイントあるんですよ。順位も1個上がってますから。
そうかそうかそうか、
もうずっと1人であそこを耐えてたんですけど、そこからねうまくすきつきましたよね。最大限の結果でね叩き出しましたから、あれも称賛のプレーですよね。
僕意外とズーゲーミングがすごい印象的で、
来ましたか、ランキングの方見ていきたいと思います。ということでラウンド1、1位はラスカルジェスターという形になりました。23ポイントですね。
これランクポイントやっぱり通常通りですね。
通常通りですね。
なるほど、3位以下もしっかりポイント入ってると思いますね。
失礼いたしました。
失礼いたしました。そして2位はエレメント36ジャパン13ポイント、3位はサイクロプスアスリートゲーミング10ポイントと。キルポイントでいくとイロハニポッペとサムライゲーミング生存ポイントランク PK ランクポイント0なんですけど、持ってるんですね。キルポイント6なんですね。
そうですね、結構その、国内リーグとかだと7前後とか取ってると割と上位安定っていう部分、4位ラインとかが結構それぐらいでいけるような計算にはなりますから、もちろん全部それで叩き出すって結構難しいんでやっぱり波はあるんですけど、そういう意味で切るだけでもここまで取れるって考えると、そういう動きにシフトするっていうのも状況次第ではねやっぱ作戦としてありですよね。
そして結構だいぶ、上位3位ですかね、ラスカルジェスター、エレメント36ジャパン、そしてサイクロプスアスリートゲーミングの、ポイントトータルが2桁という形になっておりまして、残りの13チームがちょっと1桁という形になってますが、ちょっと差がだいぶ開いたかなという、1試合でもだいぶ開いたかなという形にはなりましたが、
残す3戦ですからね。
でも3戦あると思って、
そうですね、ただ皆様4勝取ったチームと2位以下のチームって大体こんなもんなんで、このままラスカルジェスターが2連ドンとかいくともうってところありますけど、他のチームもまだまだこれは全然ドンカツ取ったらもう普通に同点いけますよ。
い いやぜひね、残りの3ラウンドも、頑張っていただきたいと思います。それでは、お知らせを挟んでラウンド2まもなくスタートです。
みんなできたわよ。
何これ
AUT よ。
AUT マジでかっこいいじゃん。
デザイナーは私親指姫。
親ちゃんすごいね。
ブランド名は指黒。
指黒なんか聞いたことなんか有名なやつだよね。
ライフウェアを取り扱ってるの。
なんかそれも聞いたことある。指黒なんか聞いたことあるわ。
ユニクロで auPay なら 20% 還元。
空気みたいなインナーもあるのよ。
なんか聞いたことある。
ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルーベリーアイ若さ生活のブルーベリーアイ北欧生まれのブルーベリーだよ。アントシアニンパワー。ブルブルブルブルアイアイブルーベリーアイ目のサプリメントブルーベリーアイブルブルブルブルアイアイブルーベリーアイ
ブルーベリーアイ若さ生活。パソコンならマウス。
とことんゲームを楽しみたいならマウスの G チューン高性能グラフィックス搭載のゲームパソコン。
パソコンゲーム楽しいな。
G チューンは高性能ゲームパソコンだからストレスフリーで思いっきりプレイできるんだよ。
うわ、またやられた。あんたほんと下手くそね。マット兄さん、大人げないぞ。人のせいにするなんて最低。ローレキックだ。なんだよ
家夏を楽しもう。ゲームパソコンならマウスの G チューン。
さあということでいよいよラウンド2がこの後行われるということで、引き続き実況に小田、そして解説に有香さんにお越しいただいております。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
さあということなんですけど、続いての2ラウンド目もエランゲル。
まあそうですね、
はい
最後のエランゲル早くもですから、エランゲルで稼ぎたいと思ってるチームはここラストチャンスですね。
まあ例えばどこだ、まあでもどのチームもエランゲル得意だったり
得意ですからね
しますからね。逆に次のミラマーが少し苦手かなというチームもいるかもしれませんね。先ほどリジェクトも、まあ、早い段階で、倒されて0ポイントで
ましたからね、
次も欲しいところではありますし、あとラスカルの2連ドンも確かに見てみたいですね。
そうですね、
楽しみではありますね。さあ最低限ミラマーを迎える前にですね、順位ポイントはなくともキルポイントを取っていきたい、各チームだと思います。先ほどいろはにポケットサムライゲーミングもね、まあ、最近本当にPJS では、国内リーグでは、まあ、レギュラーメンバーではあったんですが、今回のフェーズでねちょっとグレード2部リーグに、落ちる結果となりましたが、まあ、本当にフィジカルの本当に強い選手4名揃ってますからね。
そうですね。で今の G1 って、もうなんでしょうね、溢れてますからチームが強いところ、どこ落ちてもまあおかしくないみたいなところもありますから、まあ決してだからまあ劣っていたっていうよりかは、まあ実力はあるけども発揮できなかったとかっていう部分の方がまあ大きいのかなっていう感じはしますね。
さあそんな中本日は短期決戦です。いつもの国内大会とも違います。その短期決戦どう戦うのか、ラウンド1では皆さんね、もうバチバチの試合を見ていただいたと思うんですが、多分ラウンド2、ラウンド3、ラウンド4も同様でございます。銃声がしたら飛び込んで倒しに行く、そんな各チームの動きが見れるでしょう。さあ参りましょう。ジャパン e スポーツグランプリ PUBG 編でございます。続いてはエランゲルラウンド2スタートです。さあ、先ほどは、北側の空路ではありましたが、今回は南寄りになっております。そして西から東、若干南西から北東への斜めの空路になっております。ちょっと北側行きにくいですね。
そうですね、でおまけに、南このソスノフカアイランド、いわゆるミリタリーベース島って言われるところなんですけども、ここ行くチームとかもあんまりいないですから、だから飛べる範囲、見た目よりかはだいぶ少ない感じはしますね。
なるほど。車両を最短で取りに行って北側に上がっていくもよし、南に降りるのもよしという難しい状況ではありますが、各チームなるほど、ミリタリーベースですね。南の島を選択しているのはクルシフィックス、そして若干ではありますが ISG
がこれノボの方ですか。V3 もノボか。
V3 もノボ行きますね。ミルタ付近はおそらく
ISC はノボまではいかなそうですね。ノボと、ミリタリーベースの間あたりで V3 がノボですかね。
ちょうど十字路など集落が多いところですかね、その辺を取っていくという。そして緑側右下ですね、緑のチーム V3 フォックスがそのノボの とこを取りに行くという感じですかね。さあ、西側寄りましたね。左側に寄りました。クアリ付近、採石場ですね。採石場を囲むようなセーフゾーンとなりました。こうなった時のデメリットでいいですか、難しさなど有川さんありますか？
難しさで言うと、地形っていうよりかはこれ見ての通り海がすごいいっぱい入ってるんですよ。で海の中って基本的にこのゲーム無防備になりますから、もちろん場所としては使えない、ってなると基本的に、この安全地帯ってこの収縮割合ってフェーズごとに決まってるんですけど、今このだけの安全地帯あるんですが、これは見た目より多分半分まではいかないか、10分の4ぐらいとかですかね、の面積が使えない状態になってるので、これ序盤から取れるポジションってかなり少なくなりますね。
さあということで、こちら先ほどドンカツを取った、ラウンド1でドンカツを獲得したラスカルジェスターですね。まずはウェスカー選手、オーダーということではありますが、1名、ウェスカー選手は1人置いといて自由にさせても強い選手ですし、頭の回転も非常に速いイメージもありますし、
そうですね、アタッカーとして根本的にもう一級品ですから、その中でチームのためにオーダーしているという部分もおそらくあると思うので、やっぱチームとしての勝利を目指しているっていうのがやっぱりね、いいところですよね、かっこいいですよね。
あとは逆に1人での行動を取っても問題ない選手ではあるから、3名こうやって動いてほしい、なんとなくこういう感じでっていうのがね、意識がどんどんみんながレベルが共有できていければもっともっと成長しますよね、ラスカルジェスター自身もね。
そうですね。
さあこちら V3 フォックスです。さあまんじゅう選手ですね。リーダーのまんじゅう選手です。先ほどは ISG いろはにポペとサムライゲーミングに壊滅的なダメージを与えられ3名失いはしましたが、今回は一味違うとラウンド 2V3 フォックスみたいですね。
まんじゅう選手も昔から評価高い選手だった、なんですけれども、V3 フォックス自体がね、なかなかギリギリ国際大会届かないっていう苦渋をなめることが多かったですから、今回の機会をね、なんとか掴み取ってほしいですね。
さあそんな中、あれ下から知らない車両の音が聞こえてますよ今。ちょっとヒヤッとするシーンですよ。さあこちら下側トムス選手ですね。ノボの町を、現在倉庫をファーム中です。ファームというのは物資を漁っている感じですね。これ装備を整えてから敵と戦おうというところです。ちょうどセーフゾーンはこのままずっと左側西側に走っていくと、ちょっと北側の方がいいのかな、北西に走っていくと、安全地帯に入ることもできるポジションノボの町ですね。
これ V3 フォックスはもしかしたら、オーバーファームと言われる、安全地帯の外でこのブルーゾーンダメージ食らう、を食らってしまうゾーンがあるんですけれども、に、飲まれながらファーム続けるかもしれませんね。今の段階で出てないっていうことは。
ゆっくりゆっくり。最悪これ船に乗るという選択肢もありますか？
船はおそらくないんじゃないかと思いますね。ここでやるとしたら、自分たちの前に、前というか、より、中央側ですね、安全地帯の。ISG がいることが分かっていて、で、ISG とは分かってないと思うんですけど、ワンチームいることが分かっていて、ミリタリーベースもワンチーム降りていることが分かっている、だから進路に敵がいますから遅く行って、車を残して敵を先に行かせて遅く行くっていう形を取りそうに見えますね。
ただオーバーハーム、入ったとしても後から待ち構えられている可能性も非常に高いので怖いところではありますが、さあこちらリポッカ付近のゲーミングチームセレクターです。サッカーシュート選手、奈良県得意な武器は SLR ということで、こちらのサッカーシュート選手も本当に先ほど、シェルフィア選手の時お話したかな、似た感じでこの若い力っていう、代表する選手ですね。
そう若い上に、結構急に出てきた印象のある選手で、昨シーズンなんかはシーズンのモストキル取ってましたから、しかも2連続でしたっけ？
そうですね。
いやもう恐ろしいですよね。
この若い力、シルフィア、あとエグト選手とかも、あとはサッカーシュート選手とかもね、若い力だなというところではありますが、さあこちらエース1ですね。ゴマニックスゴマシオ選手です。さあエース1もね、国内リーグでもめきめき頭角を現しているチームの一つですからね。さあそんなゴマニクス選手です。
ゴマニクス選手もね、気持ちのいい青年なんですよね。ちょっと一緒に仕事したことあるんですけど、気の利く男で、本当に
お若いのに、
そうよくできた子なんですよ。本当に
よくできた子が今銃声鳴らしてもズーゲーミング狙ってますよ。恐ろしいですね。ゲームをすれば 性格が変わるのかもしれないですよ。もう優しく全然優しくないですよ今ズーに対しては。さあ残り16チーム63名となります。さあこちら区割り付近変わらずです。そしてドラゴンキング2ということで、
普段はパーマン選手
ですね。はい。さあそんなドラゴンキング2パーマン選手ですが、福岡県出身、そしてベリルが得意な武器という、ベリルも非常に今、アサルトライフルと呼ばれる武器ですが、
威力が高くてレートが高くて、反動が若干高い分扱いにくいというところがあるんですけど、今のねかなり大人気武器ですよね。
アタッチメントをつけてその癖を、抑えていこうという武器がありますね。どうですか、もう一択になりますか。例えば今 M416 など、あとはベリルなどいろいろ選択肢あると思うんですけども、
いや一択ってことはないですけど、やっぱり同じ条件で同じだけ当てたらDPS、秒間ダメージですね、高い方が先に打ち勝てますから、そういう意味では好んで持ちたい武器かもしれませんね。
あとは反動の癖が、優しい方がいいとか、あとはバックのね、持ち物の7ミリ弾、弾の口径ですかね、5ミリ弾ってありますけども、5ミリの軽かったりしますからね。
そうですね、あとは結局やっぱり選手の好みではありますね。結局その DPS だけで語っても、全弾当てた時の理論値になりますから、
なるほど、反動で当たってなかったらね、
一発外したら逆に M4 着のかかったりとか、そういうこともあるんで、やっぱり好きな一番だと思いますよ。
好みになってくると。さあその各チームがすれ違うシーンが出ています。これはやはり次の安全地帯がもう西側に寄ってしまっているっていうのと、そのまま落とすよ。
落とす、すごい。
あれ落としますか、ヘッドショット。
ただこれ倒れた位置がちょうど隠れましたかね、車線切れてますかね。
これ味方としてはアソナ選手を起こす判断をしたいんですが、シノビーそうさせなさそうですよ。
ウェスカー選手、これは起こさせない。
アソナを
さすがに下がりましたね。
助けれないようにうまくアプローチしていきます。クルシフィックス。
でもこの動きをウェスカー選手がしたことによって、クルシフィックスとしてもちょっとアソナ選手行きづらくなりましたけど、
助けに行きますね、味方をね。1名ダウン、俺が行くと、私が来た。いや、ただウェスカー選手もちょっと車線変えましたが、行かないですね。ラスカルジェスターも無理はしません。
ここでね1ポイント拾うためにね、戦闘するようなフェーズではないですし、あと今のラスカルジェスターのポジションって、またこの敵を後ろに背負ってない状態で作れてるんですよね。
海側だからってことですかね。
そうです、そうです。で実際横にも敵いないんですよ。だこれまたラスカルジェスターの戦略刺さってる、なんかやりたいことできるようなパターンなりそうな気もしてきますよね。
今ラスカルジェスター、有香さんに言われたラスカルジェスターは一番下の方ですね、一番南の紫チーム。ただ結果的には白い円には入らないといけませんから、ここから北上していく形になります。その前にはクルシフィックス。
これ当たりそうですね。
当たりそうですね。先ほどダウンしたアソナー選手は戻ってはいますが、先に3名。車両に乗りながら世紀末、お互い打ち合ってます。シグナル選手、これ
乗り換えてあと一発。
シグナレス逃げれるか。ガバが狙っていった。
いやこの多分ちょっと画面見てよく分からなかったと思うんですけど、車って運転席以外にいると身を乗り出して銃を撃つことができるんですね。
助手席とか後ろの後部座席だと。
なので運転一人ででも乗ってるんで、
運転してね、
運転してスッて動かしたまま席を乗り換えて体を出してバイクに乗ってる敵を撃って倒すってことですね。恐ろしいですね。
すごいバーッとアクセル運転してて、板後部座席とかに行って無人で運転する状態ってことね。
そうですね。完成で動いてる状態ですね。
あれまた乗り出して、ただスピードも出てるの難しいんですよね。
難しいんですよ本当に。
車からの射撃なかなかスピードも出てるんで当たりません。相手も動いてますからね。その中見事にシグナル選手を落としてきました。こちらグリムナイツレッドセレ